Peerless Killer God. Killing enemies makes you stronger. Chapter 1, The Divine Archer. The setting sun is like blood, and the cold wind is biting. The Great Wei Dynasty, north of the Great Wall. Anning Pass. At this moment, the foreign tribes are about to knock on the door. Xiongnu's left-wise King Huanru Xie led a 100,000-strong army to come, intending to enter the pass and head south. 100,000 troops besieged the city, and the flames of war raged on. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Shang Huayan looked at the large army outside the city, his hands gripping the bow and arrow were sweating profusely. This is his first time on the battlefield. What's wrong? Feeling nervous, the old soldier next to him spoke up. Obviously, Shang Huayan is a rookie at first sight. Right. Shang Huayan's eyes were filled with fear. Not a new recruit, just crossed over, came out for a walk on the street, and was caught to guard the city. I don't know what those old soldiers are thinking, why they are catching ordinary civilians like him who have no combat experience or strength. Are you cannon fodder? The townspeople. The old soldier seemed to see through everything, his eyes wise. Shang Huayan nodded, his hands trembling. He crossed over to a scholar named Shang Huayan, and as soon as he went out to explore the surroundings, he encountered recruiters who captured him and made him a soldier. Don't be afraid. Just open and close your eyes, and you'll be dead. There's nothing to be afraid of, the old soldier comforted. Shang Huayan. You comforted very well, don't comfort next time. Dong dong dong. Outside the city, the war drums thundered, resounding through the clouds. Hide well, don't expose yourself recklessly. The Xiongnu army has started to attack. Let's first dodge this round of arrow rain, the old soldier reminded. Seeing the old soldier squatting behind the female wall, observing the enemy through the small hole in the wall, Shang Huayan quickly squatted down with the old soldier. The next moment, the arrows fell like rain. I only heard the swish-swish sound coming from the air. The guards on the city wall are all hiding behind the parapet, and no one dares to stand up. Those who dare to stand are live targets, giving away their heads. Now the Xiongnu army is attacking the city, arrows are falling like rain, standing there like a hedgehog. The arrow rain suppressed, the siege army set up the ladders and began to climb up, preparing to ascend the city wall. As soon as the arrow rain stopped, the veteran shouted, "Quick, prepare to counterattack, hold the city walls to stay alive." Seeing the veteran stand up, Shang Huayan also stood up. The weapon he was assigned was a worn-out bow and arrow that could barely still be used. Adding 5 arrow feathers, the equipment is pitifully simple. Anyway, they are cannon fodder, they don't need very good equipment. Kid, stop staring, hurry up and shoot, the old soldier shouted from the side. Looking at the Xiongnu army surging like a tide, Shang Huayan came to his senses. This is not the same as what is shown in TV dramas. What is shown on TV is simply too low compared to reality. Thousands of people attacking the city, densely packed, causing a great sense of oppression mentally. Now the army has approached the city walls with ladders, and the Han army's arrow rain has stopped. Shang Huayan looked at the densely packed Xiongnu army below the city. Regardless of whether they would shoot arrows or not, he drew his bow and shot towards the crowd below the city. Swoosh! A Xiongnu soldier under the city fell to the ground without closing his eyes in death. A blind cat accidentally killed a rat, and he was mistaken for a dead rat and killed by someone. Shang Huayan shot a Xiongnu soldier dead for the first time in his past and present lives. After shooting and killing a Xiongnu soldier with one arrow, Shang Huayan found that there was an abnormality in his brain. Not good, my head is so itchy, I need to grow a brain. Shang Huayan found a golden light curtain appearing in his mind. There are golden characters on the light curtain. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, humanoid. Practice, none. Talent, trash novice archer plus. Kill value, 1. Golden finger? Shang Huayan looked at the golden light curtain that appeared in his mind, instantly filled with joy. Must have cheat code for time travel, the ancients did not deceive me. System, hello? No response. Is the way of opening wrong? Hi, hello system. Still no response. Shang Huayan couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Isn't this golden finger a system? Why is there no movement? He is still hoping for the system to open a newbie gift package, turning himself into a war god, and dominating all directions. What to do when a person gets a disability in the Syrian battlefield? Online waiting, urgent. 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 Unfortunately, not forgetting does not necessarily mean there will be a response. Shang Huayan saw a plus sign behind the trash rookie archer, immersed in online literature for many years, he added without hesitation. This situation is definitely a one-click power-up cultivation type of cheat. Sure, here is the translation. Sure enough, with a little thought, the experience and knowledge related to archers instantly flooded into his mind. In an instant, Shang Huayan successfully transformed from a trash rookie archer to a normal level archer. At the same time, there was a warm current flowing through his body, making him feel much stronger. Just add some kill points. Simple and clear. I feel I am terribly strong now. Shang Huayan immediately drew the bowstring, showing quite a bit of the demeanor of an archer. With one shot, a Xiongnu soldier under the city wall was pierced through the heart by an arrow, falling to the ground, dead beyond death. Killing a Xiongnu soldier restored the kill value to 1 point. However, this time, there was no plus sign behind the ordinary archer. Obviously, this point of slaughter value cannot allow him to be promoted from a common level archer to the next level. Hey, not bad, killed another one. The veteran next to him saw Shang Huayan shoot 2 arrows in a row, killing 2 enemies. This doesn't seem like a newly recruited rookie. Lucky. Shang Huayan was no longer nervous, but instead smiled. Enemy, thank you for your damn good luck. Can your luck not be so good? That is our fate. I really hate enemies without a sense of boundaries. With the Midas touch, what does he have to fear? The protagonist's halo envelopes him, he is bound to be powerful. Many novels have protagonists like this. This is the Xiongnu army attacking the city, Xiongnu soldiers climbing up the cloud ladder, and the defending soldiers picking up stones to throw. When a stone is thrown down, the watermelon splits open. Some soldiers carried scalding hot molten gold and poured it down, causing the Han soldiers who were covered in molten gold to scream in pain and fall down. The defending side, holding the advantage, while the attacking side, in order to win, can only sacrifice their lives. Later, if the enemy attacks the city wall, you should retreat to the back, the old soldier said. Rarely does a shooter talent appear, and the veteran does not want Shang Huayan to die in close combat. Don't worry, uncle, I value my life very much, Shang Huayan said. At this moment, he has already forgotten the fear of the battlefield, only thinking about increasing his kill count. For some reason, his adaptability is surprisingly strong. Shang Huayan continued to draw the bow and shoot arrows towards the large Xiongnu army under the city wall, as there were densely packed people below the city wall, so it was rare to miss. Swoosh! Another enemy fell down with a thud, shot through the heart by an arrow. Increased the kill value a little more. Behind the ordinary archer, there is no plus sign yet. Seeing that the plus sign has not appeared yet, it looks like I have to continue killing. In order to become stronger, in order to survive in this unfamiliar world, Shang Huayan can only say sorry. No need to say thank you. Once again, he drew the bow, shot an arrow, and ended the life of a Xiongnu soldier. 5 arrows, 4 of them have been used. Shang Huayan did not pause, continuing to set the arrow and pull the bow, the posture of pulling the bow becoming more and more proficient. An arrow shot out, hitting a Xiongnu soldier right in the forehead. 5 arrows, not one missed. Kid, are you really a newly captured recruit? The old soldier beside him looked at Shang Huayan with great disbelief. Looking at the clean and scholarly appearance, it is hard to imagine that on the battlefield, 5 arrows shot and killed 5 enemies, which can also be considered as hitting the target every time. Shot and killed 5 enemy soldiers, without changing his expression at all. Is this a new recruit? Even new recruits don't have such a good performance, right? Not only the veteran, but also a few soldiers next to him looked at Shang Huayan with some surprise. A broken bow, shooting and killing 5 enemies, really made them sit up and take notice. Don't just look at it as just 5 enemies, this also counts as a military merit. Unfortunately, it is now a city defense, so we cannot get any heads, and this military merit cannot be counted. You should know that other archers, facing so many Xiongnu troops under the city wall, would all shoot in vain, and it would be impossible to be as accurate as Shang Huayan, hitting the target with every shot. I don't know if it's good luck or if he really has extraordinary talent as an archer. Not to mention Shang Huayan is a newly captured strongman. The other strongmen are now watching the army attacking the city, trembling with fear. Is that still fake? Shang Huayan looked at the veteran speechlessly. Alright, you go rest, the close combat will be soon. With your thin arms and legs, be careful not to get hurt. The veteran said to Shang Huayan. No, I must continue to kill the enemy and defend my home and country, Shang Huayan said with a righteous and resolute tone. The veteran looked at Shang Huayan. Are these words that can be said from the mouth of a newly captured recruit? When did the new young people have such ideological enlightenment? Other soldiers looked at Shang Huayan in surprise, saying, You're telling me this is a strong man? That strong young man does not want to run down the city wall to hide. Uncle, get me some more arrow feathers. I feel terrifyingly strong now, Shang Huayan said confidently. Chapter 2, Bull's Strength. Several soldiers around, looking at each other. Terrifyingly strong. As for Shang Huayan, that little white-faced man with thin arms and legs, he looks like a weak scholar, and you can't tell how strong he is at all. The veteran saw Shang Huayan unwilling to retreat to the back, so he spoke up, Go get him a good bow and 10 arrows. Uncle, I want 50 arrow feathers. Today, I want to hunt and kill with great enthusiasm, Shang Huayan said passionately. The old soldiers were speechless. This guy changed too quickly. Just a few minutes ago, he was shivering like a frightened quail, scared to death. This would actually look like a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Although somewhat puzzled, the old soldier still spoke up, "Get him 20 arrow feathers." A soldier received orders and hurried to get his bow and arrow feathers. Others continued to hold steel knives and long spears to guard, or moved stones to smash down, smashing and throwing the enemy climbing the cloud ladder to death. The boiling golden broth was poured down all at once. Anyway, as long as we can kill the attacking enemies, it's fine. Shang Huayan saw several enemy arrows on the ground, immediately went over and pulled out the arrow feathers. It's okay, can still be used. Pulling up the 6 arrow feathers on the ground around him, Shang Huayan continued to shoot at the enemy with that old bow. Swoosh! 1 arrow takes away a life, increasing the value of slaughter by 1 point. Soon, the 6 arrows were shot, killing 6 Xiongnu soldiers. The scene left several soldiers around in shock. Is this really not a case of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Do you call this a strong man? Whose young man is so strong, effortlessly shooting down 10 enemies without changing his expression? The kill value has increased to 10 points, and a plus sign finally appeared behind the ordinary archer. You can add points with 1 click again. Shang Huayan added without hesitation, the ordinary archer became a bronze-level archer. A large amount of archer's experience flooded into his mind, at the same time his strength also increased a little. After becoming a bronze-level archer, Shang Huayan felt terrifyingly strong now. The old soldier and several other soldiers around him all looked at Shang Huayan with different eyes. With just a broken bow, he killed 11 enemies. This archery talent is truly terrifying. If you can get the heads of these 11 enemies, with this military merit, you can directly be promoted to the position of battalion commander. In the Great Wei Dynasty, a corporal can command 5 soldiers, while a sergeant can command 10 soldiers. The veteran is a squad leader, with 10 soldiers under his command, and Shang Huayan is also assigned to his command. Now there is a young sharpshooter named Shang Huayan in the team, and the veterans have taken on a protective mindset. Soon, the soldiers who went to fetch the bow and arrow feathers returned. "Kid, fight well, strive to stay alive, and maybe become a general in the future," the old soldier said with a smile. After changing to a new bow and arrow, Shang Huayan tried it out and found that it was not bad, much better than the old bow by more than 1 level. Killing for the country is when a man truly shows his true colors. "Uncle, watch closely, I will make sure these Xiongnu bastards all go to hell," Shang Huayan said as he knocked an arrow and drew his bow. After becoming a bronze-level archer, Shang Huayan felt that his posture of drawing the bow and arrow had become much more handsome. Swoosh! With 1 arrow shot right in the middle of the forehead, a Xiongnu soldier died bewildered. Soon, 20 arrows took away the lives of 20 Xiongnu enemy soldiers. This time, some Xiongnu soldiers have already climbed up, but they were all killed by the defending soldiers and fell down from the city wall. Under the city wall, there are already many Xiongnu soldiers' bodies piled up at this moment. Fresh blood stained the city walls. But the Han soldiers below were stepping on the bodies of their comrades, still climbing up fearlessly. The drums of war will not stop, the attack on the city will not cease, those who dare to retreat without reason will be executed. Relatives are reduced to slaves. Therefore, the attacking Xiongnu soldiers, even if they die, will not take a step back. After Shang Huayan used up his arrows, he was ordered by the old soldier to go rest. The battle continued until noon, and the Xiongnu army only stopped and withdrew after beating the drums. The Xiongnu soldiers attacking the city also retreated like a tide. This morning, the Xiongnu army failed to attack the city walls and left behind over 1,000 corpses. It's a pity that this golden finger can only accumulate kill points when he kills enemies himself, otherwise Shang Huayan would have taken off directly. The Xiongnu army did not retreat. Obviously today's battle is not over yet. Shang Huayan retreated to the back to rest and check the light curtain. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, humanoid. Practice, none. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 20. Killing value of 20 points. Behind the bronze archer, a plus sign appeared, but Shang Huayan did not rush to add points. Now guarding the city, the experience of the bronze level archers is barely enough. He has to consider learning martial arts. In this world, there is martial arts. If you want to survive on the battlefield, you must be strong yourself. Lunch break, everyone introduces themselves and gets acquainted. "My name is Shang Huayan, Shang Shi Huayan," Shang Huayan said. "The era of prosperity and peace, not bad, the name is very good," the old soldier said, but then sighed again. Golden Age. The northern frontier of the Great Wei Dynasty has been embroiled in continuous warfare for years, and no one knows how many soldiers of the Great Wei have been buried there. He also wants to see what the prosperous era looks like. I am Wang Wu, a rough man said. I am Zhang Dan Niu. Zhang Dan Niu, who is as burly as a bull, said. My name is Li Busi. The 4 characters of Li Busi look rather weak. Li Busan. Li Busan finished speaking and then fell silent, looking aloof and a bit tall and thin. He and Busi are 2 brothers, real brothers, Wang Wu said with a smile. Shang Huayan's chin almost dropped to the ground. Are the parents of these 2 brothers so careless in naming them? Neither fish nor fowl. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate to English. After everyone had finished introducing themselves, only the veteran remained silent. Uncle, what's your name? Shang Huayan asked curiously. What's the squad leader called? No name. Zhang Denai spoke up. No name? Could it be that there is a story? The name is just a code, the veteran said lightly. Shang Huayan scratched his head, and as a result, he became even more curious about the old soldier. After becoming familiar with everyone, Shang Huayan looked at the old soldier and said, Uncle, is there martial arts in the army? The veteran looked at Shang Huayan, then spoke, Indeed, you should learn some martial arts. Otherwise, with these thin arms and legs facing the Xiongnu bandits, you'll be killed with just 2 slashes. Uncle, are you so critical of people? Shang Huayan was speechless. You have killed 31 enemies today, and now you are officially a member of our Anning Pass garrison. I can decide to pass on the martial arts practiced by the generals to you. Hearing the veteran say he has kung fu, Shang Huayan was ecstatic in his heart. The garrison troops at Anning Pass have learned a martial art called manhwa. After mastering it, they can be as strong as wild bulls, with arm strength exceeding 10,000 catties, the old soldier said. I want to learn. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. The old soldier nodded. During the lunch break, the veteran taught Shang Huayan the mantra and practice techniques of the manhwa practiced by the general. The veteran soldier only practiced the posture once and then asked Shang Huayan. How about it, did you take note? Shang Huayan noted. Can you not remember, on the golden light curtain, the powerful figure of the wild ox has already appeared? Name, Shang Huayan. Race, humanoid. Martial arts, mighty bull strength plus. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 20. Did you really write it down? The old soldier said somewhat incredulously. Really? Shang Huayan nodded seriously. The veteran was a bit skeptical, but after watching it once, he remembered it. Could it be that Shang Huayan is a martial arts genius? Show me your practice once. The old soldier spoke up. Let's go. Shang Huayan nodded. Then add a little bit directly, and instantly a warm current spread throughout his body. He felt at this moment that his whole body was filled with strength, able to punch a cow to death. At the same time, the memory and experience cultivated by manhwa seemed innate, appearing in his mind. The killing value directly consumed 10 points, and the bull's strength directly turned into a small success. Shang Huayan set up a posture and demonstrated the powerful bull style. The old soldiers and other soldiers stared in astonishment at Shang Huayan. Is this kind of proficiency in the reckless bull force training method really only seen once? Everyone looked at Shang Huayan as if he were a monster. Did you really only watch it once? You've never practiced before? The old soldier asked incredulously. Shang Huayan nodded and said, Yes, do you have any questions? Monster! Zhang Dania muttered under his breath. 1 in a million martial arts genius? Li Busi also spoke up. I feel like we're a bunch of losers, Wang Wu said self-deprecatingly. When they first joined the army, it took them 2.5 months of practice before they barely mastered the mange bull's strength body refining technique. Everyone looked at Shang Huayan's eyes as if they were looking at a monster. Mighty ox strength, combined with body refining techniques and kung fu principles, is the only way to achieve results in cultivation. Shang Huayan touched his nose and, how should I put it, with a golden finger, isn't he just a monstrous genius? This northern border battlefield is simply perfect for him. Looking at the golden light curtain. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, humanoid. Boundary, martial disciple early stage. Technique, mighty bull powered beginner. Strength, 300 kilograms. Talent, bronze archer. Kill value, 10. A golden light curtain appeared with 2 columns of realm and power. Shin Huayan went directly from an ordinary person to a martial artist at the initial stage of the martial realm. Uncle, in the practice of martial arts, are there different levels of realms? Shang Huayan asked. The boundary delineation is indeed there, the old soldier nodded and said. Chapter 3 The archer can also hold a knife. Shang Huayan straightened his neck and began to listen attentively. This unfamiliar world, there is a lot of information that he does not know. After all, the former self was just a weak scholar who turned a deaf ear to outside matters and focused solely on reading the books of sages. To put it bluntly, it's a lack of knowledge, immersing oneself in one's own world, having little contact with the outside world, similar to a socially anxious otaku. However, even after reading the books of sages and saints, he couldn't even pass the imperial examination, which is really unfortunate. The old soldier slowly said, "The practice of martial arts is divided into martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, acquired, and innate. Wushu refines the body. Wushu is the first realm of martial arts, mainly focusing on strengthening and toughening the body. When cultivating to the realm of martial artists, one can generate martial arts' true essence in the body. This realm mainly involves refining essence into chi, condensing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and transforming it into one's own true essence. When you reach the level of a martial master, you start refining your chi and tempering your blood. Further up, the realm of the day after tomorrow, refining muscles and bones. Innate realm, washing the marrow and cutting the bones, the whole person undergoes a complete transformation, transcending the ordinary. Only when you reach the innate realm can you truly be considered a strong martial artist. After becoming a martial artist, the strength of one arm can reach from 100 to 1000 katis. Dealing with ordinary people who do not understand martial arts, one can easily defeat 10 of them. Once a warrior is cultivated, the true essence of martial arts is generated within the body. The strength of one arm increases from 1000 to 3000 kilograms, capable of shattering mountains and rocks with a single punch. Martial artists, the strength of one arm can reach 3 to 5000 katis, blood like mercury. The day after tomorrow, the warrior, with copper skin and iron bones, can lift 5 to 10,000 katis. Innate warriors, with strength ranging from 10,000 to 50,000 katis, can single-handedly take on 1,000 soldiers. Shang Huayan listened carefully and felt that this was too powerful. A punch with a strength of 10,000 katis, what kind of concept was that? A punch smashed a child to pieces? The veteran stopped talking when he reached this point and did not continue. What about behind? Shang Huayan was just getting into it when he saw the old soldier stop and asked. Behind? The old soldier glanced at Shang Huayan and said, "Young man, don't aim too high, you must be down to earth in your actions." Shang Huayan scratched his head, looking at the cultivation of the martial apprentice stage. Cultivation? Is it difficult? One-click topping is not just a piece of cake. The veteran did not continue to talk about the martial arts realm behind, and Shang Huayan had to give up. This is a ceasefire, everyone is relaxing and resting. The veteran also brought a set of armor and helped Shang Huayan put it on. Put it on, it's safer, don't let the enemy shoot you dead with one arrow. Shang Huayan was speechless. Why do you always talk about whether you will die or not? It's not auspicious. The veteran helped Shang Huayan put on his armor. Well, not bad, it looks a bit like it. The veteran nodded with a smile. Shang Huayan put on his armor, always feeling uncomfortable and not used to wearing it. Dong, dong, dong. Outside the pass, the war drums sounded like a symbol of death. Hurry, grab your weapons, and get on the city wall, the old soldier shouted. Everyone picked up their weapons and charged towards the city wall. Soldiers from other teams were also rushing quickly towards the city wall. Shang Huayan held a bow and arrow, with more than 30 arrow feathers on his back, following behind the old soldiers. Climbing up the city wall, the Xiongnu army outside the city has already begun to attack the city. A captain shouted, "Archers, line up and shoot the arrows in your hands." Archers from each team lined up, drew their bows, and shot arrows towards the Xiongnu army. On the city wall, a sky full of arrows rained down. Shang Huayan skillfully nocked an arrow, pulled the bowstring taut, aimed accurately, and released the arrow, with the fletching cutting through the air. A strong Xiongnu soldier running was shot through the heart and fell to the ground. Kill value +1. On the city wall, arrows rained down, and there were constantly Xiongnu soldiers falling on the charging road. Shang Huayan has adapted to the battlefield at this moment, coldly stringing his bow and shooting an arrow quickly, taking down a Xiongnu soldier. This is a battlefield, either you die or I live, there is nothing else to be said. He quickly shot out the arrow feathers, and soon shot out 35 arrow feathers, each arrow feather taking away a Xiongnu soldier. The kill value has increased to 45 points. The archer shot all the feathers in his hand and retreated to the back. Shang Huayan was also ordered to step back, while the gunners and swordsmen moved forward, ready to ambush the enemy attacking the city. The siege in the afternoon was even more fierce than in the morning, with the Xiongnu army doubling in numbers compared to the morning, surging like a tide. The fearless Xiongnu soldiers, after sacrificing many of their comrades, quickly climbed up the city walls. Shang Huayan stepped back and began to increase his cultivation level. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, humanoid. Boundary, martial disciple early stage plus. Technique, mighty bull power beginner plus. Strength, 300 kilograms. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 45. Shang Huayan directly adds some brute force. Now the most important thing is martial arts cultivation. After adding some points, a warm stream surged into his body, and then Shang Huayan felt that every inch of his cells was becoming stronger. Look at the golden light curtain again. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, humanoid. Boundary, mid-warrior. Technique, mighty bull strength preliminary completion. Strength, 700 kilograms. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 25. His cultivation also instantly advanced from the initial stage of martial apprentice to the middle stage of martial apprentice, and his strength increased to 700 caddies. From the early stage of Wutu to the middle stage of Wutu, 20 points of killing value were used, and the cultivation technique of Manhwa also achieved some success. At this moment, Shang Huayan moved his arms and felt full of strength all over his body. Watching the fierce battle on the city wall, Shang Huayan felt excited. Those Xiongnu enemy troops are the source of his strength. Captain, give me a knife, I want to go into battle, Shang Huayan said to a captain. You have just come back from the battle, now the archers will not participate in the fight, the sergeant said. Who says archers cannot join the battle? I will fight, kill the enemy for the country, we men should shed blood to defend the border. Shang Huayan said with a righteous and resolute tone. He stared at Shang Huayan with strange eyes. Where did these two cuties come from? Hurrying up to their death. Give him a knife, the squad leader said. A soldier handed over a knife. Shang Huayan took the knife and said, thank you. Then turn around and walk up the city wall, continue to go kill the enemy. Looking at Shang Huayan's back, a group of soldiers sighed in their hearts, thinking, there are really few cuties like Shang Huayan nowadays. Without military orders, who would be willing to go to the city wall and fight the Xiongnu enemy army? Shang Huayan climbed up the city wall and joined the battle. He found his target and struck at a Xiongnu warrior who was fighting with his allies. Under the sneak attack, Shang Huayan killed the opponent with one slash. With the strength of one arm weighing 700 caddies, one slash almost cut both the person and the armor in half by Shang Huayan. One slash killed a Xiongnu soldier, and Shang Huayan continued to search for the next target. At this moment, a Xiongnu soldier climbed up the city wall, saw Shang Huayan, held a knife, leaped from the city wall, and slashed towards Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan raised his hand and blocked with a knife, and he was instantly shaken back 2 steps by the huge force. The newcomer is also an enemy soldier of the Xiongnu with the cultivation of a martial artist, with thick arms and a face full of muscles. Die! The other party swung the knife and fiercely chopped towards Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan wielded the knife and chopped without any technique or form. After all, he had not learned any knife skills. Completely relying on a strong force to fight against the enemy. With one stroke, the Xiongnu enemy army was repelled. Shang Huayan felt that the opponent was not that strong after all. Just now, he must have borrowed the momentum from jumping down the city wall to have such great strength to push him back. Seeing that the other party was not as strong as he had imagined, Shang Huayan took advantage of the situation without mercy. With a knife in hand, he fiercely hacked, causing Li Guwu to continuously retreat. Li Guwu felt the power on Shang Huayan's knife, each cut heavier than the last, feeling horrified. This person who looks like a weak scholar surprisingly has quite a bit of strength. Li Guwu was forced into a corner by Shang Huayan, and he was also fierce in his heart, fighting Shang Huayan head-on. Kong! The knife in Li Guwu's hand was cut in half by Shang Huayan with one stroke, and at the same time, a blood mark appeared on his forehead. He looked at Shang Huayan, unwillingly fell to the ground. Having dealt with one enemy, Shang Huayan continued to search for the next target to fight. Sizzle! With one stroke, Shang Huayan once again killed a person. With full force, he killed a peaceful guard soldier with one slash. Noticing Shang Huayan, he immediately attacked Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan felt a strong killing intent, his heart tightened, and he turned around to see a strong Xiongnu enemy army charging towards him. Facing the opponent's Taishan split, Shang Huayan waved his knife to block, but was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by a single slash. Kid, you have good strength, no wonder you could kill my brother. However, with this level of strength, I'll send you to accompany my good brother in the afterlife. Li Man continued to wield his knife towards Shang Huayan. Looking at her appearance, she doesn't seem to be sad because her younger brother died. Shang Huayan raised his knife to block, but was kicked in the chest with full force, falling to the ground and unable to get up for a while, with his internal organs all displaced by the kick. With the complete strength of the powerful Wutu, the strength of one arm is 1,000 caddies, which is completely unstoppable by Shang Huayan. Li Manjia walked over to Shang Huayan with full force, raised his sharp war knife and slashed towards Shang Huayan, aiming to chop off Shang Huayan's head. Looking at the knife that was slashed, Shang Huayan's pupils dilated, playing big. Is he going to die here? Just as he closed his eyes, he only heard a clang sound. As soon as he opened his eyes, the incoming knife had already been blocked by a battle sword. Kid, didn't I tell you to go to the back? Why did you run up to the city wall again? Are you not afraid of death? Hearing the voice of the veteran, Shang Huayan felt relieved and no longer needed to die. I want to kill the enemy, so of course I will go and kill them. Shang Huayan said. You're an archer, close combat is our job, the veteran said. Who says that an archer cannot wield a knife to kill the enemy? Shang Huayan said. Not dead, get up quickly, the ground is cold. The old soldier said, and then ignored Shang Huayan, fighting with Li Man. Shang Huayan's heart, full of gratitude, was completely gone. How could he not know that the ground was cold? Wasn't he kicked by the enemy and unable to catch his breath? Don't underestimate the old soldier. Although he is a bit hunched and thin, his strength is not lacking at all, and he is being pushed back step by step. Taking a deep breath, Shang Huayan got up from the ground, rubbed his sore chest, and continued to kill the enemy with his knife. This time, Shang Huayan behaved obediently, targeting only the enemies who appeared weaker. Stronger than him, he can't beat. After all, he is just a small fry now. Chapter 4: The Divine Hand of Kidney Tai. This was a martial world, where ordinary soldiers, basically, were martial artists at the martial apprentice realm, and quite a few Han soldiers were stronger than him. Persimmon have to specialize in picking the soft pinch. Shang Huayan began to be the old six. Seeing that the others were fighting and couldn't be distracted, Shang Huayan shone a light on the left waist of a Han soldier from behind and zipped in. You? The Han soldier, looking back at Shang Huayan, was bleeding from his mouth. Really nasty old six. With a blow to the string of loins, the Han soldier, suffocated, died. He could never have imagined that one day he would be stabbed in the waist. The friendly soldier on the opposite side couldn't help but feel a chill on his waist when he saw Shang Huayan tie his waist so cleanly. Shang Huayan smiled at the other party, not having any extra time to greet him as he moved on to his next victim. No, it's the next target. Looking at Shang Huayan's innocent smile, he couldn't help but shiver and decided in his heart to stay away from this person. Shang Huayan saw a Han soldier just climbed up the wall before showing his head. He took a step, his knife was as fast as the wind. The Han soldier, before he had time to draw his knife, was cut to death by Shang Huayan and fell off the city wall. A Han soldier, seeing Shang Huayan guarding the battlements of the city wall, raised his sword and slashed at Shang Huayan. The Huns who attacked the walls were mainly to protect the palisades and allow more Huns to come up and take control of the walls. Then kill down, open the gates and let the army in. Seeing the enemy killing, Shang Huayan raised his sword and slashed, without any rules and techniques, completely relying on brute force. This Han enemy soldier, who was only at the early stage of martial apprentice realm, was quickly defeated by Shang Huayan, who seized the opportunity to slash his opponent to death. Just now that palisade, two more Han enemy soldiers climbed up. The two saw Shang Huayan decapitated their robed relatives. They have joined hands and killed towards Shang Huayan with ferocious gazes. Cutting down several enemy soldiers one after another, Shang Huayan's blood boiled and his self-confidence exploded, so naturally, he was not afraid and took on two people by himself. Soon, Shang Huayan felt a bit overwhelmed, not knowing how to use swords, not knowing how to use punches and kicks, and not having much experience in sparring. He only relied on brute force and gradually fell into the wind. With one slash to kill the enemy, Wang Wu's knife, still dripping with blood, saw Shang Huayan being surrounded and falling into the wind. Brother Huayan, hold on, brother is here to help you. Wang Wu quickly stepped forward to take on an enemy and help Shang Huayan share the pressure. Wang Wu came to help relieve the situation, and Shang Huayan's pressure was instantly reduced. Mother bullying laborers who don't know knife skills and are inexperienced, is it? Shang Huayan seized the opportunity and slashed at his opponent. Now facing an enemy, Shang launches a fierce attack and after 10 rounds slashes that Han enemy to death. Wang Wu, on the other hand, had long since decimated his opponent, and would be fighting a new Han enemy. Wang Wu's blade and stance were all very powerful, completely unlike Shang Huayan, who only used brute force. Seeing the scene, Shang Huayan decided that, after repelling the enemy, he would go to the veterans to ask for martial arts skills such as swordsmanship, stance and boxing. Otherwise, with realm power alone, he would be a bit unable to deal with an enemy that was the same as or stronger than him. Kill! On the city wall, the shouts and killings shook the sky, and there were swords and swords everywhere, and the Xiongnu enemy army was still climbing up the city wall at any cost. In the face of more and more Han enemy troops, the defenders also began to continuously send reinforcements up to block the Han enemy troops. Shang Huayan has learned the hard way that it is safer to go under the black hand and tie the waist. Seeing the Han enemy fighting against a friendly army, he looked for the right opportunity and slashed, fast and hard, right through the waist. Soon, the number of Han enemy soldiers who died on the ZA waist exceeded a dozen. Giggle! After stabbing a Han enemy soldier to death, Shang Huayan skillfully pulled his sword out of the enemy soldier's waist. Thanks, brother, but your knife method of killing is quite unique. Watching his opponent being zapped to death by Shang Huayan, Zhugu said with thanks, but looking at Shang Huayan's eyes, it was more or less strange. How can someone specialize in staring at someone else's loins and stabbing them? It's hard not to have some special fetish. No need to thank you, we are all robes, together we will kill the enemy and serve the country. Sheng Huayan smiled with his big white teeth. Sheng Huayan finished his speech and did not continue to talk with Zhugu. Now was the time to hunt down the Han enemy troops and gain kill value. Watching Sheng Huayan go to stare at the waist of the Han enemy army again, Zhugu couldn't help but shiver and silently mourn for the Han enemy army in his heart. Sheng Huayan was like that, wandering off the battlefield, looking for the right opportunity to zap one. Seeing that Zhang Dinyo was fighting a Han enemy, beating the enemy to a standstill and having no time for him, Sheng Huayan picked up his sword and searched for the right moment. The hand rose and stabbed into the opponent's waist. That Han enemy soldier looked at the knife stuck on his waist and then at Sheng Huayan, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Scumbag, you engage in sneak attacks, you're not martial. Sheng Huayan apologized. On the battlefield, the aim is to kill the other party, you don't care if I'm a sneak attack. Pulled the knife out, almost bringing out even the other man's kidneys. Zhang Dania looked at the corner of his mouth twitching, looks like a clear-eyed Sheng Huayan, but the inner heart is so twisted, specializing in picking other people's waist to start. Brother Huayan, the battlefield is dangerous, you have to be careful. Zhang Daniu reminded. It's very hateful to stab people in the back like that. Thanks for reminding Daniel, I know. Sheng Huayan simply smiled. Zhang Dania looked at Sheng Huayan's smile and wanted to say, Brother Huayan, you'd better stop smiling, it looks creepy. Having met with Zhang Dinyo, Sheng Huayan started his waist-tying business again. It would be a big mess, and it would be easy for him to pick up the slack. He had to get a few more enemies killed, rack up the kill points, and then upgrade himself. The battle lasted until dusk, and any Han enemy troops that climbed the walls were cut down on the walls by the defenders, and did not allow the Han army to take the walls. Seeing that they had failed to take the city walls, the Han army could only sound the retreat. Looking at the Han army that retreated like a tidal wave, Sheng Huayan looked at the swords in his hands, all of which had already cut out openings. On the walls, under the walls, bodies were piled up, both those of the Han enemy and those of the defenders. This will be the time when the Huns send out small groups of troops that are collecting the bodies of Han soldiers. Both sides entered into a silent truce of battle to collect the soldiers who had died in battle. Hoo-oo! The north wind whistled, and the flags on the city walls waved. The fiery red sun, shining on the earth, colored the earth with a reddish tint. Looking at the retreating Han army, the defenders did not cheer or rejoice, but were filled with gravity. Sheng Huayan looked at the waning sun, and then at the soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield, moving a corpse. The bodies of the Han soldiers were carried and thrown directly outside the city walls. They were not so kind as to collect the bodies of the Han soldiers. Throw yourself over the wall, and naturally the Huns will come to collect your body. Blood stained the floor tiles on the city walls, and there was something about the setting sun that was indescribable. The sun is like blood and the moon is like a hook. How many loyal souls are buried in the deep fall? Don't get into that poor literati thing there, go away and return to the line. The veteran shouted at Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan put away his sadness, followed the veterans and the others, and left the city wall, which was now changed and replaced by other battalions to defend it. On the way back to the barracks, Sheng Huayan saw that the 10 men the veteran had brought with him were missing 4. This meant that in the afternoon's battle, their group, 4 of their robes were killed in battle. The ride back was silent. The battlefield, a meat grinder, constantly had lives being strangled in it. They also don't know that one day they will fall too. Chapter 5 Bloodshed Blade Technique. The inhabitants of the city were glad to see that the defenders had won another battle today, and had repulsed the Han enemy. The people of the border, who are used to seeing life and death, are safe as long as the enemy has not attacked the city. If the city's about to break, they'll drag their families away. Living on the border, life and death depend on whether the defenders give a damn or not. There are not many inhabitants of the pass, and there are quite a few of them, caravans of merchants. Now that the Han army is knocking at the pass, the caravan can't get out of the pass and can't go back, so it stays inside the pass. Back in the barracks, everyone ate dinner in silence and rested down. After a day of fighting the enemy, they were tired, both mentally and physically. Sheng Huayan is no exception. This afternoon, his knife are cut and rolled, hard from Penglai East Road to Penglai West Road. Anyway, he feels, he is awesome bad. The 2 battalions defending the city, which were at full strength when they went up to the walls, and only half of them made it back alive when the battle ended in the evening. You can imagine how grueling the war was. Only after lying down did Sheng Huayan have some free time to see how much kill value he had acquired this afternoon. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, middle martial apprentice plus. Technique, Mang Neo Jin slightly successful. Strength, 700 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 70. 70 kill points and 25 life points left in the morning. He had killed more than 30 enemies in the afternoon, but he had harvested 45 points of kill value. Don't you kill a person and gain a point of life? How did it suddenly change again? This made Sheng Huayan think 100 times about writing a sister, and 1,000 times about writing a sister. Looking at the 70 life points after the martial realm, another plus sign appeared, indicating that he could raise his cultivation level again. Sheng Huayan didn't hesitate to add points. If he didn't raise his cultivation strength now, he wouldn't have a chance when he died. One-click additions. Instantly a wave of power filled his entire body, constantly strengthening his body, flesh and bones as if it was undergoing a hammering and metamorphosis. At the same time, experiences and memories about Mang Nyo gene cultivation flooded into his mind. It was as if he had rehearsed the Mang Nyo strength 1,000 times, and those experiences and memories were deeply imprinted in his mind. End of reinforcement. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, late martial apprentice. Technique, Mang Nyo gene slightly successful. Strength, 999 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 30. Raising his cultivation to the late martial apprentice stage used 40 points of kill value. This kill value, it's too unproductive. He had fought desperately for an afternoon, and the harvested kill value had only allowed him to raise his cultivation by 1 level. Looking at the 30 points of kill value left, behind the bronze archer, there were still points that could be added, but Sheng Huayan did not continue to add points to raise the archer's level. He was going to keep it and ask the veteran for a copy of the sword technique tomorrow to use to improve it. Otherwise, when fighting only brute force, the same realm against the enemy, it is more strenuous. If you're here, you're here. Though in this world, there were none of those adorable enlightened stars at night, and his 100 were so gigabytes of memory, and no one to inherit it. But in this world, he has a golden finger, and is bound to go to the top of his life and see different styles. I won't be like my previous life, just a guy who enjoys the blessings of 007. The world is full of beautiful women, so I don't think it's any worse than those enlightened teachers. With good wishes, Sheng Huayan fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Sheng Huayan was woken up to go out for training. Border guards, the only way to survive is to strengthen themselves. Sheng Huayan was still a bit unaccustomed to suddenly being called up for drill training. Used to get up this early for drills, or used to. That era of youthful longing. After following the drill a few times of the Mangnia strength refining body style, it was time for breakfast. Today their battalion didn't have to guard the city walls, but they couldn't be idle either and had to be on standby in the barracks at all times. After breakfast, Sheng Huayan found the veteran. "Uncle." Sheng Huayan rubbed his hands together and grinned. "What for?" The veteran looked at Sheng Huayan. Hee, so what? There are sword techniques practiced in the military, pass them on for me to practice." Sheng Huayan hemmed and hawed. "That's it? Make it look like you're a thief." The veteran said with a blank look at Sheng Huayan. "You killed a lot of enemies yesterday. I've reported the military service for you. As long as you don't die, it won't be a problem to get a burmaster in the future." The veteran opened his mouth and said. Above the Shiksa was the pawn commander who could command 50 men and the Baksa who could command 100 men. Bo Chang, considered a junior general in the army, receives a 9th rank military post. What the veteran said, get a burmaster as, is not a big lie, but with Sheng Huayan's military achievements of killing the enemy yesterday, it is more than enough to promote a burmaster. It's just a pity that the soldiers at the border, the rate of death in battle is extremely high, and many of them, before they have the chance to be promoted, die in battle. "Uncle, let's not talk about all of this, first pass on my sword technique." Sheng Huayan didn't care about uncle or not uncle long at this moment, he only wanted the sword technique to improve his combat power and combat skills. Living is fundamental. Only when you are alive can you have the capital to talk about anything else. What's the monkey business? The veteran glared at Sheng Huayan. "Brother Huayan, even if you don't open your mouth, the Shirshu will still pass on the sword technique to you." Wang Wu smiled and opened his mouth. In yesterday afternoon's fight, Sheng Huayan had empty strength, but his sword skills were sparse, and they naturally saw it. "Watch, I'll personally rehearse it for you." The veteran soldier raised his sword and demonstrated the sword technique for Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan nodded happily, eyeing the veteran for fear of missing a detail. The veteran began to demonstrate, the sword in his hand. Each move was very powerful, designed for killing. On the old soldier's blade, there seemed to be a layer of blood-devouring chi surrounding it, causing the surrounding temperature to drop, and the knife was in his hand, like an arm, swinging freely. After a total of 18 styles and a set of sword techniques were demonstrated, the veteran closed his sword and then looked at Sheng Huayan. "Well, have you memorized it yet? Do you want me to show you again?" Sheng Huayan nodded and said with a smile, "I've written it all down, thank you uncle." "Really write it down?" The crowd looked at Sheng Huayan. "Yeah." Shang Huayan nodded, but he didn't write it down. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, late martial apprentice. Technique, Mang Nyo Jin minor achievement, Blood Fury blade technique uninitiated plus. Strength, 999 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 30. Seeing that the blade technique was recorded by the golden finger and a plus sign appeared behind it, Shang Huayan didn't hesitate to tap the plus sign. It's easy and quick to cultivate immortality with a single click directly. In an instant, the 10 points of kill value disappeared, and the experience of the bloodshed blade technique flooded into his mind, making Shang Huayan feel like he had been practicing the bloodshed blade technique for 2.5 years. You come and practice once to show me. The veteran threw his sword to Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan took the sword, drew it and practiced. Uplifting and chopping sparrows, forcefully chopping huashan, crossing swords to horses, fighting at night in 8 directions, sweeping thousands of troops, chopping and slashing. Can't go on and on. Shang Huayan skillfully rehearsed the 18 styles of the bloodshed blade technique. The old soldier, Zhang Daniu, Wang Wu, Li Busan, and Li Busi looked at Shang Huayan as if they were looking at a monster. Seeing it once and being able to reach this level, could it be that this kid is really a demon in martial arts practice? Amazing, brother Huayan, you've watched this once and it's actually worth 2.5 years of our practicing. Zhang Daniu opened his mouth in admiration. AI, sometimes I really hate the heavens for being unjust. Wang Wu looked at Shang Huayan inside. A person like Shang Huayan, who had a scholarly face, was actually a martial arts genius, so who could justify this? Haha, I'm just more enlightened. Shang Huayan heatedly giggled. Alright, don't be complacent, practice, you're only a beginner. The veteran opened his mouth. Well, uncle, I know. Shang Huayan nodded. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, late martial apprentice. Technique, Mang Nyo Jin minor achievement, Blood Fury blade technique beginner plus. Strength, 999 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 20. Looking at the bloodshed blade technique, which could still be added to for cultivation, Shang Huayan didn't hesitate to just add points to it. The bloodbath blade technique, from a beginner, became a minor success, using 20 points of kill value. The kill value was also consumed, and his combat power raised by another layer. Looking at the used up kill value, Shang Huayan felt overwhelmed. It's like someone with no savings looking at a bank card with a 0 amount. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the pass, the war drums sounded. The Han army, again, began to knock at the pass. Inside the barracks, Shang Huayan looked at the city walls and wanted to go to the battle. If you don't kill the enemy, you don't have the kill value, and without the kill value, you can't get stronger. It made him feel bad. Chapter 6, The Killing Frenzy. Unfortunately, it wasn't their battalion that was holding the fort on today's rotation. All he could do was to be in the barracks, listening to the shouts outside the city. Soon, the logistics lieutenants sent soldiers to make up for the shortages given to the ranks. They assigned to come 4 soldiers. 2 of them looked like local troops, and the other 2, by the look of their faces, were feared to be stalwarts pulled from nowhere. It couldn't be helped, the war had been going on for half a month, the soldiers guarding the pass were too depleted and could only be replenished in this way. Who made the court not send a large army to support them until now? The 2 stalwarts who had been added in had fear on their faces as they listened to the shouts of murder outside the city. The veteran looked at the 2 stalwarts and was helpless. These stalwarts are cannon fodder for death. The exception, of course, is Shang Huayan, which is a freak. Strong men who have not been trained and have not practiced martial arts are not just cannon fodder to be used for death. Everyone was quiet as Wang Wu silently wiped his sword. Zhang Daniu raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky in the northern part of Sibei was very clear, a clear sky for miles and miles. It's September and it's a beautiful fall day. Li Busan and Li Busi sat down to rest together. Uncle, how long do you think this Han army will attack the city? Shang Huayan opened his mouth and inquired. Into winter. The veteran replied blandly. Now the Xiongnu army is knocking at the pass and heading south, in order to loot the food of the people at the border for the winter. By the way, grab some women back, make this winter a little warmer. There's a fight to be had. Shang Huayan's eyes lit up. What's that look in your eyes? The veteran looked at Shang Huayan without any good humor. No one else wanted war, but Shang Huayan wanted it just as much. Cough, that's what, I'm not thinking of killing more Han thieves and bandits, accumulating military achievements, getting an official position, buying a few acres of thin fields, and then buying a few wives to live a good life. Shang Huayan opened his mouth to talk nonsense. And a few wives, has the bird grown up yet? Li Busi said with a smile. Ha ha ha, brother Huayan is afraid that he is still a fledgling. Zhang Daniu also said with a big smile. Shang Huayan's face was full of black lines. I'm 17 this year. The bird has grown up and its fur has grown, so why don't you take it out and compare it? Shut up, what's all this nonsense? The veteran chided. Comparing birds in the barracks? Really don't want to live. Shang Huayan could only obediently shut up, and Zhang Dania stopped teasing Shang Huayan. The people organized their battle armor and polished their swords, and the morning was spent listening to the sound of tearing. Shang Huayan took the warrant from the veteran and went to collect his equipment. Come to the barracks depot. Whose ministry are you and what are you doing here? Seeing Shang Huayan, an official from the logistics department opened his mouth to inquire. I'm a veteran soldier, here's a veteran's warrant to receive my equipment. Shang Huayan spoke, taking out the warrant given by the veteran soldier in the process. The logistics officer nodded as he took the warrant and looked at it. So you're that guy's soldier, alright, wait. Then he turned and walked into the storage room. Hey, bro, are you here to receive weapons and equipment too? A burly man said to Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan heard the voice and turned back, looking at the big man and nodding, only to feel that the other party looked a bit familiar. It's you, kidney zapping god hand. The big man looked at Shang Huayan, his face full of surprise. Kidney zapping hand? What kidney zapping divine hand? Shang Huayan was filled with fog. As if he had thought of something, the big man hurriedly shut up, both hands not forgetting to protect his waist. No, nothing. The big man turned and walked away quickly. Watching the other party leave, Shang Huayan felt puzzled. Dunwoody, what are you doing back here, and where are the weapons you received? Dunwoody looked back before speaking. Guess who I just saw? Secretive, could it be that you have met Lord Pingbei General? Pei Yong spoke up. No, I'm telling you, I've met the kidney zapping god hand. Dang Wu opened his mouth and said. Kidney stabbing hand? Legend has it that the one that specializes in laying down black hands and stabbing the waist of Hun enemy soldiers that? Pei Yong asked. Yes, it's him. I've seen with my own eyes yesterday that he ruthlessly stabbed 5 or 6 Hun soldiers to death. All of them were stabbed through the waist. Those Hun soldiers died old and miserable. Dang Wu said with palpitating heart. No, why are you afraid of him? Is he going to stab you in the ass? Besides, even if you want to tie the waist, it's also for the Hun thieves and bandits. See how scared you are. Pei Yong opened his mouth and said. I'm not afraid that he tied smooth. Suddenly give me a bit, then I'm not wasted. My hometown Xiaohong, still waiting for me to go back and marry her. Dang Wu said. From the treasury, the logistics officer brought 30 arrow feathers and led a new battle sword. Shang Huayan wanted to ask for more arrow feathers, but was rebuked and refused by the logistics officer. Saying something like supplies are in short supply and we have to hold out until the army comes to our aid or something like that. Shang Huayan could only stop. But 30 arrow feathers were enough for him to shoot 30 enemies. Leaving the camp depot, Shang Huayan returned to their group. After lunch, there was no Hun army yet to sound the retreat, and the veteran frowned at the city wall with some uneasiness in his heart. Today's attack seems to be even more violent than yesterday's. It didn't take long for the veterans to worry before Colonel Wu rallied urgently and led their battalion to catch up to the walls to support them. The battalion that defended the city today can't hold it off. Hearing the order come down for them to go to support, Shang Huayan couldn't be happier in his heart. He could go up to the city wall to kill the enemy again. Carrying a bow and arrows on his back, a battle sword at his waist, and wearing battle armor, Shang Huayan followed the veterans and quickly ascended the city wall. More enemy Huns ascended the walls today than yesterday. Many of the defenders have been killed in battle. At this moment in close combat, Shang Huayan was unable to kill the enemy with his bow and arrows, and drew the battle sword at his waist, so he rushed towards the enemy. Watching Shang Huayan raise his sword and slash at him with a move of Tarzan chop, the Hun soldier quickly raised his sword to block. Clang! A knife fell, shocking the opponent back a few steps. Shang Huayan took advantage of the fact that the opponent had not yet regained his senses, and quickly stepped forward, and with a teasing knife chopping the sparrow, he killed the opponent, and the sparrow was split into 2 halves. Wang Wu watched Shang Huayan strike so viciously, and immediately felt a coldness in his crotch. In his heart, he decided that he should never mess with Shang Huayan in the future. This kid, either zipping his waist or ruffling his knife and chopping the sparrow, is also too vicious. With a slash that cut through the sparrow and killed the enemy, Shang Huayan realized that the kill value received was 2 points. There was no time to study it, and he quickly raised his sword toward another Hun enemy. It was an ordinary Hun soldier who was a first-time martial apprentice, who was chopped in half by Shang Huayan's sword, which severed his weapon, along with the man and the sword. The Blood Fury blade technique that had become a minor success allowed Shang Huayan's combat power to soar, no longer just using brute force. Giggle! A knife cut down another Hun enemy soldier, late-stage martial apprentice, 999 pounds of strength in one arm, coupled with the bloodshed blade technique, made Shang Huayan's fighting strength more than double that of yesterday. Enemies with a lower cultivation level than him were quickly cut down like melons. Shang Huayan saw that the big man fighting with the enemy in front of him looked a bit familiar, like the one he met when he went to collect his weapons. Dang Wu met a formidable enemy at the moment, and the two killed each other. Seeing this, the old sixth gene in Shang Huayan's body was acting up again. Seizing the opportunity, he stabbed down fast and hard into the Han soldier's waist. Looking at this familiar scene, Dang Wu couldn't help but shiver, only feeling a coldness in his waist. He came again, zapping the hands of the kidney gods. He came again with a gentle, kind smile. Is everything alright, brother? Shang Huayan revealed a kind smile. No. It's fine, thanks. After saying thank you, Dang Wu hurriedly turned away from Shang Huayan. This was a battlefield, and there were chaotic fights everywhere, and he was afraid that Shang Huayan would get addicted to zapping and give him a stab as well. Looking at Dang Wu, who turned away from himself, Shang Huayan puzzled. Was he scary? Why did he feel as if the other man was afraid of him? Shang Huayan, who couldn't right his sister, continued to look for his next victim. Watching Shang Huayan continuously beheading his robed brothers, the Han soldiers surrounded 4 or 5 of them together to behead Shang Huayan. Lowly Wei man, daring to kill so many sons and daughters of my clan, you deserve to die. One of the big men looked at Shang Huayan angrily. Within a short while, several people had already died under Shang Huayan's sword, which naturally attracted the attention of many Huns. Han thieves and bandits, everyone deserves to be executed. The ones who deserve to die should be you. I will slash one by one and send you to meet your shaman god. Shang Huayan would not be merciful. It is said that those who are not of my race will be of a different mind. He is now a member of the Great Wei, and was born on the opposite side of the Xiongnu people, and the two sides were meant to die for each other. What's more, Shang Huayan needed the kill value to help him cultivate, in public and private, these Huns he must kill. When my royal court army breaks through the pass, we will definitely slaughter all of you Wei people. The Hun raised his sword with both hands and came to kill. The other 4 also attacked Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan used the Blood Fury Blade technique. The blade carried a fury on it, and was wide open, fighting 5 Han enemies alone. The Han enemy soldier in the lead was not weak, and like Shang Huayan, he was a late-stage martial apprentice. However, Shang Huayan's strength was a great deal higher than his opponents, and together with the bloodshed blade technique, Shang Huayan didn't fall into a disadvantage at all in the face of the 5 Huns surrounding him. A normal late-stage martial apprentice had a single arm strength of around 700 pounds, while Shang Huayan was 999. This power was something that could only be possessed by a martial apprentice great perfection. After breaking through to the late stage of martial apprentice and the minor completion of the bloodshed blade technique, he dared to say that he had no enemies in the same realm. Blood Battle 8, Rainy Night Frenzy Chopping, Teasing Een and Chopping Sparrow, Powerful Chopping, Sweeping Thousand Army. After a set of bloodshed blade technique, 5 Han enemy soldiers fell in a pool of blood. After resolving the 5 Han enemy soldiers that surrounded him, Shang Huayan shook off the blood on his blade. Now I'm terribly strong. If it were in his previous life, he would have dared to shout in the street that I could fight 100 of them. After killing these 5 Han enemy soldiers, Shang Huayan didn't stop, but continued to cut down the Han enemy soldiers who climbed up a city wall. The Han enemy was still coming up the walls in a steady stream, totally humongous. Within a short while, he had already decimated more than 24 enemy soldiers. The Han enemy soldiers whose cultivation could not reach the late martial apprentice stage were hacked to death on the city wall by Shang Huayan, one by one. On the city wall citadel, a general noticed Shang Huayan. Whose men are those, and why are they so brave? General, it looks like it's a small soldier. It should be from the 7th Battalion's Colonel Wu's department. The partial general next to him spoke up. Not bad, after such a short while you have killed more than 24 enemy soldiers. There are a few moments of bravery. The general smiled and spoke. Shang Huayan was like a killing maniac who didn't know how to get tired, and when he saw the Han enemy army, he rushed up to cut them. Climbing up one by one and cutting one down, from east to west, killing a street across the street. Chapter 7, The Martial Artist. This son is not bad, brave, and good at fighting, daring to fight and kill. He can be an uncle's chief. The general nodded his head in appreciation. Among the ordinary soldiers, there were few who fought so bravely and killed and slashed like Shang Huayan. The paragon nodded and made a note of Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan, who kept cutting down the Han enemy, didn't realize that he was being watched by the big brother of the defending army. Slashing soundly, Shang Huayan was unimpeded, as if he was born with a fighting factor in his body that was now activated. Although he had killed quite a few Han enemy soldiers, this had also attracted the attention of the strong Huns. A Han powerhouse killed 3 of the garrison soldiers with a single slash, and then came towards Shang Huayan to kill him. There were strong men in the garrison, and naturally there were weak ones, as was the case with the Han army. Feeling the biting killing intent coming at him, Shang Huayan turned his head and saw a big bladdered Han killing towards him. Shang Huayan lifted his sword and chopped upwards to block horizontally. The opponent's blade was heavy and with a huge force, it chopped him backwards. He felt that on the other party's blade, there seemed to be a surge of true essence, shocking his arm with raw pain and cracking his tiger's mouth. A martial artist? Shang Huayan looked at the other party, his eyes gazing up. He could not imagine that he had caused the martial artists in the Hun's army to strike at him. Ji Boshao shocked Shang Huayan back with his blade and was a bit surprised. To be able to catch one of my blades, no wonder you were able to kill so many sons and daughters of my clan, but today you are at the end of your life. He was a centurion of the Hun's front army, at the early martial realm, and Shang Huayan, with his late martial apprentice cultivation, was able to take one of his slashes without being injured, which deserved to make him look at him in a higher light. But it was only a glance. Martial artists, I don't know how it is to kill. Shang Huayan shook off his raw arm. Infinitely close to the power of a martial artist, coupled with the bloodshed blade technique that had become a minor success, he also wanted to try out the gap between himself and a martial artist. Arrogant, let me show you the gap between a martial artist and a martial apprentice. Ji Boshao stomped his feet, his entire body catapulted and leapt up, his scimitar raised above his head, directly chopping towards Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan slips a straight right and moves in to avoid the strike. Bloodbath blade technique, Night Battle of the Eight. Shang Huayan's blade had a layer of light red fury attached to it. Clang! Dang! The two of them battled together, with swords and sparks shooting out in all directions. Shang Huayan's knife was very fast, not enough power, fast enough to make up for it. Within a short while, Shang Huayan was panting, while the battle armor on his shoulders and back, both had slashes and blood was flowing out. He was injured. A true martial artist is truly not to be underestimated. Gilbert Shaw was equally bad. Shang Huayan's knives were too fast and carried a bloodthirsty aura. There were many knives that he didn't block, leaving him with several knives in his body, and his battle clothes were dyed red with blood. Kid, not bad, actually able to make me injured, you are proud enough to die. Ji Boshao said as he looked at the wounds on his body and then looked at Shang Huayan. So many murals, does your family sell murals? Want to kill me, you come instead. Shang Huayan raised his middle finger downwards. Though Ji Boshao didn't know what the gesture meant, he could sense that it was taunting him. The fact that even a small late martial apprentice realm martial artist dared to taunt him caused Gibshaw to burn with rage. Die! Gilbert Shaw vowed to behead Shang Huayan and take his head back as a night pot. Blood Fury blade technique, ruffling blade and chopping sparrow. Shang Huayan rolled on a donkey, lifted his sword and chopped upwards, heading straight for Ji Jinda, Ji Boshao's brother. Gilbert Shaw was startled and hurriedly dodged. He completely did not expect that Shang Huayan's blade technique was so dirty and came straight down the road. Bloodshed blade technique, break both your feet. Shang Huayan directly came with a sweeping chop. Veteran, is this move in the bloodbath blade technique? Why doesn't he remember? Blood Fury blade technique, break your dog's head. Shang Huayan finished chopping the bottom and chopped the top, towards his opponent's neck. Veterans? The martial arts under the sky are indestructible, and the only thing that can't be broken is speed. Shang Huayan's knife, it was fast. Even if Ji Boshao was a martial arts practitioner in the martial arts realm, this would be very difficult to take advantage of Shang Huayan's hands. At this moment, he put away his contempt. Shang Huayan was an enemy worth taking seriously. This would see Gibshaw get into Shang Huayan's rhythm of fighting, and he coped with it while looking for Shang Huayan's breaks. He was stronger than Shang Huayan, but Shang Huayan's blade was fast, and he fell into Shang Huayan's rhythm, and could only keep resisting Shang Huayan's attacks. Looking for a break, Gibshaw decisively strikes and sends Shang Huayan flying with a kick. Shang Huayan, who had been kicked out, covered his chest and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What's the use of being faster? Unfortunately your power is still too weak. Ji Boshao laughed with a fierce face. Be a good boy and suffer death. In front of absolute strength, all struggles are futile. I'm knocking your grandma, kicking the out of your grandpa. Shang Huayan climbed up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rubbed his chest. It was true that fighting across the ranks was not that easy. His strength was still too much different from that of a martial artist. Suffer death, little by pup. Ji Boshao stepped forward with his sword, about to chop off Shang Huayan's head. Old Wang is still not doing anything, I'm resisting. Shang Huayan shouted as he looked behind Ji Boshao. Gibshaw glanced back, and behind him, the Han army, strung out against the Yanning defenders, was nowhere to be seen. Giggle. Gibshaw turned his head and looked at an arrow sticking out of his waist. My loins. You swindled me. Gibshaw covered his waist, his kidneys aching as he bared his teeth. Soldiers are never deceitful, you don't even understand this point, you might as well go home and dig potatoes. Shang Huayan said with a smile. Time was short, he only had time to draw his bow and shoot, and his aim was so poor that he managed to hit only Ji Boshao's waist. Clearly he was aiming at the other man's chest. It seems that this level of archery skill needs to continue to improve. Damn kid, dare to shoot me in the waist, I'll break you into pieces. Jibershaw was furious, and without a loincloth, the family's cuirasses were sure to leave him in search of a root stronger. Then what's the point of him being out on the battlefield and acquiring military titles? It was all because of this damned kid in front of him, and Gibshaw's anger level was through the roof. Ka-ching! Jibo broke the arrow and didn't pull it out, threw the half of the arrow feather on the ground, raised his sword and chopped towards Sheng Huayan. He wanted to chop Sheng Huayan into 18 pieces, otherwise it would be hard to solve his heart's hate. Sheng Huayan put his bow and arrows back, picked up his battle sword, and was ready to fight Jibershaw. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Jibershaw, who he had shot in the waist. Drag and drop your opponent until he bleeds and weakens. Half an arrow was lodged in his waist, and with every step Gibshaw took, his kidneys felt like they were going through 1,000 cuts, and it hurt so much that he bared his teeth. Looking at the way Gibshaw bared his teeth in pain, Sheng Huayan couldn't help but laugh. "Ah, how about you come over here and hit me? Idiot." That expression was very beaten up, comparable to Fong Tangjing. Su was overheard by a Hun soldier nearby. "Centurion, I'll behead him for you." That Hun soldier, with his steel sword raised, rushed towards Sheng Huayan. Giggle. A piece of blood splattered up, only to see the Hun soldier who had been cut by Sheng Huayan's sword to the throat fall softly to the ground. Sheng Huayan looked at the corpse on the ground and said, "Foolish, what kind of foolish centurion you are? Can't help me, have you always been so brave?" Looking at the dejected Sheng Huayan, Gibshaw shouted, "Ah! Labor killed you, a dog." Forcing himself to endure the pain in his kidneys, Gibshaw rushed towards Sheng Huayan. Chapter 8: Beheading a Martial Artist. Sheng Huayan raised his hand and struck a forceful blow, and now that his opponent had been injured, he dared to get tough with him. He can't bully the hard ones, but he can't bully the soft ones? Gibshaw was shaken back 2 steps, the wound on his waist bleeding continuously. Half of the arrow was inside his body, skewering his waist, making him much less effective in combat, and he wasn't strong enough to ignore half of the arrow lodged in his waist and act as if nothing had happened. Today it looks like I can get a martial artist killed to help with the fun. Sheng Huayan gained momentum and spared no one. The bloodshed blade technique slashed and hacked, hitting Jibo and causing him to keep retreating. During this time, there were also Hun soldiers who intervened and tried to help Jibo, but they were all killed by Sheng Huayan under his sword. Jibershaw's waist was currently torn by a wound and blood was flowing, he was panting heavily, and the battle armor and robes on his body had all been chopped to pieces by Sheng Huayan. The injuries on his body worsened, making it difficult for him to resist Sheng Huayan's knife any longer. "Even if I die, I'll drag you along with me." Gibshaw took the initiative to attack Sheng Huayan. He planned to pull Sheng Huayan to die with him. Looking at the other party who even wanted to pull him down with him, Sheng Huayan could only say that he was too naive. This would be the time when he would no longer clash with the other party hard, instead choosing to consume and drag the other party to death. During this time there were other Hun soldiers who kept pouncing on Sheng Huayan, but most of them were ordinary soldiers, with the strength of an early-stage martial apprentice, and they were simply cut down by Sheng Huayan's sword. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: human. Realm: late martial apprentice plus. Technique: Manhwa strength, small success, bloodshed blade technique, small success. Strength: 999 pounds. Talent: bronze archer plus. Kill value: 55. Unconsciously, up to this point in the battle, he had already killed 30 to 40 Hun enemy soldiers. At the same time, he kind of understood the acquisition of kill value. An enemy at the early martial apprentice stage gets 1 point of kill value. 2 points in the middle of martial apprentice, 3 points in the later stages of killing value. Most of the ones he had beheaded were enemies at the early stages of martial discipleship, with fewer at the mid and late stages. Seeing how the cultivation realm could be raised again, Sheng Huayan didn't hesitate to add some cultivation. A wave of power instantly flowed through his entire body, and his body bones, as if they had been refined by 1,000 hammers. Jibo looked at the aura on Sheng Huayan's body, which suddenly grew by a large margin, and instantly felt sadness in his heart. This was a breakthrough in cultivation during the battle. He already had his battle power retreated and his physical strength was exhausted, and now Sheng Huayan even broke through in the middle of the battle. Could it be that his life is going to end here? The power in Sheng Huayan's body instantly grew by a large amount as he shook back Gibshaw with a slash. Name: Sheng Huayan. Race: human. Realm: martial apprentice, great perfection. Technique: Manhwa strength, small success, bloodshed blade technique, small success. Strength: 1,500 pounds. Talent: bronze archer. Kill value: 15. After consuming 40 points of killing value, he was directly elevated to the martial apprentice great perfection realm. The strength also grew to 1,400 pounds, a strength that was similar to that of a freshly broken martial artist. Gilbert Shaw was also at this power level, the only thing was the extra martial arts truth. However, the vast majority of martial artists who had just broken through had very weak martial true essence in their bodies. Shang Huayan juggled his blade. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, there was no need to delay. He had to behead this strong enemy as soon as possible, and then go and behead the other Xiongnu enemy troops. He had to take advantage of the opportunity to decimate the Han enemy and grow up fast. In this world where force is supreme, all greatness is attributed to oneself, and that is the basis for a peaceful life. The battlefield in the north, according to his observation, it was not the most dangerous time yet. This war, there was something to fight for. Shang Huayan's feet powered up, and in one step an arrow, he came close to Ji Bosheo. The bloodbath blade technique, one blade seals the throat. Giggle. Blood splattered as Gibshaw's head dropped to the ground. Stepping through the pool of blood, he didn't look at Gibshaw's body again. This was the first martial artist he had beheaded, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. The head that fell to the ground, its eyes were wide open, and the sight of Shang Huayan decapitating a Han soldier was still reflected in its pupils. But another Han soldier fell under Shang Huayan's sword. Now he was like entering a flock of sheep, and ordinary Han soldiers with low strength couldn't block one of his swords. Soon, there were no more Han soldiers around him, and his feet were filled with the bodies of Han soldiers, their blood staining the tiles of the city wall. The Han soldiers who came climbing out the walls died under his sword. By himself, he held a section of the wall. This kid, he has a great killing nature. Those who noticed Shang Huayan were all shocked. The number of people who had fallen under Shang Huayan's sword had exceeded 100. Good boy, the blood-bane blade technique, to have comprehended it to this point. The veteran glanced over and saw that there was already a layer of blood-bane chi on Shang Huayan's blade light. He was secretly surprised in the bottom of his heart. He had only given this blade technique to Shang Huayan yesterday, and it had only been a day, and he was able to comprehend the bloodshed blade technique to such a level. At the same time, they had also killed a martial artist realm martial cultivator, and only they knew how amazing it was. Fighting beyond the ranks, few people could do it, and decapitating an enemy beyond the ranks, that was even fewer. Shang Huayan, with his martial apprentice cultivation, beheading a martial practitioner realm martial cultivator, could be considered a dazzling existence. Full count, Shang Huayan practiced martial arts for only 2 days. What kind of demon is this? The Huns continued to come like a tireless army, constantly climbing the walls and fighting with the defenders. There was a constant stream of defenders falling, one life just fading away, and the battlefield was very cruel and grueling. Kill him. 6 or 7 Han soldiers surrounded and tried to surround and kill Shang Huayan. Bloodshed blade technique, 5 horses. Shang Huayan was like an absolute god of killing. His body was full of fury. He rushed into the crowd, and those 6 or 7 Han enemy soldiers were cut down by his sword. Veterans not so far away. What is the 5 horsemen's sword again? Is there such a style in the bloodbath blade technique? Kill him. The next moment, a dozen more gunmen surrounded them, vowing to kill Shang Huayan. Not for any other reason, just because Shang Huayan was too conspicuous. He alone, at the moment, was on the verge of decapitating hundreds of Han enemy soldiers. He alone had killed an open area. Up to this point in the battle, Shang Huayan's battle armor, too, was broken, his battle robe shattered, and he was wounded in 5 or 6 places. But his fighting spirit was still high, and the hot blood in his body was still boiling. Facing the siege of a dozen gunmen, Shang Huayan also remained fearless and charged up with his sword, with that momentum, going forward, with F. Old brother Huayan, let me help you. Wang Wu saw Shang Huayan surrounded by a dozen gunmen and rushed up to help. When Shang Huayan saw Wang Wu come up to help, he was tempted to say, "Don't come over, these heads are mine." With Wang Wu joining the fight, the dozen or so gunmen who came climbing up the city wall were also cut down by the 2 and 3 tries. Good fellow, this strength of yours, it's growing too fast. Wang Wu looked at Shang Huayan like he was looking at a monster. Average, I was thinking of breaking through the innate in one go and decimating all these Han enemies. Shang Huayan said with a faint smile. How dare you damn well think of breaking through to innate in one go? Wang Wu couldn't help but spit out, how could one dare to dream such a dream? Spring dreams he even dared to have only once in a while. Ha, what is there to not dare to think about? Shang Huayan said as he slashed and killed an enemy soldier who had just climbed up the city wall. Don't be too conspicuous, be careful of the divine archers in the Han army staring at you. Wang Wu spoke up. Shang Huayan had beheaded so many Han soldiers by himself, he was too conspicuous and would be in danger if he was targeted by the sharpshooters in the Han army. After killing so many Han enemy soldiers, the divine shooters in the Han army didn't even take a shot at Shang Huayan. Wang Wu felt that Shang Huayan's luck wasn't generally good, as if he was favored by the heavens. Inside the middle army tent of King Zuosian of Xiongnu. Your Majesty, Great Shan Yu sent a message asking when we will break through Anning Pass. A general said to King Zuosian. How is the attack going on the right magisterial king's side? Instead of answering, the left magisterial king Izihun inquired. On the right honorable king's side, I've heard that he's close to taking the Chishan fortress. Then seize the time to attack the city. I want to see a Ning Pass taken within 2 days. King Zuoxian said in a domineering manner. Knocking off for half a month, he's played long enough. He wanted to take the Anning Pass first when the right honorable king took the Chishan fortress, and sweep the pass in one fell swoop. As King Zuoxian's order was given, the Xiongnu army continued to send out large armies to join the siege. Woohoo! In the Han army, horns sounded and another army joined the siege sequence, numbering what appeared to be more than 5,000 men. Bad, the Han army has strengthened the rhythm of attacking the city. Later on, it is estimated that there will be strong people boarding the city, so be careful yourself. Wang Wu opened his mouth and reminded. Strong man? How strong? Shang Huayan slashed one of the Han soldiers who pounced on him and looked at Wang Wu inquiringly. Kill you for a slap? Wang Wu said with a grave expression. Looking at the Han enemy troops that seemed to come in like a tidal wave, Shang Huayan exhaled deeply. His sword had cut and rolled, and the army outside the city still couldn't see the end of it. How many Huns are knocking at the gate? Shang Huayan exclaimed. Hana left Hyun's court has an army of 100,000. Wang Wu spoke. 100,000 troops? Just attacking a single pass. Shang Huayan was stunned. Then how many men do we have in the garrison of Anning Pass? Shang Huayan quickly inquired. 30,000, by now, only 20,000 more. Wang Wu said indifferently. The Xiongnu army has been knocking at the pass for half a month, and has already consumed a lot of the defenders' vital forces, and in order to replenish the number of defenders, there have been cases of capturing strong men. Shang Huayan was the one who was captured as a strong man. And yet, 30,000 hits 100,000. Shang Huayan felt worried. At the northern border, there are foreigners knocking at the gate every year. This is a normal phenomenon. Wang Wu, however, said in a strange manner. General didn't go to ask for help? Shang Huayan asked as he looked at the Han army outside the city with flags flying. I'm a junior soldier, how would I know this? Wang Wu gave Shang Huayan a blank look. Woohoo! Knock, knock, knock. The war drums and trumpets sounded long and long on this northern part of the Seabay. Sad and bleak. Chapter 9, Congenital Martial Artist. Knock, knock, knock. From the city walls came the heavy sound of drums. The heavens and the earth were filled with an aura of solemnity, and even the clouds in the sky were gloomy. General, the Xiongnu army is afraid of a strong attack. An advantageous general spoke with a grave expression. Yang Yi looked indifferent. No harm done, this Anning Pass. With me here, the Huns want to break through. For a while they can't do it. Transfer 2 more battalions of soldiers up to defend the city. Yang Yi gave the order. Yes. A benefactor clasped his fists, then turned around and went to pass the order to transfer 2 battalions of soldiers up to the city wall to defend the city. 1 battalion of 2,000 men, Yang Yi directly transferred 2 battalions of 4,000 men up, plus 2 more battalions of over 2,000 men on the walls. The soldiers defending the city increased to over 6,000. Half of those 2 battalions have been killed in battle. 6,000 men to guard the city was enough. Any more men would not be able to exert themselves on the walls, and it was not necessary to send too many up. Anyway, as the defending side, it had the natural advantage of being able to move a steady stream of troops up from the back. Old brother Huayan, be careful and survive. When the battle is over, I'll treat you to a flowery drink at the Ichuan building in the city. Wang Wu opened his mouth and said, then went forward to continue killing the enemy. Alright, it's a deal, let's go dashing together then. Shang Huayan also said loudly with a smile. Attacking the city wall to come more and more enemies, Shang Huayan watched where the upcoming Han enemy army more rushed to where, completely do not want to kill the charge. Blood Fury blade technique in his hands, playing a tiger, weak Han enemy troops simply cannot block him a knife. 1, 2, 3. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Shang Huayan killed as he did so, and he mumbled in his heart. Now his strength was comparable to that of an early-stage martial artist, and the Han enemy troops in the martial apprentice realm were constantly decimated by him. He was like a bloodthirsty god of war, and his battle robes had been dyed red with the blood of his enemies. Just as he was killing with vigor, he suddenly felt several powerful auras attacking him, causing his heart to tremble. Only to see that from the Han army under the city wall, 5 stout figures leapt up and landed on the city wall. In their bodies, their breath surged, their true essence surged, and their true chi exuded. With a palm strike, the true chi was like a wave, directly sending a dozen soldiers flying. With just a slap in the air, the dozen or so soldiers flew backwards to the ground, covered in blood, without a single survivor. In a matter of moments, those 5 strong men of the Huns killed hundreds of defenders, and a small section of the city wall was killed by them into an open area. Luckily, Sheng Huayan was far away, or else he would have to die even if a palm came down. No wonder Wang Wu told him to be careful. A truly strong person ascending the city could slap a piece of it to death. Good guts, daring to massacre my Wei soldiers. King Zhuxian seems to be in a hurry to break the city, to the point of sending 5 innate martial artists to attack the city. Make a move, or the ordinary soldiers on the city walls will soon be killed by them. On the citadel, the same 5 general-like men appeared, leaping down from the citadel, jumping onto the city wall and blocking the 5 Huns. Xiongnu dog thief, show to show off. A bearded benefactor general shouted out a rebuke. Wei dogs, I thought you guys wouldn't dare to come out to meet the battle, ha? A Xiongnu powerhouse laughed out loud. Kill them, seize the city walls, and let the army enter the pass. Another Hun innate powerhouse spoke. Kill. Kill them. Boom. In an instant, the 10 people battled together, their true chi bulging, and the pressure all made ordinary soldiers not dare to approach. That piece of the city wall had become a battlefield for all 10 men. From a long distance away, Sheng Huayan felt a strong pressure. Phew, is this a martial arts powerhouse? He wasn't scared, instead he was a little excited and thrilled. Such a strong man was what he aspired to. Soon, the kill value grew to 60 points again. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, martial apprentice great perfection plus. Technique, Manhwa strength small success, bloodshed blade technique small success. Strength, 1,500 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 60. Glancing at the golden curtain of light, the cultivation level could be raised again. Sheng Huayan's heart was filled with excitement. It looked like he would be able to break through to the martial artist realm today. Looking at the Hun army that kept pouring in to attack the city, Sheng Huayan didn't hesitate to add points to raise his cultivation. On this battlefield, the stronger the strength, the greater the chance of surviving. Those with low strength are cannon fodder and are pretty much dead. With a single keystroke, a powerful force flowed through his entire body, constantly washing and hammering his physique's bones. Sheng Huayan also felt the majestic power within him, constantly strengthening his flesh and blood skin. The aura on his body, elevated by a large margin, and his strength once again changed drastically. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, martial apprentice limit. Technique, Manhwa strength small success, bloodshed blade technique small success. Strength, 2,000 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 20. After looking at the screen, Sheng Huayan was dumbfounded. What the hell was the martial apprentice limit? Isn't the division of the martial Dao, isn't each realm several sub-realms of initial, intermediate, late and grand completion? Having consumed 40 kill values, it was surprising that it was the martial apprentice limit. He thought it would be consuming 60 points of kill value to break through to the martial realm. But it was good, the strength had increased by 500 pounds to 2,000 pounds. His strength had once again been boosted, and although he had not produced martial true essence in his body, his strength would not be any weaker than that of a martial cultivator in the middle martial realm. After getting a breakthrough in strength, Sheng Huayan continued to kill in all directions, but intentionally avoided the battlefield where those 10 powerful people were fighting. That section of the wall all became a vacuum, both the defenders and the Hun army, all avoided from afar, not daring to approach. A random piece of engaged true chi could easily decimate a martial artist, who would be too fatal to actively come forward. After his strength had increased greatly, in a moment's time, Sheng Huayan had decimated a dozen or so Hun soldiers who had rushed up to the city wall. Stop! A loud shout rang out from behind Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan turned around and saw a big Hun man with a round waist and a strong body, staring at him angrily. Giggle! Sheng Huayan's hand rose up and killed an early-stage martial apprentice Hun enemy with a single slash. Labor told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The strong Hun man looked at Sheng Huayan with a gloomy gaze, his face filled with killing intent. Hear that, I'll stop when you tell me to stop? Foolish. Sheng Huayan wiped the blood-stained knife with his robe and said indifferently. Are all these Huns stupid 13? How dare they tell him to stop on the battlefield? See death. Tiny martial apprentice, I'll chop off your Wei dog's head. The big Hun man came slashing in with a great sword raised. Sheng Huayan directly used the bloodshed blade technique against the enemy and cut down the big man to the ground in 3 moves. You, how could you be so strong? The big Hun man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was an early-stage martial artist, a centurion in the Hun army, but he was cut down to the ground by a martial apprentice. Tiny martial artist, ridiculous, is a martial artist strong? You're the second Hun martial artist I've killed. Sheng Huayan chopped off his opponent's head with a single slash. The kill value increased by 5 points directly. Killing a Hun enemy soldier at the early martial artist stage gained 5 points of kill value. It's true, the stronger the strength, the more kill value you harvest. Shang Huayan muttered. But on the battlefield, after all, there were more breakthrough soldiers, and they were quicker to kill. Did this kid take the 10 perfection pill? Strength is growing so fast. Wang Wu, who was not far away, couldn't help but smack his lips when he noticed that Shang Huayan had actually killed another early-stage martial artist Hun enemy. It's only been a short while, and a body of strength is close to catching up with him. Could it be that there really are martial arts demons in this world? Inside, Wang Wu was very unsettled. Shang Huayan was like a fierce tiger slaying a god and quickly cut down more than 20 Hun enemy soldiers and came to Wang Wu's side. Brother Wang, those 5 strong Huns and the 5 generals, what are their cultivation levels? Shang Huayan opened his mouth to inquire. Innate martial artist. Wang Wu killed a Hun soldier with a slash before speaking. Innate martial artist? Shang Huayan's eyes were filled with yearning. He also had to grow up quickly and become an innate martial artist. Shang Huayan was, in his heart, secretly determined. Chapter 10. Stay away from there, a strand of true chi from an innate martial artist can decimate us. Wang Wu opened his mouth. I'm not a cutie. The head iron goes up to the top. Shang Huayan blanked Wang Wu. Cut the crap and hurry up to kill the enemy. This damn Hun bandits are getting more and more numerous. Wang Wu raised his sword and slashed at a Hun enemy. This would come as more and more of the Hun enemy climbed the walls. The 2 battalions of 4,000 troops that had been transferred up also rushed to the city walls, and only then did they barely manage to suppress the Hun army. Seeing that he could not attack for a long time, King Zhuxian sent another 5,000 troops to attack the city. Send another guard of generals to participate in the attack on the city, and give me a ruthless effort to consume the living forces of the Anning defenders. King Zhuxian instructed the following generals. Yes. The crier passed out the king's order again, and an army of 5,000 Huns, coming out of the camp, began to charge, pouring toward the walled pass. Woohoo! The charging horn of the Huns' army resounded through the sky. Tens of thousands of Huns pressed in and kept climbing up the walls. At the moment, Shang Huayan were facing a siege of more than 20 Hun soldiers. It was really because he was too ferocious. In no time, he had decapitated a dozen or so Hun enemy soldiers, and his performance was too conspicuous, so naturally, he would suffer from focused attention. Kill. A centurion of the Hun army led the way and surrounded Shang Huayan. The battle had come to a head, and he was in a bitter fight. Wang Wu saw Shang Huayan being besieged, and after decapitating his opponent, he rushed over to help Shang Huayan out of the siege. Brother Huayan, don't be afraid, brother is here to save you. However, before Wang Wu could rush to Shang Huayan, he was entangled by the Hun army that surrounded him. Shang Huayan saw that Wang Wu was also surrounded, but he was relieved. Why did this person always think of coming to steal his head? The bloodshed blade technique was made impervious by Shang Huayan, and the Hun enemy soldiers surrounding him kept falling, unable to get close to him at all. The centurion of the Hun enemy army was also at the early stage of martial arts cultivation, and could not help Shang Huayan at all. Killing became the color of the battlefield, and blood dyed the color red. With a move of teasing sword-chopping sparrow, Shang Huayan decapitated that Hun centurion, and the whole man was split in half by him from the bottom to the top. A number of Hun soldiers were seen to be cowed. This was the first time they had seen this kind of death. Slashing that centurion to death, the rest of the Hun soldiers that surrounded him were quickly decimated by him. The war continued until evening, and the Hun army still failed to capture the city walls. Knock, knock, knock. In the Hun army, the sound of drums sounding golden retreat was heard, and the Hun soldiers who failed to attack the city wall retreated like a tidal wave. Those 5 Hun innate powerhouses couldn't help the 5 benefactor generals of the Anning Pass garrison, and could only retreat, and the Hun soldiers on the city wall who couldn't retreat in time were beheaded by the garrison. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, blood flowing in rivers of scarlet. There were only about 3,000 defenders who could still stand on the city walls at this moment. The Hun army attacked the city with more than 10,000 men, and those who eventually retreated back were less than 4,000 men. Shang Huayan was pestle and mortar with his sword at the moment, gasping for breath. He was also exhausted from the fight from noon until now, and his body was bleeding from a dozen wounds. It's a good thing the injuries aren't serious enough to kill you. The Hun enemy army has retreated. A general suddenly laughed out loud, but his face was filled with tears. The 4 battalions of 8,000 men defending the city today, and by now, only about 3,000 soldiers are still standing, so you can imagine how hard it was for them to defend the city. Many soldiers looked at the corpses of their robes and the bodies of the Hun enemy, and their faces were filled with grief. Maybe it'll be them who lie down tomorrow. Generals, there is no need to grieve. Today we won the battle and killed many Hun bandits. None of them attacked the city. They sacrificed their lives in defense of their families and country behind them. They are all heroes. A benefactor appeared on the city wall to pacify the defenders. General, can we really hold the walls? A soldier asked shakily. In one day today, they had 5,000 dead and wounded. At this rate, how many more days could they hold? Definitely can. General Pingbei lives and dies with us, sworn to defend Anning Pass to the death, and will never let the Xiongnu thieves and bandits enter the pass. That benefactor general said with a resolute face. Shang Huayan recognized that general, one of the 5 generals in the defense against the Xiongnu's innate powerhouses. This is General Broken Nu, one of the 5 great benefactor generals of the defense army, a martial artist in the middle stage of innate. Wang Wu stood beside Shang Huayan and whispered. Shang Huayan nodded his head. Beneficial general, a 6th rank official position. To be promoted to beneficial general, the first thing you need is to have your cultivation break through the realm of the martial arts innate. Secondly, there must also be enough military service to be promoted to the rank of aide-de-camp. The beneficent general commanded a regiment of 5,000 men. The garrison of Anning Pass, only 30,000 men in 5 regiments. Now half a month into the battle, there were less than 20,000 soldiers left as the war became more and more intense. The 4 battalions involved in today's battle were withdrawn to their barracks for rest and recuperation. Cleaning up the battlefield, carrying the bodies, and treating the wounded were all done by soldiers from another battalion that had been brought up in exchange. Shang Huayan them, back to the barracks. Body wounds are just simple on some medicine bandage. On Shang Huayan, he was wrapped up like a mummy. Older brother Huayan, you're fighting too hard here. Zhang Dainio couldn't help but say as he looked at Shang Huayan, suffering from a dozen injuries. It's fine, it's not a very serious injury. Shang Huayan waved his hand. They were a team of 10 men, all of whom were wounded, and Li Busan was so badly injured that he was sent to the military doctor's office in the city for treatment. Li Busan, Zhang Dinyo, Wang Wu, and the veteran were injured relatively lightly, so they would be fine with a bandage. The 4 newly added soldiers have been killed in battle. You brat, don't be too brave, be careful of inviting the targeting of powerful Huns. Zhang Dainyu reminded. If it wasn't for the veterans who were around to help Shang Huayan block the strong men in the Han army, Shang Huayan would have been targeted by the strong men in the Han army. Of course, Zhang Dainyu didn't say this out loud. It's fine, I have a hard life, he. Shang Huayan hemmed and hawed. Woohoo! I don't know which camp it was, but the sound of a long Chang flute came out. It's a lovely sound. When they heard the sound of the Chang flute, everyone was silent and quiet. The atmosphere in the barracks was a bit subdued for a while. Inside the barracks of General Yang Yi of Pingbei, several senior generals of the Anning Pass Defense Army were gathered at the moment. General, on the side of the Reject North Pass, is it true that no reinforcements can be sent? Broken Slave General Sun Hao inquired. There are 200,000 Jinbei troops at the Reject North Pass. Could it be that they are not even willing to send over 10,000 or 20,000 reinforcements? Another advantageous general also spoke up. Alas, over at the Reject North Pass, the Xiongnu Grand Monarch is attacking the Reject North Pass with an army of 300,000 Xiongnu. General Pingbei Yang Yi sighed. Xishan Fortress, Xiongnu Right Virtuous King is also leading an army of 100,000 to knock at the gate. How do you expect General Jinbei to send reinforcements? Yang Yi's voice fell, and the 5 benefit generals fell silent. Without reinforcements, how long can the remaining men at Anning Pass hold out? What about the Imperial Army? An advantageous general reluctantly opened his mouth to ask. Yang Yi didn't speak, his gaze looking into the distance. There was a moment of silence from the other 4 benefactors. After a long time, General Yang Yi of Pingbei spoke up. Have someone go inform the counties within the pass and have them send county soldiers to come and support them, and say that it's not easy for them when Anning Pass is broken. Yes, humble servant will go and inform. Sun Hao got up and walked out of the barracks. After sleeping, Shang Huayan checked the light screen. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, martial apprentice limit plus. Technique, Magnia strength, small success, bloodshed blade technique, small success. Strength, 2,000 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 95. The killing value, which grew to 95 points, Magno strength and blood fury blade technique, still didn't have a plus sign behind them. Obviously this point of killing value could not be raised yet. On the contrary, the cultivation level can be raised again. Looking at the cultivation level that could be raised, Shang Huayan didn't hesitate to add points to raise his cultivation level. 60 points of kill value were consumed in an instant. At the same time a powerful force surged into his body, constantly hammering and strengthening it. Every cell was cheering, and the wounds on his body were rapidly healing. At the same time, within his body, a stream of true qi was generated, which was within his dantian and traveled all over his body as his kung fu worked, strengthening his flesh, blood, and bones. That true qi was the true essence of martial arts, and without a sound, he officially stepped into the realm of martial artists. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early martial artist. Technique, manga strength, small success, bloodshed blade technique, small success. Strength, 2,900 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 35. Watching the strength grow to 2,900 pounds, this was already close to the martial grand circle. I can't imagine that this golden finger is so powerful that he has just broken through the martial artist realm, and he is comparable to a martial artist great perfection powerhouse. Perhaps this is the benefit of breaking the limits of a martial apprentice? Shang Huayan thought secretly. He didn't know much about this kind of situation, comparing to the fact that he himself was new to martial arts and hadn't systematically studied to understand it. Totally relies on the gold finger to directly add points for cultivation. If you can't think about it, don't think about it. Anyway, your own strength improvement is real, why do you care so much? At this moment, Shang Huayan felt like there was inexhaustible energy within his body. Right now he felt horribly strong, and he wouldn't have a problem fighting 100 of them. A beautiful, dreamless night's sleep. I got up the next morning, went out for drills, and ate breakfast. Today their battalion is resting, they don't have to fight, rotate the other battalions to take the top. After all, their battalion of 2,000 men had fought until now, and now there weren't even 1,000 left. Woohoo! Knock, knock, knock. Outside the city, the Han army started attacking again. Unfortunately, Shang Huayan and the others were afraid that they wouldn't be assigned to fight today. Otherwise he'd have had to kill 200 enemy Huns today. It's just so terribly strong. Just as everyone was resting, more than 1,000 men came down from above to complete Shang Huayan's battalion of them. At the same time, several Burgmasters were promoted, and Shang Huayan was among them. Shang Huayan stepped forward. Colonel Wu shouted. Shang Huayan froze for a moment, then was pushed out by Wang Wu. Here. Shang Huayan, who was pushed out, replied loudly and said. Colonel Wu looked at Shang Huayan, he didn't remember that under his command, there was such a fierce general awe. But he couldn't say anything about the appointments handed down from above. This is your letter of appointment, from today onwards, you will be the Burgomaster of the 10th team. Colonel Wu spoke. Shang Huayan cannot believe his ears, he counted up, only 2 or 3 days as a soldier this promotion? It also went straight to Burmese chief. It's a proper 3-stage promotion. He didn't even hear what Colonel Wu said afterward, completely immersed in the joy of being promoted to the rank of Burmaster. Chapter 11, Attack on the Camp. In his previous life as a small minion enjoying the blessings of 007, and now leaping to become an uncle chief, how could he not let Shang Huayan rejoice? You should know that in the Wei dynasty, the Bo Chang is a 9th grade military official position, which means that he will no longer be a white body in the future. And in the army, you can command 100 men. Put in the previous life factory enterprises, size is also considered a leader. Shang Huayan has been appointed as the Burmaster of the 10th troop. The Burmaster of the 10th troop was killed in battle yesterday in the defense of the city, and most of the soldiers of the 10th troop were killed in battle as well. It's full now because some new recruits and stalwarts have been added in. Kid, lead these 100 people well, I'm leaving them in your hands. Colonel Wu patted Shang Huayan's shoulder and said. Yes, I will definitely lead them. Shang Huayan nodded. He was still a little excited about his first experience with the lead. Looking at Shang Huayan, Colonel Wu didn't know where Shang Huayan was valued by General Pingbei, and even directly gave him a letter of appointment. In the military, sometimes having military service doesn't always get you promoted. Especially for their border army, the sky was high and the emperor was far away, and many times the appointment of promotion of their men was decided by them. There is no battle in our battalion today, everyone rest well, there is still a battle waiting for us behind us. After saying that, Colonel Wu left. Shang Huayan sized up the soldiers in his squad, and the soldiers in the 10th squad sized up his new master officer. Brothers, you may not have known each other before, but now I'm your uncle leader, my name is Shang Huayan. Everyone remember me, in the future when we charge, I will definitely charge ahead of you and fall in front of you. Shang Huayan opened his mouth and said loudly. The fact that he said this made the soldiers of the 10th team identify with him a little bit. The burgomasters of the same battalion were also sizing up Shang Huayan, and they were naturally curious about this sudden emergence of a man who had become the burgomaster of the 10th team. There were also quite a few people in the battalion who knew Shang Huayan, we all fought together, and would naturally be familiar with each other as they stepped in to help out during the battle. It's him, the kidney-zapping god hand. Someone whispered. Deng Wu looked at Shang Huayan and his face turned green. How did this kidney-stabbing god hand become their uncle chief? It's over, why him? Dunwoody muttered in a low voice. Why, you recognize? Yuan Yong inquired. Can't you not recognize it, kidney-zapping god hand, the one I told you about? Tong Wu said. That's him? It doesn't look like it. Yuan Yong looked at Shang Huayan incredulously. 17 or 18 years old, with a clean face, he looked like a scholar. Unlike? That's because you haven't seen how fierce he looks on the battlefield, zapping the enemy without blinking an eye. Dang Wu said with a gulp. What are you two muttering about? Shang Huayan saw someone in the crowd muttering, and one of them looked a bit familiar. No, it's nothing, Uncle Chief. Dang Wu hurriedly replied. Nothing is good. Shang Huayan nodded his head. He thought, this was a problem with him being the Uncle Chief, it was good that he didn't have one. Alright, everyone dismissed, rested and ready for battle. Shang Huayan disbanded his group of soldiers. New battle armor, sabers, battle robes, and waistplates were also issued, and he was transformed into a junior officer. Changing into his new battle armor, donning his battle robe, and carrying his battle sword on his waist, his temperament, too, was instantly raised by a large margin. The whole thing became majestic. Find the veterans and them. Uncle, I came to see you guys. Shang Huayan spoke. You're afraid you're not here to show off? Oh. Zhang Daniu saw Shang Huayan and opened his mouth with a smile. How could I? You misunderstood me, brother Zhang. Am I that kind of person? Shang Huayan opened his mouth. You're just like that. Wang Wu said sourly. He had enough battle merit and enough cultivation, but he didn't get promoted to be a burmaster. He couldn't even get promoted to pawn commander, and now he's still a big-headed soldier. I don't know Shang Huayan, this kid, what kind of luck, like hanging, only enlisted in the army for 3 or 4 days, but even promoted to the chief of uncle. If he hadn't known that Shang Huayan was a strong man captured from the city a few days ago, he would have thought that it was the son of that worldly family who had come down to practice. This rate of promotion is simply terrifying, almost equivalent to 1 level a day. Why do I smell a sour odor, brother Zhang? Do you smell it? Shang Huayan said with a smile. Alright, don't be poor. Since the above promoted you to be a burmaster, you should lead the soldiers well. It's not easy to get promoted. Also, now go back and get a good night's sleep. The veteran opened his mouth and said. It's not even noon yet, what's the point of going back to sleep? Shang Huayan was completely puzzled. Just listen to the veteran, now go back and get a good night's sleep. Li Busi, who was at the side, said with deep meaning in his eyes. The veterans of this squad also made up. Shang Huayan was transferred to the 10th team as the chief of the uncle. Li Busan was seriously injured in the medical treatment and convalescence. 6 new faces have been added. Get lost, don't hang around in front of my eyes, I'm annoyed when I see you now. Wang Wu said without a good mood. You are envious and jealous. Shang Huayan intentionally revealed the Bo Chang waistplate. Watch out for me to hammer you to death. Wang Wu pretended to be angry. Shang Huayan went back, and the veteran told him to go back and rest, although he said that the veteran didn't say why, but Shang Huayan still did as he was told. Now he had been assigned a barracks all by himself, not a big one, but he didn't have to squeeze into a bunk with the others, and it was right next door to the 10th team barracks. Outside the city, the Xiongnu army was still launching attacks, and there were constant killings on the city walls. Today the Han army attacked the city and sent tens of thousands more to reinforce the attack. What is the concept of tens of thousands of people that can only be described as densely packed with people? 10,000 people make a forest, not just talk. Until dusk, the Han army still had not been able to take down the city walls. After sleeping from noon until evening, Shang Huayan woke up, stretched a little, and realized that the Huns had just finished attacking the city. After spending another day with the setting sun shining on his face, Shang Huayan already felt a hint of coolness in the northern part of the city. In his previous life, he longed for jingoism to come like a dream, and now that he had already been fighting on the battlefield for 2 or 3 days, Shang Huayan felt that it was all a bit unreal. Looking at the white and slender palms, who would have thought that these hands had already decimated a couple hundred people? But Shang Huayan Shang Bo Chang. A messenger soldier ran over and spoke out to pull Shang Huayan back from his daze. Why, there's military business. Shang Huayan said with a nod. The school captain has sent an order for you to come over. After the summoning soldier finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Before Shang Huayan could ask what was going on. Receiving the military order, Shang Huayan headed towards Colonel Wu's tent. When he came to the tent, there were already about 10 or so Burmese chiefs here. Colonel Wu was seated on the main seat, and the 2 men sitting on the first right and left were the 2 military lieutenants, captains of thousands of their battalion. 1,000 men are under the command of 1,000 captains, and 2 captains are provided for a battalion. Shang Huayan looked around and casually found a seat by the door and sat down. Looking at the silence of everyone, Shang Huayan didn't know what was the matter. Soon, all 20 burghers of the 7th Battalion of the Anning Pass garrison arrived. It was only then that Colonel Wu spoke slowly. I'm sure some of you have already guessed the reason for calling you here. General Ping Bei gave the task of attacking the battalion, a task that fell to our battalion. Many of the burgomaster's faces changed when they heard the order to attack the camp. When Sheng Huayan heard this, he came back to his senses. No wonder when he came in just now, some of the uncle chiefs had a gloomy face. A camp raid, as the name implies, is an attack on an enemy camp at night. It's a 9-death mission, relatively speaking. You should know that there are still more than 70,000 people in the Hun camp outside the pass, to say the least. It didn't take much thought to guess what the consequences would be if one of their battalions, 2,000 men, stormed into the enemy camp. At the same time, during the day, he knew why the veteran had told him to go back to rest. Since that time, the veteran had guessed. Now, you have been summoned here to give orders for a mission, and when you return, you will gather the teams together, go out through the south gate, and go around behind the Hun camp, and burn and kill and disrupt it as much as possible, slowing down their daytime attack on the city, and buying time for the defense of the city. Do you hear me? Colonel Wu finished and looked at the group of Borong leaders and asked loudly. Understood. The crowd of burghers replied. Good, go gather the army now, and of course, I will join you. Colonel Wu said. Sheng Huayan and the others received the order and returned to the barracks, gathering the soldiers. Assemble, there are military orders. Sheng Huayan yelled as he looked at the soldiers. Hearing Sheng Huayan say that there was a military order, the soldiers of the 10th team quickly assembled. Once the military order is issued, those who delay the order will be beheaded. What are the military orders, Uncle Chief? One of the pawn captains in the ranks inquired as the army assembled and stood at attention. Inside a team, there are 2 pawn captains, each in charge of 5/10 of 50 men. A pawn is a squadron, a TSH is a squad, and a bob is a brigade. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, now is not the time to convey military orders, just follow me. Sheng Huayan glanced at the pawn commander and said indifferently. If Sheng Huayan didn't say anything, they couldn't pursue the matter any further. Sheng Huayan was only the burmaster of this team, their superior officer. Taking the army with him, he quickly came to Colonel Wu's tent while the night was still young. The rest of the burghers, too, rallied. Colonel Wu stood with the 2 soldier lieutenants and watched the soldiers arrive before simply speaking faintly. Depart! Colonel Wu himself led the way, and under the cover of night, the army of 2,000 men went out quietly through the south gate. By this time, there were quite a few veterans who had probably guessed what the army was being assembled for in the middle of the night. Only the new recruits and those just replenished don't know what they're going for yet. After leaving the southern city gate, it took an hour and a half to get over the mountains and out of the pass through the paths and over the mountains. It took another half hour of walking to get around to the back of the Han army camp. Captain Tu Bing, take 1 band of 500 men and attack from the left. Captain Li Bing, you take 500 men and attack from the right, and I will take 1,000 men and attack from behind the Han army. Yes. The 2 soldier lieutenants answered. It's now Z hour, launch the attack at CIN hour sharp and attack the enemy camp, do you all understand? Colonel Wu said. Understood. The 2 soldier lieutenants and a group of burghers replied in a low voice. Alright, let's go. Lieutenant Li Bing led 5 bob teams toward the right side of the Han army, Sheng Huayan and his team among them. When he came to the right side of the Hun's barracks, he could see the fires in the Hun's army barracks from afar. After approaching 500 meters, the group stopped, and in the light of the fire, Hun soldiers patrolling at night could be seen. The moon was shrouded in clouds, and visibility at night, at the moment, wasn't far off. Lord Bing Lieutenant, shall we launch a sneak attack here later? Sheng Huayan came to Soldier Captain Li's side and inquired in a low voice. Lieutenant Li Bing saw that it was Sheng Huayan, and knew that Sheng Huayan was one of the bob longs that the top was looking to promote. Then he spoke, what's your opinion? At this distance, when we charge later, the movement will be too big, it's easy to startle the Han army. My subordinate thought, why don't we touch it to 100 meters, when we charge later, it will be much easier, so that it won't be easy to startle the Han army either. Sheng Huayan said. You brats speak lightly, is it that easy to get close to the enemy camp for 100 meters? Don't spoil the plan of attacking the camp at that time, beware that you and I won't be able to keep our heads. Captain Li Bing opened his mouth and said. Lord Bing Lieutenant, I have a way to feel my way into the enemy for 100 meters and guarantee that I won't be discovered. Sheng Huayan said. Seeing the enemies, he was now thinking about how to kill more of them so that he could obtain the kill value to raise his cultivation level. You? Lieutenant Li Bing looked at Sheng Huayan and was a bit unconvinced by what Sheng Huayan said. I dare to make a military order that if I fail to complete the mission, I will carry my head. Sheng Huayan said with conviction. This kind of knight are afraid to approach the enemy army 100 meters, but also play what night attack on the enemy camp. Chapter 12, Godspeed, making a splash in the enemy's camp. Good, since you dared to make a military order, you will now take your bob of soldiers and approach the enemy camp 100 meters forward. Seeing that Sheng Huayan was so determined, Lieutenant Li Bing didn't say anything and directly agreed to Sheng Huayan's request. He wanted to see what this person who could be favored by General Ping Bei was capable of. With his purpose accomplished, Shang Huayan returned and gathered his group of soldiers. Come with me, feel closer to the front, and open the way for the army to attack later. Shang Huayan said to the soldiers. Bo Chang, at this distance, if we move forward, we'll easily be discovered by the enemy. Tang Yunshan spoke up. Just follow me, I have a way to keep you guys out of sight. Shang Huayan said. He realized that the armies of this world couldn't even crawl forward, couldn't even play sneak attack. Tang Yunshan opened his mouth, wanting to persuade that it was a death sentence, but seeing that Shang Huayan had given the military order, any more words would be useless. Everyone follow me, you do what I do, and don't make a single sound. Wyvern spoke. Is it possible for 2 pawn captains and a group of sheriffs to belly up in their minds and not make a little noise? Shang Huayan fought against his body, advancing at a cat's back, and the soldiers behind him followed his example. After 50 meters of catwalking, Shang Huayan slumped to the ground. All get down and follow me. When the soldiers saw Shang Huayan lying on the ground, they all could only follow suit and lie on the ground one after another. Once on the ground, Shang Huayan slowly crept forward in order not to make a loud noise. Watching Shang Huayan slowly squirm like a maggot, Tang Yunshan and the others followed suit and slowly crawled on the ground. The soldiers behind them followed suit, following suit and crawling slowly on the ground. The good thing is that the ground is all sandy. Climb up the body of the iron armor. Friction issued a very light sound, and climb slowly. Watching Shang Huayan and the others disappear into the night, Lieutenant Li Bing also had a few moments of curiosity. This guy, how did he disappear with his team? Half an hour later, there was still no sign of movement, and an uncle couldn't help but open his mouth and say, Soldier Lieutenant Sama, this guy wouldn't have escaped with his team, would he? Shut up. Lieutenant Li Bing looked at that Bo Chang. If not for the fact that this was a special time, he would have slapped the other party a few times. You don't look forward to the good ones, you're good at stirring up trouble. Being glared at by Lieutenant Li Bing, that Uncle Chief shrunk his head and stopped speaking. Time passed and the night grew darker. In the Han army, the soldiers on patrol, their vigilance was slowly decreasing. An hour later, Shang Huayan led his soldiers and climbed to a distance of 100 meters close to the Han army camp. A short distance of 400 meters, Shang Huayan and 100 soldiers, hard to climb an hour. 1. They were wearing battle armor, and 2. These soldiers, for the first time, were inexperienced in crawling and creeping. Shang Huayan was afraid of climbing fast and making loud noises, so he climbed especially slowly. What hour is it now? Shang Huayan inquired towards Tang Yunshan behind him. It's now 6/4 of an hour from ugly time, and there are still 2/4 of an hour until Chen time. Tang Yunshan replied. Shang Huayan nodded. There were still 2/4 of an hour to go before Chen hour. That meant there were still 30 minutes to go. A quarter of an hour is 15 minutes, and the cot, 3 o'clock in the morning. This is the time of day when people are most likely to be sleepy and the best time to launch a night attack. All get ready and charge with me later. Shang Huayan ordered. Yes, Uncle Chief. Tang Yunshan and Haide agreed, the two being the pawn leaders in the group. After charging into the enemy camp, Haide, you take a pawn of soldiers and set fire to the enemy camp. Tang Yunshan, you take a pawn of soldiers and decimate the enemies that are surrounding you. Do you understand? Shang Huayan continued to command in a low voice. Understood. As the seconds ticked by and the time for the attack on the camp drew nearer and nearer, the fighters inevitably became nervous. Snap! 100 meters away, the sound of burning firewood could be faintly heard from the Hun's barracks. By this point in time, the fires in the Hun army, too, were gradually weakening. The moon tonight, hidden in the clouds, and the winds of the Serbian north, whistling as if God was helping them. Bo Chang, the time is almost up. Tang Yunshan opened his mouth to remind him. Shang Huayan removed the bow and arrows carried on his back and directly strung his bow. Archers, get ready, give me a quick shot at the patrolling soldiers. Shang Huayan said as he half-crouched up. The archers in the group, too, half-crouched and strung their bows. Shoot me. Shang Huayan shot an arrow and directly saw the Hun patrol soldier. Whoosh! 10 arrow feathers flew out and killed 7 Hun enemy soldiers. Enemy attack. The 2 remaining Hun soldiers, looking at the fallen soldiers, had the idea pop into their minds and were about to shout. Whoosh! Shang Huayan directly shot 2 arrow feathers at once, killing the remaining 2 Hun soldiers. Generals, charge with me. Shang Huayan stood up and charged. The other soldiers also climbed up and drew their swords to follow Shang Huayan's charge. 100 meters away, in less than 10 seconds, Shang Huayan and the others rushed into the enemy camp. By the time another group of patrolling Hun soldiers heard the sound and reacted, Shang Huayan and the others had already rushed up. Brothers, kill with me. Shang Huayan quickly strung his bow and drew his arrows, and there were constantly charging enemies falling under his arrows. Tang Yunshan also rushed up with 50 soldiers and decimated the Hun enemy. Haide took 50 soldiers, lit torches, and just started setting fire to the Hun army tents. Soldier captain, look! From the time the commotion was made until Shang Huayan and the others rushed into the enemy camp, it was only 10 seconds. Captain Li Bing, who had been paying attention, was surprised throughout. This attack on the camp was also too fast, not to mention the Hun enemy army, they did not react. Watching that the enemy camp had been set ablaze, Captain Li Bing came back to his senses. Brothers, charge with me and kill the Hun enemy. Only then did Captain Li Bing yell and climb up to charge. Shang Huayan quickly finished shooting the 30 arrow feathers before he drew his battle sword and rushed forward to cut down the Hun enemy army. The Hun soldiers in the surrounding tents, awakened by the commotion, hurried out to meet the battle. Shang Huayan went ahead of his horse and charged forward, constantly decapitating the Hun soldiers who stood in his way. Haide led his soldiers to keep lighting the tents on fire, and some of the Hun soldiers who slept deeply were burned alive. Many Hun soldiers were confused at the moment, who would have thought that the Yanning Pass garrison would send out soldiers to attack the camp at this time. By the time Captain Li Bing rushed into the enemy camp with his soldiers, the enemy camp was already in flames. Out of the water, out of the water. Put out the fire quickly. Enemies, there are enemies attacking the camp, stop them. The Hun enemy camp was in disarray, putting out fires searching for the enemy, confused and not knowing what to do. Part of the men go help set the fire, and part of the men follow me to kill. Captain Li Bing shouted. This time Shang Huayan, who had rushed into the enemy camp, was still rushing deeper into the enemy camp. Shang Huayan, on their side, attacked the Hun enemy camp. The Lieutenant of Slaughter on the left and the Lieutenant of Wu in the rear of the Hun army also launched an attack on the camp at sea. Don't get attached to the battle, don't stay, charge with me. Shang Huayan shouted. More and more Hun soldiers were awakened. Damn Wei people, how dare they attack the camp, kill them for me. One of the Xiongnu army's 1,000 husbandmen roared in anger. Quickly surround them and cut down these Wei people, we can't let them attack the camp while they are at it. The Huns shouted, looking at the burning fire, very anxious. There were constantly Hun soldiers coming up to surround them. If they stayed and fought, this was a big Hun camp, and the Hun army could trample them to death. The only way is to keep charging forward and disorganize the enemy camp. The Xiongnu right side of the camp was ablaze with fire, fueled by the wind. On the walls of Ning Pass, the defenders saw the fire in the distance outside the city. There's a fire, the Hun camp is on fire. The lieutenant who was guarding the city this night rushed to the citadel to embrace it. General, there's a fire. The Hun enemy camp is on fire. General Sun Hao of Broken New laughed and said, I saw it, ha, they made it, quickly open the city gates and let the cavalry charge. Yes, General. The lieutenant rushed off to order the opening of the city gates. The Ning cavalry, which had been waiting to gather, charged towards the city as soon as the gates were opened. The Yanning cavalry, only 2,000 strong, was killed by General Zhao Yong'an, the breaking general who led the army. Shang Huayan, at this moment, with his team, went forward and kept charging and setting fires, turning the right area of the Hun camp upside down. What's going on? With such a big commotion, the left Sage King of the Center Army was awakened, and at this moment he inquired angrily. Back to Lord Zhuo Xianwang, the Wei army took advantage of the night to attack the camp. A Hun general was in a cold sweat. Damn it, don't you guys even have this much vigilance? Surprisingly, you let the Wei attack the camp. King Zhuo Xian was enraged. Inside the army tent, a group of generals of the Hun army, the atmosphere did not dare to come out. Who would have thought that the treacherous Wei would attack the camp at this time tonight? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and send troops to me and kill all the Wei people who attack the camp. King Zhuo Xian roared. Yes. The generals in the army tent hurriedly withdrew, vowing to cut down all the Wei who would attack the camp. Dun 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 dun. The sound of horses' hooves came, breaking the clamor of the dark night. What's that noise? Idiot, can't even hear the hoofbeats, the Wei cavalry is coming. The Hun soldiers panicked and many of them were disorganized. Brothers, follow me and kill your way out. Shang Huayan was still charging ahead. The Hun soldiers who stood in the way were all cut down by him. His robes and battle armor had been stained red with blood, and the soldiers he led had been charging after him, charging wherever he went and putting fire wherever he went. The speed was too fast for the Hun soldiers to form up and circle them. The fire lit Hun camp, those who put out the fire, those who were burned by the fire, and those who were trampled to death by the chaos. In a word, it was a mess, and in some places there was confusion and chaos. The firelight is in the sky, the smoke is rolling, the right camp was Shang Huayan them, and made a mess. Help me, help me. Ah. It hurts, help me, I don't want to die. The Hun soldiers, burned by the fire, screamed and ran toward those around them for help. Lieutenant Li Bing, with 400 men, charged after Shang Huayan and the others, and as he rushed, he did not know in which direction Shang Huayan and the others had rushed. Chapter 13, Burning Grain and Driving Sheep, Fleeing and Scattering. The attack on the Hun's left camp and the rear camp by Captain Tu Bing and Captain Wu and the others did not go as smoothly as Shang Huayan's side. The charge was spotted by a Hun patrol and alerted the Hun soldiers. Charging into the enemy camp lost some of his soldiers and encountered a number of Hun soldiers who surrounded and blocked him. Although the attack on the camp was successful, the commotion made was not as big as Shang Huayan and their side. Bo Chang, I realized that this site seems to be a Hun material dump. In the midst of the chaos, a soldier ran up and said to Shang Huayan, "Lead the way ahead." Once Shang Huayan heard that it was a storage point for the Hun army supplies, he instantly changed direction. If we can destroy the supplies of the Hun army, let's see what the Hun army will take to attack the city without food. Brothers, stay close to me and charge this way. Shang Huayan shouted. Along the way, some of the soldiers were killed in battle, some of them ran away, and those who would follow him, there were still about 70 men. Dashing to the area where the lead soldier said the supplies were stacked, Shang Huayan entered inside a tent and saw that it was all food. Inside some of the tents were sheep brought in. "Burn it for me, Haide, take all the men and burn it all for me. The others come with me to block the Hun enemy." Shang Huayan quickly commanded. Shang Huayan led the men to block the Hun army. He rushed ahead alone, his bloodshed blade was as fast as a shadow. Hun soldiers who weren't martial artists wouldn't be able to block one of his slashes. Haide led the soldiers and kept lighting the fire, setting one tent on fire. Seeing the flames, the captive sheep also began to panic. "Ba! Ba, drink. Open the sheep pen and drive the sheep away." Haide immediately shouted. A few soldiers came forward, opened the sheepfold, and torches were thrown into the sheepfold, and the sheep in the sheepfold were frightened and ran out, scattering in all directions. Thousands and thousands of sheep, rushing towards the Hun camp, making the Hun camp even more chaotic. The Hun soldiers saw that Shang Huayan and the others were setting fire to their supplies and kept rushing to stop them. You should know that the Huns were short of supplies, otherwise they wouldn't have rushed south to invade the Wei dynasty before winter to seize the winter supplies. One tent after another where supplies were piled up was set on fire, and looking at the ignited supplies, the Hun soldiers could not wait to kill Shang Huayan and the rest of them by 1,000 cuts. Facing more and more Hun soldiers, Shang Huayan and the others could only kill and retreat. The wind held the fire, and it soon burned to a crisp, and looking at a large area of ignited supplies of food, the hearts of the Hun soldiers were dripping blood. "Everyone, run with me!" Shang Huayan hurriedly shouted as he saw more and more Hun soldiers surrounding him. When the soldiers heard his words, they hurriedly ran after Shang Huayan. Along the way they ran and killed and set fires, and had long since lost track of where they were going. Colonel Wu and Captain Tu Bing also led their soldiers to charge around the Hun camp, not daring to stop at all, as a steady stream of Hun soldiers surrounded them. "If you don't run again, once you are surrounded, the end will be one word, death." Tonight it seemed that the gods were helping them, the north wind was getting stronger, and the Hun army was all in military tents, which burned very quickly. The large Hun military camp was in chaos. "Damn it! The Wei deserve to die, I'm going to break them into pieces. Put out the fire quickly. Rescue the food. Water, get water. Kill the Wei, we can't let them escape." On this side, General Zhao Yong'an, the breaking general, led 2,000 in Ning cavalry and quickly charged into the Xiongnu camp. This would be the middle of the night, the Hun camp was attacked and in chaos, facing the Ning cavalry, it was difficult for the Hun side to organize their cavalry to resist. "Generals, follow me to kill the Xiongnu enemy." Zhao Yangan led the cavalry and charged into the Xiongnu's right camp. This side was the most chaotic, with fires and staggering shadows everywhere, and no army could be organized to resist. The cavalry rushed into the enemy camp and cut down the Hun soldiers when they saw them. Opposite the cavalry, the Hun soldiers now only had room to be cut down. "Run away! Mom, I want to go home. The great shaman, God bless your people." With the addition of cavalry, the soldiers in the Hun camp on the right could only be reduced to lambs for slaughter. Looking at the chaotic camp, those generals of the Hun army were all numb and clawed one by one. Now there was a huge mess, even the soldiers were having a hard time organizing themselves, the camp was a mess, left, right and behind, there were fires, there was a huge battle going on. The whole situation, so chaotic that it was difficult to convey the military orders. Except for the front and center armies, the entire camp seemed to be filled with enemies. The flocks of the Hun army, the war horses, frightened by the fire, were restless and appeared to run amok. A captain of 1,000 soldiers, with thousands of soldiers, chased closely behind Shang Huayan and the others. That 1,000 husbandmen couldn't wait to eat Shang Huayan's flesh and blood. It's this stirrer that's been rushing around the camp and setting fires everywhere, making the camp a chaotic mess now. Piles of supplies, sheep, war horses, etc. were burned and fled, and the loss is simply incalculable. The Han army was chasing tightly behind them, and Shang Huayan rushed to the front. "Follow me closely if you want to live, don't fall behind," Shang Huayan shouted. Now that the attack on the camp was successful, the Han enemy troops that reacted naturally tried to surround and kill the Yanning defenders who attacked the camp. A chaotic camp. Shang Huayan was lucky that they didn't encounter many Han soldiers at all in front of them. Any Han soldiers that got in the way were decimated by Shang Huayan's soldiers led by him. A charge was made, ever forward, and the night was dark when they rushed out of the camp. Shang Huayan, who couldn't tell the direction, ran in one direction with his army. The goal now is to survive and get away from your pursuers. Anyway, the order from above to attack the camp they have already completed, inside the military order, and it does not say that they have to fight to the death with the Xiongnu army. Attacking a camp is supposed to be about getting it and running. Centurion, we can't continue chasing, we need to hurry back to put out the fire. A centurion of the Han army opened his mouth and reminded. Watching the flames in the rear camp, the 1,000 manager could only watch Shang Huayan and the others disappear into the night with resignation. The Ning cavalry, led by Zhao Yong'an, charged twice in the right camp and retreated away. There were experts in the Han army, and with this amount of cavalry they were unable to break up the Han camp. If a strong Zhongshu master in the Han army made a move and cut off their retreat, he himself could run away, but these 2,000 cavalrymen would have to be folded here. Therefore, Zhao Yong'an took advantage of the situation and ran away, not giving the strongest of the Han army a chance at all. The Ning army that had attacked the camp also began to rush outside the camp in droves, preparing to flee. Shang Huayan took his men and ran out 20 miles in one breath before stopping. Burning and fighting all the way and running away, everyone was out of breath when they stopped. "Who? All stop and rest for a while," Shang Huayan said with a ragged breath. "Ah, cool." Although Tang Yunshan was so tired that he couldn't straighten his back, he still laughed openly. This battle was too good for them. Guarding the city and being passively beaten was simply suffocating. This attack on the camp was successful. Not only did it kill many enemies, but also burned down a lot of Xiongnu's camp materials, and ruthlessly dealt a blow to the arrogance of Xiongnu's army. Not bad, this battle, it was too good to be true, Haidai also said with a smile. Not to mention other things, just the success of the attack on the camp alone, they would be in possession of a great merit. Take a head count and see how many people are left. Shang Huayan spoke. Tang Yunshan quickly counted the number of people, and after doing so, he opened his mouth and said, 53 people. Half of 100 men were lost in a camp raid. It was still the reason why their assault on the camp was more successful and there was less resistance along the way. I don't know how the others are doing. Shang Huayan sighed. 2,000 men attacked the camp, and it was not clear how many would return unharmed. Tang Yunshan and Haidai were silent, the former robes, and I don't know, I can still see a few more. War is this cruel, one moment alive, the next moment dead on the battlefield. By the way, do you guys still know the direction to go back? After resting for a while, Shang Huayan opened his mouth and inquired. When Shang Huayan finished speaking, everyone fell silent. In the darkness of the night, the only sound was the whistling wind, and for a while it was terribly quiet. No, you guys talk, such silence makes me feel scared. Shang Huayan inexplicably felt panicked. That, Bo Chang, we seem to have, I don't know where we ran off to. Yuan Yong weakly spoke. Deng Wu, who was next to Yuan Yong, was so tired that he became a dog and didn't want to move when he was lying on the ground. What? You mean we're lost? Shang Huayan was a bit dumbfounded. It seems like it should be. Tang Yunshan picked up. Bo Chang, it's a big night, we've been charging around the enemy camp and being chased, we've long since lost our way. Haidai, who was on the side, spoke up. Shang Huayan lay directly on the grass, looking up at the sky and covering his face with his hands. Chapter 14 Heavy losses running behind enemy lines. Good news, they attacked the enemy camp at night and escaped by successfully completing their mission. Bad news, they appear to have run off somewhere and gotten lost. Forget it, let's wait for dawn, we'll be able to discern our bearings after dawn. Shang Huayan comforted himself. The crowd just lay on the grass, letting the wind blow from the northern part of the country. They were so tired that they came over the mountains and lay down on their backs in the darkness of the night outside the pass. Scarcely resting properly, attacking the enemy's camp, fighting them, running, setting fires everywhere, and then running away for 20 miles. If not for the fact that all of them were martial arts cultivators with decent strength, they would have fallen into the enemy camp and died in battle. The fires in the direction of the Han army camp could be faintly seen from 20 miles away. After lying for an unknown period of time, the eastern sky, too, gradually revealed a touch of fish white. As time passed, the fires in the Han camp were gradually extinguished. On this night, the soldiers on the walls joyfully watched the fire in the Hun camp, wishing for more. Who was it that attacked the camp on the right, so powerful, burned so many enemy camps? To the left and behind, it was far worse, and didn't burn much of the enemy camp. And I wonder how many enemy Huns have been decimated tonight. Anyway, the loss should be quite large. General Broken Leader led the cavalry to charge the enemy camp, and must have killed quite a few enemies. Learning of the success of the attack on the camp of the Pingbei, General Yang Yi is also very happy. After such a mess, I think the Huns should not have the energy to continue to attack during the day. This fire has gotten so big that it far exceeded our expectations. General Sun Hao of Broken Slaves said with a big smile. Not bad, looking at it makes me want to lead my troops to charge into the enemy camp and go on a killing spree. Another advantageous general spoke up. The results won't be small, it's just that I don't know how many of the 7 battalions that attacked the camp will come back alive. Another advantageous general spoke up. The crowd was silent again. Attacking the camp was nothing more than exchanging their lives for the enemy's losses. The day was getting brighter, and there was still smoke going straight up into the sky over the Hun army camp. Looking at the camp that was burned to the ground, the Hun soldiers were all gray and downcast. It was a half-night's mess, exhausting the Hun's army. King Zuoxian's face was dark as he looked at the devastated camp and the wretched soldiers. You can imagine how angry he is at this moment. He had planned to break through the Anning Pass today, and with all this fuss, what would he take to knock at the pass? Make these airless soldiers? Those generals of the Xiongnu, one by one, they did not dare to come out of the atmosphere, chilling, fearing that King Zuoxian's anger would descend on them. The sun rose after daylight. Have the losses been tallied? King Zuoxian spoke. The tone was flat and unemotional. But the group of Hun generals inside the tent were chilled to the bone. Those who were familiar with King Zuoxian knew that this was the rhythm of killing. Back to the Great King, last night there were over 18,000 killed in battle and over 9,000 wounded. A general said cautiously. The casualties alone are close to 30,000, which is already very heavy. And there's also the fact that 2/3 of the grain and grass were burned last night, the sheep ran off more than 30,000 heads, and the war horses ran off more than 7,000 horses. That general stiffened his head and said it all in a brain. Wastes, all wastes. King Zuoxian finally couldn't help himself and roared out. More than 30,000 head of sheep, a third of which had run away, and the sheep brought in as food, which had been more than 90,000, were now surprisingly a third of which had run away. War horses were the most important mounts of a cavalry unit, and running away with more than 7,000 of them meant that more than 7,000 cavalrymen would be out of action. And the food supplies, it's amazing that 2/3 of them were burned. What will the army eat next? And the soldiers, the casualties even reached 20,000 to 30,000, that's more than 20,000 valiant soldiers unexpectedly died on a night attack just like this. Together with the generals killed in battle over the past half-month, less than half of the 100,000 generals he had brought with him were gone. That is nearly 30,000 Hun warriors. Last night's loss, but so big, Zuoxian Wang's heart is dripping blood. Who was on guard last night? Drag them to me and chop them up. King Zuoxian roared, enraged. Those generals inside the tent were trembling under the anger of King Zuoxian. With such a huge loss in one night, how could King Zuoxian not be angry? Passing it back, he would inevitably be ridiculed and mocked by that fellow right-wise king. He can't account for it to the great monarch. Wastes, all wastes, attack the city for me. If you can't take Anning Pass, all die for me. King Zuoxian angrily yelled. Never, my lord, now that our men are tired and our hearts are uncertain, we cannot attack the city. King Zhuoguli hurriedly persuaded. Zhuoguli Wang was the left arm of Zuoxian Wang, and also Zuoxian Wang's old husband. He opened his mouth, and Zuoxian Wang could only suppress any greater anger. Now that 50,000 men were not available, it was even more difficult to break the barrier with a single blow. The men and horses were already tired, and launching an attack on the city at this moment was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. The commander who was on duty last night was beheaded by King Zuoxian to sacrifice his flag. Inside the Anning Pass, looking at the 7th Battalion returning one after another, General Yang Yi of Pingbei was silent. Excluding the cavalry that rushed the camp behind them, the 7th Battalion set out with 2,000 men and returned with less than 500. Captain Tu Bing was killed in battle, Captain Li Bing was seriously injured, and Captain Wu was covered in wounds. Most of the soldiers who came back were wounded, so you can imagine how grueling the battle of last night's attack on the camp was. Generals, on behalf of the people of Wei, on behalf of the people of Anning City, I thank you for your dedication and sacrifice. Yang Yi bowed deeply to the returning remnants of the army. The returning remnants of the 7th Battalion, looking at Yang Yi, did not have much expression on their faces at the moment. They were too tired from a night of fighting and fleeing. At the same time, the generals who participated in the attack on the camp this time will each be credited with 1 great merit and rewarded with 10 taels of silver. Yang Yi continued to speak. Thank you, General. The soldiers who returned from the 7th Battalion, hearing that there was a reward of silver, that's when they spoke up. At this moment, nothing like silver money could make their hearts ripple. All go down and have a good rest, the wine and meat are prepared for you, everyone eat and drink well, then take a hot bath and have a good sleep. Yang Yi said in a loud voice. Want the cab underneath to sell their lives, the treatment that should be, naturally, cannot be less. Hearing that there was food and drink and hot showers, the soldiers then got a gleam in their eyes and perked up. By the way, who was the one who attacked from the enemy's right side barracks last night? Yang Yi opened his mouth and inquired. Lieutenant Li Bing, who was lying on a stretcher, raised his hand and said, General, it's us. Not bad, you are all good, go and treat your wounds first, rest up and come back to report to me how you attacked the enemy camp. Yang Yi said with a satisfied smile. Yes, General. Captain Li Bing was delighted. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he would have wanted to report the course of last night's attack to Yang Yi right now. With last night's military achievement of attacking the camp, as long as his cultivation improves, a school lieutenant is a sure thing. After dawn, the sun rose and Shanghaian found their way. We're rushing into the territory of the Huns in the grasslands outside of Guanwei. Looking at the surrounding grasslands in yellow sand, Tang Yunshan spoke. Shanghaian heard, good guy, this is running behind enemy lines. And Ning Pass is in that direction, can someone be familiar with leading the way? Shanghaian opened his mouth and inquired. Uncle Chief, I know the way. A soldier spoke up. Alright, you lead the way, let's go back. Shanghaian nodded. A group of people heading in the direction of a Ning Pass. After walking forward for 5 or 6 miles, the party stopped. Stop, something's up ahead. What's wrong? Shanghaian inquired. Bo Chang, there are Hun cavalry in front of us, chasing a group of people that seems to be our Ning garrison. The soldier leading the way spoke up. Chapter 15 Arrow retreats the Hun cavalry, encountering an acquaintance. Seeing the Anning defenders being chased by the Hun cavalry, Shanghaian didn't even think about it. Go for support. Give me all the arrow feathers you have on you. At the same time, Shanghaian asked for all the arrow feathers that several soldiers were carrying. There were more than 30 arrow feathers in total. Shanghaian, with his soldiers, then rushed in the direction of the friendly forces. Also add the archer upgrade directly. Name, Shanghaian. Race, human. Realm, early martial artist plus. Technique, Magnia strength, minor success, plus, bloodshed blade technique, minor success, plus. Strength, 2,900 pounds. Talent, bronze archer plus. Kill value, 185. Last night, a tearing battle had reaped 150 points of kill value, and had killed hundreds of Hun enemy soldiers to say the least. 185 points of killing value regardless of cultivation techniques, or sword techniques, all appeared with a plus sign. This meant that he could upgrade and become stronger again, but Shanghaian was in no hurry to do so. The best means of attack against the Hun cavalry now was the bow and arrow. That's why he chose to add points to raise his archer level. Adding points to upgrade the archer level, he consumed 20 kill points to raise the archer level to silver archer. After the archer was upgraded to silver level, he felt that his current level of bow and arrow was frighteningly strong. As Shanghaian was running, he directly took out 3 arrow feathers and strung his bow. With 1 arrow, 3 arrow feathers instantly killed 3 Hun cavalrymen. Tang Yunshan, Haide, and the others looked directly dumbfounded. This is too bullish, isn't it? 500 meters away, shooting 3 arrow feathers in 1 arrow, and killing 3 Hun cavalrymen respectively? It's open for business. That's Hun cavalry, not infantry. Cavalry move fast, ordinary people that can shoot cavalry. This archery skill of Bo Chang, it's simply not too awesome. Haide couldn't help but praise. Tang Yunshan glanced at Haide. I didn't expect you, this thick-browed guy, to learn to flatter and kiss the ass. 3 Hun cavalrymen were killed and shot in an instant, and the Hun enemy army also discovered Shanghaian and his group. Friendly troops, there are friendly troops, great, we're saved. One of the soldiers being chased shouted happily. What are you shouting for? Why don't you run? This is Hun cavalry, we are all foot soldiers, facing the cavalry, don't we run and wait for death? Another soldier spoke up. The Hun cavalry had about 30 men and appeared to be a small group. Damn, how dare you shoot my Hun wolf cavalry? The Hun cavalry squad leader was furious. There is another group of Wei soldiers, they must be the ones who attacked the camp last night, behead them and go back to collect the reward. The Hun cavalry squad leader shouted. The next moment, the Hun cavalry turned their heads and charged towards Shanghaian and the others. Whoosh whoosh. 3 more arrow feathers were fired, still 100 hits, directly killing 3 Hun cavalrymen. Watching the Hun cavalry turn their heads and charge towards them, Sheng Huayan had absolutely no intention of dodging. It was just the right time to take this group of Hun cavalry to test his archery skills. Whoosh whoosh! 3 arrows were fired, and 3 of the charging Hun cavalrymen fell off their horses. But in a moment's time, this group of Hun cavalry lost 1/3 of them. Awesome, Uncle Chief is awesome. Tang Yunshan couldn't help but shout. Nah, he's uneducated, and a line of bull goes everywhere. Originally, when he saw the Hun cavalry turn their heads towards them, he wanted to tell Sheng Huayan to hurry and flee with his team. Now it seems to be completely overstated. The other soldiers looked at Sheng Huayan, and their eyes were also filled with worshipful admiration. I can't imagine that Berjiang is still a marksman. Charge, kill them for me. The Hun cavalry squad leader bellowed. In a moment's time, he let Sheng Huayan shoot 9 cavalrymen. He couldn't explain to the dead warriors without beheading Sheng Huayan in their heads. These were friends and family of their tribe, his family. Sheng Huayan looked at the Hun cavalry squad leader, hitched his bow and drew an arrow. The pupils of the squad leader who was leading the charge dilated as an arrow came towards him like lightning. Giggle! Blood splattered as his body flew backward heavily, only to feel the sky spinning before the sky lost its color. Sheng Huayan killed that cavalry squad leader with 1 arrow, and continued to keep on straining his bow and pulling his arrow, shooting 3 arrow feathers at a time, killing 3 Hun cavalrymen again. They were infantry and couldn't let the cavalry charge close, or the ordinary soldiers couldn't deal with the Hun cavalry. Whoosh whoosh! 3 more arrow feathers were fired and 3 more of the charging Hun cavalry fell. Half of the Hun cavalrymen in the squad of 30 were shot down by Sheng Huayan in a moment's time. The other side is a marksman, run away. A Hun cavalryman was scared out of his wits and shouted in terror. 1 arrow per enemy. Before they could rush to the other side, they were afraid that they would all be shot. On the other side, those 20 or so Ning defenders, seeing Sheng Huayan's great display of power, arrow shooting the Hun cavalrymen like bean turtle doves, 1 arrow at a time, they also stopped running away and stopped, staring at Sheng Huayan with wide eyes, watching his great display of power. The Hun cavalry squad was scared out of their wits and turned to flee. The bow and arrow in Sheng Huayan's hand was drawn even faster. Being seen by him was his prey, and still wanted to run away, with his permission? Whoosh! 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 The fleeing Hun cavalryman dropped 3 more. Sheng Huayan saw that his prey was going to escape, and used his strength to spread his legs and run wildly, while at the same time operating his martial true essence. He continued to draw his bow and shoot 3 arrow feathers in 1 shot. The 3 Hun cavalrymen who ran slowly were penetrated by arrow feathers through their bodies and fell off their horses, looking at their companions' faraway backs with unwillingness. Instead, they are permanently buried in this meadow. Looking at the 9 riders that escaped, Sheng Huayan was helpless. The smotherer ran too fast. Did the rabbit's mom give birth to it? Running so fast. Bo Chang is mighty, Bo Chang is majestic. Haidai shouted loudly, cheering for Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan was too powerful in their eyes, 1 man with a bow shooting a small group of Hun cavalry to flee. Such a feat they had never seen before. Bojang is mighty. The other soldiers followed and applauded. Soldiers in the army, all of them worship the strong. From the night battle in the early hours of the morning to the present, 1 man and 1 bow shooting back the Hun cavalry, Sheng Huayan succeeded in conquering them. If they used to listen to Sheng Huayan because they were in the way of their military orders, then now, they were just heartily obedient. Alright, hurry up and scavenge the food and water on the Hun cavalrymen and go get the horses back. Sheng Huayan hurriedly arranged. When their masters die, trained warhorses don't panic and run away, but stop a short distance away. In this grassland, horses are an important means of transportation, and they have to be brought back in a hurry. Hearing Sheng Huayan's words, Tang Yunshan and the others quickly went to search for water and food on the Hun cavalry. Weapons such as war knives, bows and arrows were not spared. 21 war horses, all intact as well, were brought back. These Hun's war horses, so steely and strong. Tang Yunshan said smilingly. Some of the food and water were harvested, and there are quite a few bows and arrow feathers. Haidai brought over the scavenged food, water, and weaponry with his men. Brother Huayan, it's really you. A big man dashed over. When Sheng Huayan heard the sound and looked over, he saw Wang Wu running towards them with a gray head. Elder brother Wang Wu? Sheng Huayan was surprised, not expecting to meet someone from his previous squad here. Brother Huayan, it's so good to see you, almost you won't be able to see brother me. Wang Wu ran over and hugged Sheng Huayan. Strangling me to death, 2 big men hugging and hugging is unseemly. Sheng Huayan hurriedly pushed Wang Wu away. It's not like he's a fag. Brother Wang, why are you here? Where are uncle and the others? Sheng Huayan inquired. Alas, it's a long story. Wang Wu sighed with a helpless face. Sheng Huayan rolled his eyes, then make it short. Chapter 16 Ambush of the Hun Supply Camp. Those 20 or so Ning defenders, who also ran after Wang Wu, stood not far away, looking at Sheng Huayan and the others. Last night's attack on the camp, we attacked from the left side. The attack did not go very well, although we successfully attacked and impacted the Hun army camp, but the loss was not small. After charging into the enemy camp, we started setting fires everywhere and fighting the Hun enemy, and then the Hun enemy got more and more numerous and we got scattered. When you escape from the enemy camp, you can no longer tell southeast and northwest, and you only care about running for your life in one direction. Wang Wu then said with a flourish. They too were scattered soldiers gathered on the way to escape, and when the day dawned, we found it surprising that they had fled to come behind the Huns. This morning we went in the direction of Anning Pass, ready to go back, but on the way we encountered Hun cavalry who were roaming this grassland, seemingly looking for those of us who had attacked the camp last night and run loose. Wait, Brother Wang, do you mean that on the way back, there are Hun cavalry roaming around and blocking our way back? Sheng Huayan opened his mouth to inquire. Well, a lot of Hun cavalry wandered and blocked the way back. We were discovered by the Hun wandering cavalry. They chased us down and rounded us up like prey. Wang Wu nodded. There were about 40 of us originally, and we were teased and played with and shot a dozen or more by these Hun cavalrymen as if they were prey. These damn Huns. Tang Yunshan was unusually angry after hearing this. Those Hun cavalrymen went so far as to treat them as prey to hunt for fun. Among you, do you have a Wu Chang Shishang? Sheng Huayan looked at the 20 or so soldiers. No, all are big-headed soldiers like me. Wang Wu spoke first and replied. Sheng Huayan nodded his head without any trace. All big-headed soldiers are good. I think all of you are also the generals of the 7th Battalion who attacked the camp last night. I am the Uncle Chief of the 10th Team of the 7th Battalion, and now, as Uncle Chief, I order you all to supplement to the 10th Team and come under my command. Sheng Huayan opened his mouth and directly integrated these 20 or so soldiers into his team. Now in the rear of the Xiongnu enemy army, he had to keep his army's numbers up and increase his fighting strength to face the Xiongnu enemy army in order to have a chance to survive. The 20 soldiers, you looked at me, I looked at you, and no one came out to object. They were all soldiers from different ranks, and now they were considered to be scattered soldiers, while Sheng Huayan was still an Uncle Chief, and his official was bigger than them, so they couldn't resist when he collected them. Moreover, it was Sheng Huayan who had stepped in to save them, otherwise they would have all died under the swords and arrows of the Hun cavalry. At the same time, Sheng Huayan's one-man Bao, shooting a cavalry squad to flee for their lives, so powerful, also deeply convinced them. With the addition of these 20 or so men, his group increased in number to over 70. Brother Huayan, we can't stay here for long, we have to hurry. The few Hun cavalrymen who fled back will definitely bring more cavalry to hang us. Wang Wu spoke up. It's too close to the enemy camp. We have to go. The way back was blocked, and now they could only go deeper into the grassland. Let's go, take the supplies and warhorses and leave this place. Let's go deeper into the grasslands. Sheng Huayan decided to take the soldiers to the enemy's great rear. The people brought their things with them, and then they headed deeper into the grasslands. It was some 20 kilometers deeper into the grasslands before they stopped to rest. Take a rest and eat something first. Sheng Huayan ordered. From the Hun cavalry, they got a lot of food and water, just enough to fill their stomachs. After eating and drinking, Bo Chang, what do we do now? Tang Yunshan inquired. If they couldn't go back to Anning City, they would be a lone army out there, and if they ran into a large group of Hun cavalry, the end would be needless to say. There's also the food aspect, which is a problem. They came out to attack the camp, but they didn't bring food out with them. Can a living person still let his urine suffocate him? Take a step and see what happens. Don't worry, I won't lead you to your deaths. Sheng Huayan opened his mouth and said. Now out there, he was the absolute master of this army, and though small in number, his word was now the only military order. This was much better than being in the city, where even if he was a Borgmester, he was still a pawn to those generals, all of whom needed to follow orders. Let's go, in this grassland, we must not linger much, or the Hun cavalry, like hyenas, will catch up on the smell. Wang Wu opened his mouth and said. Sheng Huayan generally adopted the opinions given by these old pawns in the army. After all, these are experiences, and he may not understand them, but he must listen to advice. After eating and resting well, the group moved on, wandering through the grasslands since they couldn't get back anyway. Sheng Huayan does not want to continue to go back to peacefully guard the city. It is not easy to come out, do not make something out, then he is not in vain. 21 war horses, carrying some of the wounded and supplies, and the others on foot. After all, there are not enough horses for everyone to ride, and now Sheng Huayan doesn't want to make it too special. Having just taken on the role as the burmaster of this team, he will first cultivate his feelings before he can lead this group of people to charge and kill the enemy. Finding a sheltered mound in the evening, the group rested. Sheng Huayan would only then continue to watch the light screen. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early martial artist plus. Technique Manhwa Strength minor success plus Bloodshed Blade Technique minor success plus Strength 2,900 pounds. Talent Silver Archer plus Kill value 193. Raising the level of the archer consumed 20 points of kill value, which was 185 points, leaving 165 points. After shooting 21 cavalrymen, the kill value grew to 193 points, an increase of 28 points. Staying with the team in the Hun enemy's rear territory, he felt unsettled and still had to improve his strength. Otherwise, if they met a strong Hun, they would all have to hang. Without hesitation, Shang Huayan added points with a single click and began to raise his cultivation level. This boost directly consumed 100 points of kill value. He had thought it would be 80 kill points, but it seemed to have gone up. A huge power surged through his entire body, constantly polishing and refining and strengthening his body. At the same time, the martial true essence in his body was increasing in strength. A martial artist refines his body, taps into his own potential, and speaks of all greatness in one body. Therefore, martial arts cultivation emphasizes the physical body. Right now Shang Huayan's golden finger, which was sort of a killing system, was constantly strengthening his physique. Soon, his cultivation level was raised to the middle stage of martial arts. This kind of cultivation breakthrough speed was faster than the progress of a martial genius who had been cultivating for 2.5 years. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, middle martial artist. Technique, Manhwa Strength, small success, Bloodshed Blade Technique, small success. Strength, 3,400 pounds. Talent, Silver Archer plus. Kill value, 93. He consumed 100 kill values to raise his cultivation to the middle stage of martial arts. With 93 points of kill value left, the plus sign behind the feats and sword techniques disappeared. It was clear that if you wanted to improve, this kill value was not enough. Looking at such an unused kill value, Shang Huayan didn't know what to say. How many enemies did one need to kill in order to raise their cultivation to an 8? Thinking about it gave him a headache. With strength breaking through 3,000 pounds, it was already about the same as breaking through to an early-stage martial master powerhouse. With his strength boosted, Shang Huayan's heart was a little more at ease. All day today, the Hun army was breathless and failed to continue their attack. This brought a few rare moments of peace and quiet to the defenders of the Yanning Pass. After half a consecutive month of fierce battles defending the city, even an Iron Man would be tired, let alone a zone of flesh and blood. Tranquility Pass, a rare quiet day. Without continuing to hear the sound of war drums while trumpets tearing and killing, the more daring residents dared to come out and wander around the city. Night. The north wind whistled, and Shang Huayan and the others did not sleep soundly. For one thing, it was cold, and for another, you had to guard against the Hun cavalry finding a way to feel their way over. After dawn, Shang Huayan continued to lead the group forward, this time in a different direction. A dozen or so miles ahead, the soldiers who had been sent out to scout the road soon returned. Bojang, there's a situation. There is a group of Xiongnu enemy troops ahead, numbering roughly 500, seemingly transporting things to the Xiongnu camp in front of the pass. The two soldiers who went to scout the road came back and reported. Tang Yunshan, you lead the team to wait here. Go, follow me to take a look. Shang Huayan said. Yes, Uncle Chief. Tang Yunshan led the order. Huayan, I'll go with you, I've worked as a scout for a while before. Wang Wu spoke up. Okay, go. Shang Huayan and Wang Wu, following the two scouting soldiers, returned to check out the details. A few people lay on their backs on the grass, watching from a distance a group of Han soldiers transporting something, not marching very fast. Huayan, this is a group of Xiongnu supply battalions, carrying supplies for the Xiongnu army. Wang Wu said after looking at it for a while. What, supplies? Shang Huayan's eyes lit up. It's true that when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. What they lacked most right now were supplies. Looking at Shang Huayan's intent eyes, Wang Wu felt a hint of bad luck. Huayan, you're not thinking of making a move against this Xiongnu supply wagon battalion, are you? Why not? Shang Huayan asked rhetorically. This Hun army, I'm afraid there must be 500 people, are you sure that we, these 70 or so people, aren't sending them to their deaths by rushing up? Wang Wu felt that Shang Huayan's guts were too big. 500 people, what are you afraid of? It's not like there's 1,000 of them. How strong is the person with the highest cultivation in this Hun team? Shang Huayan asked. Relying on my understanding of the Huns, usually for this kind of transportation army of 500 people, the strongest person should be a martial artist great perfection. I just don't know if the main officer of this team is a martial artist great perfection or a late martial artist. Wang Wu replied. Go back first, run to the front of this team and set up a trap ambush. Shang Huayan decided immediately. When he came back, he took his army and ran furiously all the way to the front of the road where that Hun transport was bound to pass. Bo Chang, we have more than 70 men against 500 Huns, I'm afraid this is not a good fight. Tang Yunshan opened his mouth and reminded. What are you afraid of? If I say I can fight, I can fight. Sheng Huayan said with a firm voice. This Hun Nick supply wagon unit, he's going to eat it today, the everlasting sky shaman god can't even stay when he comes, he said. Those who can ride horses come out. Sheng Huayan said at once. More than 30 soldiers who could ride horses came out from the ranks, and Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haide were all listed. Wang Wu, Haide, the two of you pick 19 men to form a cavalry, and later on, you will charge from the left side. Sheng Huayan immediately commanded. The archers will take the lead with me later, shoot all the arrows in their hands and charge. Sheng Huayan began to arrange the tactics. At a distance of 50 meters on either side of the road, Sheng Huayan began to arrange for people to dig pits. On this grassland, it's not good for an ambush. You have to create the conditions for an ambush. Dig just enough of a hole for one person to squat in, cut the lawn intact and cover it later to camouflage it from view. Once they were all ambushed, they waited for the Hun supply wagons to arrive. Chapter 17 Easy Victory, Bountiful Harvest. Ulibone is the leader of this supply train, and because he is afraid of dying on the battlefield, the 3 beautiful wives of his family are in the arms of other people. So a safe job transporting supplies in the back was sought. He was not looking forward to being knighted for his war service anyway, his family was not weak and his family was a moderately large tribe among the Huns. The battlefield was a meat grinder machine, even a strong person of the innate realm could die in battle, it was too dangerous. Looking at the blue sky and white clouds, riding on a horse, leisurely and comfortable, this is the life he wants. Ulibone was even humming a little tune. The whole group, all slow and scattered. For them, this grassland north of the Seabay is their Xiongnu territory and world, and the way people can only be in the Guan, relying on the city walls to hide from the Xiongnu army. It's safe here on the prairie. Into the fall, the grass on the prairie also gradually began to turn yellow. Sala hey hey. The more Ulibone sang, the more energized he became and let loose with his voice. The soldiers below listened, preferring to be deaf at the moment, where they could stand this noise pollution. If it wasn't for the fact that Ulibone was their superior officer, they would have really wanted to stab Ulibone's asshole with their spears. My lord, should we send 2 cavalrymen to scout ahead? A Han centurion opened his mouth to inquire. Jibachu, you are really living more and more backwards, this is the grassland, our Hun's territory, what are you worrying and afraid of? Ulibone looked at Jibo Chu and said in a cold voice. In the face of Ulibone's cold stare, Jibacha didn't know how to retort for a moment. This damned guy, with a good father, only enjoys life and is completely unaware of the need to be vigilant on the march. I also don't know what happened to his brother, Gibsha, on the battlefield, and whether he made any achievements to honor the family tribe. Being assigned to work under this second-generation ancestor who only ate, drank, and had fun was simply bad luck. Gilbert Cora was in his mind. The other centurion in the group did the same for Ulibone. Their group, not to mention 500 men, their 2 centurions, each leading 250 men. But of these 500 men, there were only 200 official soldiers, and the other 300 were herdsmen drawn from the tribe to transport supplies. Arguably not much of a fight at all. Sheng Huayan and the others quietly lay in ambush, waiting for the Xiongnu supply wagon transport to arrive. It was only after half an hour that Sheng Huayan saw the Hun supply wagon transport slowly appear in sight. These people, they're walking really slowly, making it seem like it's a spring trip. Sheng Huayan complained. Waiting and waiting, the Hun army was finally walking into ambush range. I don't know if I was too scattered or just completely unconscious to notice the anomaly. Seeing the Hun supply wagon army walking into the ambush range, Sheng Huayan lifted the straw mat covering his head, drew his arrow and strung his bow, shooting 3 arrows at once. Kill! With Sheng Huayan's yell, the archers ambushed on both sides of the road lifted the straw mats and stood up for a round of shooting. Whoosh! 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 A round of arrows rained down, directly killing more than 30 Hun soldiers. After shooting the first round, the archers have continued to draw their bows and shoot with their arrows. Both sides were only 50 meters from the road, and the Hun army wasn't very spread out, so basically the arrows wouldn't fall short. Enemy attack! Gilbert Cho, his eyes wide with anger, shouted as he looked at the rain of incoming arrows. Giggle! An arrow shot through his throat. Sheng Huayan looked at Jibachu, who slowly collapsed. Shouting so loud because you're afraid I won't notice you? Sheng Huayan didn't know that the 2 brothers, Ji Bosheo and Ji Buchu, had both died at his hands. Ulibone froze for a moment in the face of the sudden attack. Quick, take cover and counterattack! Another centurion shouted. Hearing the yell, Sheng Huayan looked over and hitched his bow to fire another arrow. He shot arrows that were very fast and powerful. A silver-ranked archer made his archery skills, strength, and speed not comparable to that of an ordinary person. By the time that centurion reacted, an arrow had already penetrated his throat. The two centurions of this Han army who were in the early martial artist stage were thus shot by Shang Huayan, providing Shang Huayan with 10 points of kill value. Seeing Shang Huayan and their side launching an attack, Wang Wu and Haidai also began to lead their cavalry in a charge. After quickly shooting the arrow feathers, the Han army had already killed or wounded 70 or 80 people. Shang Huayan drew his sword, "Charge with me and kill the Han enemy." Seeing Shang Huayan charge up, the other soldiers too followed suit. Kill! Kill! The soldiers on the opposite side, led by Tang Yunshan, also began to charge. Deafening shouts rang out from heaven and earth, as if 1,000 armies were charging. 2 centurions with combat experience died, and in the face of the attack, the herdsmen in the army were in great disarray, making those soldiers, all of them, unable to launch an effective defense and counterattack. Looking at the way armies rushing out from both sides of the road, Ali Bone came back to his senses. "Damn way people, how dare you come and attack me, Ji Bachu, give me a counterattack." Wu Li Bone roared. However, no one answered him. Gilbert Chor, are you dead? Don't fight back yet." Ali Bone was furious. "My lord, Centurion Gilbert Chu is dead." A soldier trembled and said. "What? Dead?" The obnoxious centurion was dead, and Ali Bone was in a bit of a trance. "Where's Centurion Samuels?" "Dead too." The soldier next to him replied. "My lord, the way people have cavalry, the way people's cavalry has started charging." A soldier said shakily. Seeing a cavalry charge, those herdsmen were even more scattered and fled, only hating that their parents had 2 less legs. Herdsmen who have not experienced war can't be compared to real soldiers at all. Soon, Shang Huayan and the others rushed into the Han Nick supply wagon army. Ordinary soldiers couldn't stand up to Shang Huayan, who was like a fierce tiger. In a dozen breaths, he had cut down a dozen people. With Shang Huayan rushing ahead to lead the way, the other soldiers were also like ferocious wolves, constantly cutting down the Han soldiers. They had all survived from the battlefield, having broken through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the weaker ones had died on the battlefield. Shang Huayan rushed ahead and dared to block, and the stronger Han soldiers were all cut down by him. The Han army was simply unable to organize an effective counterattack. "Damn way people, I want you all dead." The conspicuous Shang Huayan was targeted by Uli Bone, who naturally could see that Shang Huayan was the leader of the group. Drawing his battle sword, Uli Bone went towards Shang Huayan to kill him. Facing the incoming slash from Uli Bone, Shang Huayan raised his hand to block. Uli Bone was shaken back 2 steps as he looked at Shang Huayan in shock. You should know that he was in the martial Grand Circle realm, with 3,000 pounds of strength in one arm. But now, he was actually shaken back by a mid-martial artist with a single slash. "Hey, there's even an expert here." Shang Huayan looked at Uli Bone and smiled. This martial artist Great Circle person seemed to be the leader of this team that Wang Wu was talking about. "Death to Wei Dog." Uli Bone was furious and swung the knife in his hand to slash at Shang Huayan. "I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses." Shang Huayan swung his sword to block. Uli Bone had learned some Wei language, so naturally he understood what Shang Huayan was saying. After hearing this, he became even angrier. This damn Wei Dog was humiliating him. "Do you really think he's not a good fighter? Ah, if I kill you." Uli Bone swung his sword with even more vigor. This damned Wei man was taunting him. "Didn't eat? Your family doesn't give you enough to eat. Why don't you have the strength to swing the knife? Is also soft, it won't be eat a peach good cool it." "No way, no way." Shang Huayan opens his mouth while fighting against Uli Bone. Rumble. Soon, the cavalry led by Wang Wu and Haidai rushed over and killed the enemy. With this cavalry in place, it instantly destroyed the already vulnerable Han army. A constant stream of resisting Han soldiers died under the cavalry. Looking at the Han soldiers who were being killed continuously, Uli Bone was so angry that he was furious. "Ah! Kill!" At this moment, Uli Bone forgot all about any sword techniques or moves, and made a messy chop and slash, wanting to chop Shang Huayan to death. "Ha, not playing with you." Blood Fury Blade Technique, Night Battle of the 8. Shang Huayan directly executed the Bloodshed Blade Technique, instantly beating Uli Bone back. Giggle. A blood-colored blade flashed, and Uli Bone's eyes were fixed as he slowly collapsed. Shang Huayan ended Uli Bone's life by slitting his throat. The Uli Bone of the martial artist Great Circle provided Shang Huayan with 10 points of kill value. Uli Bone martial artist Great Circle's strength, but Shang Huayan felt that the other party's strength was so weak. Let's just say that a flower grown in a greenhouse is a hit or miss. After killing Uli Bone, Shang Huayan continued to strike and kill other Han soldiers. Seeing Shang Huayan's great power in killing the Han enemy troops like butchering dogs, the other soldiers were also like playing chicken blood, desperately hacking and killing the Han enemy troops. This Han army, after losing their leader and experts, could no longer resist Shang Huayan and their army's ferocious might, and were all decimated. Those herdsmen who fled, Shang Huayan also sent Wang Wu and Hai Dai to lead the cavalry to chase them clean.
We really won the battle, ha, Bo Chang, we won.
Looking at the bodies of Han soldiers all over the ground, Tang Yunshan laughed excitedly. There were only 70 or so of them, but they had really defeated an army of 500 under Shang Huayan's leadership. What's the point of being complacent? Of these 500 men, there are only about 200 real soldiers, the rest are herders.
And it's still a supply transportation army, isn't it proper to defeat them under my leadership?
Hurry up and clean up the battlefield, take away what you can and burn what you can't, never leave it to the Huns.
Shang Huayan said.
Tang Yunshan scratched his hair, he felt like he was being loaded.
Burjang is worthy of being Burjang. He's so pushy.
By the way, how are the casualties?
Shang Huayan inquired.
8 brothers were killed in battle and a dozen wounded.
Tang Yunshan replied. Hurry up and clean up your supplies and get ready to leave.
Yes. This casualty result, Shang Huayan could barely accept. After all, they were facing an enemy that was several times their size, and swords had no eyes. How could there be no casualties on the battlefield? Turning to look at the piles full of supplies, Tang Yunshan was both happy and worried. Happy that they have supplies and food, fretting that they can't take so many supplies with them.
Grain, dried meat, ladders, ropes, war knives, bows and arrows, tents, cashmere blankets.
So much material that it was perfectly adequate for the army supplies of a regiment of 5,000 men. Shang Huayan looked at more than 100 horses, his eyes glowing, although many of them were not war horses, and many of them were used to transport supplies, but no matter what, they were still mounts, and they were indispensable means of transportation. With horses, they can do what they want to do in this grassland, to come and go as they please. Uncle Chief, big harvest, there's a surprise, medicine, there's elixir. Not far away, Tang Yunshan, who was counting the supplies, shouted excitedly.
Shang Huayan snapped back, elixir? Chapter 18 Elixir, cultivation upgraded again.
Now he was no longer the little munchkin who had just crossed over to this world. In this world, there were not only martial arts cultivation, but also Taoism, Buddhism, the left way, and other cultivation systems. Dan pills, on the other hand, are made by Taoists, Buddhists, or people practicing the left path to treat injuries, for cultivation, or to break through realms.
Yes, Bo Chang, there are pills. Tang Yunshan shouted, excited.
There was no way for him not to be excited. Elixirs were precious. The Ning garrison, hadn't issued down elixirs for 2 or 3 years. And the pills that are sent down are only available to those who have military service.
Shang Huayan quickly stepped forward and came to Tang Yunshan's side.
Inside the large box on the floor was a small box, and inside the small box were jade bottles. Shang Huayan picked up a jade bottle to open it. Inside was a pill that was filled with the aroma of pills. Quickly, put it away first, take it all away from me, don't keep a single grain.
Shang Huayan opened his mouth and said.
Other things cannot be, these pills, necessary all take away. Hey, get rich.
Tang Yunshan hemmed and hawed and giggled.
So 2 big boxes of pills, take out to sell, at least can sell tens of thousands of taels of silver. Shang Huayan instructed the soldiers to quickly collect the supplies, useful and necessary, and take away as much as they could. Wang Wu and Hai Dai returned with their cavalry, and the herdsmen who had escaped, had all been decimated by them.
How can 2 feet outrun a 4-legged warhorse?
In order not to prevent those escaped herdsmen from leaking their news, Shang Huayan had given a deadly order for Wang Wu and the others to kill them all and leave no survivors. Gather the supplies you need, and if you can't take them with you, burn them all in a single fire, leaving not a hair on the head for the Huns. Take away the bodies of the wounded and the brothers who died in battle, and let's get out of here quickly.
Shang Huayan spoke.
Take your things with you, carry them on your horses, and then ride a horse each, and get away quickly. 2.5 hours later, a group of 100 cavalry came to the battlefield. Look at the supplies burned by the fire and the bodies littering the ground. Damn way people, just like rats, they can really sneak around. I can't believe we let them attack a team of transportation supplies, we came too late. The Han cavalry captain's eyes were filled with anger. Give chase, we must find them and bring back all their heads. Shang Huayan and the others left the battlefield, not realizing that there was a group of cavalry behind them, pursuing in search of them. With the horses, their marching speed, much faster, ran for more than 50 kilometers before finding a hidden place to stop and rest. Anyway, the grassland in the northern part of the country is big enough, so just run around and avoid the Hun horde. Shang Huayan they did the opposite and ran deep into the grassland. Killing the Huns would not have thought that they would be so bold. After stopping, Shang Huayan then commanded, bury the fallen brothers, and for those who are injured, take elixirs for their injuries and treat them.
Yes, Uncle Chief. Tang Yunshan answered. Tang Yunshan went to deal with the wounded and bury the fallen soldiers.
Haide was leading the soldiers in pitching their tents.
Brother Huayan, is it really okay for us to run this deep grassland old? Wang Wu said as he stood beside Shang Huayan.
Brother Wang, do you know that there is a saying called doing the opposite?
Shang Huayan replied.
Looking at Shang Huayan, Wang Wu felt that the other party had too much guts. Leading more than 70 men, he dared to ambush 500 men and still managed to win easily. Now they were brought to the depths of the grassland, which was the territory of the Huns, and if they didn't pay attention, they would all be wiped out in this grassland. After setting up the tent, Haide was busy getting a fire going to cook the jerky and make dinner. Tang Yunshan led the soldiers to bury the fallen brothers on the spot, and then found elixirs from the elixir to treat their injuries and gave them to the wounded soldiers. He then began to organize the elixirs, putting the healing ones aside. After all, it was sent to the frontline Hun army, and there were more healing elixirs. The remaining portion was elixirs for cultivation and several bottles of elixirs for breaking through realms. The evening was sumptuous, with beef jerky stew and mutton jerky. There had been a great war, and many of the soldiers had not eaten meat for some days. It was only after dinner that Tang Yunshan asked Sheng Huayan what to do with those pills.
Bo Chang, what to do with the elixir? Do we use it ourselves or keep it and bring it back to sell?
He ordered it. This batch of elixir in the black market, selling for 100,000 taels of silver is no big deal. Among them, those bottles of elixirs that could be used to break through realms were more valuable. If they took it back and sold it, they could get a good share of the silver. This is the proceeds of their outside seizures, which do not need to be turned in. What are all the pills?
Sheng Huayan inquired.
There are healing ones, more of them, some of the elixirs for cultivation, and a few bottles of elixirs that can break the boundary. Tang Yunshan said truthfully.
Bring me the realm-breaking pill.
Sheng Huayan said immediately.
Tang Yunshan went and brought the elixir over.
Sheng Huayan poured a pigeon egg-sized elixir out, the white elixir emitting a strong medicinal fragrance.
He directly ate one, a huge medicinal power that quickly transformed into true essence in his body.
Unfortunately, he didn't break through the realm, only that the true essence in his body grew and solidified quite a bit, allowing his strength to grow by a few points.
How is it useless?
Sheng Huayan said doubtfully.
Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, Haide, and 4 or 5 shishes looked at them like little cuties. Looked at Sheng Huayan as if he were a little cutie. No, what kind of looks are you guys giving me? Why are you looking at me like that?
Sheng Huayan felt puzzled.
Wyvern, you have to know that the pills used to break the realm are also divided into grades.
These pills were useful for martial apprentices, martial artists, but at the martial master realm, they would not be enough and would require higher level pills. Also, to break the realm is to cultivate to the point where you can break the realm, and take the elixir to break the realm successfully. Otherwise, it would just be an increase in martial true essence. It doesn't mean that if you eat a realm-breaking elixir, you will definitely break through a realm. Elixirs aren't that heaven-defying, or else the world would be full of strong people. Wang Wu said in a serious tone.
This little old man doesn't know anything, and he's tired of it. Say it earlier. Why didn't you guys say it earlier?
Sheng Huayan put down the jade bottle containing the elixir and looked a little embarrassed.
We thought you knew it all. Tang Yunshan said leisurely.
That was a realm-breaking pill, several thousand taels of silver each, and it was wasted by Sheng Huayan just like that. He felt so heartbroken.
No, it's kidney pain.
You guys take a look at the team. How many brothers are there that have reached the threshold of breaking the realm? Hand out all these pills so that the brothers can all raise their cultivation.
Sheng Huayan immediately decided.
These pills, in his opinion, would be a waste if he didn't use them.
Yes, I'll go and inquire. Tang Yunshan said happily. He immediately got up and went to question the other soldiers. This is a rare opportunity. I'm currently at the peak of the middle stage of martial artist, and I can break through to the late stage of martial artist at any time.
Wang Wu said somewhat coyly. Having a boundary-breaking elixir could save a lot of time in cultivation.
How many are needed? Sheng Huayan spoke.
1 is enough to break through to the late martial artist realm only.
Wang Wu said smilingly. Take it and break through as soon as possible. Sheng Huayan directly gave a realm-breaking elixir to Wang Wu.
That what? Bo Chang, I've been stuck at martial apprentice great circle for a long time. Haide rubbed his hands together and said. All of them, I won't keep it all to myself, it's something everyone grabbed with their lives, everyone has a share.
Sheng Huayan said. After hearing Sheng Huayan's words, those few shishes were also delighted.
Soldiers are most afraid that the chief officer above them will eat alone, and they won't even be able to drink the soup. Fortunately, Sheng Huayan was not that kind of person. After Tang Yunshan counted the number of people who could break the border now, he handed out all the pills for breaking the border, and the pills for cultivation, he kept some, and handed out the rest for the soldiers below to cultivate.
Now he just wanted this team to be strong as soon as possible. The soldiers in the group are strong and encounter more enemies that they can defeat. After distributing the pills, everyone went to cultivate or break the realm. This would be Shang Huayan checking out the golden curtain of light. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, middle martial artist plus. Technique, manga strength, minor success, plus, bloodshed blade technique, minor success, plus. Strength, 3,400 pounds. Talent, silver archer plus. Kill value, 163. In the ambush battle during the daytime, Shang Huayan shot down 2 Xiongnu centurions of the early martial realm and beheaded the martial grand circle Uli Bone, which provided him with 20 points of kill value. Now he had also figured out that an early stage martial artist was 5 points of kill value, and a martial artist great perfection was 10 points of kill value. 1 point in the early stage of martial apprentice, 2 points in the middle stage, 3 points in the late stage, and 4 points in the great perfection. The ambush during the day had yielded a total of 70 kill points. Looking at the fact that his cultivation could be raised again, Shang Huayan didn't hesitate, and at the first moment, he directly added points to raise his cultivation. Wasn't he fighting to the death to kill the enemy in order to gain kill value to enhance his cultivation? This time, 150 points of killing value were directly consumed, and a huge amount of power surged through his entire body, continuously strengthening his body. The true essence in his body was also growing and solidifying, and he felt that his body was warm and every cell was cheering. His strength, growing. Today's day, the Xiongnu army was still resting and didn't continue their attack on Anning Pass. The 2 days allowed the Anning Pass defenders to catch their breath and recuperate. Meanwhile, the counties behind them, receiving the request from General Yang Yi of Pingbei to send troops, also sent county soldiers to Anning Pass. Anning Pass was replenished with 5,000 soldiers, recovering some vitality, and the number of soldiers that could defend the city grew to over 20,000 soldiers. Early on the 3rd day, the Han army continued to send troops to attack the city. "You must take Anning Pass for me today, I don't want to see failure in," King Zhuxian said to a group of generals. He had come to knock at the pass with an army of 100,000 soldiers, and now he had lost 50,000 soldiers, and had not even been able to take Anning Pass, which was an abject disgrace. "Your Majesty, this Anning Pass is a high city with a strong army, and there's Wei Pingbei General Yang Yi sitting in the town, and it's not easy for us to take it down now that we've lost our soldiers and generals." King Zwaguli spoke up. "There's no harm in it, there should only be 10,000 men in the defense of Anning Pass now, we have 50,000 men, can't we still take an Anning Pass? Then Yang Yi I will send strong men to fend them off." King Zhuxian was determined to win Anning Pass. King Zwaguli had the intention to dissuade him, but King Zhuxian's attitude was resolute, and he, being condescending, would not allow himself to fail. Woohoo! Knock knock! The attacking horns and war drums of the Han army continued to sound after 2 days of silence. After the breakthrough, Shang Huayan himself ran his gong methods and cultivated for the night. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, late martial artist. Technique, manga strength, small success, bloodshed blade technique, small success. Strength, 4,000 pounds. Talent, silver archer. Kill value, 13. 150 points of kill value raised his cultivation to the late martial artist realm. His strength had also reached 4,000 kilograms, and with a strong martial true essence in his body, he was now unafraid even if he was facing an early stage martial master. Even if it was a mid-martial master, he was confident that he couldn't beat it, but he still had the ability to fight. They'll have to keep changing places after dawn to keep from getting their tails bitten by the Han cavalry. In order not to be found by the Han cavalry, one could not stay in one place for long. Chapter 19, Anyone higher than the wheel, kill. Packing up and destroying the signs of camping to cover them up, they continued on their way to a different location. "Bo Chang, where are we going now?" Tang Yunshan inquired. "Where to?" Shang Huayan looked at the soldiers behind him. The injured recovered quickly with the healing elixir. Wang Wu smoothly broke through to the late martial artist stage, and Tang Yunshan and Haide also broke through to the martial artist realm. The strength of the other soldiers, too, has increased. Now that the strength has increased, wouldn't it be a waste not to go and kill the enemy? Of course it's to kill the enemy. Shang Huayan looked at the rising sun and said indifferently. "Where to kill?" Haide asked. "This is the Hun's territory, there are enemies everywhere, where do you think to kill?" Shang Huayan laughed. "Is this guy practicing stupidly?" The crowd rode off in one direction. 2.5 hours later, already at noon, a group of Han cavalry came to their encampment. "Captain, there are signs of someone being stationed here, covered up but rough." A Han soldier team cavalry captain spoke up. "Can you tell when you left?" The Han cavalry captain inquired. "Probably in the morning."
Damn it, these Wei people, they are so cunning, how dare they penetrate deep into our grasslands? The cavalry captain was furious. Yesterday he had thought that these Wei people robbed the supplies and would find a way to go back to Anning Pass, and as a result, he went forward to block and blocked off the loneliness. After delaying for so long, he continued to find traces to chase after them, and Shang Huayan and the others had already left again. Give chase, definitely don't let them make trouble in our territory. The cavalry captain ordered to continue the chase. Shang Huayan and the others, wandering through the grasslands, came across a small tribe of Huns. Looking ahead at dozens of tents, only old people, children, women grazing cattle and sheep, and did not see strong adult men. All the adult males in this small tribe have been drawn into battle. Bo Zheng, Tang Yunshan, Wang Wu, and the others looked at Shang Huayan, waiting for him to give the order. Hiss. The horse that Shang Huayan sat down on, neighing, he was caught in a conflict. He was not burdened with any burden when he beheaded the Hun enemy on the battlefield. But he's a little down on the old man, the woman, the child. After all, his mindset was different from Tang Yunshan's and theirs. For Tang Yunshan and the others, they were all enemies anyway, so there was no burden in killing them. Those Hun children, when they grow up, will also take up steel swords and invade south. And the old men and women herding cattle and sheep were also supporting the men in their campaigns ahead. Wang Wu looked at Shang Huayan and said, "Forget it, let's go look for other enemies." Wang Wu knows that Shang Huayan used to be a scholar. The scholar speaks of etiquette and indoctrination. Unlike these big brother thick, let Shang Huayan on these old women and children, it is indeed a little difficult for Shang Huayan. Go, look for the next tribe. Shang Huayan finally said. But wherever there were 2 or 3 sturdy youths in this tribe, he gave orders to charge. Shang Huayan and they rode away, and the people in this tribe did not know that they had gone through the gates of hell. Continuing on, they came across another Hun tribe. The tribe was not small, and there were more than 50 other young men and women who stayed with the tribe, and the tribe had thousands of people. Seeing that there were young and strong in this tribe, Shang Huayan did not hesitate to give the order to charge. Brothers, charge with me. Kill. More than 50 riders charged and killed the Hun horde. The wounded stayed behind to guard the supplies and look after the pack horses. Looking at the cavalry that suddenly charged up, the people of the Ebony tribe all stopped what they were doing and looked at the charging cavalry. It was only when the cavalry approached that they saw that those cavalrymen were dressed in costumes that were not those of their tribes, nor were they Hun cavalrymen. Enemy attack! A youth shouted. Whoosh! An arrow penetrated his body, blood quickly stained his clothes red, he looked dumbfounded at the arrow that penetrated his body and fell to the ground. Quick, enemy attack, get on your horse and meet them! Umohan shouted, then quickly rushed to his warhorse and drew his warsword to charge at Shang Huayan and the others. Other green men also mounted their horses to meet them. Hun men, every adult is a warrior. Shang Huayan was not idle as he charged, setting up his bow and drawing arrows to shoot the enemy. The archers in the ranks did the same, charging while drawing their bows to shoot the enemy. However, the archers in the group, whose archery skills weren't comparable to Shang Huayan's, occasionally managed to get a few of them to shoot the enemy. Those charging Huns, there were also people who took their bows and shot arrows to counterattack, but it was also difficult to hit the charging Shang Huayan and his party. Cavalry, coming like a shadow and going like the wind, are the most difficult to deal with. Whoosh! 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 Shang Huayan was able to kill a Hun with every arrow he shot. The young and strong men left behind by the Ebony tribe had all just recently reached adulthood and had not been on the battlefield at all. Completely inexperienced in combat, except for great horsemanship. As for Shang Huayan and the others, they had a lot of combat experience. Even if they didn't know how to fight on horseback, they weren't comparable to these freshly matured people from the Ebony tribe. The cavalry charged, and upon contact, Shang Huayan decimated 5 or 6 riders. He was so powerful that these youths of the Ebony tribe were simply unstoppable. Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haide, the 3 of them are also martial artists, and many of the Shirkai are battlefield veterans. Facing a group of small budding soldiers is simply abusive. After a round of charging, only 10 or so of the 50 or so Ebony tribe youths were left. As for Shang Huayan and the others, all of them were veterans in battle armor and had been in the battlefield for a long time. Only some of the soldiers were injured. Kill! Shang Huayan turned his horse around and continued to charge. He had no intention of letting go of these 10 or so Huns. And the dozen or so youths of the Ebony tribe, for the sake of the tribe, they didn't run away. The tribes are full of their loved ones, and they have no choice but to fight to the death. The result was without a doubt, the dozen or so Hun youths from the Ebony tribe were decimated by Shang Huayan and the others. Killing the youths of the Ebony tribe who were capable of resisting, Shang Huayan and the others turned and spurred their horses to charge into the tribe. Ah! The women and children of the Ebony tribe were in a panic and disarray. Some women saw their sons or brothers and sisters being decapitated and angrily rushed towards Sheng Huayan and the others with their knives. There were also women who fled with their children, and old men who hid their grandchildren inside haystacks. For the woman with a knife rushed up, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, they are not spoiled, a knife a cut clean. Sheng Huayan watched with cold eyes. If he wanted to find death, he wouldn't stop him. More or less, the current Sheng Huayan is still bound by the morality of his previous life. Otherwise, I'm afraid none of the people in this tribe will survive. Listen, whoever dares to resist, will all be killed without amnesty. Sheng Huayan shouted with luck. Gather everyone, all together, and whoever dares to resist, kill. There were those who barely understood the Wei language, who understood Sheng Huayan's shouts and were ready to go and get their weapons to resist, all hesitated. Those who could not understand, or women whose sons had died, remained angry and took up arms to resist. The result is a body falling. When the people who resisted were all dead, the remaining people, looking at the corpses on the ground, blood staining the grassland, were all trembling. At the same time, Sheng Huayan saw anger and eyes full of hatred in the eyes of many children. Sheng Huayan smiled. True enough, there is no right or wrong in war, only positions. Detain all the people together. Sheng Huayan ordered. The soldiers, who were under their command, pressed everyone together. Sheng Huayan looked at the ebony tribesmen who were being looked at and crushed together, and there was fear, indignation, and hatred in his eyes. Especially the half-grown kids who won't hide their angry, hateful eyes. The women, holding their children in their arms, sheltered them. All boys, taller than the wheel, kill. Seeing those eyes of hatred and indignation let Sheng Huayan know that the Holy Mother should not be. Since so many people have died, let's have more. Ha, I'll do it. When Tang Yunshan heard Sheng Huayan's order, he immediately came out to be the executioner. I'll do it. Since he decided to be a butcher, he might as well let him do it himself so that he could still gain kill value. Tang Yunshan didn't argue and grabbed out a teenager who looked to be 14 or 50 years old. The teenager struggled desperately. A woman rushed out too, holding the boy. Ooh la, oh la. The woman cried out, but was held back by two soldiers. Tang Yunshan kicked him to the ground and dragged that ebony tribe teenager out. Sheng Huayan drew his sword, and with a hardened heart, he directly beheaded that ebony tribe teenager with a single slash. After decapitating this Han teenager with hatred and fear in his eyes, Sheng Huayan frowned slightly. Doesn't generate a kill value. Chapter 20, Fighting the Han Cavalry. What's the matter, Bo Chang? Tang Yunshan inquired. Sheng Huayan threw the knife away. Nothing, you guys do it. Then it stepped aside. The crowd didn't know what was wrong with Sheng Huayan, and they didn't dare to say more or ask more questions. Tang Yunshan and the others decapitated all the teenagers in the ebony tribe who were taller than the wheel, leaving no one behind. The elderly women who had risen up to resist were also decapitated without mercy by Tang Yunshan and the others. The remaining people, filled with fear, did not dare to continue resisting, and the entire ebony tribe cried and shouted. Sheng Huayan watched as the soldiers brought the horses back. There were more than 50 good war horses and 60 to 70 average horses, all of which were brought over. Horses are an indispensable war resource, and this is something that must be taken away. The food, gold and silver in the ebony tribe were also raided. 20 head of sheep were taken away, and 5 head of cattle were killed and taken away in meat. The rest of the cattle and sheep were left here for the time being, so that the Huns could raise them for them. This time the conditions did not allow it, or they all wanted to take them all. After Sheng Huayan and the others left, the ebony tribe was a mess, with only corpses and cries left. This is a war between two nations and races, full of savagery and bloodshed. The Xiongnu tribes knocked on the gate and came south, and would likewise behead countless Wei people and plunder wealth, food and women. Leaving the ebony tribe, they did not continue their search for the Han tribe. Instead, find a place to rest and cook beef for dinner. Smelling the aroma of beef, many soldiers couldn't help but gulp. In Wei, oxen were the means of production for plowing the land and were not allowed to be slaughtered. It's hard to get beef. Xiaoer, 2 tails of beef. This kind of thing, it won't happen. Any cow that dies accidentally will be bought up by the powerful. Where can it be the tavern's turn? Sheng Huayan sat on the sidelines, silently watching Goldfinger. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, late martial artist. Technique, Mangnia strength, small success, bloodshed blade technique, small success. Strength, 4,000 pounds. Talent, silver archer. Kill value, 35. Those young cavalrymen of the ebony tribe were killed, and 22 points of kill value were harvested. Cutting down the teenager didn't generate a kill value. This made Sheng Huayan puzzled. Don't you get kill points for killing enemies? That teenager from the ebony tribe, who was also an enemy, was decapitated and did not generate a kill value. Does it mean that killing someone without cultivation doesn't generate a kill value?
Or is it that killing innocents indiscriminately doesn't generate a kill value? It's also a pain in the ass to come across a dumb crippled system and have to figure everything out on your own. Wang Wu saw Sheng Huayan sitting alone, so he walked over. What, feeling bad about your conscience? Wang Wu said directly. Sheng Huayan heard Wang Wu's voice and turned his head to look at Wang Wu. Don't be psychologically burdened, the Huns will also kill many of our fellow family members when they break through the pass and head south. What they do will only be more evil than us. Wang Wu opened his mouth to comfort. You're doing the right thing, taller than Will's Hun men will soon be able to grow up and take their steel swords and go south and invade us. Sheng Huayan sweated, feeling that his thinking about the golden finger here had caused Wang Wu and the others to have a misunderstanding. Psychological burden and all that, a little bit indeed, but not much. No, I was thinking about other things. Sheng Huayan smiled and shook his head. So what are you thinking about, so mesmerized, you can't be thinking about the girl in your heart? Wang Wu joked. Elder brother Wang Wu, you're poking fun at me aren't you? When the war calms down, I'm going to order 10 girls at Ichuan Lu when I get back and drain you dry. Sheng Huayan said with a smile. Ha, you kid underestimated me, ordering 20 won't be a problem. Wang Wu laughed. Bo Chang, old brother Wang Wu, come over for dinner. Tang Yunshan shouted. Coming. Sheng Huayan and Wang Wu, both of them, returned to the camp and feasted on beef with the soldiers. 5 heads of beef, by them a meal dazzle finished, they are all martial arts cultivators, appetite is very big, let go of eating, this 5 head of cattle is not enough for more than 60 of them to eat. After lunch, move on to transfer. They don't stay in one place for too long, after all, it's Hun territory. When that group of Hun cavalry came to the Ebony tribe, looking at the miserable state of the Ebony tribe, the Hun cavalry captain's anger went straight to the sky. The young men of this tribe, teenagers taller than a wheel, were decimated. This is breaking their Hun roots. How many enemies are there? Tualuo Akira asked as he looked at an old man from the Ebony tribe. My lord, the enemy has more than 60 people. That old man was in tears. His grandson, who was killed in battle, dared not stand up and fight back to avenge his grandson's death, and cowardly survived. More than 60 people, they dare to be this rampant, they simply don't put our great Hun warriors in our eyes. I, Tualuo Akira, swear that I will definitely break them into pieces. Tualuo Akira said angrily. The enemy went in that direction? Takuro Akira asked. That direction. The old man pointed his finger in the direction Sheng Huayan and the others had left. He very much hoped at this moment that this group of cavalry, catching up with Sheng Huayan and the others, would cut down Sheng Huayan and the others, avenging his grandson and their tribe. Follow me, pursue the enemy, Haya. Tualuo Akira led the cavalry and chased after Sheng Huayan in the direction they had left. Sheng Huayan and the others roamed the grasslands, saw small tribes, charged and killed them, decapitated the young, strong, taller than wheels men in the Hun tribes, then searched for gold and silver supplies and war horses and left. Sweeping through half a dozen small tribes along the way. All the horses they owned had been no less than 500. A man has to lead a dozen horses. These horses alone, brought back and handed over to the garrison of Anning Pass, are a great military achievement. Taken to sell these war horses, they'd fetch quite a bit of silver. With so many war horses, their march slowed down and the traces they left behind became more and more visible. Looking at the harvest, a group of soldiers were both happy and worried. They were on the Hun grasslands now, and with so many horses, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Sheng Huayan also didn't expect that their harvest would be so bountiful. Let's just say that this prairie has been a little too peaceful for too long. Huns go south every year and invade Wei's border, while Wei has rarely attacked the grasslands over the years, making the Huns on the grasslands forget the danger and forget that Wei's army can also penetrate deep into the grasslands. In the evening, they spent the night in a desert and ate the same amount of beef and mutton. After dinner, Sheng Huayan arranged for scouts to go out on sentry duty. Now their movements were not well hidden, and for safety, scouts had to be sent out to detect the situation in a 10-mile radius. Sweeping through 6 or 7 small tribes made Sheng Huayan's kill value once again grow to 127 points. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, late martial artist. Technique, Manhwa strength, minor success, plus, bloodshed blade technique, minor success, plus. Strength, 4,000 pounds. Talent, silver archer plus. Kill value, 127. 127 points were not enough to raise the cultivation level nowadays. Now it was possible to enhance the Blood Fury blade technique, which was a good one, as if it was created specifically for soldiers in the army to cultivate. Sheng Huayan directly added points to enhance the bloodshed blade technique, consuming 100 points of kill value to enhance the bloodshed blade technique to grand completion. As the Blood Fiend blade technique was raised to its grand completion, Sheng Huayan's strength, once again, had grown considerably.
The current him had the backbone to defeat a mid-martial master. During the day-to-day, the Han army deployed 20,000 soldiers to attack the city, and even deployed martial arts powerhouses of the Zhongshu realm to participate in the attack.
Yang Yi, the general of the Yanning Pass, General Pingbei, stepped in and stopped the Zhongshu realm expert in the Xiongnu army.
The two fought for 2 hours high in the air, unable to help each other, and finally the Han army retreated, leaving thousands of corpses behind.
Boardmaster. Shang Huayan, who was cultivating to gulp down heaven and earth aura and transform it into martial true essence, was shouted awake.
What's wrong? Bo Chang, one of the scouts that was sent out, has returned, saying that there is a group of cavalry a dozen or so miles behind us, heading towards us, and he suspects that they are coming after us.
Tang Yunshan spoke up. What time is it?
The end of the crib. Shang Huayan looked at the sky. It was almost dawn, the end of an hour. This would be around 5 in the morning.
Wake up the soldiers, Shang Huayan said. Tang Yunshan quickly went to wake up all the soldiers. What's wrong, Brother Huayan? Wang Wu inquired. Bo Chang, what happened? Hai Dave followed suit and inquired. You speak. Shang Huayan let the scout who came over say.
Yes, Bo Chang, behind us, there are roughly hundreds of Han cavalry that are coming in our direction. I suspect that it is rushing towards us, so I hurriedly came back to report.
That soldier opened his mouth and said. Looks like we've been discovered after all. Wang Wu said. All along the way, they left traces that were obvious. Gentlemen, the district is only 100 horsemen. Do you dare to meet me in battle? Shang Huayan looked at the 60 or so men under his ministry.
Now facing the real cavalry of the Huns, the elite of the Han army.
What wouldn't you dare? The mountain of daggers and the sea of fire, I, Wang Wu, will accompany you to lie through it. Wang Wu immediately took a stand. Just 100 riders, what wouldn't you dare to do?
The Han birdman. Tang Yunshan followed Shang Huaishan and fought a few victorious battles. He also fought with confidence.
War.
The soldiers looked at Shang Huayan. Their eyes were firm. They followed Shang Huayan, and in every battle, Shang Huayan rushed to the front. Now that they had won several battles, they were fearless in the face of the Han cavalry. They believed in Shang Huayan and would definitely lead them to win the fight. Good, worthy of being the soldiers I led. This is the soldier who dares to fight. We will win.
Shang Huayan waved his hand in satisfaction. Then it was time to set up a play.
Although they also had 60 or so men, and there was no shortage of war horses, they still had a considerable gap between them and the real Han cavalry in a mounted battle. Shang Huayan took his soldiers and immediately set off, looking for a grassland. On the grasslands, Shang Huayan used ropes and led his soldiers to lay tripwires.
And then digging trap pits behind the tripwires. These are the wisdom left over from the old ancestors who dealt with cavalry in that previous world. To fight cavalry with infantry, one had to outsmart them, and their group, all of whom were infantry, hadn't been converted to cavalry for long. Shang Huayan was unwilling to have too many casualties, so he came up with this plan. After setting up the trap, Shang Huayan and the others, riding on their horses, waited for the arrival of the group of Han cavalry. In the east, a splash of fish-white surfaced, and soon, a round of reddish fireballs rose, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. Under that 10,000 rays of haze, a group of cavalry, stepping on the haze, came. Tualuo Akira looked at the men and horses in strict formation in front of him, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The starry-eyed rushed to catch up with this group of Wei rats. Warrior sons and daughters, those people in front of us are the damned Wei. They beheaded my clan's sons and daughters and plundered my clan's resources. Now, charge with me and chop off their heads to go back to worship my clan's sons and daughters to enjoy their spirits in heaven. Tualuo Akira shouted. Kill! 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 The Han cavalry erupted into an overwhelming shout of murder. Shang Huayan and the others quietly looked at the Han cavalry whose shouts shook heaven and earth. Warriors, follow me and kill the enemy. Charge! Tualuo eulogized loudly and took the lead in charging, and the hundreds of Han cavalrymen behind him also began to charge on their warhorses. Kill! Looking at the charging Han cavalry, Shang Huayan revealed a smile. The sun was rising, a fiery red, just right for killing the enemy. Looking at the fiercely charging Han cavalry, the crowd sat motionless on their horses. Takuro Akira, who had initiated the charge, looked at the opposite side of the room with no movement and felt something was wrong. These Wei rats, they couldn't have been scared silly by the great cavalry charge of the Huns, that they didn't run away or charge. Thinking of this, Tualuo Akira drove the warhorse even faster. Hiya! Hiya! If Shang Huayan knew that the opposite side of the Tualuo Akira thought like this, he would definitely burst out laughing. Is this what they call when you meet a protagonist, all villains drop their wits? Looking at the opposite side of the world is still not moving, Tualuo Akira is no longer stupid, but also found that something is not right. Unfortunately, it's not too easy to stop a cavalry charge now. He knew that the way people were cunning, but he just couldn't guess what Sheng Huayan was plotting. Soon he knew that there was some kind of conspiracy. Talo Akira was lucky to leap over the tripwire, and the shaman god blessed him with a lucky escape from the horse trap. The cavalry behind him, however, were not so lucky. A few riders in front of them tripped over the tripwire and fell straight down. The cavalry behind want to break, it is already too late. Some directly hit the front of the fallen horse, some horse stepped in the trapping pit, directly fell over the horse. Tualuo Akira, who had rushed ahead, saw this scene and his eyes widened in anger. The cavalry was so fast that they couldn't stop, and there was a constant stream of horses stepping into pits or crashing into those in front of them and falling. The soldiers behind Sheng Huayan saw this scene and admired Sheng Huayan even more. The trap they had set up had actually worked. At first they were apprehensive that this wouldn't do much good, but they didn't realize that it would work wonders. In the end, only 40 or so riders rushed through the trap. Tualuo Akira's heart was dripping with pain when he saw that there were only 40 or so riders left behind him. Ah! Damn way dogs, despicable and shameless. Tualuo Akira cursed angrily. Sheng Huayan laughed and hooked his middle finger towards Tualuo Akira. Come here. Damn way dog, I'll kill you. Takuro Akira was furious and charged regardless. The Han cavalry behind him only continued to follow the charge. Sheng Huayan drew his battle sword and raised it up. The soldiers behind him followed suit and drew their war swords. Brothers, charge with me and kill the slave bandits. Sheng Huayan galloped his horse furiously. The two armies charged, the war horses galloped, the jingoism was hot. In his previous life, every man had a dream of galloping his horse, jingoing his horse, and conquering the sands. Now, nothing is a dream, this is real jingoism, fighting the enemy on the sands. He revolved his body's martial Dao true essence, and the blood-colored baleful aura on his battle sword surged. Tualuo Akira also activated his body's martial arts true essence and rushed towards Sheng Huayan. Soldier to soldier, general to general. Clang! Only the sound of weapons clashing could be heard as one figure flashed by and another fell off the horse. At the sight of the falling figure, the Han cavalryman was horrified. Their captain, in just one round, was defeated. One must know that their captain, who was in the realm of the martial grand circle, was actually cut down by the enemy general, with a single slash. The soldiers behind Sheng Huayan, seeing the Han cavalry captain being hacked to death by Sheng Huayan, they were instantly energized and galloped their horses, following Sheng Huayan into the Han cavalry camp. The Han cavalry first encountered a trap on the narrow road, and then their captain was killed, and their momentum was greatly reduced. A charge passed by, the Iron Riders were like thunder, and behind Sheng Huayan and the others, there were only war horses left. 40 or so Han enemies, all killed. The warhorse, which had lost its master, stopped and began to lower its head to graze. The sun on a September morning in the northern part of the Serbian country is not warm. There were still white dewdrops on the grass. The north wind whistled, and the animals on the grassland hid in their nests to escape the terrifying bloodthirsty aura. Chapter 21, Returning with a full load. Quickly save the wounded. Sheng Huayan opened his mouth. Cavalry versus cavalry, inevitably, they also suffered casualties, but fortunately, they were not large. 2 were killed in battle and about 10 wounded. After all, they weren't proper cavalry, and there was still a considerable gap between them and the Han cavalry. It was still Sheng Huayan who rushed ahead and decimated a lot of Han cavalry. Otherwise the casualties would only be greater. Tang Yunshan and the others began to treat the wounded. Those who were injured could heal their wounds very quickly after taking the healing elixir. The 2 soldiers who were killed in action, they had to bury them on the spot. Wiping out a 100-man squad of Han cavalry, they harvested more than 60 intact war horses. War swords, war armor, etc. were also pulled down and taken away. They had plenty of horses now, and supplies could be carried on horseback. The wounded war horses, a dozen of which were slaughtered, took the horse flesh away. The rest is left to fend for itself in this meadow. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sheng Huayan led his soldiers away and continued to change places to prevent a large group of Han cavalry from finding their trail. With horses and supplies, the men left happy, having won another battle and killed more than 100 Huns. This military service, it won't be small, and maybe you'll receive a lot of reward money. At noon, Sheng Huayan and the others encountered another group of Huns transporting supplies. Looking at the group of troops transporting supplies, Tang Yunshan and the others looked at Sheng Huayan. Bo Chang, do it or not. Nowadays, when they encounter the Huns, they no longer think about whether they can win the fight or not, but him and then grab all the stuff. Brothers, now that there's a piece of fat meat in front of you, what do you say, to eat or not to eat? Sheng Huayan smiled and turned back to the soldiers. Eat. Must eat. Borgmester, give the order, I can't wait for the charge. The soldiers, each with warlike intent in their eyes, couldn't wait to charge. "All right, brothers, charge with me," Shang Huayan bellowed as he spurred his horse to lead the charge. The wounded soldiers stayed behind to take care of the horses, and the others, all of them, followed Shang Huayan's charge. The horse is as fast as Dalo, the bow is like thunderbolt strings. Launching a charge, the men strung their bows and drew their arrows to fire as they approached the Hun army. Now Shang Huayan and the others, each carrying a bow, had captured it from the Huns. Looking at the charging cavalry, and the arrows being shot, this army of Huns transporting supplies was an afterthought. "Enemy attack!" The general leading the group shouted. The soldiers in the Huns army were quick to take cover. And those ordinary herdsmen who had been conscripted, unable to dodge, were killed by arrows in more than 20 cases. These men of Shang Huayan had very few archers, and many of them didn't know how to shoot arrows, which was what led to the extremely low shooting rate. "Mount your horses and counterattack!" the enemy general shouted. The cavalrymen in the Hun army mounted their horses and rushed towards Shang Huayan and the others. "Kill! Kill!" Looking at the more than 100 cavalry rushing in, Shang Huayan and the others, without the slightest fear, drew out their swords to meet them. Judging by the speed of reaction on the other side, this is an encounter with an elite unit. Shang Huayan steered his horse and rushed ahead, his battle robes fluttering in the wind, his iron armor glinting with a cold light in the sunlight. The battle sword was filled with blood-colored fury and had become blood red. The true essence in his body also began to surge, and his blood surged. He had to use his full strength to kill the other party's leader in one blow, or else the battle would not be favorable for them. After all, the other side outnumbered them twice as much. Clang! Put! Battle blades clashed while a patch of blood splashed up. The head of the Hun enemy general flew up and fell to the ground. A martial cultivator at the late martial realm was defenseless against his full force. Now that Shang Huayan's strength was comparable to that of a mid-martial master, dealing with martial cultivators at the martial artist realm was completely bullying. After killing the general of the Hun army with a single slash, Shang Huayan, like a fierce tiger, rushed into the Hun cavalry, and wherever he passed, people died. Watching Shang Huayan killing in all directions, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, Haide, and the others, not willing to show weakness, raised their swords to slash and kill. Kill! Shang Huayan's swordsmanship was severe, each blade took away a Hun soldier. The bloodshed blade technique of the Great Completion was simply out of this world in his hands. As he decimated more and more enemy troops, the bloodthirsty aura on his body also became heavier and heavier. Wang Wu looked at Shang Huayan's blood fury blade technique, which had been cultivated to this extent, and marveled in his heart. As expected of a demonic monster, it had only been a short while since the bloodshed blade technique had been refined to this extent. He had practiced the bloodshed blade technique for 2.5 years, but he had only managed to achieve a small success. Shang Huayan was like a god of killing the Hun enemy army with fear. He was like no one's business, no one could stop him in the Hun enemy army. Hundreds of cavalrymen were killed by him alone, more than 60 of them. The charging 100 cavalrymen were cut down, and Shang Huayan led another charge at the other Hun soldiers. The most elite cavalrymen were killed in battle, and the remaining soldiers and herders who were defenseless were decimated by Shang Huayan and the others. During this period, Shang Huayan also beheaded a herdsman without cultivation, and he noticed that he didn't get a kill value for beheading this herdsman without cultivation. In one battle, Shang Huayan alone had killed hundreds of Hun enemy soldiers. Looking at Shang Huayan's body full of fierce aura, Wang Wu and the others all felt a few moments of fear. Especially Wang Wu, he felt that sometimes the gap between people was bigger than even dogs and people. After practicing martial arts for 10 years, he had only broken through to the late martial artist realm by now. Shang Huayan was the one he watched with his own eyes start practicing martial arts from an ordinary person, and in just a few days, he caught up with him, and even had a body of strength that was far superior to him by several times. Clean up the battlefield and take away what you can. There were enough horses now, and Shang Huayan was not willing to waste them in burning. He planned to return to Anning Pass with his men after sweeping through a few more small Hun tribes. If they waited for the Hun army to react and send out a large Hun cavalry to surround them, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape the grasslands. After destroying this Xiongnu material transportation army, Shang Huayan led his army and continued to search for small Xiongnu tribes. In the course of an afternoon, 5 or 6 more small tribes were swept away, and the harvest was plentiful. These small tribes, the sturdy youths, the warriors, were all drawn to the battlefield, leaving the old and the sick to withstand their fronts. Looking at the thousands of war horses, full of supplies, Shang Huayan decided to return to Anning Pass tonight. Pocketing all of these harvests is the real deal. The route back, naturally, was to avoid the Xiongnu army in front of the Anning Pass. Looking at the harvest, on every face a smile spreads. Bo Chang, we harvested a total of gold and silver jewelry worth 30,000 taels of silver.
More than 1,000 warhorses, quite a few pills, and so many other supplies that it's impossible to count.
Tang Yunshan said happily.
Gold, silver and jewelry, go back and convert them into silver, give them to the brothers to share. The brothers who died in battle should also be shared. Share a little more and send it back to their families.
Sheng Huayan said.
For the pills, keep the ones for healing, and for the ones for cultivation and those that can break through realms, distribute them to the brothers so that they can enhance their strength.
Yes, Uncle Chief.
The other soldiers heard Sheng Huayan's distribution method and were incomparably joyful. Following such a general, Zhou could win and the harvest was divided among his men. No matter if it was the future and money, it was all very bright.
In the evening, after dinner, they didn't stay much longer and continued on their way. With so many horses and supplies, staying a little longer in this grassland would be a little more dangerous.
During the day-to-day, the Han army continued to knock on the pass. King Zuoxian sent out 2 martial artists in the Zhongshe realm, but they still couldn't help Yang Yi, the defender of a Ning Pass. The Han army attacked the city and was once again thwarted. King Zuoxian's favorite vase was dropped by him. Waste, damn it, a small Ning Pass can't even be taken down. How many days has it been? King Zuoxian roared incompetently. The generals at the bottom, not daring to utter a single breath. This small Anning Pass, if it is so easy to take down, they would have taken down. Really think Wei is a soft persimmon. The generals below couldn't help but mutter in their minds. Reporting to King Zuoxian, there is a military situation. A summoning officer entered King Zuoxian's royal tent. Say. He thought it was the prairie urging him to hurry up and take Anning Pass, and was in a very irritable mood. Great King, 2 supply transports were attacked in our rear, a group of 100 cavalrymen disappeared, a dozen small tribes were swept away, and those who reported it said that it is suspected that an enemy has entered our rear. The summoning officer opened his mouth to report.
What? An enemy touched behind us? How dare you? King Zuoxian was furious. Does he really think he's made of clay? Send me 2,000 cavalrymen and make sure to find and exterminate them. King Zuoxian's chest rose and fell in anger. Supplies had been largely destroyed in the attack on the camp, and now he had the audacity to send an army to attack his transportation army. Without enough supplies to ensure that the generals are not fed, what will they use to attack and kill the enemy? Sheng Huayan and the others did not know that this matter had already been informed to the left virtuous king. And King Zuoxian did not know that Sheng Huayan and the others, now with their rich captures, had begun to take a detour back to Anning Pass. Chapter 22 The Return of the Vanished Team, shocking everyone. At night, Sheng Huayan and the others, unable to continue their journey, could only find a place to stop and rest. Carrying so many horses and supplies is not conducive to making the journey at night. Resting down, it's all about building a fire and cooking, and tonight it's still stew for dinner. After dinner, Sheng Huayan arranged for someone to be on watch for the night. One must be careful in all things and not relax, or a single slip could kill them all. During the day-to-day, he had killed 140 to 50 Han enemy soldiers by himself, and he had gained a lot of kill value. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, late martial artist plus. Technique, Mang Nyo Jin minor success, plus, Blood Fury Blade technique major success. Strength, 4,000 pounds. Talent, Silver Archer plus. Kill value, 203. Now that the kill value had grown to 203 points, the cultivation level could be raised again. Immediately, Sheng Huayan did not hesitate to add points to raise his cultivation. Consuming 150 points of killing value, a massive force that permeated his entire body, running through him, constantly strengthening his muscles, flesh, blood, and bones. Under this power, Sheng Huayan's physique continued to become stronger and his strength was rising by leaps and bounds, and his body's true essence continued to increase and solidify. Other people wouldn't feel any changes, but Sheng Huayan could clearly feel that his physique was strengthening, his strength was rising, and his true essence was increasing and solidifying. The true essence in his body's dantian was like it had condensed into a spiritual liquid. When that powerful force disappeared, Sheng Huayan clenched his fists. He now felt like he could break the void with one punch. Of course, it's just an illusion. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, martial artist great perfection. Technique, Magnia strength, small success, bloodshed blade technique, large success. Strength, 4,500 pounds. Talent, silver archer plus. Kill value, 53. Watching the cultivation strength increase, Sheng Huayan sighed, worthy of being a system. This power level was already the same as a late martial master. With the martial grand completion realm, it allowed him to be comparable to a late martial master, crossing over the ranks, a proper protagonist template. Not bad for a system dad. Too bad it's a dumb system. After the breakthrough, Sheng Huayan didn't rest, but continued to cultivate and condense his martial true essence. Even with the system, he's going to roll hard, quietly, and then roll everyone. Early the next morning, Shang Huayan and the others, after a simple breakfast, continued their journey.
In the Han army camp, 2,000 iron horsemen left the camp and headed towards the grassland. Looking at the army that was only 40,000 left now, King Zuoxian was thinking whether he should send some more soldiers to come and fight. On the side of the great monarch, he sent another messenger to urge him to take Anning Pass quickly. The Middle Road army, fighting with the Jinbei army, hoped that their side would take the Anning Pass, enter the pass and go around to the back of the refusal of the northern city, and attack the Jinbei army from behind. Looking at King Zuoxian, who had a worried look on his face, King Zuoguli spoke up and said, "Your Majesty, since we can't take the Anning Pass, why don't we send our troops to enter the pass from elsewhere and head south, and just leave a portion of our men here to hold back the Anning army?" King Zuoxian glanced at this old husband and said, "Then, how many men do you think, left behind, will be able to hold back the Anning Pass defenders? What if we enter the pass from somewhere else and the Anning Pass defenders attack us from behind? What about the transportation of logistical resources?" This old father-in-law, a handful of years old, was a formidable general when he was young. Why has he become dim now? A night attack completely shattered the hopes of the Xiongnu army to quickly break through Anning Pass. Continue to send troops to knock on the pass, consume the Anning Pass defenders, and transfer another 50,000 troops. King Zuoxian finally decided to increase his troops. Now entering the pass is a good opportunity. If he can't break the pass, he can't account for it to the great monarch. The Xiongnu army began to carry out an attack on the Anning Pass. The soldiers on the walls of Anning Pass were numb as they watched the Han soldiers coming like a tidal wave. Except for the 2 days when the camp was attacked, the Han army knocked at the pass every day. They were used to the Han hordes knocking at the gates. Archers ready, release. The archers shot a round of arrows and many charging Hun soldiers died on the road. The Huns also sent cavalry and archers towards the city to cover the army's attack. The soldiers on the city wall shot arrows while dodging the arrows shot by the Huns. The Han army rushed to the bottom of the city wall, built ladders and ropes, and began to climb up. Smash the bastards. Hun thieves and bandits, I'll your grandmother. The defenders on the walls picked up stones and threw them down, and the burning gold juice too kept pouring down. Hun thieves and bandits, come on, your grandpa's treating you to some golden juice. If the Han army wanted to climb up the walls, they would have to pay no small amount of casualties. The great wars continue to rage, and the beacons are in the air for 3 months. The defenders of the Anning Pass were still tenaciously resisting the Xiongnu army. Blood and frost, the ancient city of the border, stained with years of mottled. The walls of the city were full of sword marks and arrow holes. The war, which lasted until evening, was withdrawn by the Huns. Shang Huayan and the others were still making a detour to avoid the Hun camp. The detour back was far, but it was safer, and along the way, they went off the beaten path. It wasn't until the 3rd day that they circled back to Anning Pass. The defenders on the southern wall of Anning Pass, seeing so many warhorses attacking and rolling up smoke and dust, thought that it was an enemy army coming around to attack, and took urgent precautions. Enemy attack alert! The defenders in the southern part of the city had picked up their bows and arrows and war swords and spears, and looked warily at the thousands of riders below the city. Brothers on the city, we're not enemy troops, we're from the 7th Battalion's 10th team. Looking at the defenders on the city walls all alertly drawing their bows and arrows, Tang Yunshan hurriedly shouted. It would be a lot of fun to make a joke by mistake. The defenders on the city heard the shouts and were a bit skeptical. The people below, their accents were indeed pure, not like the Hun enemy troops pretending. But the 7th Battalion, the 10th team, weren't those all killed in battle during the attack on the camp? 7th Battalion, 10th Squad? Didn't I hear they were all killed in battle? I don't know, could it be that the Huns have captured them and are now coming to swindle the city? Wait and see, and if things don't look right, do it. Brothers on the city, if you don't believe me, you can inform up and have the generals come over. We really are from the 7th Battalion's 10th team. Tang Yunshan continued to shout. Go inform up. A leader spoke up. Soon, the smoke cleared, and the defenders on the city saw that below, there were thousands of horses, many of which were carrying supplies. Instead, there were only about 60 people. The battle robes and flags, too, were indeed those of their Anning Pass garrison. Bo Chang, there are only about 60 people down there, it doesn't look like a fraudulent city. A pawn captain spoke up. Be careful, you can't afford to make the slightest mistake now. That Bo Chang, however, said cautiously. Watching the soldiers on the walls remain unopened and alert. On the city's northern tower, a group of generals were keeping an eye on the battle, and the moment they realized that a strong Hun participant had entered the battle, they were going to make a move to stop it. Report. The messenger soldier came running. What's the matter? Yang Yi looked at the summoning soldier. Reporting to the general, outside the south gate of the city, there is a group of people claiming to be from the 10th team of the 7th Battalion of my Ning army. They have brought thousands of horses with them. Now please ask the general for instructions. The messenger's soldier said quickly. What? Yang Yi stood up from his seat. The other several benefactor generals were also looking at the summoning soldiers with incredible expressions. They thought they had heard wrong. The 10th team of the 7th Battalion, the 10th team that took the lead in killing the enemy camp on the right side of the Hun army and stirred up the enemy camp on the right side of the Hun army, they were deeply impressed. Didn't you say the 7th Battalion had all been killed in battle? How come it suddenly reappeared? Are you sure it's the 7th Battalion's 10th team? Yang Yi asked seriously. General, that's what the visitor said. The messenger's soldier replied. General, I'll go take a look. Slave breaker General Sun Hao spoke up. Alright, take Colonel Wu with you and go take a look to see what's going on. Yang Yi nodded. This would be when the Hun army was attacking the city. He couldn't walk away and had to sit on the battlefield in order to prevent the patriarchs and the Hun army from attacking the city. Yes, General. Sun Hao called up Colonel Wu and rushed to the south wall of the city. Looking down, Shang Huayan and the others sitting on their warhorses, each holding a dozen or so warhorses. It's really this kid. Sun Hao naturally recognized Shang Huayan when he saw him. They all had their eye on Shang Huayan. Colonel Wu, the following are, sure they're all from your battalion's 10th team? Sun Hao inquired. It's better to be cautious in order to prevent all accidents. General, there are a dozen or so that aren't, they seem to be from other teams, the rest are soldiers from the 10th team. Colonel Wu replied. Seeing Shang Huayan and the others, Colonel Wu was unusually surprised. These guys, weren't they rumored to be dead? How come they're back, alive and well? That's good. Quickly open the city gates and let them in. Sun Hao said. Then walked down the city wall and came to the city gate. He was very curious at the moment. Shang Huayan, this kid, what did he go for, getting so many war horses back? Seeing the city gate open, Shang Huayan said to the soldiers behind him, Brothers, enter the city. Chapter 23 General Yang Ye's call. The city gates opened and Shang Huayan and the others dismounted and led their horses into the city. Looking at the vast array of war horses, every single one of them was a top quality horse. General Sun Hao, Colonel Wu, and the others, their mouths were wide open. With these war horses, you can form an iron cavalry of thousands. You know, their Ning army, with a size of 30,000 men, only had 2,000 iron horsemen. The reason for this is naturally that Wei lacks war horses and has no decent grasslands to graze and raise them. General Sun. Seeing the slave-breaking General Sun Hao come to greet them, Shang Huayan and the others hurriedly performed the salute of the army. No need to be polite, did you guys go and rob the Hun cavalry? Got so many good horses back. Sun Hao looked at those war horses, his eyes glowing. Colonel Wu. Shang Huayan and the others also saluted Colonel Wu. After all, Colonel Wu was their superior officer. Colonel Wu waved his hand, signaling that Shang Huayan and the others did not need to be polite. He looked at Shang Huayan, now he was more and more curious, this kid, really good at what he does. Disappeared with his men for 5 or 6 days and came back with so many war horses back. Back to General, we did go to rob the Huns. Shang Huayan replied with a smile. Tell me in detail. Sun Hao came to be interested. Looking at the 60 or so people that Shang Huayan had brought with him, how could they be so capable? Shang Huayan told all about his experiences in the past few days. The mouths of Colonel Wu and the soldiers around him were so wide open that they could fit eggs. This experience is really too magical, right? In the Hun grasslands, crisscrossing the war, killing countless enemies, their own casualties are negligible. Although it sounds simple, it's hard to do, I'm afraid. After all, this guerrilla warfare method was something they had never heard of before. More than 1,000 war horses, so many supplies, and killed so many enemies, you guys are a great achievement. When I report to General Yang, there will be a great reward. Sun Hao smiled and spoke. This kid is really extraordinary. Together with the credit for attacking the camp, if his cultivation is enough, he can completely be promoted to lieutenant. Moreover, looking at the aura on Shang Huayan's body, it had only been a short while, but he had already reached Martial Grand Circle. A few days ago, this kid was only at the martial apprentice realm, right? This cultivation growth rate was even more demonic than even the pride of those great clans and great families. Shang Huayan and the others returned, and brought back war horses and many supplies, which soon spread throughout the Yanning army. Old Wang and the others didn't even die. Zhang Dainio's eyes widened upon hearing this. The veteran glanced at Zhang Dainio. You want them to die very much? No, that's not what I meant. I mean, it's amazing that they came back to life. Ah shucks, no, I'm surprised they didn't get cut down by the Huns. Shut up you. The veteran couldn't listen anymore. If you can't talk, shut up.
Zhang Dinyo scratched his hair and obediently shut up. He was only a little excited to hear that Shang Huayan and the others were still alive, and his mouth said bald skin. The war horses and supplies were given to the Yanning army, and the harvests of gold, silver, and jewels were given to them for their own possession. The supplies and war horses that were turned in were also rewarded with a lot of military credit and bounty. In particular, there were quite a few healing elixirs in the supplies. Shang Huayan and the others were arranged to go down to rest. On the city tower, Yang Yi looked at the Han army barracks and frowned slightly. The Han army, it's increased. The other 4 generals, when they saw the Xiongnu army increase, had a few worried brows. The border is in an emergency, they don't care, they are still fighting for that seat. What are the people of the border in their eyes? General Zhao Yangan, the broken general, said in exasperation. Shut up and watch your words. Yang Yi glared at Zhao Yangan. This is not something that can be said. Zhao Yong'an then realized that he had lost his words. Although the other few generals didn't say anything, they were also more or less as dissatisfied and angry as Zhao Yong'an. The battle at Anning Pass lasted for more than 20 days, and now that the Xiongnu has once again increased its troops, Anning Pass is in jeopardy, but there is still no reinforcement from the imperial court. How could this make them, the generals guarding the pass, not angry? Kill. The war continued, as a Han body fell off the wall, and soldiers on the wall were targeted and shot by Han cavalry. Woohoo! The war cry seems so bleak. Until now, the garrison of Anning Pass has been consumed by more than half of the Xiongnu army. The soldiers that came in support from the counties in the rear were not many and were completely perfunctory. Today's Anning Pass is entirely dependent on the Anning Pass defenders to die. Shang Huayan and the others who were resting in the barracks were lazily basking in the sun, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Those 5 or 6 days on the prairie, when they were on edge all day, were not a solid time. If it wasn't for the fact that the city was now under martial law and in times of war, Shang Huayan would have wanted to take his men to Yichuanlu for a bit of dashing, to relieve the pressure and cultivate his feelings. The war came to an end in the evening, the sun was red like blood, and the sky and earth were filled with a murderous atmosphere. The Han army still retreated, leaving thousands of corpses behind. In the evening, Shang Huayan had planned to meet the veterans, but General Yang Yi summoned him and could only go to see General Yang Yi first. The highest general of the Yanning Pass garrison, General Yang Yi of Pingbei, a 5th-ranked general and a Zhongsher-level powerhouse. If Yang Yi hadn't guarded in Ning Pass, it would have been flattened by the Han's Iron Horsemen. Being summoned by General Yang Yi, Shang Huayan was still a bit apprehensive. Regardless of the other party's identity or the other party's cultivation, he now needed to look up and needed to face it carefully. General, Shang Huayan has arrived. The summoning soldier brought Shang Huayan to Yang Yi's council chamber. Bring him in. Inside the council chamber, Yang Yi's voice came. Stoic and majestic. Shang Huayan was brought into the council chamber, in which the 5 major benefit generals were present. Shang Huayan looked at the 6 men, who were the highest generals of Anning Pass. Greetings, General Yang, generals. The crowd sized up, saluting Shang Huayan, and facing the gazes of a group of generals, Shang Huayan felt pressurized. Everyone here was a martial artist above the innate, and even if they converged on their body's aura, the majesty accumulated from years of military service was also very heavy. There's no need to be polite, this is our new rising young general of Anning Pass, and he's really a talented man. Yang Yi saw Shang Huayan and said with a smile. According to his military service, Shang Huayan was good enough to be given the rank of lieutenant and command a battalion. Not bad indeed, you can take the first credit for attacking the camp that night. Breaking General Zhao Yangan said with a smile. Daring to fight, he can be a general in the future. An advantageous general also appreciated. I'm short of a soldier lieutenant 1000 captain under me, how about it, are you interested in coming to my regiment? General Xuanfu Li Daoru looked at Shang Huayan and smiled. Oldly, it's not too good for you to rob someone in front of me, right? Sun Hao immediately opened his mouth. The 7th Battalion, which Shang Huayan was in, was his regiment. You can't say that, that's called robbing someone, it's just that the position of 1000 captain is more suitable for him, putting it in your regiment is a bit of a condescension. Li Daoru was very optimistic about Shang Huayan. Brainy, bold, and decisive. Shang Huayan looked stunned, these big brothers, how to start robbing on people. Is he that good and conspicuous? How come these generals, they're all quite concerned about him? Alright, you guys stop arguing, I have another use for this kid. Yang Yi opened his mouth and said. Several generals took a look at this is ready to use this kid in a big way. Yang Yi looked at Shang Huayan and said with a smile, Shang Huayan, used to be a scholar, was pulled into the stronghold. The first battle demonstrated notable talent in archery, after the veterans passed on the military cultivation techniques, martial arts talent, fighting bravely, killing decisively. Shang Huayan listened with a shock in his heart, a little stunned, this was already investigated him. Don't be afraid, I'm not checking your details, I'm calling you here now because I have something for you to do. Yang Yi opened his mouth and said. General, please speak.
Shang Huayan said respectfully.
Yang Yi nodded. Today, the Xiongnu army has begun to increase its troops again, with an estimated 50,000 troops, and we have no reinforcements. Shang Huayan frowned. Another 50,000 additional troops, and they didn't have any reinforcements yet. This wasn't good news. After hearing about your deeds these days, now I need you to lead the troops and make another trip to the grasslands. Do you dare to go?
Yang Yi stared at Shang Huayan.
It was only when he heard Sun Hao talk about what Shang Huayan had done in the grasslands with his troops in the past few days that he thought of letting Shang Huayan go to the grasslands to make a mess again. Of course, this is a dangerous matter. I won't force you. I'll give you 2 days to think about it, and in 2 days you're answering me.
No, it's fine to go, but I have one condition.
Shang Huayan said immediately. It's better to go to the grasslands and be able to kill the enemy on your own than to defend the city and kill the enemy. Carrying a killing system, only by killing in war can he become stronger quickly. Therefore, he did not refuse the task.
Oh, tell me, as long as I can do it, I will fulfill you.
Yang Yi saw that Shang Huayan agreed without hesitation and nodded with a satisfied smile. I want more soldiers. Shang Huayan said. Alright, I'll give you 500 iron riders and promote you to soldier captain, as long as you go to the grasslands and cut off the Han army's grain and grass. Yang Yi opened his mouth and said. Shang Huayan froze. This is another promotion?
A military captain, but a commander of 1,000 men, a full 8th grade military officer.
Remember, you only need to attack and harass the Xiongnu's army transporting grain and grass, the rest doesn't require you to do much. Yang Yi admonished. Guarantee to complete the mission. Shang Huayan made an album and gave a military salute. Go down and rest for 2 days. I will select 500 elite iron horsemen to give to you. Whether or not you can delay the Han army from attacking the city depends on you. Yang Yi nodded his head and said.
Shang Huayan didn't think that this had just come back and was going to the grasslands again.
Chapter 24 The Hedonist's Marksmanship. Right, what else do you require? I'll prepare it all for you. Yang Yi spoke again.
General, I still need soldiers who can speak the Han language and people who are familiar with the grasslands.
Shang Huayan spoke up. In the first few days, they had fewer soldiers and were less familiar with the grasslands, so they didn't dare to go too deep into the grasslands. According to Shang Huayan's understanding, this world, which is 1 billion points big, the grassland is also very vast, and the grassland is not the only unified nomadic people of the Huns. The Huns were just one of the overlords of this steppe. Alright, I'll arrange it for you. Yang Yi nodded. Any more? Well, dispense more healing elixirs. Shang Huayan said.
They were behind enemy lines and casualties were hard to replenish, so healing elixirs were important.
No. Change it. Yang Yi blushed a bit.
The Ning army, hadn't received any imperial-issued elixirs for a long time. Speaking of which, he was seething with anger.
That's fine then, forget about it if you don't have it.
Shang Huayan scratched his head.
No elixir, big deal, we'll just rob the Huns when the time comes. There will be elixir deliveries from the Han Transportation Army. Count my group of soldiers too.
Shang Huayan thought about it and added. Those minions of his, he was used to using.
Okay, this is no problem. Is there more?
Yang Yi looked at Shang Huayan.
No more. Shang Huayan shook his head.
You're at the martial artist grand circle now. I'll give you a 4th grade realm breaking pill to break through to the martial master realm. Your current cultivation level, it's a bit low.
Yang Yi bestowed Shang Huayan with another 4th grade realm breaking dan.
As Shang Huayan slowly familiarized himself with this world, he also learned that pills were also divided into 1 to 9 grades, with 1 grade being the lowest and 9 grades being the highest. The 4th grade realm breaking pill could already allow a martial master grand circle to break through the Hotian realm.
Thank you, General.
Shang Huayan was a bit delighted and accepted the jade bottle in Yang Yi's hand. With this elixir, he could save some of his kill value. This is a transmission jade talisman. Inside is the Overlord's gun technique that I majored in, and it's bestowed upon you as well. Yang Yi passed on the spear technique he practiced to Shang Huayan as well. It was a bit of a pity that he cultivated the gongfu but couldn't pass it on to Shang Huayan. The other 5 benefactor generals, seeing this scene, were a bit envious of Shang Huayan. General Yang Yi was treating Shang Huayan as his heir apparent. The bastard shot, but General Yang Yi's famous skill, they have never seen. General Yang Yi to whom this good, Shang Huayan is the first. Shang Huayan was overjoyed, and the Overlord gun law, the cavalry charge to kill the enemy, but also the gun and halberd and other weapons to kill the enemy ferociously.
Thank you, General.
Shang Huayan was even happier to obtain this spear technique than he was to obtain the 4th grade boundary breaking pill.
Alright, go back.
Yang Yi waved his hand, allowing Shang Huayan to leave.
When he returned to his residence, Sheng Huayan couldn't wait to use the power transmission Jade Talisman. Just stick it directly on your head and input your true essence. Then a large amount of Overlord's gun technique was transmitted into his mind, and at the same time, this gun technique, too, was included by the system. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, martial artist great perfection. Techniques, Manhwa minor, bloodshed blade technique major, Overlord's gun technique uninitiated plus. Strength, 4,500 pounds. Talent, silver archer plus. Kill value, 53. Sheng Huayan didn't hesitate and directly added points to his cultivation. He didn't have time to take his time to enroll now. 20 points of kill value were consumed, and the Overlord gun technique reached the entry level. A large amount of experience with the Overlord's gun technique flooded into his mind, as if he had practiced the Overlord's gun technique for 2.5 years with the same proficiency. The remaining 33 points of killing value were surprisingly not enough to add another point to cultivate the Overlord's gun technique. The kill value was not enough, so Sheng Huayan could only call it quits and began to turn the Manhwa gene to start condensing the true essence of the martial arts. He had begun to get used to converting sleep into practice. Those who work hard, work hard. The next morning, after morning exercises and breakfast. When the sun rose, the Han army began to attack the city again. Listening to the horns and war drums resounding outside the city, the blood in Sheng Huayan's body began to boil. He was completely idle and wanted to go fight and kill again. Although General Yang Yi told him to rest, but rest, where is the kill value more important? Rest? Only losers need rest. Does he? No need. Sheng Huayan immediately took his battle sword, put his bow and arrows on his back, and went up to the city wall to fight. Bo Chang, are you going to join the battle? Tang Yunshan looked at Sheng Huayan and opened his mouth to ask. Well, I'm going to participate in the defense of the city. Sheng Huayan nodded. What about us? Tang Yunshan looked at Sheng Huayan. They didn't have a combat mission. You guys just have a good rest. Sheng Huayan took big strides towards the city walls. The soldiers in the ministry, you look at me, I look at you. Bo Chang is addicted to killing the enemy? Haidai couldn't help but say. Who knows? Sheng Huayan came to the city wall and saw the Han army launching an attack. The Han cavalry roamed 200 meters outside the city, constantly shooting arrows at the walls, suppressing the soldiers on the walls and creating conditions for the Han infantry to approach the walls. The archers on the walls too kept shooting arrows to counterattack. But those cavalrymen were so fast that it was hard for the archers on the walls to hit them. One can only turn to shoot the charging Han soldiers. Sheng Huayan removed the bow and arrows on his back, hitched 3 arrows, and shot 3 arrows in one shot. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows were fired and all of them hit, killing 3 cavalrymen. As a silver-level archer, his archery skills, not to say they were out of this world, but they were pure fire. Seeing Sheng Huayan shoot 3 arrows at once, and also hitting the enemy with all 3 arrows, the archer next to him was filled with astonishment. This archery skill, it's too awesome. Without pausing, Sheng Huayan continued to draw his bow and similarly shot 3 arrows. The cavalry outside the city once again fell 3 men. Watching Sheng Huayan shoot the Han cavalry like this, the archers next to him, their mouths were wide open. Where did this godly archer come from? The Han cavalry outside the city, some noticed Sheng Huayan and took their bows and drew their arrows towards Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan's eyes were sharp and he quickly dodged to avoid the arrow. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and returned an arrow. The opposite party unfortunately failed to dodge the arrow he shot, and fell off his horse with an arrow through the heart. Whoosh! 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 3 more arrows were fired, killing 3 Han cavalrymen. Yang Yi and a few other guards on the city tower noticed Sheng Huayan. No, didn't I tell that kid to go rest? Why is he running up the city wall again? Hey, good guy, this archery skill is outstanding, shooting Han cavalry without a single arrow falling. This hand of archery is, I'm afraid, one of the few in our army. This guy is afraid that he's not a fighting maniac and can't be idle at all. Several generals have said. Soon, Sheng Huayan finished the 30 arrows in the arrow basket and shot 30 Han cavalrymen. He looked at the archers next to him, and in the arrow basket on his back, there were still many arrow feathers. Brother, give me your arrow feathers. Sheng Huayan spoke directly. Ha! Oh! Here! The archer next to him looked back, his eyes filled with admiration for Sheng Huayan. That's just like the archer of God. He directly gave all the remaining 20 arrow feathers to Sheng Huayan to shoot the Han cavalry. Sheng Huayan took the arrow basket. Thanks, old brother. When the battle is over, I'll invite you to Ichuan house and find the prettiest girl. Well said, well said. Hearing Ichuan Lu, that old brother's eyes also lit up. Getting the arrow feathers, Sheng Huayan knocked his arrow and shot.
A constant stream of cavalrymen were shot off their horses by him. At the same time, this also invited the targeting of the Han cavalry, hundreds of which hitched their bows and drew their arrows towards him. Seeing the arrow feathers that covered the sky, Sheng Huayan hurriedly dodged. However, the old brother next to him who gave him the arrow feathers was slow to dodge and was shot into a hedgehog. Sheng Huayan was shot into a hedgehog's oldest brother, it seems, and the Han cavalry saved him a fortune in silver.
Damn Huns, this is my good big brother.
Sheng Huayan fought back, strung his bow and shot 3 Han cavalrymen to avenge his good big brother.
Chapter 25, A Battle Between Great Masters, Mighty as a Heavenly Being.
Shooting 3 arrows, Sheng Huayan hurriedly changed places. The Han cavalry were on him, and as soon as they showed their heads, hundreds of arrow feathers were shot at him. He hadn't cultivated to the realm of copper skin and iron bones yet, and was not yet able to be fearless of bows and arrows. Finishing the arrow feathers in his hand, he hid and waited for the Han enemy to attack the city. Although the bow and arrow was fast to shoot the enemy, but this will be the Han cavalry are all staring at him, the space to perform is small. A brief shooting of 50 or so Han cavalry drew fire and took the pressure off the other soldiers. Soon, the Han enemy army paid no small casualties and attacked the city wall. It was only when the Han soldiers attacked the wall and came that the Han cavalry on the wall stopped continuing to shoot arrows at the wall. Seeing the Han soldiers climbing up, Sheng Huayan showed a happy smile. The Han soldier who climbed up from in front of him froze for a moment as he looked at Sheng Huayan's happy smile. Why did he feel that Sheng Huayan was happy to see him? That smile, like a bawdy house pimp when she sees a customer.
Sheng Huayan drew his battle sword, stepped forward, and slashed away.
The Han soldiers reacted extremely quickly and drew their war swords to block.
Clang! 1 cut, 2 cuts, man and knife alike.
This Han soldier was chopped into 2 by Sheng Huayan's sword with the man and the sword. With strength comparable to that of a mid-martial master, and with a fierce force, Sheng Huayan's strength from a single slash reached 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Watching a steady stream of Han soldiers coming to attack the city walls, Sheng Huayan felt happy from the bottom of his heart.
Hunt for the moment. My big knife, long, hungry and thirsty. Kill. On the city wall, it was boiling in a flash, and the shouts of murder were rushing to the sky. Sheng Huayan naturally joined the battle order. De Shang's blood fury blade technique was like a death reaper, and there were constantly Han soldiers dying under his blade. Soldiers in the Han army, martial artists, who encountered Sheng Huayan, very few of them were able to block 2 of his swords. Under 2 knives, there is death. Almost nothing that would allow him to make a 3rd cut. He was like a bloody butcher, constantly killing the Han enemy troops, and the enemy troops that fell under his sword were already in the hundreds. Die! A bitter blade attacked. Sheng Huayan swung his sword to block the unparalleled killing slash. Fixing his eyes, a strong man full of killing intent Huns, a body of chi and blood boiling, obviously a Han martial artist. Seeing that Sheng Huayan was killing too much, the strong Huns couldn't sit still, and 100 slaves gave up fighting against the guarding experts and approached Sheng Huayan. Martial master. Sheng Huayan didn't feel intimidated, the blood in his body boiled instead. Kill. Sheng Huayan swung his sword forward and took the initiative to attack, his sword glowing with a red baleful aura. Blood Fury Blade Technique, Rainy Night with Blade. Blood Fury Blade Technique, Ruffling Blade and Chopping Sparrow. Blood Fury Blade Technique, Night Battle of the 8. The fast as light rain of sword shadows were heavy, constantly chopping at 100 slaughter. Beidou was in the late martial master realm, with a surging blood chi and amazing battle strength, he was 1,000 commander in the Hun's army. But now that he was facing Sheng Huayan, he felt surprised beyond words. This Wei-man who looked like he was just a martial artist in the Great Circle, with all his strength, was actually not weaker than him. There was also this sword technique, which was harsh and had a very heavy killing aura, making him feel shocked when he faced it. The teenagers in this room are starting to come into their own. Kill. Beidou fired, his blood chi surged, and his entire body was like a layer of red astral aura enveloping him. Sheng Huayan instantly sensed that his opponent's power had become much stronger, and the surging blood chi burned so hot that he felt a few points of oppression. Sheng Huayan also operated the true essence in his body to the extreme, and his entire body was like a killing beast, frantically fighting with Beidou. So strong. Which battalion is this man the commander of 1,000 men? I don't know, the 2 troop lieutenants in our battalion aren't him. So young, with a martial cultivation level, powerfully battling a late-stage Han martial master powerhouse, terrifying as it is. The surrounding and Ning Pass defenders were shocked to see such a ferocious Sheng Huayan. I know, he's the one who was rumored to have led the first attack on the camp to kill the enemy camp and made a big mess of it, then led the team across the grasslands to kill and bring back thousands of warhorses. A soldier recognized Sheng Huayan. Is he? He's not from our battalion, why did he run up to the city wall to kill the enemy too? So young. This sun is as terrifying as he is. If he doesn't die, he will be able to go down under Yang Ming. Boom! From the Han army, two figures came through the air, their aura spreading to the sky, oppressing people so much that their heartbeat stopped and they couldn't catch their breath. Yang Yi, come out and die. One of the black-robed men opened his mouth, and his voice rolled like heavenly thunder, spreading throughout a Ning Pass. Countless soldiers, all of them felt a horrible sense of oppression, no matter if it was the Anning Pass defenders or the Han soldiers. Good guts, who dares to call the general by his name like this? The residents of the city opened their mouths. It should be a strong Hun. The clan masters have struck. The Han soldiers who had attacked the city walls showed joyful colors. Unbridled. Slave-breaking General Sun Hao was furious. If not for his lack of strength, he would have made a move to cut the two down. Boom! A figure stepped into the air from the city building and appeared in the sky, red robes and golden armor. The entire person blossomed with golden light, majestic and domineering. A Zongshire-level powerhouse could already travel in the air. Guns! From the city tower, a king's spear flew out and landed in the red-robed, gold-armored general's hand. Come and fight! Yang Yi pointed his gun at the two Han clan master powerhouses. Kill! The two Xiongnu Zongshire, with black astral energy surging all over their bodies, one holding a wolf toothstick and the other holding a battle sword, rushed towards Yang Yi. Boom! Yang Yi wielded his overlord gun, which came out like a dragon, domineering and fierce. Boom! Weapons collided like heavenly thunder, resounding through the sky, and three terrifying surges of true chi, like waves, spread through the sky. The powerful and incomparable pressure made the soldiers below feel trembling in fear. Patriarchal powerhouses, each strike contained terrifying and incomparable power, even from a distance, making countless people feel trembling and terrified. Sheng Huayan and Baidu stopped fighting, and the two of them looked at the three figures in the sky whose astral energy shrouded the battle. Yang Yi's overlord spear was pure fire, each strike contained the momentum of splitting mountains and breaking the sea, and one person pressed the Huns to fight against the two patriarchal powerhouses. When patriarchs fought, they were as powerful as heavenly beings, making people feel a powerful and incomparable oppression. If it wasn't for the three figures in the sky that were in a great battle, the targets of the battle were all each other, otherwise a random palm slap would be unstoppable on the ground. The berserk chi was like water boiling, the overbearing martial true chi oppressed heaven and earth, the chi and blood rushed to the sky like waves of blood and smoke, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, all of them had a great power, which was a strong martial sovereign. Patriarch! Is this the patriarch? Sheng Huayan muttered. Such a mighty power is 1,000 times better than a martial artist. This is the strong martial arts, raise their hands and throw their feet, all have great power, fist town mountains and rivers, knife breaks the river and sea, a great power, as vast as the ocean. At this moment, the heavens and earth were trembling, and countless people had their mouths wide open as they stared blankly at the patriarchal martial artist battle in the sky. Sheng Huayan quickly collected his mind and glanced at Baidu. The other party was still immersed in the greatness of the sect master powerhouse, his eyes filled with awe and longing. At that moment, Sheng Huayan shone a knife at Baidu's left waist. Giggle! Feeling the stabbing pain, Baidu came back to his senses and looked at the knife that was stuck in his left waist. His face turned pale. Well, mama! Engaging in sneak attacks. Sheng Huayan didn't care, and with a single stroke of his sword, he cut 100 Slaughter in two. Baidu's eyes widened and his expression was full of resignation as he died. This kind of death, too suffocating, dang a martial arts master strong, was such a sneak attack tragic death. He still has a bright future, there are still wonderful petite wife at home. Everyone was watching the patriarchal battle, and there was an old six who didn't follow the rules and made a sneak attack. Having gotten 100 Slaughter killed, Sheng Huayan directly gained 20 points of kill value. Late martial master, 20 points of kill value? Sheng Huayan could feel that as the enemies he killed got stronger, the more kill value there was. The great battle in the sky at the moment caused the battlefield to come to a standstill. Everyone was watching a great battle at the level of a patriarch. Sheng Huayan looked at the stagnant and motionless Han soldiers and the Anning Pass defenders. He doesn't understand, it's a battlefield now, a patriarchal war, what's it got to do with you guys? When an unruly old six blends into a crowd, the destruction is immense. Sheng Huai looked to raise his sword and slash at the Han soldiers watching the great battle. Soon enough, some Han soldiers came back to their senses, and by the time they did, Sheng Huayan had already decimated more than 20 Han soldiers. Damn it, kill, seize the city wall. A strong man among the Han soldiers shouted. The defenders came back to their senses as well. Kill. On the city walls, the great battle resumed, with blood flying and broken limbs, bloody as hell. Chapter 26 Breaking Through Martial Master. Sheng Huayan kept the war rolling and it was a grand meat grinder. On both sides, people kept dying. With the entrance of the innate level powerhouses, the battle fell into white heat. In the Han army, 5 innate martial artists killed on the city wall.
The 5 strongest of the defenders also stepped in to block the Han innate powerhouses. The Hotian martial artists and the Han army naturally had the lieutenants and the garrison to deal with them. Shang Huayan turned on his peerless killing mode and killed like crazy in the crowd of Han soldiers. Even if there was a martial master level powerhouse, it would be difficult to stop him. As his strength increased, he killed more and more enemies. The kill value grew to over 300. Shang Huayan didn't hesitate to add points to raise his cultivation, consuming 150 points of kill value to raise his cultivation to the martial artist limit. A strength that was comparable to a martial master's grand perfection. No one could stop him without a Hotian martial artist making a move. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, martial artist limit plus. Techniques, Manhwa minor plus, bloodshed blade technique major, overlord's gun technique beginner plus. Strength, 5,000 pounds. Talent, silver archer plus. Kill value, 167. Looking at the fact that the kill value could also raise his cultivation, Shang Huayan didn't hesitate at all and continued to add points to raise his cultivation. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early martial artist. Techniques, Manhwa minor, bloodshed blade technique major, overlord's spear technique introductory. Strength, 5,800 pounds. Talent, silver archer. Kill value, 17. Continuing to consume 150 points of killing value, Shang Huayan quickly broke through to the early stage of martial master. Breaking through to the martial master realm, Shang Huayan had only slightly more than 1 billion points of security in this world. Of course, it's only 1 billion dots, not more. Cultivation breakthrough, strength skyrocketed. Shang Huayan lifted his sword and killed into the crowd of Xiongnu enemy troops. He was like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. The bloodshed blade technique was in his hands, a pure fire, constantly harvesting the lives of the Han soldiers. Dozens of Han soldiers surrounded him and tried to strangle him, but they were all cut down. All stand back, I'll deal with him. Among the Han soldiers, a burly man with a muscular body stepped out. Shifuyu. The Han soldiers stepped back to make room. The 1,000 husbandman strikes, this man will die. The 1,000 master is one step short of breaking through to the Hotian realm, the martial master grand circle. Decapitating this way dog will be easy. Kill him, this person decimated so many of our clansmen. The Han soldiers shouted one by one. Hu Tuhao was holding a long sword, his eyes glaring at Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan's battle robe, now all drenched in blood, was red with the blood of Han soldiers. Hu Tuhao looked at Shang Huayan. He felt a little bit of danger from this way boy in front of him. Obviously, the aura on the other party was only that of an early martial master. Kill! Hu Tuhao waved his long sword and killed towards Shang Huayan. Looking at his opponent's chi and blood rolling around like a ferocious vicious wolf, Shang Huayan had no reservations. His chi and blood similarly stirred, and his bloodthirsty aura filled the air. Raising his sword and starting his hand, the bloodshed blade technique was out of this world. Every move and every style was varied in killing. The two fought, and in an instant, it was dozens of moves. Hu Tuhao's face changed slightly, and his hand, which was gripping the knife tightly, was shaking a little. The other party's strength was still above him, clearly 2 small realms lower than him, but his strength was surprisingly stronger than him. Is it a natural power? There was also the terrifying blade technique. The killing aura was unusually heavy, and the overpowering blade force pressed him a little. Giggle! After 100 moves of the great battle, Shang Huayan chopped off Hu Tuhao's left arm. Ah! With his left arm chopped off and blood flowing like water, Hu Tuhao's face was pale with pain. The surrounding Han soldiers, one by one, looked at Shang Huayan with eyes that turned to fear. The 1,000 husbandman senior of the martial master grand circle was not a match for the other party. Were they capable of defeating them? Whoosh! Shang Huayan cut off Hu Tuhao's head with a knife, and he himself was wounded. Hu Tuhao counterattacked at the point of death, and with a final hateful blow, left a wound in Shang Huayan's abdomen. It wasn't very easy to kill a martial master grand circle enemy, and Shang Huayan's chi and blood consumption was also very high. He pulled out a healing elixir from his pocket and took it to stop the bleeding from his wound. He also had to like crushing fights. These almost evenly matched fights were really tiring to fight. Like a martial apprentice, martial artist, how easy it was for him to kill them with a single slash. But the stronger you are, the more kill value you get. Shang Huayan felt relieved that he could get 25 points of kill value for killing an enemy who was a martial master grand circle. After killing Hu Tuhao, there were no more strong Huns around him. They were all Hun soldiers at the martial apprentice realm, and there were few Hun soldiers at the martial artist realm. Kill! Shang Huayan's whole body was filled with the bloodthirsty aura, just like a world-defying killing god, and none of the Hun soldiers around him were able to block one of his swords. Soon the Han soldiers on this section of the wall around him were killed by him. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood stained the tiles of the walls blood red. In war, there is only life and death.
Ice cold, iron blood. Seeing Shang Huayan make a big kill, the defending soldiers couldn't help but shout.
The more Shang Huayan killed, the less enemy troops they faced.
Clang!
Shang Huayan was shocked back by a knife. His arm was numb. He fixed his eyes on the other party. Hu Yanting's eyes were cold, without the slightest emotion.
Back off, he's not something you can deal with.
School Captain Lin blocked in front of Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan nodded his head and turned around to deal with the other Han soldiers. This person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He was bound to be a Hotian martial artist and still one of the strongest of them, and was not something he could deal with right now.
Those who dare to stand in my way, die. Hu Yanting's gaze was cold as he killed Captain Lin. Let's try and see who dies first. School Captain Lin raised his sword against Hu Yanting.
Both of them were Hotian martial artists, and as they fought together, the people around them stepped aside, giving the place to the two to fight. In the sky, the three patriarchs were still fighting, their might as terrifying as an abyss. It was a good thing that the battlefield was in the sky. If it was on the ground, I'm afraid that it would have already been fought to the point that the mountains would crumble. Yang Ye's one-handed overlord gun technique was so powerful that the two Xiongnu patriarchs could only join hands to fend it off. He alone can hold back 1,000 armies. The entire Anning Pass, without him guarding it, would have already been flattened by the Han Iron Horsemen. After a long battle, the two Xiongnu patriarchs still couldn't do anything to Yan Yi and could only retreat helplessly. Watching the Hun's two patriarchs retreat, Yan Yi turned and flew back to the top of the city building and stood there, his blood-red battle robes fluttering and his golden armor sparkling, unusually dazzling. That aura, like a mountain, stood guard, and 1,000 armies could not cross it. Yang Yi is the C-pin of Anning Pass. In the Han army, King Zuoxian was angry and helpless when he saw the two patriarchs return without any success. That Yang Yi, ridiculously strong, fighting 1 against 2, all completely undefeated. Either decapitate Yang Yi and directly destroy the barrier. Either he breaks the pass and forces Yang Yi back, otherwise, this Anning Pass, if he wants to take it, it will not be easy. The battle lasted until evening. The Han army still failed to take the city walls broken, leaving thousands of corpses, can only retreat. On the walls, the defenders did not rejoice at the repulse of the enemy. A battalion of soldiers, with less than 300 left, you can imagine how grueling the war was. Anning Pass defenders has been consumed more than half, down to the lieutenant, up to the general. No one joy, one is incredibly worried. At this rate, after 10 days, the soldiers of Anning Pass will be exhausted. Shang Huayan looked at the corpses all over the ground. These were the robes who fought together, and now they had turned into cold corpses. These soldiers also have families, loved ones, people waiting for them to return. Behind it, how many families? They're human, and they miss their families, and they miss the one in their dreams. But in the face of the enemy, they have never taken a step back. They are also hot-blooded men. With the king, there is nothing to say about sealing the marquee. A general's success is 10,000 bones dead. This is war. He shuffled down the ramparts with heavy steps. His battle robes were shattered, his battle armor was covered in slash marks, his hair was scribbled and his face was covered in blood. By the gentleman who does not talk about the matter of sealing the marquee, a general's success is 10,000 bones withered. School Captain Lin looked at Shang Huayan's back. Good verses, this kid, he's very literate. I heard that this son used to be a scholar. Looking at the bodies on the ground, both those of the enemy and those of the generals of the ministry. His 5th battalion, now left with only over 200 wounded and disabled, almost over 90% dead or wounded. These are not cold numbers, they are lives. Captain Lin was silent. Was this Shang Huayan's sense? It's really a matter of the king not talking about the feudal lords. A general's success is 10,000 bones. A poem that hardens the description of the war in an unbelievably brutal way. Chapter 27, The Great Sun Heart Sutra. When he descended the wall, Shang Huayan saw the old soldier. With a smile, Shang Huayan walked towards the veteran. Looking at the battle robes shattered and the battle armor full of slash marks, the veteran soldier frowned slightly. You went up to the walls to kill the enemy again? Killing the enemy and serving the country is the honor of my generation. Shang Huayan said with a smile. Behave yourself. The veteran's eyes glared. Hey, uncle, strong people, they can only grow fast in battle. Shang Huayan said in a proper manner. To serve or not to serve one's country or whatever, that's a slogan, shouted for others to hear. Killing enemies to gain kill value to become stronger was his goal. Of course, this belonged to his secret, and he would not tell it. Well said, strong men should grow in battle. The veteran nodded in agreement. Today, General Yang fought against the two Xiongnu Zongshi. Did you see it, uncle? That might, it was simply astonishing. Shang Huayan opened his mouth and said. See, patriarch powerhouses, they are indeed terrifying as hell. The veteran soldier also nodded in admiration. I want to become that kind of strong person as well, to shake the party.
Shang Huayan said with great ambition. Not bad, ambitious uncle supports you spiritually. The veteran smiled and nodded, not opening his mouth to strike Shang Huayan. By the way, I heard that in a couple days, you're going to lead troops to the grasslands again? The veteran opened his mouth. Uncle, how do you know that? Shang Huayan looked at the old soldier curiously. It's something that very few people know about, isn't it, except for General Yang and the 5 benefactors. There are still chosen people, others, who should not know. It was supposed to be kept secret in case there were Han spies in the city. General Yang found me and asked me to go as well, but I refused. The veteran spoke. Like this? Shang Huayan nodded. Go wash up and meet me after dinner. The veteran said, and left. Shang Huayan also went back, seeing Shang Huayan's safe return, Tang Yunshan, Haidai, and the others, only then they were relieved. They're this uncle chief, really a militant. Bo Chang, you've come back alive. Haidai spoke. What, you'd love for me to die? And then succeed to the position of Burmaster? Shang Huayan looked at Haidai with dangerous eyes. This kid, he's got his eye on his position, trying to get to the top? No, that's not what I meant, Bo Chang. Haidai looked at Shang Huayan's dangerous eyes and hurriedly said. No? You dare to say that you don't want to be the uncle chief? Shang Huayan stared at Haidai dead in the face. Haidai gulped, it was over, his ambition was exposed. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. A general who doesn't want to be an emperor is not a good general. How could he not want to be an uncle? He dreamed of it. Well. Haidai hurriedly shook his head again. Bo Chang, you've misunderstood me, am I that kind of person? I, Haidai, will always be your soldier. Really? It's truer than real gold. Haidai said sincerely. I'll trust you for now. Shang Huayan stopped pursuing this soldier who wanted to take his place. Bo Chang, you're really too careless about safety, you just came back from the grasslands and went up to the city walls to kill the enemy. Tang Yunshan said with concern. Looking at Tang Yunshan's dog-licking appearance, Haidai felt sickening. A man can't live with and under people for a long time. Alright, cut the crap, go prepare hot water, I want to take a bath. Shang Huayan opened his mouth and said. Yes, Uncle Chief, I'll go arrange hot water for you. Tang Yunshan said with a quick nod. He also did not forget to glance at Haidai and gave a provocative look. Little man, still want to steal the position of Uncle Chief with me, eat foot washing water to go. Shang Huayan's body was covered in blood, so a child would have to have nightmares for 10 years if they saw it. These people under his ministry, looking at Shang Huayan, felt that the bloodthirsty aura on Shang Huayan's body was heavy again. Soon, the people under his command prepared the hot water for Shang Huayan. Washed off the blood and grime, and bandaged the wounds on his body. Then after dinner, Shang Huayan went to the veteran's place. Uncle, I'm coming. Come in when you're here. The veteran's voice rang out from within one of the barracks. Shang Huayan pushed the door and walked in. Zhang Dinyo was still there, but Li Buxi's figure was missing. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, a few were newly added soldiers under the veteran's command. No, where is fourth brother? Shang Huayan opened his mouth to inquire. Zhang Dinyo looked at Shang Huayan and slowly spoke, dead. 2 light words, but they caused Shang Huayan to pause for a moment. This was one of the first people he was familiar with when he came to this world, and he didn't expect to be hearing now that the other party had died in battle. Li Busan was seriously injured in the wounded soldiers' camp to heal and recuperate, and I do not know when he can get well, and now Li Busi died in the war. 2 brothers, one dead and one seriously injured. Now the first people he was familiar with were only the veterans, Zhang Dinyo, and Wang Wu. Wang Wu was now under Shang Huayan's command. Life and death have their own destiny, Brother Huayan doesn't need to be sad, we soldiers and generals, dying in battle is our destiny. Zhang Dinyo opened his mouth to comfort. Shang Huayan just nodded gently. These days, he was already used to seeing life and death, it was just that hearing that someone familiar had died in battle was a bit too much to take in for a while. Follow me. The veteran looked at Shang Huayan and spoke indifferently. Shang Huayan followed the old soldier and went into the inner room. Uncle, what's the matter, so secretive? Shang Huayan opened his mouth. The veteran was seen pulling an ancient book out of his arms. I bought this book from a beggar, and that old beggar said that it was a cultivation technique passed down from the Haoyang martial emperor, the Great Sun Heart Sutra. I studied it for most of my life and was not allowed to get started, now I'm passing it on to you, I hope you can cultivate something. The old soldier said to Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan took the book given by the veteran and looked at the 4 big words on it, the Great Sun Heart Sutra. These 4 big words look like they were written by a human being, ugly in their crookedness. It's more over the top than the chicken scratch words written by elementary school kids in a previous life. The whole ancient book makes it look like a fake kind of thing at first glance. Uncle, you bought this secret book of martial arts from an old beggar? Shang Huayan looked at the old soldier. Yeah, it cost me a silver or two. The veteran nodded seriously. And then uncle, you've been practicing for most of your life and you haven't cultivated anything? The veteran nodded seriously and looked at Shang Huayan with hope in his eyes, hoping that Shang Huayan would be able to practice something. Your kid's talent in martial arts is exceptional, that's why I passed it on to you in the hope that you would succeed in cultivating it and then teach me how to cultivate it, otherwise why would I give it to you? This is a martial emperor level cultivation technique. If you put it outside, it can attract countless strong people to fight over it. The old soldier said carefully, afraid that others would hear it. Shang Huayan felt that the veteran was tricked by that old beggar or whatever. It reminded him of a bridge from a movie in his previous life, where a young boy spent his entire fortune to buy a secret book of martial arts from an old beggar. I think it's called the Divine Poem. Uncle, are you sure you're not being tricked? Shang Huayan looked at the ancient book in his hand and spoke. What, you think I'm stupid? So easily fooled by others? The veteran glared at Shang Huayan, revealing a few hints of danger. Shang Huayan looked at the veteran's eyes that were about to hit him, and he had the good sense to swallow back the words that were on his lips. Uncle, you're extremely smart, how could anyone possibly fool you? He hurriedly said in praise. Alright, get lost, if you don't want it, give it back to me, I don't want to give it to you yet, this is something I spent a silver or two to buy back. The veteran looked at Shang Huayan's fawning face and said with disgust. Shang Huayan took the ancient book and skipped off, he was really afraid that the veteran would cut him. Aren't you going to sit down for a while? Zhang Dania said as he looked at Shang Huayan, who ran out in a flurry. Brother Dinyo, don't sit down, next time, I'll come see you guys again sometime. Shang Huayan ran away in a puff of smoke. What's wrong with this? It feels like there's a ghost chasing after it, running so fast. Zhang Dania scratched his head. Brother Dinyo, who was this? A soldier opened his mouth to inquire. He is called Shang Huayan, went out from RSH, and now he is already a Bo Chang, commanding 100 soldiers. Zhang Dinyo said. Bo Chang? Minding 100 soldiers. A few soldiers were surprised, completely unable to see that So Young was the burmaster. Work hard to kill the enemy, and you guys will be able to be uncle chiefs in the future. Zhang Dania said to a few people. We will definitely kill the enemy well and gain military honors to become a burmaster. Several soldiers' eyes are full of longing. Zhang Dania looked, are a little intolerant, their own this big cake painted a little big, a little dry, I do not know that these several soldiers swallowed it. Shang Huayan returned to his lodgings and took out the secret martial arts book that the veteran had given him. That's ugly writing. He couldn't help but spit it out and then began to look through it to see what was written inside. The night is deep. The city of Annan was lit up with star-spotted lights. Yang Yi looked at the lights in the city and at the people in the pass. On the desk behind him, there was a calligraphy post. It was written boldly. With the gentlemen do not talk about the feudal lords, a general success is 10,000 bones withered. Chapter 28 Introduction to the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Shang Huayan looked at the scriptures in the books and was mesmerized for a while. In his heart field, it was as if a big fiery red sun had appeared, with a vast and lofty aura. It seems to have come from eternity. His heart, which was beating powerfully, and his blood chi was constantly surging and condensing, like a blood-red flame burning. A martial artist refines blood, condenses blood chi, and strengthens his body. After finishing the scriptures in the books, Shang Huayan woke up, and the books in his hands, surprisingly, combusted without fire and quickly turned into ashes. Shang Huayan was horrified that this martial arts cultivation heart method was real. The gongfu given to him by the veteran soldier turned out to be true. In that case, the veteran was not cheated by the old beggar, but bought the real gongfu. He felt his own blood chi, condensed by 20%. This was just reading the scriptures once, and it made the blood chi in his body condense by 20%. In the meantime. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early martial artist. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra uninitiated, Mang Nyo Jin minor, plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique major, Overlord Spear Technique initiated. Strength, 6,000 pounds. Talent, Silver Archer plus. Kill value, 188. The blood chi condensed, surprisingly giving him a boost of 200 pounds of strength. At the same time, the golden light screen burned the Great Sun Heart Sutra technique. It was a pity that 188 points of killing value couldn't even cause the Great Sun Heart Sutra to show a plus raise. Could this really be a martial emperor level cultivation technique? Looking at the 188 points of kill value, which he had gained from beheading his enemies yesterday after making consecutive breakthrough times. It was also unknown how much kill value was needed to raise the Great Sun Heart Sutra once.
After taking an internal look at his dantian, all of the martial true essence in his body began to shift towards a golden color. The martial true essence cultivated from practicing Manhwa gene was blood red. Unable to add to his cultivation, Shang Huayan enlisted in the Great Sun Mind technique. The scriptures had all been burned into his mind, and he could also refer to and cultivate them on his own. Tonight, he didn't sleep, but instead, he enlisted in the cultivation of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. As he was comprehending and cultivating, the true essence in his body was rapidly transforming. In his sea of consciousness, a great sun rose, its light piercing the darkness. Great sun mindfulness, to visualize the great sun, to borrow the form to refine the spirit, to nourish the person with the spirit, the heart to observe the sky, the spirit to observe oneself. After a sleepless night, a great sun rose from the horizon. Shang Huayan's entire body was as if it was blooming with a golden light. He was like a wheel of fireballs, and the powerful dense power continuously washed his flesh, blood, bones, tendons and bones. Only after the sun had risen did he slowly wind down. A night of enlightenment and cultivation didn't lead to the introduction of the Great Sun Heart technique, but his physique was stronger than ever. The Bertine was given a special order to rest for 2 days, and this morning, there was no need to go out for drill. Shang Huayan also did not order the men of the ministry forced out of the drill. Tomorrow he will take the ministry, continue to soldier out of the grassland. It was rare to let the soldiers under his command rest for 2 days, so let them rest for a while. Shang Huayan finished his breakfast, carried his bow and arrows on his back and his battle sword on his waist, and continued to go up to the city wall to fend off the Xiongnu enemy army. The Great Sun Heart Sutra shall not be initiated, then continue to kill the enemy. Harvest the kill value and add points directly to your cultivation. When they came to the city wall, the soldiers guarding the city were already standing by. Outside the pass, in the camp of the Hun's army, the flags were fluttering against the wind. Knock, knock, knock. Woo! War drums and horns sounded, and the intent of Jingo swept through the clouds. On this land, there have been consecutive years of war, and I don't know how many loyal bones have been buried. The Xiongnu army, once again, sent tens of thousands of men to begin attacking Anning Pass. Archers ready! The captain of the town guard shouted at once. The archers came out in droves and strung their bows. Shang Huayan also stepped out of the line, knocking 3 arrow feathers and staring sharply at the Xiongnu army. Release! The lieutenant bellowed. Whoosh! Arrows fell like rain and shot into the enemy camp. The Xiongnu army was not to be outdone. The archers began to press, and dense arrow feathers shot out from the Xiongnu army's camp. Arrow feathers from all over the sky shot towards the city wall. Shang Huayan and other archers dodged them. Without reaching the Hotian realm, refining copper skin and iron bones cannot block the arrows. Shang Huayan didn't want to die under a rain of arrows and be a favored hedgehog. Seeing that the archers on the walls were suppressed, the Hun attacking army began to charge. Shang Huayan fired directly through the wall-to-wall lookout on the city wall. Shooting 1 arrow at a time can also kill an enemy. Soon, the 30 arrow feathers were finished, and the kill value had risen directly to 231 points. 30 arrow feathers allowed him to harvest 43 kill points. At the same time, the plus sign finally appeared after the Great Sun Heart Sutra technique on the golden light screen. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early martial artist plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra uninitiated plus, Manhwa gene minor plus, Blood Fury blade technique major, Overlord's gun technique initiated. Strength, 6,000 pounds. Talent, silver archer plus. Kill value, 231. Shang Huayan was ecstatic to see that he could raise the initiation of the Great Sun Heart technique now. Without hesitation, he directly added points to enhance the Great Sun Heart Sutra, and he ignored the cultivation level. 200 points of killing value disappeared. Shang Huayan smacked his lips a little bit. 200 points of killing value are needed to get started, so how much killing value must be needed if the cultivation is to be followed up? Countless cultivation insights and feelings about the Great Sun Heart Sutra flooded into Shang Huayan's mind. It felt as if he had practiced the Great Sun Heart Sutra for a kunar year. At the same time, all of the true essence in his body converted into a golden color. A body's chi and blood had also strengthened quite a bit, and the blood chi in his body rolled around as if it were an oven, surging. His strength, too, had directly increased by 500 pounds, and at the early stage of martial master, he was already comparable to a Hotian martial artist, which if he said it, no one would believe it at all. Feeling his body filled with power, Shang Huayan felt that he was now frighteningly strong. An enemy at the martial master realm, Shang Huayan was confident that he could hammer him to death with a single punch. Looking at the Hun army, Shang Huayan leapt to his feet. But they were all kill values, the source of him getting stronger. It's like leeks, cut and grow, I don't know how many people have been fattened. As the Great Sun Heart Sutra was initiated and the heart method was running, Shang Huayan noticed that the speed of condensing true essence was more than 100 or 10 times stronger than the Mangnia strength. The battle for the city was becoming more and more brutal, as the Han army climbed up the walls without fear of death and fought with the defending generals. Shang Huayan naturally took the lead and killed the enemy, fearing that others would steal his head. With his cultivation breaking through to the early stage of martial master, and with a strength comparable to that of an early-stage Hotian martial artist, Shang Huayan dealt with these ordinary enemy troops as if he were a god of killing. The blood-colored baleful aura on the battle sword was sharp, and with a single slash, he killed 3 Han enemy soldiers. Watching Shang Huayan appear on the city wall again to kill the enemy. This kid is a belligerent one, refusing to even let him go and rest. Yang Yi said with a smile. This son is simply a born killing billet. A benefactor general looked at Shang Huayan's fierce aura, and many lieutenants of the Hotian realm were unable to compare with Shang Huayan. He's gotten stronger again, he's simply a freak. Broken General Zhao Yangan spoke up. Shang Huayan's growth speed, it was too fast, so fast that he couldn't even believe it a little. Could it be that this kid gets stronger by killing his enemies? The actual truth. Shang Huayan's hand rose up and cleanly killed 5 Han enemy soldiers. Around him, more than 20 bodies of Han soldiers had fallen. Wei dog, I'll fight you. Seeing that Shang Huayan was so powerful in slaughtering ordinary soldiers like pigs and dogs, a mid-martial master's 1,000 husbandmen in the Han's army came up to fight against Shang Huayan, blocking him and letting the ordinary soldiers go and take the city walls. The other party slashed at him, the true essence on the blade surging with unparalleled power. Shang Huayan looked at his opponent and slashed horizontally. Scandium! Only a sound was heard, and Hubwolf's battle sword broke. He watched as the all-out slash he had chopped out was not only easily blocked by Shang Huayan, but was also cut off from his battle sword. The matchless power shook him back 2 steps. Isn't this person an early martial master? Why is he so strong? What answered him was Shang Huayan's knife. With a flash of the blood-red blade, the corpses were separated. The 15th Battalion S soldier Captain Qian enough to look dumbfounded, a Han enemy in the army of 1,000 captain, 2 slashes were cut down? Looking at the rich bloodbath aura on Shang Huayan's body, Chen Yinlong felt that this person was as terrifying as he was. Shang Huayan decapitated his opponent and harvested 22 kill points. He didn't pause and continued to decimate his enemies. A Hotian realm Han led the way, climbed up the city wall, and came towards Shang Huayan to kill him. Chapter 29, Battling a Hotian Martial Artist. Shang Huayan's keen sixth sense sensed the horrifying danger coming his way, making his hair stand on end. He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the slash that the Han Hotian martial artist Ichirin chopped at him. The sharp blade left deep slashes in its place. If it were to cut on him, I'm afraid it would have to cut him in half. Despicable Huns, how dare you engage in a sneak attack, you're so damn shameless. The furious Shang Huayan couldn't help but break out in curses. At the moment he had completely forgotten that he had been even more shameless than this when he had sneaked up on the Huns in the past. Wei dog, suffer. Ichirin didn't mouth off with Shang Huayan and directly launched a blazing attack. The snowy blade light, with a stern blade intent, chopped morosely, seeming to split the void apart, the powerful force heavy and vicious. Shang Huayan gripped the battle sword in his hand tightly, running the true essence in his body, using his whole body's strength to fight against it. He also wanted to weigh the strongest person in the Hotian realm. Ichirin's moves were ruthless and vicious as hell, completely running towards decapitating Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan's blood chi boiled within his body as he frantically operated the Great Sun Heart Sutra Kung Fu, catalyzing the power of his entire body's blood chi and using the bloodshed blade technique to fight against him. This was the first time he had faced a Hotian martial artist directly. The opponent's power was strong and thick, his body was as strong as steel, and Shang Huayan couldn't cut it at all. His blade was fast, but it was difficult to inflict damage on his opponent. But Ichirin's raging power shook Shang Huayan's tiger's mouth. The two men's blades were powerful, and their blades were like the wind, constantly battling against the people around them, not daring to get close at all. That terrifying blade light constantly left blade marks on the city walls. It was a good thing that the masonry of this city wall, all built of special stone, was as hard as iron. Otherwise, with such a terrifying power, a knife cutting through masonry was no surprise. Clang! Clang! Only the sound of war blades colliding could be heard in the air. The two figures were both very swift in their maneuvers, and in a moment's time, they fought against each other for 110 moves. Shang Huayan's tiger's mouth dripped blood. Compared to a true Hotian martial artist, he still had a considerable gap. Ichirin was like a fierce and vicious wolf, making him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Shang Huayan looked at the battle sword in his hand. It was already full of gaps, perhaps it wouldn't be long before it was chopped off by his opponent.
The surrounding people had avoided the circle of the two fighting, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire and die innocently by the sword. When Ichirin saw that Shang Huayan's blade was very fast, he swung his fist and punched. The wind of his fist was so strong that the air was stirring. Seeing this, Shang Huayan immediately operated the Great Sun Heart Sutra Heart technique and cupped his left hand, a golden light blooming between his fists like a round of sun, striking directly at Ichirin's fist wind. Boom! A muffled thunderclap sounded in mid-air like a thunderous explosion, dull and powerful, causing one's heart to palpitate. Ichirin was incredibly surprised in his heart. He was very sure that Shang Huayan was only at the early martial master realm. However, the strength of the body was not weaker than a martial artist who had just broken through the Hotian realm. Such strength simply can be called an absolute demon. They Hun warriors, also few can do to martial arts master battle Hotian. None of those were one in a million heavenly prides. With such a demonic figure among the Ning Pass defenders, Ichirin's killing heart rose. Vow to kill Shang Huayan, the martial arts demon, in the cradle, otherwise this person will become a great enemy of Xiangnu in the future. The murderous heart of Ichirin's blood chi surged, blazing like the blazing sun. His entire body was like a vicious wolf, killing Shang Huayan. Ichirin's blade was brilliant, harsh and vicious, while his fists and feet, all copper and iron, beat Shang Huayan's fists and feet raw. Blades and fists, all of them carried the sound of wind and thunder, and the air was like a thunderstorm. This was the terrifying might of a Hotian martial artist, but once they reached Hotian, the true chi in their body could leave their body, and the destructive power would even increase exponentially. Facing the murderous Ichirin, Shang Huayan operated the Great Sun Heart technique to the extreme. The blood chi in his body surged and surged, his true essence rolled, and his entire body resembled a Hao Yang full of berserk power. Bang! Bang! The two men's fists clashed with each other, and their blades kept colliding, erupting into a burst of muffled sounds like thunder. The people around them were incomparably shocked, and even Yang Yi and the others on the city floor cast concerned gazes afterward. Shang Huayan used his early martial master cultivation to battle an early Hotian martial artist. Such a performance was too stunning and dazzling. What kind of rare martial arts genius was this to be able to manage to take on an early Hotian powerhouse with an early martial master cultivation? The two frantically fighting, Shang Huayan's fists hit each other's body. It feels like hitting on the steel hard instead of shocking his fists to the raw pain. While he took a punch from his opponent, it was as if he had been hammered by a heavy cannon, and his body was about to fall apart. This is the Hotian martial artist, refining a body of copper skin and iron bones, chi and blood exuberance. A body of strength is extraordinary, far from the martial artist of the martial artist realm can be compared. It was fortunate that the Great Sun Heart technique was heaven-defying and could quickly recover his injuries. At the same time, there was an unending source of true essence in his body, and this was the backbone that allowed him to fight against Ichirin. The two of them had fought for 100 moves, and Shang Huayan understood that there was a gap between himself and a true Hotian martial artist. It wasn't that if his strength was comparable to that of a Hotian martial artist, he would be able to truly resist Hotian martial artists. It seemed that it was still his realm that was low. Gradually falling into the wind, Shang Huayan began to struggle, and the situation became more and more critical. Several times Shang Huayan was able to dodge Ichirin's killing moves. Bang! A lance slashed and shook Ichirin back. Back off and let me deal with him. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth and said. Shang Huayan looked at the other party's attire, which was that of a lieutenant, and thought that this person was the lieutenant of the 15th Battalion. Shang Huayan was very submissive and turned around without dragging his feet. Indeed, this Ichirin he couldn't deal with yet, and after another 100 moves, he would definitely lose. A good man will not be forced to do so. When his cultivation improves, he will definitely get back today's scene. Ichirin looked at Zhou Yuan with eyes as stern as wolves. This person was a strong person of the middle Hotian stage. Looking at Zhou Yuan intervening and letting Shang Huayan escape from his hands, Ichirin was very unwilling in his heart. Ichirin, get on, let's join forces and behead him. Another Hun Hotian realm martial artist came climbing up the city wall. Kill. The two joined hands and killed Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan alone faced two Hun Hotian martial artists and was not afraid at all, waving his lance in his hand against the enemy. Shang Huayan got rid of Ichirin, and he turned his gaze to those soldiers of the Hun army. You're bullying him, aren't you? Then he would go back to bullying Hun soldiers with lower cultivation than him, and when he had decimated the Hun soldiers to gain kill value and raise his cultivation up, he would find the other side and fight again. With the mentality that if I can't beat you, I'll kill your little brother's minions, Shang Huayan killed the Xiangnu army. Kill, take the city, plunder the wealth women, there are tons of women in the city. The Hun army cried out, frantically climbing up the city walls. Hearing that there were women, the Hun soldiers all had red light in their eyes, like a pair of hungry wolves, wishing to kill and loot the city right now. Looking at the shouting Huns, Shang Huayan couldn't understand what was being said, but felt noisy.
Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he rushed into the Hun army and began to kill madly. 3 in 1 slash, 3 in 1 slash, constantly decimating the Hun army.
Kill this Wei dog. Kill him.
He's evil, killing so many of our clan, kill him. The Hun soldiers shouted and raised their swords to rush towards Shang Huayan, intending to pile Shang Huayan to death with their lives. Looking at the humongous Hun army, Shang Huayan laughed happily, the long blood-colored sword in his hand, constantly reaping the lives of the Hun soldiers. The innate powerhouses in the Hun army also set out, but they were stopped by the broken slave general Sun Hao and the others.
The powerful patriarchs in the Hun army did not make a move today.
Watching the soldiers still being dragged on the city wall, King Zuoxian continued to send troops. Send me another 5,000 soldiers to press on, and exhaust me to exhaust the Wei army through and through. King Zuoxian's gaze was icy cold, as if those Hun soldiers were expendable, and he didn't care about the life and death of these soldiers at all.
As long as the Ning Pass defenders were exhausted, it was all worth it.
Yes, my lord. The ministry continued to send out soldiers to fight. The Huns had many tribes and countless wearable sons and daughters, and a few deaths would be completely harmless to them. Being the ruling aristocratic class of the Huns, the status of the ordinary Huns was not high enough to be considered their subordinate. In wartime, they are warriors, but usually they are herding cattle and sheep for the nobles. With another 5,000 Hun troops participating in the attack, the pressure on the defenders on the city walls increased greatly. Move 2 more battalions up to guard the city walls.
Yan Yi immediately ordered.
The attack of the Hun army is getting more and more violent. Without transferring 2 battalions of soldiers up, I'm afraid that I can't withstand the attack of the Hun army.
Chapter 30 The Archer of God Strikes.
The 6th and 10th battalions were transferred to the walls to participate in the defense of the city. Every battalion up to this point in the Great War has been short of men to resupply. The number of veterans, only half. Like the 5th Battalion, the 7th Battalion, which had experienced the tragic war, the veterans were not even 1/10 of 1%. Most of the new recruits that were added were stalwarts and folk, not much of a fighting force. Nowadays, the strength of the garrison of Ning Pass was already greatly reduced, and the fighting strength was not as good as before. Shang Huayan was like a god of killing. The Hotian powerhouses in the Hun army were held back, and the martial artists below the Hotian, he had no match at all. All of the Hun powerhouses of the martial master Grand Circle had already been beheaded by him 2 or 3 times. Ordinary soldiers who had died under his sword had numbered 60 or 70. The kill value grew to 283 points once again.
Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early martial artist plus.
Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, Mang Nyo Jin Minor Achievement plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique Major Achievement, Overlord Spear Technique Introductory.
Strength, 6,000 pounds.
Talent, Silver Archer plus.
Kill value, 283.
Seeing that his cultivation could be raised again, Shang Huayan immediately added points to raise his cultivation. 200 points of kill value were instantly consumed, and a powerful force surged into him. His skin and bones seemed as if they were all infused with gold, and his physique was constantly getting stronger. The blood chi in his body exploded, blazing and rolling, and his true essence increased and solidified at a rapid pace.
Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, middle martial artist.
Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, Mang Nyo Jin Minor Achievement, Blood Fury Blade Technique Major Achievement, Overlord Spear Technique Introductory.
Strength, 7,000 pounds.
Talent, Silver Archer plus.
Kill value, 83.
Feeling the raging power within his body, Shang Huayan was confident at this moment that he would not be pressed by that Ichiran. Strength grows again, below Hotian martial artist, in no enemy. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, he began to kill like crazy, harvesting the kill value. The Hun soldiers who rushed up to the city wall were constantly killed by Shang Huayan. Those Hotian martial artists have their own guarding lieutenants to fend off, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Shang Huayan is an anomaly, invincible in the martial artist realm. He's like an invading creek to a big catfish with no natural predators and a killing frenzy. Martial apprentices, martial artists, and martial masters constantly died under his sword. The Blood Fiend Blade technique caused a terrifying layer of Blood Fiend Chi to coalesce on his body. The Hun soldiers in the martial apprentice realm, looking at the fury on Shang Huayan's body, were shocked into their minds and could not raise their swords of resistance. Some Hun Hotian martial artists saw that Shang Huayan was killing continuously and wanted to go over to block and behead Shang Huayan. But they were all stopped by the lieutenants. With Shang Huayan, a deviant, being able to kill quite a few martial artists in the Hun army, it could greatly ease the pressure on the soldiers defending the city. Those 1,100 captains in the Hun's army kept dying under Shang Huayan's sword, and the Hun soldiers who attacked the city wall had a hard time organizing an effective attack. The military captains of the defending army, the chiefs, were liberated to lead the soldiers and continuously strangled the soldiers who attacked the city wall. Kill.
Pile him up with men for me.
One of the 1,000 husbandmen in the Xiongnu army wanted to pile Shang Huayan to death with men. Tuoba Yen became fearful inside. 2 of his fellow martial master Grand Circle members had died tragically under Shang Huayan's sword. And he was only in the late martial master stage. Against Shang Huayan, there was no way to survive. When the Han soldiers heard Tuoba Yan's order, they could only raise their swords and charge at Shang Huayan. The blood fury blade technique in Shang Huayan's hands was out of this world, pure fire, and a single slash out of the knife could take away 2 or 3 Han soldiers. Around him, the bodies of Han soldiers had been filled. The strong smell of blood stimulates the nerves and adrenaline.
Shang Huayan couldn't remember how many Han soldiers he had hacked to death.
Forward pouncing and following, a constant stream of Han soldiers surrounded them, trying to pile Shang Huayan to death with a sea of people. In the Han camp, an innate realm marksman had set his sights on Shang Huayan. Hitching the bow and drawing the arrow, the special arrow feathers glowing with light, Sky Eagle condensed his true essence onto the arrow and shot it out. The arrow carried a light like a meteor and shot directly at Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan was still killing the Han soldiers that were surrounding him, and he didn't even realize that a life and death crisis was approaching. That arrow, penetrating through the void, its light was radiant to the extreme. Yang Yi, who was standing on the city tower, saw the bright arrow light that lit up in the Han army. No good. That arrow was shot at Shang Huayan. The 2 dazzling and stunning Shang Huayan still attracted the attention of the divine archers in the Han army. Clank. Yang Yi quickly pulled out his own black and gold battle sword, revolved his true essence and threw it with force. The black and gold battle sword was like a shooting star slicing through. That arrow light was extremely fast, and Shang Huayan's 6th sense sensed great terror, as if there was a great danger coming. It was as if he was being stared at by a great terror, not knowing where it came from, unable to hide from it, and bound to die. The entire person's soul felt trembling and was enveloped by death. This feeling, it was like being targeted by a patriarch-level powerhouse. He was powerless to resist and could only wait for death to come. Boom! 2 meters behind Shang Huayan, the swords and arrows clashed with a loud ringing sound. Powerful true essence erupted like a tidal wave, lifting Shang Huayan and the surrounding Han soldiers off the ground. Shang Huayan quickly climbed to his feet and looked at the black and gold battle sword and arrows made of special metal stuck on the ground, cold sweat pouring out. It was 1 second away, and he was dead. The arrow engraved with a special rune pattern, at a glance, was shot from the military camp of the Hun's army. He was being targeted by the god shooter in the Han army, a real god shooter whose arrows would kill him. Without this black and gold battle sword, he would have been cold at this moment. The divine archer, in the military camp of the Han army, was a little sorry to see the defending General Yang Yi make a move to stop the surefire arrow. He didn't continue to shoot the second arrow. With Yang Yi, the patriarch, there was no point in shooting the second arrow anymore. Tianning hadn't expected that Yang Yi would care about a tiny martial master. Shang Huayan looked at the black and gold battle sword and recognized General Yang Yi's saber. Glancing at the figure standing on the citadel, Shang Huayan was grateful. If it wasn't for General Yang Yi's hand, he would have already died. Quickly stepping up, Shang Huayan drew the black and gold battle knife that was stuck in the floor tiles. The arcane and simple golden pattern on the blade was glowing with an ethereal light. It was a long straight blade 3 fingers wide and 2 feet long. Feeling the heavy battle sword, Shang Huayan estimated that it weighed over 100 pounds. I don't know what kind of material it was made of, but it was more than 100 pounds for such a battle sword. Shang Huayan gripped the black and gold battle sword in his hand, and he was so proud of himself that he looked at the hundreds of Han soldiers who surrounded him. Kill! He stepped forward and rushed towards the Xiongnu army, and on his black and gold battle sword, a blood-red baleful aura surrounded him, and as soon as he slashed out, the Xiongnu soldiers, even with their swords and armors, were all chopped into 2 halves. The black and gold battle sword, unusually sharp, cut iron like mud. Ah! Giggling. Blood flew everywhere, limbs and broken arms were everywhere. With the black and gold battle knife in his hand, Shang Huayan killed even faster. More than 100 Han soldiers were quickly killed by him. You are a demon. Tuoba Yen looked at Shang Huayan, who was bathed in blood, and his heart chilled. The soldiers that had fallen at Shang Huayan's feet had exceeded 200. After slaughtering so many Han soldiers, the bloodthirsty aura on Shang Huayan's body made Tuoba Yan's heart tremble when he looked at it. Die! Shang Huayan's gaze was icy cold without any emotion as he slashed out with a sword, and the blood-red blade light flourished, splitting the void. Tuoba Yen burned his entire body's blood chi and pushed his body's true essence to the extreme, wanting to fight Shang Huayan. Clank! A loud sound of a weapon breaking echoed in the air as Tuoba Yen was chopped in half by Shang Huayan with a blade that carried his armor. Blood splattered and stained the wall tiles. Chapter 31 Crossing the Ranks to Kill a Hotian Martial Artist. Shang Huayan gasped for air, his own hands were sore after decimating so many enemies. The black and gold battle sword was not stained with the slightest bit of blood. The kill value had also long exceeded 200, reaching 474 points. It was possible to raise his cultivation level, so Shang Huayan continued to raise his cultivation level. With 400 kill values going down, he directly raised 2 ranks, and his cultivation broke through to the Martial Master Grand Circle. The strength also reached 9,000 pounds. The blood chi and martial true essence in his body were incomparably thick, comparable to the middle Hotian stage, and his body was twice as strong as before. Look down at the golden curtain of light. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, Martial Master Grand Circle. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, Mang Nyo Jin Minor Achievement, Blood Fury Blade Technique Major Achievement, Overlord Spear Technique Introductory. Strength, 9,000 pounds. Talent, Silver Archer. Kill value, 73. Shang Huayan, whose strength had increased greatly, looked towards those Hana Hotian powerhouses. In the crowd, Shang Huayan found the Hotian martial artist who had bullied him earlier. Zhou Yuan was facing 2 Han Hotian martial artists alone. Although he was not overwhelmed, he could not do anything to help the other party. Carrying his black and gold battle sword, Shang Huayan then killed towards Ichirin. This Han dog thief, who had previously pressed him to fight, bullied him into not being strong enough. Now that the strength had risen, it was only natural to get this back. Ichirin felt a wave of danger coming from behind and quickly turned around to see the incoming black and gold battle sword. The black and gold battle sword rolled with a blood-colored baleful aura. Ianto hurriedly swung his sword to block. Clang! The warblades collided, like a muffled thunder, a powerful force struck, and Ichirin took a few steps back, and on his warblade, a gaping hole appeared. It's you? See death. Ichirin was furious. He hadn't even gone to trouble Shang Huayan yet, but Shang Huayan dared to come to him first. Immediately, Ichirin gave up on surrounding Zhou Yuan and swung his sword towards Shang Huayan to cut him down by the sword. Zhou Yuan frowned as he looked at Shang Huayan, who had taken the initiative to seek out and fight with Ichirin. Reckless. He felt that Shang Huayan was a bit reckless. Shang Huayan utilized the bloodshed blade technique and fought with Ichirin. Night War 8. The blood-red blade shadows were heavy, as if they were chopping from all directions. Ichirin felt something was wrong. Shang Huayan's power, it had become stronger. The sword technique was also more powerful and terrifying. It hasn't been long since then. How did the strength increase so horribly? He was forced to keep retreating by Shang Huayan's attack. Boom! The two of them threw a punch at each other. The sound was dull and powerful. This was a pure physical strength competition. Shang Huayan took a step back, and Ichirin took 3 or 4 steps back. Looking at Shang Huayan, Ichirin felt a hint of danger. The other party's power was even more powerful than him. The blood chi in his body was shaken by the punch just now, and his arm was in raw pain. Shang Huayan quickly stepped forward and slashed, as fast as lightning. Ichirin quickly avoided it with his stance, only to be greeted by Shang Huayan's foot, whose entire body exuded an aura of danger and attack. He could only quickly swing his fists to fend it off. Bang! The powerful impact of the force caused Ichirin to keep falling back. He didn't know why on Shang Huayan such a big change had occurred. The other party's strength had unexpectedly skyrocketed, and he was vaguely unbeatable. Dog thief, weren't you very wild just now? Shang Huayan gained momentum and continued to swing his sword towards Ichirin. Clank! The battle sword in Ichirin's hand was cut off by Shang Huayan. Taking advantage of the situation, he kicked Ichirin in the chest, and with a thud, Ichirin flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Shang Huayan's kick full of power made Ichirin spit out blood. Zhou Yuan, who saw this scene, stared wide-eyed. What did he see? Shang Huayan was beating a Hotian martial artist to the ground. Zhou Yuan felt that he had created an illusion of misreading. Earlier, if he had not stepped in and stopped Ichirin, Shang Huayan was afraid that he would have been beheaded by Ichirin. But now what? Instead, it was Shang Huayan who was pressing Ichirin. Shang Huayan took swift steps like the wind and stomped his foot toward Ichirin's head. Ichirin throws a donkey punch to avoid the leg kick. Bang! The floor tiles under his feet were shattered by Shang Huayan's foot with a very strong force. Ichirin was sweating coldly. If this foot came down and stepped on his skull, even if he had cultivated into a bronze skin and iron bones, he was afraid that his skull would be exploded by a foot. He obediently grabbed a battle knife from the ground and chopped it towards Shang Huayan. Clang! With a single slash, Shang Huayan shocked Ichirin back, and at the same time, he also chopped off the battle sword in Ichirin's hand. An ordinary battle knife, compared to this sharp black and gold battle knife, was a complete difference between clouds and mud. This black and gold battle sword, which was the saber of patriarch-level powerhouse Yan Yi, was naturally extraordinary. In succession, another slash was made, and Ichirin was unable to avoid it, and was cut through his battle armor, revealing a horrifying slash on his chest that continued to bleed outwards. Seeing this, Tabeshi, who was fighting against Zhou Yuan, was about to get rid of Zhou Yuan and go up to save Ichirin. Where to go? Seeing this, how could Zhou Yuan let Tabeshi go forward to help? A long spear came out like a dragon, blocking Tuoba Shi's path. Off! Tabeshi tried to hit Zhou Yuan's spear away. However, Zhou Yuan's long spear with one hand made it out of this world and entangled Tabeshi to death, making it impossible for him to go up to support him. Ichirin looked at the wound on his chest with disbelief in his eyes. His copper skin and iron bones were now broken, and Shang Huayan's strength had surpassed his. Ichirin couldn't figure out, even after thinking about it, why Shang Huayan's strength grew so fast. After slashing and wounding Ichirin, Shang Huayan continued to slash at his opponent with his knife, vowing to end his life. Looking at the chopping blade, Ichirin quickly dodged it while continuing to pick up a battle knife from the ground to resist Shang Huayan's attack. Bang! Another kick, and Ichirin was sent flying out, spitting blood from his mouth as he climbed to his feet and half-kneeled, with a knife in one hand, looking up at Shang Huayan. The eyes were angry and fearful at the same time. Why? Shang Huayan didn't understand the Han language and didn't answer the other party. He stepped forward and just chopped towards Ichirin's head. His figure was extremely fast. Seeing Shang Huayan's harsh blade light and killing intent, Ichirin quickly dodged. The killing intent was too strong. A slash was cut short, and Shang Huayan continued to add a punch. Bang! Ichirin took Shang Huayan's punch hard, and his entire body was sent flying backwards, spitting blood from his mouth. Ichirin! Takashi looked at Ichirin's precarious situation and was anxious. Off! He forced Zhou Yuan back with a move and was about to turn around to save Ichirin. If you want to leave, first ask if the lance in my hand agrees. How could Zhou Yuan let Tuoba Shi go and save Ichirin? A spear stabbed out, stopping Tabeshi's figure. Kill! Ichirin bellowed and rushed towards Shang Huayan, wanting to fight to the death. At this moment, he already had a death wish and planned to take Shang Huayan with him. Being defeated by a martial artist, within Ichirin's heart, was unacceptable. He is a warrior of the steppe, a son of the great shaman god. Clang! Knife break! People die. Chapter 32: The Demon. Shang Huayan didn't turn around. The corpse of Ichirin that fell to the ground had already been separated. Ichirin, who was in the early Hotian stage, died under Shang Huayan's sword. With the strength of a martial master to counterattack a Hotian martial artist, albeit at the early Hotian stage, this was enough to astonish and dazzle, shocking countless people. Zhou Yuan watched Shang Huayan decapitate Ichirin, and his heart was incomparably shocked. This kid, going against the grain. That Ichirin he wanted to kill, it would be difficult to do so for a while, but now he died under Shang Huayan's sword. How could Shang Huayan, who was at the martial master realm, have crossed over and killed a Hotian martial artist, not let Zhou Yuan be shocked? The other lieutenants who participated in the battle were also shocked to see Shang Huayan decapitate a Hotian martial artist. What kind of monster is this? In their hearts, a big question mark appeared. Just how long had passed, Shang Huayan was already strong enough to be able to decapitate Hotian realm martial artists. Isn't it difficult to practice martial arts? Why Shang Huayan can grow so fast? The lieutenants who watched Shang Huayan decapitate the Han Hotian powerhouse all felt like they had practiced martial arts for so many years, but they might have practiced to the dogs. Tuoba Shi was shocked and furious, and at the same time, there was also panic. Shang Huayan had decapitated Ichirin, causing him to feel a great crisis. A martial master, decapitating a Hotian martial artist, how astonishingly talented must one be to be able to do that? If this person was allowed to break through to the Hotian realm, would there be anyone else who could be his enemy in the Hotian realm? Tuoba Shi felt a strong threat. He felt that among the Ning Pass defenders, there was an unimaginable demon. This demon was still their great enemy of the Huns. Therefore, Shang Huayan must die. Can't let this person grow up. This was the heartbeat of all the Han Hotian martial artists on the city walls at this moment. Shang Huayan carried his black and gold battle sword and walked towards Tabeshi. Ichirin had provided him with 30 points of kill value, and he was now targeting Tabeshi, who was fighting Zhou Yuan. Looking at the black and gold battle sword in Shang Huayan's hand, the corner of Zhou Tian's mouth twitched slightly. Isn't this the ING General Yang's battle sword? How did it get into this kid's hands? Without saying anything, Shang Huayan raised his sword and slashed at Tabeshi. The harsh blade attacked. Tabeshi's heart alarm bells rang loudly, condensing his whole body's blood chi power, and Shang Huayan sparred with a move. Boom! The sound of the collision was like thunderous drums, and the powerful force shook both of them backward. It was only then that Tabeshi would feel the impact of Shang Huayan's powerful strength. In terms of arm strength alone, Shang Huayan's strength was still above him. If Shang Huayan was allowed to step into the Hotian realm, with chi and blood like a dragon and copper skin and iron bones, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to block a single blow from Shang Huayan. Looking at such a young Shang Huayan, Tuobashir wondered how Shang Huayan had cultivated to be so powerful. If he were to know that Shang Huayan hadn't even been a month since he came into contact with martial arts, Tabeshi was afraid that he would directly collapse his Dao heart. He had just sparred a blow with Shang Huayan when a bit of coldness from Zhou Yuan's lance arrived first, and then the lance came out like a dragon. The lance was like a roaring wild dragon, heading directly towards Tabeshi's back undershirt. Now that Tabeshi had experienced the same treatment that Zhou Yuan had earlier, Tabeshi fought with 15 points of spirit in the face of the two powerhouses surrounding him. The slightest slip of the tongue and he could go the way of Ichiran and die in battle on these walls. He burned his blood chi and true essence and used his best moves to barely block Zhou Yuan's shot. With Shang Huayan intervening in the fight, Zhou Yuan also let go of the fight and no longer held back. Bang bang bang! 3 shots in a row, the guns were like wild dragons, as powerful as wind and fire, forcing Tabeshi to retreat. But behind him, Shang Huayan's powerful and unparalleled blade had already attacked, and there was no way for him to retreat. Facing the siege of Shang Huayan and Zhou Yuan, Tuobashir was already in a desperate situation, with a fierce tiger in front and a ferocious wolf behind. Bang! Tabeshi could only hastily spar a blow with Shang Huayan, and in his haste to respond, he was kicked off by Shang Huayan. Good chance! Zhou Yuan found an opportunity to strike Tabeshi with a horizontal slash of his spear. Bang! The iron spear struck heavily on Tuobashir's back, shattering the chi battle armor. All the bones in his back shattered under this shot, and all his internal organs were shattered by the powerful force, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Zhou Yuan's all-out strike completely disables Tabeshi. My life is over. It was the last thing on Takashi's mind. Watching that he was going to be robbed of his head, Shang Huayan's body was like lightning, his shadow was like a ghost. He quickly stepped forward and stabbed his black and gold battle knife, impartially, just right on Tabeshi's waist. A knife through both waists. In the end, Tuobashir died miserably in battle on the city wall in this manner. Watching Tuobashir being killed by Shang Huayan with a knife through his waist, Zhou Yuan inexplicably felt a coldness in his waist. Did this guy do it on purpose, or was it unintentional? He had vaguely heard that Shang Huayan had a nickname called the Kidney Zapping Godhand. Now it seems that the legend, in all probability, is feared to be true. My name is Zhou Yuan. I think you are brother Shang Huayan who has recently gained fame. Zhou Yuan greeted with a smile. Hello big brother Zhou Yuan, I am Shang Huayan, killing the enemy together and defending the border. What to say about fame or not? Shang Huayan waved his hand and said. Well, this is not the time to talk. When the battle is over, brother, I will treat you to a drink. Zhou Yuan said with a smile. Good, I'll make a note of this drink. Shang Huayan nodded with a smile. The two men greeted each other and went back to starting their kills. Stabbing his waist and stabbing Tabeshi to death, Shang Huayan harvested 33 kill points. This topaz was a little more powerful than Ichiran and harvested 3 more points of kill value. With the deaths of Ichiran and Tabeshi, there were 2 less Hotian experts coming from the Huns attacking the city walls, and with Shang Huayan and Zhou Yuan joining the battlefield, the pressure on the Huns' Hotian powerhouses increased greatly. Colonel Wu, let me help you. Shang Huayan brought his sword into the battlefield and killed against a Hun Hotian martial artist. With 1 less Hotian martial artist, the pressure on Colonel Wu was greatly reduced. Although the 7th Battalion was still in the process of forming an emergency training army right now, he still went up to the city wall to fend off the Hotian powerhouses in the Huns' army. Fighting 1 against 2, Colonel Wu was also under pressure, and now that Shang Huayan had joined the fight and helped him fend off a Hotian martial artist, it allowed him to let go of his hands and feet to take on the enemy. Looking at Shang Huayan, Colonel Wu's heart was a mixture of emotions. How long has it been? Shang Huayan was already capable of rivaling a Hotian martial artist. After giving Shang Huayan a little bit of time, I'm afraid that when he sees Shang Huayan, he will have to call out for an adult. The Hotian martial artist that Shang Huayan had parted with was at the early Hotian stage, not very strong, and he was fully capable of dealing with it. With his black and gold battle sword in hand, Shang Huayan's blade technique, incomparably powerful, beat his opponent back. Feeling the powerful force, Yu Muzan's arms trembled. He was the leader of the Ebony tribe, which was a small tribe, and it was only by lifting the strength of the tribe that he was able to cultivate to the early Hotian realm. I thought that this time, I had brought the warriors of my tribe to conquer the Great Way, so that I could build up my career and rob countless supplies to go back and grow my tribe. Unexpectedly, the army's attack was blocked, and half of the warriors of the Ebony tribe died in battle. It was also heard that the tribe was attacked, and all of the tribe's young and strong fell, and the men who were taller than the wheels were all decapitated, which undoubtedly cut off the future of the Ebony tribe. All the blows made Yu Muzan no longer spirited.
Now against a young Wei general, he was beaten back and lost all his confidence.
Shang Huayan's incomparably powerful strength and the overpowering fury of his blade made it exceptionally hard for him to resist.
Giggle. At Yu Muzin's waist, the battle armor was slashed and bright red blood flowed out. The knife was too fast, too sharp, and the battle armor in his bronze skin and iron bones could not resist it at all. Soon, Yu Muzin's body was bruised and battered, and in the face of Shang Huayan's ferocious and overpowering attack, it was becoming more and more difficult for him to fend it off.
Put!
A splash of blood rose, and Yu Muzin went to block the slash on his throat with his hand, but he couldn't. He collapsed helplessly on the ground, his eyes filled with the future of the tribe, as if he saw the ebony tribe thriving and growing up, comparable to the royal tribe. With a knife that sealed his throat, Shang Huayan chopped and killed with a clean cut. Another Hotian martial artist died under his blade. The other lieutenants saw Shang Huayan kill another Hun Hotian powerhouse and wailed in their hearts, "Where did this demon come from?" At the same time, they were fuming in their hearts, they couldn't be compared to Shang Huayan, a junior. Otherwise, wouldn't it look like they were too much of a waste of time for the lieutenants? Facing the group of school captains who were fuming, the Han Hotian powerhouses felt a sudden increase in pressure. The Han innate powerhouses that were fighting with the 5 benefactor generals naturally noticed Shang Huayan as well. They also wanted to make a move to kill Shang Huayan. But he was deadlocked by the 5 benefactors and could not free his hands. However, they memorized Shang Huayan's appearance and tagged Shang Huayan, "This person must die." Shang Huayan didn't know that he had already been missed by the Hun innate powerhouse. Chapter 33, Entering the Grasslands Again. Inside the tent of King Zuoxian of Xiangnu, he watched more than 10,000 people attacking the city, and many of the soldiers had already attacked the city wall, but they still couldn't take the city wall. King Zuoxian has lost his patience. Why is the district's 30,000 Anning Pass defenders so capable of fighting? It had taken so long to exhaust the living forces of the Anning Pass defenders. Hold my warrant and go transfer another Zhongshire powerhouse here, I just don't believe that he, Yang Yi, is invincible. King Zuoxian didn't want to keep dragging on. At the Grand Monarch's place, several condemnation orders had already come one after another, ordering him to quickly take Anning Pass. Yes. A summoning officer received the warrant of the left virtuous king and hurried away. Luojing, the imperial city of Wei. Inside the palace, the old emperor is critically ill, and the holy hands of the imperial hospital keep renewing the old emperor's life with various ancient medicines. Inside the crown prince's residence, Crown Prince Han Che's face was expressionless as he listened to his men's report. That second brother of mine, he promoted that heartthrob again today? Back to His Royal Highness, the second prince, promoted General Wei Wu as the commander of the Forbidden Army to take over the palace, and ordered Great General Li Holi to lead the nation's troops. The Crown Prince Han Che was not ordered to supervise the state, instead, it was the second prince, who was ordered by Emperor Wei Ming to supervise the state. This order shook the entire dynasty. "Where are my brothers?" Crown Prince Han Che said faintly. The third prince, sixth prince, and ninth prince were also not oil-saving lamps, and naturally would not sit back and wait for death. Several imperial princes, all of them are contacting ministers in the court and generals from all over the world. "Old undead, what the hell do you want?" Han Che looked in the direction of the palace. He couldn't guess at all why that father of his did what he did. It was supposed to be the crown prince's supervisor, but this supervisor did not fall on him. The second prince was ordered to be the supervisor of the kingdom, thus shaking up the dynasty, and a number of ambitious people began to secretly set their sights on it. It made the originally calm courtroom become treacherous. "Your Highness, the northern border is in a state of emergency. The Xiongnu's 500,000 troops are knocking at the border, preparing to move south. The border generals have sent out more than a dozen letters asking for help, pleading with the imperial court to send troops to reinforce them." The secretary of the Ministry of War opened his mouth and said. Second Prince Han Feiyu waved his hand and said with an air of victory, "There's no rush in this matter, I'll send Great General Li to lead the army to reinforce." The Minister of War wanted to open his mouth, but was pulled back by the Minister of Household. The Minister of the Household shook his head slightly at him. Secretary of the Ministry of War Wang Chang sighed in his heart, power-tipping, suppressing dissent, promoting cronies, this second prince can really be described as a power chicken and dog-ah. It may not be long before he is replaced. How is the disaster relief in Jiangning County? Second Prince Han Feiyu asked toward the Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue Zhuo heart sank, this is the intention to turn on him? Back to Your Highness, the governor of Jiangnan province is already opening warehouses and releasing grain to provide relief. Zhuo, the Minister of Revenue, opened his mouth and replied. The second prince nodded without moving. It seemed that the Jiangnan prefecture governor could not stay. Inside the basement underneath a nondescript mansion in the bustling Lujing, 3 figures sat together.
Third brother, sixth brother. Now that second brother's power is getting bigger and bigger, many ministers in the court, generals, have already favored him. If we don't unite, I'm afraid that we'll be in big trouble. Is there any movement on big brother's side? On big brother's side, he's still not moving, and I don't know what he's waiting for. The second prince's side is busy suppressing dissent and installing his own people in the important departments of the imperial court, and the other several princes are busy ganging up and secretly accumulating power. The Great Wei dynasty is in turmoil, the imperial sons are fighting in the dark, and everyone, it seems, has forgotten about the northern border, which is now a beacon. The war ceased in the evening, the beacon smoldered, and the sun bled. The wind in the northern part of the country is much stronger. There is no beauty of the desert and the long river here. Some swords and blood. Behind Shang Huayan was a fallen body. Broken battle robes, blood-stained battle armor, and that slashing face with perseverance. A pair of deep black pupils were filled with harshness. The weak scholar is completely dead. Now he was the soldier captain of a Ning Pass who had cut down countless enemies. The bloody-handed human butcher Shang Huayan. The day's fighting came to an end and the common soldiers were busy treating the wounded and disposing of the bodies. In the end, the Huns retreated back to less than half of their soldiers. Half of the generals defending the city were also lost. Today, there are only 10,000 battle-ready soldiers at a Ning Pass. Yang Yi looked at the Xiangnu camp outside the pass with a grave expression. He knew that the court would not send a large army to support them, they had no more reinforcements. Before the new heir to the great throne came out, the northern border was already abandoned. The armies in the interior of the country have become a force for several of the princes to gamble with. After descending the city wall, Shang Huayan simply washed up and ate dinner with the soldiers. After dinner, it was time for them to leave. The soldiers of the 7th Battalion, the 10th Burr, all chose to brave the grasslands as Shang Huayan did. Brothers, this trip is dangerous, account for everything that should be accounted for, perhaps if we go this way, we won't be able to come back. Shang Huayan looked at the 50 or 60 soldiers who had followed him through the grasslands and said, Bo Chang, we enlisted in the army, originally we have no way to go, come to fight for a future, die in battle, but also die well, this go what to fear. Tang Yunshan spoke up. Right, what fear is there in going here, either die in battle or return in honor? Hai Dai also spoke up. The others were similarly resolute-eyed. Good, worthy of being my soldiers, this trip, either die in battle or return in honor. Shang Huayan exclaimed. Take your men and come to the southern gate of the city. General Yang Yi has brought his men here to wait. General! Shang Huayan rushed forward to salute. You guys are here? Yang Yi nodded. General, this is your battle sword. Shang Huayan removed the black and gold battle sword from his waist and returned it to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took the black and gold battle sword, stroked the blade, returned it to its sheath, and then tossed it back to Shang Huayan. Next, it's for you. Yang Yi said with a smile. Shang Huayan froze for a moment when he received the black and gold battle sword. As far as he knew, this battle sword, General Yang Yi had been wearing it for many years, right? Sun Hao, Jia Yangan, and a few others behind Yang Yi were also surprised. This black and gold battle sword, but it was extraordinary, I didn't expect General Yang Yi to give it to Shang Huayan. What, don't want it? No. Shang Huayan was a bit flattered. It's better to have a handy sword to kill the enemy. I hope you can ease the pressure on a Ning Pass. Once the city breaks down, its countless families falling under the Xiangnu's iron cavalry. Yang Yi said solemnly. I will live up to my responsibilities. Shang Huayan hung the black and gold battle sword on his waist. This lance, which I also had someone build for you, is okay, it works, I hope you can make it drink Hun blood. Yang Yi handed a long spear to Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan took the lance and felt a sudden heaviness, it was a good lance. Yang Yi gave Shang Huayan another pair of battle armor. Here are 1,000 elite iron horsemen, the last of our Ning Pass home base, and now, I'm handing them over to you in the hope that you'll lead them to gallop across the grasslands and make a splash. Shang Huayan looked at the 1,000 iron horsemen, didn't he say 500 in the beginning? How come it has increased? They are cavalry, only steering a horse to kill the enemy is what they are good at, using it to defend the city would be extravagant, let them go and play their role. Seeing Shang Huayan's doubts, Yang Yi spoke up. With the addition of 500 iron horsemen, doubling his strength, Shang Huayan was confident. Mount up. Shang Huayan took the lead, striding onto a white warhorse. The others mounted their horses neatly. Yang Yi looked at the iron cavalry in front of him. Generals, I'll wait for your triumph and celebrate your achievements. March! Shang Huayan led the cavalry and started off. Together with his former subordinates, there were more than 1,060 riders in total, and they went out of the southern gate of Anning Pass. There were no grandiose words, and they walked as quietly as ghosts in the night.
1,000 iron horsemen, to bypass the eyes of the Hun scouts such as the grassland, will have to take a detour. After a night's march, a group of iron cavalry entered the endless grassland before dawn.
Looking at the vast grassland, Sheng Huayan felt emotion in his heart. He had come again. This time, he brought 1,000 iron horsemen.
Chapter 34, Breaking Through the Hotian Realm.
The wind blows the grass low and there are no cows or sheep. Close to the border are buffer zones, Xiongnu nomadic tribes, and will not come to this side to graze.
Entering the grassland, they headed deeper into the grassland under the guidance of the army's guide.
A young man's hooves are fast, a cherry spear and a red robe. Sheng Huayan rode a white horse, was clad in a red battle robe, and held a long spear in a heroic manner.
Anyone who looks at it will have to say, what a handsome young man. Captain Shang Bing, aren't we going to cut off the Xiongnu's provisions first?
Guo Xiaoping spoke up.
Sheng Huayan looked behind him at Guo Xiaoping, who was holding a halberd and wearing a black battle robe.
This person was also a soldier lieutenant thousand husbandman, a martial master great perfection, and was now under his command.
There is no hurry, now we are a bit close to the Hun army. If we make a commotion and the Huns send an army of iron horsemen, this amount of our troops is not enough for the Hun iron horsemen to strangle us. Sheng Huayan opened his mouth and said, if you want to kill deep into the grassland and make a mess. Their group of iron cavalry was said to be elite, but compared to the Xiongnu's elite iron cavalry, it was far worse. There was only one warhorse, the battle armor wasn't heavy armor, and the cultivation level of the soldiers wasn't very high. The elite iron cavalry in Sheng Huayan's imagination was bound to be heavily armored cavalry with 3 war horses as standard. An army charge is a torrent of steel, invulnerable and unstoppable. The army continued to go deeper into the grassland, and the lone wolves on the grassland, seemingly smelling the danger, fled far away. Captain Shang Bing, there is a small tribe ahead, should we go around it? A scout who went ahead to scout the road spurred his horse back to report. Go around. Now is not the time to take on the smaller tribes, take the troops and move on. By mid-afternoon they were 200 miles deeper into the grasslands.
This grassland, unusually vast, previously Sheng Huayan had thought that this world was a parallel world or a replica of another world. But when he really got to know the world, he realized how wrong it was. This meadow is 3 or 4 times as big as the one in his previous life.
There are 2 major overlords of the foreign tribes of the steppe bordering way, the Xiongnu and the Rongdi.
Bo Chang, there's a situation, 20 miles ahead, there's a Xiongnu material transportation team.
The scout returned to report. How many people are there? Sheng Huayan asked immediately.
There are about 1,000 people, and there are quite a few supplies being transported, estimated to be hundreds of carts.
The scout replied. 1,000.
Sheng Huayan's eyes picked up, there were more people and more supplies to transport, let's take this group of Huns.
Prepare for battle. As soon as Sheng Huayan spoke, the soldiers behind him, one by one, instantly prepared for battle. The cavalry was fast, less than half an hour for a journey of 20 miles. Looking far ahead at the group of Hun transport troops. Charge! Iron horsemen charge, swift as wind and fire. Sheng Huayan charged forward. The sound of hoofbeats instantly attracted the attention of the Hun army. The Hun leaders, seeing the attire and banners of the charging cavalry, did not look like theirs. Enemy attack alert! Unfortunately, it was already too late, as a rain of arrows shot out from the cavalry charging formation in the same way, covering down towards the Hun army camp. The reason why Sheng Huayan dared to charge squarely was because he had 1,000 iron horsemen and didn't have to fight in a small way. By the time the Hun army hastily organized resistance, it was already too late. Sheng Huayan rushed into the enemy camp at the head of his horse. The lance in his hand stabbed directly at the enemy, the sharp lance easily tearing through the enemy's chest. The entry-level overlord gun technique was completely sufficient to deal with some ordinary Hun soldiers. He rushed into the enemy camp in a single horse and went on a killing spree, with a long spear, like the reaping scythe of the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of the Hun soldiers. The iron cavalry was like a torrent of steel, directly charging the Hun enemy camp to pieces. One charge, and on the camp, there was no longer a living Hun enemy. On this flat grassland, when encountering cavalry, 1,000 men against 1,000 men is a complete crush. Not to mention the Hun's transportation army, which is completely second tier. The cavalry led by Sheng Huayan was the elite iron cavalry of Ning Pass. Easily crushing to end the battle, the leader of this Hun army, a martial artist, but had his head split by Sheng Huayan with a single shot. Clean up the battlefield! Sheng Huayan shouted. Tang Yunshan and Hai Dai quickly stepped out and led the soldiers to start cleaning up the battlefield. Wang Wu, take the scouts and distribute them to the perimeter to continue poking around. Sheng Huayan ordered again. Yes. Wang Wu took a few scouts and quickly disappeared into the grassland again. Wang Wu Sheng Huayan made him a shirkai, leading a scouting squad. Uncle Long, uncle. Is not right, now it will be called Soldier Captain. Captain Shangbing, there are pills, lots of pills. Tang Yunshan shouted happily. Now Sheng Huayan was officially promoted to the rank of military captain, commanding 1,000 men. The two of them, Hua Xiaoping and the other soldier lieutenant, Hu Bing, were instantly happy when they heard that there was an elixir. It was important to realize that the Yanning Pass guards, as if they had been forgotten, hadn't received any elixirs from the imperial court for 2 or 3 years. Go over and take a look. Hua Xiaoping and Hu Bing, both of them, followed Sheng Huayan over. The boxes on the 4 carriages were filled with pills. At most, it was a healing elixir, with a portion of it aiding in cultivation. Realm-breaking pills, there are some realm-breaking pills here. Tang Yunshan said excitedly. Realm-breaking pills? Let's see. Hua Xiaoping and Hu Bing, both of them, scrambled forward to check out the realm-breaking pill. 4th grade boundary-breaking Dan. Ha, 4th grade boundary-breaking Dan, Hua Xiaoping laughed in excitement. What, 4th grade boundary-breaking pill? Hu Bing exclaimed in shock, his entire body first froze, then his entire body began to tremble in excitement. Both of them had already cultivated to the Martial Master Grand Circle realm and had been slow to break through. If the Imperial Court could allocate pills, they would have already broken through to the Hotian realm. Now that they saw the 4th grade boundary-breaking pill, how could the two not be excited? The 4th grade realm-breaking pill was enough for the two to break through the Hotian realm. A 4th grade realm-breaking pill in the black market, starting at 100,000 taels of silver, was a completely rare resource. How come there are only 2? The two of them looked at each other before looking back at Sheng Huayan. They knew that Sheng Huayan was also a martial master great perfection and was also the soldier captain of this team. This meant that it was up to Sheng Huayan to decide how to distribute these elixirs. What's wrong? When Sheng Huayan saw the two looking at him, he opened his mouth and asked. That, Captain Shang Bing, this 4th grade boundary-breaking pill, there are only 2 of them. Hua Xiaoping spoke up. 2 is as good as 2, as long as it pays off. Sheng Huayan thought it was because Hua Xiaoping felt the harvest was small, and that it was taken from the Huns anyway. No, that. If you have something to say, why are you two stammering? Sheng Huayan said when he saw the 2 of them stammering. These 2 4th grade boundary-breaking pills, how will they be distributed? They wanted them badly, but were too embarrassed to say so. Once Sheng Huayan heard it, he understood that the 2 were wanting these 2 pills, but he was embarrassed. After all, the 2 were his subordinates now, and they had to listen to him in all matters. Both of you are Martial Master Grand Circle, right? Sheng Huayan spoke. Aha! Hua Xiaoping and the 2 of them nodded vigorously. Then let's give it to the 2 of you to use, and strive to break through the Hotian realm, and we'll have a few more points of safety when we're at the back of the enemy. Sheng Huayan said. The 2 men were glad to hear it. What about you, Captain Shang Bing? Hu Bing spoke up. Sheng Huayan was also a martial master great perfection. Me? You guys don't have to worry, I don't need pills to break through right now. Sheng Huayan opened his mouth and said. Alright, these 2 pills will be divided amongst you guys, seize the time and hurry up to break through. Yes, Shang Bing Lieutenant, I will not dare to disobey any future dispatches. Hua Xiaoping said solemnly. Inside, the 2 of them were very grateful to Sheng Huayan. Without the elixir, with their qualifications, if they wanted to break through to the Hotian, it would take at least 2 years. Sheng Huayan waved his hand, then spoke to Tang Yunshan again, distribute all the elixirs so that the generals all have healing elixirs and cultivation elixirs in their hands, and the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade boundary-breaking elixirs, there are all also distribute them to the right people, and try to raise their cultivation as much as possible. Yes, Captain Shang Bing. Tang Yunshan joyfully led the order. To be able to give him such an important thing to do, it seems that Lord Bing Lieutenant still has him in his heart. Lord Military Captain, there are a lot of supplies, meat, grain, weapons, bows, and arrows, lots and lots of them, what should we do? Hai Day ran to inquire. Take away all the horses, as much food, meat and weapons as you can, and the rest, burn them and retreat away. Shang Huayan immediately commanded. The supplies that could not be taken away, along with the bodies of the Hun soldiers, were burned to ashes in a single fire. Shang Huayan took thousands of iron horsemen and roamed the grasslands, specifically looking for Xiongnu armies transporting supplies. A day later, a dozen armies transporting supplies were destroyed, and the Hun's army was suddenly deprived of food. Once he did it, Shang Huayan exterminated a dozen or so Hun armies transporting grain and grass supplies in a swift manner, causing the frontline Hun army to be deprived of food and grass. Report, Lord Zhou Xianwang, our army transporting supplies is in trouble. Today, the attack on the Yanning Pass still did not achieve much effect, and King Zhuxian was already in a bad mood. Now when he heard that the army, which was transporting supplies and provisions, was having problems again, anger came from his heart. And what happened to the army that transported the supplies and food?
Today a dozen armies transporting supplies and provisions were attacked, the supplies and provisions were burned, and the personnel were all killed in battle. The soldier who briefed him opened and replied. What? What in the world is going on? The troops carrying supplies and grain, but they were on our grasslands, so why were they destroyed? Is it the Rongdi people or that tribe that has a rebellious heart? King Zhuxian was furious. Specifics unknown. The soldier who had summoned the message felt sweaty. King Zhuxian's full fury pressed down on him. Send someone down to investigate for me. After sending 2,000 cavalry, find this group of people for me. Dare to make an enemy of me at this time, I will thwart him. King Zhuxian slapped the table. Sheng Huayan led his troops to exterminate a dozen or so Xiongnu armies transporting supplies and provisions in a row, and was soon discovered by the Xiongnu army. And now, with his men, he is celebrating by cooking beef and lamb. A bunch of martial artists, beef and mutton openly eat, like the new year. After dinner, Sheng Huayan arranged for people to guard the shifts while he himself began to cultivate. Nope, it's a bonus point breakthrough to boost your cultivation. He could have broken through a long time ago, and the kill value was completely enough for him to raise his cultivation, but at a Ning Pass, Sheng Huayan did not continue to raise his breakthrough. His strength was rising too fast, and rising too fast sometimes wasn't a good thing. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, Martial Master Grand Circle Plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, Mang Nyo Jin Minor Achievement Plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique Major Achievement, Overlord Spear Technique Introductory. Strength, 9,000 pounds. Talent, Silver Archer Plus. Kill value, 432. After breaking through the Martial Master Grand Circle yesterday, he had killed 3 Hotian martial artists and quite a few Hun soldiers, and during the day today, he had killed quite a few more Hun soldiers, and his kill value had grown to 432 points. Now that he was in the grasslands, he could continue to add to his breakthrough. After a Kenyan addition, consuming 200 killing values, a massive force that continuously enhanced forged his flesh, body, and bones. The blood chi in his body was as vigorous as a dragon, and the martial true essence in his dantian continued to increase and solidify. After breaking through to the martial artist's limit, his strength grew to 10,000 pounds. This power had already reached the standard of a Hotian martial artist's great circle. Of course, this was only power, and the specific strength should be similar to that of a middle to late Hotian martial artist. Looking at the fact that there were still more than 200 kill values, Sheng Huayan did not continue to add more points. He had a 4th grade realm breaking pill that General Yang Yi had bestowed upon him, and it was the right time to use it now, and it would also save on killing value. Taking out the pills, Sheng Huayan took them without hesitation, and the powerful medicinal power melted away, impacting the realm barriers. Sheng Huayan operated the Great Sun Heart Sutra technique, mobilizing his entire body's blood chi and true essence, urging the medicinal power, and violently impacting the realm barrier. Boo! As if an egg had broken its shell, Sheng Huayan smoothly broke through the Hotian realm. Chapter 35 Chi and Blood as Dragons. The moment he broke through the Hotian realm, from within his body, a powerful force emerged, constantly strengthening his flesh, bones, and physique. This is the power that originates from the depths of the human body, the most primordial. His body, like it had broken some kind of limit, made the force come in huge and ferocious. A soft sound continued to emanate from his body, it was the bones being continuously strengthened and forged by that power. His skin and bones, tinted with a faint golden color, as if they were metamorphosing, the powerful body's secret power, was continuously strengthening his flesh and blood cells. The sinews and bones of his entire body were being baptized with this power at the moment, making his sinews and bones even tougher and stronger. That majestic blood chi made many people feel shocked at the sight of it. Many of the soldiers felt the powerful aura and rolling blood chi coming from Sheng Huayan's tent. The blood chi flowing and rolling within him roared like a dragon's roar. The powerful blood aura was felt by the others outside the tent. This is chi and blood like a dragon? Tang Yunshan and the others felt unusually shocked. What a powerful blood chi! Sheng Huayan was like a round of blazing sun at the moment, making the soldiers outside the tent feel the hot breath. No wonder some people say that Captain Shang Bing is a demon. At this realm, he was able to cultivate a body of blood chi to this point. Those so-called once-in-a-thousand-years demons, compared to Captain Shang Bing, I'm afraid they're not as good. Shang Bing Lieutenant should have broken through successfully, such a young Hotian martial artist. Many people were silent, especially Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, who were now over 30 years old and had yet to break through to the Hotian realm. And now, Sheng Huayan had broken through ahead of them. Sheng Huayan was only 20 years old and had already broken through to the Hotian realm. Such talent made them feel astonished. Many people were both envious and happy for Sheng Huayan at the same time. The stronger Sheng Huayan was, the more hope they had of surviving in this grassland. When the force receded, Sheng Huayan opened his eyes and a sharp golden aura flashed in his eyes. The chi and blood roaring and tumbling in his body also calmed down.
Look again at the golden curtain of light. Name, Shanghuayan. Race, human. Realm, early Hotian.
Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, Mang Nyo Jin Minor Achievement, plus Blood Fury Blade Technique Major Achievement, Overlord Spear Technique Introductory.
Strength, 15,000 pounds.
Talent, Silver Archer plus.
Kill value, 232.
As soon as he started to break through, his strength, which reached 15,000 pounds, was comparable to the strength of an innate martial artist. Of course, strength comparable to an innate martial artist did not mean that his strength was comparable to an innate martial artist. But now even if he faced a Hotian Great Perfection martial artist, he was fearless. Between a Hotian martial artist and an innate martial artist, there was a world of difference between the two, and the gulf between them was not something that could be bridged by strength. After breaking through to the Hotian realm, his strength, too, had increased greatly. Now, I don't dare to say that the Hotian realm is invincible, but I think it's hard to have an enemy. After his cultivation breakthrough, Shanghuayan didn't stop cultivating, but continued to run the Great Sun Heart Sutra technique and continued to cultivate, gulping down the spiritual chi from heaven and earth and transforming it into martial true essence, strengthening his blood chi and sinews, bones, and flesh. Martial cultivation is to continuously polish the body, so that one's body is constantly strong and breaks through the limits of the human body. Seeing Shanghuayan's successful breakthrough, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, both of them also began to quasi-be taking the realm-breaking Dan, intending to break through the Hotian realm in one fell swoop. In the team, those whose cultivation was able to break through and those who had been allocated the boundary-breaking pills had also begun to cultivate, taking the pills in preparation for breakthroughs and raising their strength. It was a rare opportunity, and they were considered lucky to have seized so many pills. This night, this Anning cavalry, with its improved strength, was much stronger than before. The next morning, before dawn, a soldier had already made breakfast. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing both walked out of the tent with joyful smiles on their faces. The corners of their mouths were harder to suppress than even AK. It's like the saying, people are happy when they're happy. That's right, the two of them had taken the 4th grade realm breaking pill and their cultivation had successfully broken through to the Hotian realm. Both of them smiled and greeted whoever they saw. Yo, look at the two of you being so happy. What, did you have an aphrodisiac dream last night? Shanghuayan opened his mouth and teased. Xiaoping Guo. Hu Bing. Do the two of them look like the kind of people who have no talent? At least they are over 30 years old, they have not gone to Ichuanlu to help the poor, how can they still have this kind of dream? Good morning, Captain Shang Bing. Hu Bing showed a dry smile. What's with the ugly smile? It won't be by me. Shanghuayan squeezed his eyes and raised an eyebrow. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing looked at each other in dismay. This commander of theirs, his nature was really, hard to explain. Killing the enemy like a killing god out of hell. Now it's like an immodest old friend of Jardine House. Captain Shang Bing, we've broken through to the Hotian realm. Guo Xiaoping spoke up. Oh, what a coincidence, I also broke through. Wanna come and spar? Shanghuayan's bad taste rose in his heart. Seeing the happy look of the two, he wanted to spoil it. Aha! The two shook their heads like rattlesnakes. They wouldn't feel that their strength was similar to Shanghuayan's when they broke through to the Hotian realm. Self-awareness, they still have, and they are not masochistic. Seeing the two shaking their heads and not cutting with him, Shanghuayan continued. The two of you can come together and join forces to spar with me. Guo Xiaoping and the two of them still shook their heads. They were only slightly less qualified, they weren't stupid. Looking at the two people refuse to die, Shanghuayan was a bit regretful. This had just broken through, and his fists were a bit itchy, but he couldn't find any sandbags that he could use. Make breakfast and start eating it. Before the morning sun rose, Shanghuayan and the others had already finished their breakfast and continued to wander deeper into the grassland. Today's target continues to be the Han Army's Material Food Transportation Army. By cutting off the grain and grass supply of the Xiongnu Army, the Xiongnu Army could not attack the city and buy time for the Anning Pass. In the morning, the Han Army did not attack the city, they were short of food. Looking at the Han Army that didn't attack, Yang Yi and the other Ning Pass defending generals understood that this was Shanghuayan and the others making their move. It seems that this move to cut off food is still effective. An advantageous general spoke up. It does have an effect, but Shanghuayan and the others, they are also in danger. Broken General Zhao Yangan spoke. Let's hope they can all return safely. Sun Hao spoke. But that statement is clearly an extravagance and a wish. The Xiongnu Army, which will not let the grain and grass be cut off, will certainly send heavy troops back to eliminate those who cut off the grain and grass. Yang Yi did not open his mouth to speak, he was in a heavy mood. This was supposed to be taking a life in exchange for a chance to take a breather for the defenders of a Ning Pass. It's just a different group of people to die.
Reporting to Lord Zhuo Xianwang, the people who spied on the news passed the news back that the people who attacked the supply wagon army were probably a cavalry unit of thousands of people, seemingly in Ning army cavalry. Early in the morning, the messenger officer came to report. And Ning army cavalry? 1,000 of them, and they dared to come and touch my king's tiger's whiskers. How dare you? Send me 3 cavalries to bring back these 1,000 heads to me. King Zhuo Xian flourished. These days, he's a bit on fire, and he's gotten several of the slave prostitutes he brought with him killed. Yes, my lord. Having received the order, a Han general immediately sent out 3 cavalries to exterminate the grain cutters. Each cavalry unit, 2,000 men. Shang Huayan and the others will have to face a siege of 6,000 Han cavalry. And these, at this moment, Shang Huayan and the others did not know. Shang Bing Lieutenant, these troops carrying food supplies seem to have strengthened. It seems like we have been known by the Huns. Guo Xiaoping said with gloomy eyes. It's only a matter of time before we're discovered. They destroyed more than a dozen Hun supply armies in a day, and it would be strange if the Huns didn't know about it. Looking ahead at the Hun supply wagon transportation army, numbering 2,000, with 500 cavalry, escorting both sides of this transportation unit. The number of ordinary foot soldiers was also increased to 500, and the regular army alone numbered 1,000. The 1,000 herdsmen, too, were armed. Let them through or? Hu Bing opened his mouth to inquire. Let them pass? There's never any such thing as giving up meat that comes to my lips. Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy and charge. Shang Huayan raised his lance and shouted, then he spurred his horse to charge. Hiya! Charge! Kill! 1,000 horsemen charged as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The earth trembled and rolled up rolling smoke and dust with great momentum. Chapter 36 Hedonists' Gun Technique Small Achievement. Thousands of cavalry charged with such force that they were soon spotted by the Han army. Enemy troops, capital enemy troops. My eyes are not blind. The corners of Helian Tai Shu's mouth rose as he looked at the charging and Ning iron horsemen. Hey, let's see what kind of god it is that forces me, a captain, to transport grain and grass. Helian Tai Shu, a lieutenant of the Middle Hotian realm, had 2,000 men under his command, comparable to the Great Wei lieutenants. Warriors, charge with me to kill the enemy. Helian Tai drew his battle sword and shouted. Charge! 500 Han iron horsemen, following Helian Tai Shu's charge, killed towards the running enemy army. Shang Huayan's gaze was sharp, holding the iron spear weighing hundreds of pounds, his body's qi and blood boiled, his true essence turned, and all of his strength converged on the iron spear. His target, the leader of the Han army. Helian Tai Shu's target was also Shang Huayan. 2 armies fighting, cavalry charge, that magnificent momentum pressure, such as a landslide tsunami, timid people can directly scared out of their wits. Rumble! The sound of horses' hooves like thunder drums echoed in the grassland, and the eagles in the sky were all scared far away. Kill! Shang Huayan shouted, and the long spear in his hand slashed out as if it was a stick of the prime, and the air was hit with a sonic boom. Helian Tai Shu also swung his battle sword to slash and slash. His bravery was unrivaled. Boom! With a boom, Helian Tai Shu was shattered by a spear with his horse, and blood flew horizontally. The scene that Helian Tai Shu had imagined of cutting off the opponent's lance with a single slash and decapitating the opponent's general's head didn't appear, but instead, he was cleaved to the ground with a single slash. Those Hun cavalrymen in the back, seeing that the captain was actually chopped into mush by the opposing general with a gun and a horse, gave a big shock. Even Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, who were following Shang Huayan, the 2 of them were filled with shock. That Han general, who was a martial artist of the Hotian realm, was killed by Shang Huayan with a single shot. How terrifyingly powerful and strong must this be? In the morning Shang Huayan asked them to cut and they firmly refused. What a wise decision. Kill! Shang Huayan was the first to charge into the Han cavalry camp, and there was not a single intact body where his lance passed. Seeing Shang Huayan slashing the general of the Han army with a spear and killing the Han cavalry first, the other generals, one by one, rushed to kill with boiling blood and high wariness. War horses neighing, swords and spears clashing, people constantly falling. The cavalry charged, swift as the wind. When the Han cavalry saw that the captain had been cleaved to death, they lost all their momentum, and were all decimated by a single charge from the imposing and Ning iron cavalry. On the ground, all that was left were the bodies and the horses that had lost their owners. Knowing that their group of iron cavalry, besides Shang Huayan, there were also 2 Hotian martial artists, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, facing the 500 Han iron cavalry that had lost their general, it was a complete massacre. The army charge didn't stop and went forward, killing towards the remaining Xiongnu army. Defeated, the army is defeated. This way iron cavalry, so strong. The cavalry are dead in battle, run.
Watching the 500 Iron Horsemen die in battle, the herdsmen in the group were the first to not be able to withstand the pressure of that horrific iron cavalry charge, dropping their weapons and running away. The remaining 500 foot soldiers had no fighting spirit in the face of the ferocious and Ning Iron Horsemen. The iron cavalry charged through, leaving only a field of corpses behind, and soon this army of Xiongnu supply wagon transportation was decimated, and those fleeing herdsmen were not spared either. The iron cavalry stopped charging, the warhorses neighing, and the warhorse that Sheng Huayan was sitting on, its front legs leaping up high as if celebrating a victory. Sheng Huayan's battle robe fluttered, and the iron spear in his hand dripped blood. After destroying this group of Hun supply wagon army, Sheng Huayan immediately ordered that the battlefield be cleaned up. Clean up the battlefield quickly, take away what you can and burn what you can't. Save the wounded soldiers, and take away the bodies of the robes who died in battle. Taking down this army of Hun supply wagons, the troops suffered casualties, but fortunately not large, only a dozen dead or wounded. The strongest captain of the Hun cavalry, Helian Tai, was cleaved to death by Sheng Huayan, and the remaining Hun cavalry would not be able to do much damage to the Anning Iron cavalry. The soldiers under his command quickly cleaned up the battlefield, burned the supplies they couldn't take with them in one fire, and quickly left. By now, this Ning Iron cavalry, which had been manned with 2 warhorses, was now capable of even running attacks. After destroying this army of Hun supply wagons, Sheng Huayan continued to lead his cavalry in search of his next target. Soon, in a day's time, Sheng Huayan led his cavalry and swept through a dozen or so Hun armies that were transporting supplies and foodstuffs, beheading more than 10,000 Huns and burning countless supplies and foodstuffs of the Hun army. When the Hun cavalry sought out the decimated transport army, they looked at the bodies and burned to cinders supplies that littered the ground. Damn it, no matter who you are, I will definitely break you into pieces. Helan Guanshan roared. Give chase, we must find this group. Helan Guanshan shouted angrily and spurred his horse to chase after Sheng Huayan in the direction they had left. Behind him, the 2,000 elite iron horsemen of the Xiongnu, with their iron armor clanking, were also galloping. Seeing the decapitated clansmen, the other soldiers of the Xiongnu were also exceptionally angry. They were never the only ones who went to invade others. When did anyone dare to go deep into their grasslands to attack and kill their clansmen? It was a provocation to their Hun warriors. As warriors of the Huns, the eagles of this steppe, they could not tolerate it. At nightfall, Sheng Huayan led his troops to stop for a rest and dinner in the meantime. The food that was captured was eaten openly, and the martial artists ate very much. Sheng Huayan, alone, ate a cow and felt barely full. The meat that was eaten was transformed into essence and stored in the body. Today, combined with yesterday, they had an unusually good harvest. Regardless of anything else, there are quite a few potions. There were 3 4th grade boundary-breaking pills. Countless other elixirs for healing and cultivation. This is a great fortune. Bring back this trip, everyone, can share a lot of silver money. It was a pity that in the team, there were no more martial masters with great perfection, otherwise Sheng Huayan wouldn't have left the 3 4th grade boundary-breaking pills behind. Only enhancing strength was the king's way. This was Sheng Huayan's concept. Today, though, he managed to attack and kill a dozen Hun supply wagon armies. But the cavalry he brought out, also more than 30 of them, stayed in this grassland forever. At night, Sheng Huayan looked at the stars in the sky and didn't see the familiar star sign. In today's one-day battle, he had killed 7 Hun Hotian martial artists and several hundred ordinary soldiers, reaping more kill value than ever before. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, Early Hotian Plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, Mang Nyo Jin Minor Achievement Plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique Major Achievement, Extrapolation, Overlord Spear Technique Introductory Plus. Strength, 15,000 pounds. Talent, Silver Archer Plus. Kill value, 1132. Looking at the kill value of over 1,000, Sheng Huayan was also a little excited in his heart. Looking at the cultivation realms that could be raised, Sheng Huayan didn't raise them immediately. He had only just broken through, and now that he had raised his cultivation to be conspicuous, he was treated like a monster. The Bloodshed Blade technique appeared behind the deduction. Sheng Huayan was surprised. Did this gold finger appear as a new feature? Big Sun Heart Sutra did not appear behind the plus sign, cannot be raised, which makes him feel a little numb. Clause, the first time to raise is 200, more than 1,000 kill value, have not been able to appear can be raised plus sign, also how much Instead, it's the Overlord shot, which appears to be a boostable plus. Sheng Huayan first chose to improve the Overlord spear technique, cavalry charging, horse-to-horse combat, or long spear to kill the enemy fast. Directly add points to improve the Overlord's shot. Countless cultivations and experiences about the Overlord's gun technique flooded into his mind, and as if he was walking on a horse, he cultivated the Overlord's gun technique to a small degree as if he had been cultivating it for 10 or 20 years. Now holding the lance in his hand, Sheng Huayan was unusually familiar with it, as if he had been practicing his gun for more than 10 years, and unable to help himself, he lifted the lance and practiced. The king's spear technique, domineering and fierce, every style is fierce and brave. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, who were not far away, watched Sheng Huayan practicing the overlord gun technique and saw gusts of fear and trepidation. This gun technique is too powerful and domineering, no wonder that Hun Hotian martial artist today was chopped into mush by a gun with a man and a horse. What a strong shot! This is General Yang Ye's overlord gun technique, how did he know it? That goes without saying, it must have been passed down to him by General Yang Yi. But this proficiency, it's like it's been practiced for more than 10 years. This guy, he couldn't have been practicing from his mother's womb, could he? Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing both whispered. Sheng Huayan rehearsed the overlord's gun technique, and now that the overlord's gun technique had become a minor success, his combat power, again, had risen by a large margin. Strength increased, and Sheng Huayan was filled with joy. But when he looked at the kill value, only 632 points remained. Seeing that the overlord's gun technique was raised to the minor achievement realm and consumed 500 kill values, Sheng Huayan was not calm. Another big food consumer, how much kill value would it take to raise it to greatness? Looking at the remaining 632 points of kill value, Sheng Huayan pressed on with the deduction of the bloodshed blade technique. He had to keep a certain amount of kill value for emergencies. Chapter 37, all of you, charge with me. On the vast and boundless grassland, a tall and towering mountain range, lying on the grassland, was like a huge winding dragon stretching out without seeing the edge. Snow had piled up on that tall and lofty mountain range. Beneath the mountains, there is a majestic royal city where the Hun's royal court is located. State Master, do you think the great king and the others can take down the northern border of Wei? A stout youth, standing beside the alchemy furnace, looked at the State Master who was shrouded in black robes, urging the flames to make pills, and said. It was only after a long time that a voice came from under that black robe. It's not the right time for the Wei dynasty's dragon energy to run out. The Hungarian State Master paused for a moment, then spoke slowly again. Into the meadow came an eagle. Eagle? The lanky youth's expression flickered. The next morning, Sheng Huayan led his army out of the makeshift camp. He wouldn't take his army and stay in one place for too long. In the grassland after the fall, white frost dew already hangs on the grass in the early morning. Today, their goal remains the same, still attacking the Xiongnu grain transportation army and cutting off the grain supply of the Xiongnu army. With nearly 100,000 Huns on the front line, the daily consumption of food and grass was not a small amount. Cutting off the Hun army's food and grass and easing the speed of the Hun army's attack on the city, or else Anning Pass wouldn't be able to be defended even if it was guarded by General Yang Yi. Ordinary soldiers are now depleted by less than a third, and without ordinary soldiers, General Yang Yi alone can't defend Anning Pass. The army galloped across the steppe, specializing in the Xiongnu's supply wagon army that transported grain and grass. After overpowering 3 Hun armies transporting provisions, Sheng Huayan and the others met with a Hun cavalry. The opposing side had 2,000 riders, and all of them were the best of the Hun cavalry. The two armies, meeting in the vast grasslands, were separated by no more than a mile. In this situation, Sheng Huayan couldn't even run with his army if he wanted to. Being chased by Hun cavalry on your ass and constantly consumed would be asking for death. Seemingly sensing the approaching atmosphere of a great battle, the white horse under Sheng Huayan's seat, neighing, pawed the ground with its feet. Healing Guanshan looked at the cavalry on the opposite side. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These 1,000 heads were his. Finally, I found you guys. Ahead is the enemy who slaughtered our people, warriors, what do you say? Healing Guanshan exclaimed. Kill! 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 The Hun cavalry behind him shouted and killed with a deafening roar. By killing this enemy army and bringing back the head, he could be pardoned as a general and no longer a captain. Kill! Healing Guanshan drew his battle sword and with a loud shout, he led the cavalry to charge. Watching the Hun army charging across the street, Sheng Huayan turned to the generals behind him. Brothers, are you afraid? No fear. Seeing that his men did not have a trace of fear, Sheng Huayan nodded with satisfaction, facing the strong and daring to show their swords. This troop deserved to be the elite selected from the Anning army. The narrow road is won by the brave. Gentlemen, charge with me. Sheng Huayan shouted. The white horse under his seat immediately seemed like an arrow that had left the string and shot out. Charge! Kill! The thousands of iron horsemen behind Sheng Huayan also roared and charged. They are also hot-blooded men, defending their country and killing enemy invaders, carved into their bones. Thousands of horses and armies galloped, jingoistic, and swallowed up the air like tigers. The murderous aura in the sky shook away the clouds in the sky.
The aura on Shang Huayan's body was constantly climbing. The whole person was like a god of war. The cavalry behind him was also as powerful as a rainbow, like a sharp knife, following Shang Huayan, plunging straight into the enemy's heart. Wei dog, take your life. Healing Guanshan's aura erupted like a fierce, vicious wolf. Shang Huayan, however, was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, and both of them had their eyes on each other. In the eyes of Healing Guanshan, Shang Huayan is but an enemy of his one strike, already a dead man, the area of the early Hotian, how to resist his Hotian great perfection full force one strike. Instead of shouting slogans, Shang Huayan raised his entire body state to its peak and struck the strongest blow. Boom! The two instantly collided together, the lance and the battle sword carrying the momentum of splitting mountains and breaking the sea collided, erupting with a thunderous roar. Healing Guanshan was lifted off his horse by the powerful force, and his battle sword was sent flying. The unparalleled and terrifying power shook the blood and chi in his body and shifted his organs. Knocked off his warhorse, Healing Guanshan tumbled several times before coming to a stop. He couldn't hold back the sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shang Huayan, however, was only shaken by the huge force and cracked his tiger's mouth. This Hun general, with his extraordinary strength, was the strongest enemy he had fought against so far. Kill! The warhorse charged forward, difficult to stop at once. Shang Huayan with horrible might, killed into the Hun cavalry camp. There was not a single living soul among all the enemy troops within the range of the lance's passage. Healing Guanshan quickly fled away to avoid being shocked and trampled by the Ning Iron Horseman. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt up and yanked down an Anan cavalryman to strike him dead, seizing his warhorse. Watching Shang Huayan leading the Ning Iron cavalry, charging into the cavalry camp like a fierce dragon, not counting the killing of this cavalry, Healing Guanshan regretted that he had failed against the generals and lost the momentum, making it difficult for him to lead the Iron cavalry against them. After a rush, countless corpses fell on the ground, both from the Ning Iron cavalry and the Hun cavalry. But more than that, there were the bodies of Hun cavalry. There were now less than half of the Hun cavalry that could ride on horses. Shang Huayan was too brave, and when he charged into the Hun cavalry charging formation, he killed the Hun cavalry and broke the Hun cavalry charging formation. The Hun cavalryman who survived came behind Healing Guanshan, looking at his men who had been decimated by half, while the other side's loss was less than 100. Healing Guanshan's heart was dripping blood. In a careless and light-hearted manner, he was knocked off his horse by a shot from the opposing general, costing the battle a head start. Shang Huayan led the cavalry to charge through, and after stopping his charge, he turned his horse around again. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yunshan, Haide, Wang Wu and the others, following behind Shang Huayan, stood in silence, each of them with blood stained on their bodies, all of which were from decapitating the enemy and having their blood splashed onto them. Hun cavalry, there's nothing to be afraid of. As long as we're stronger and more ruthless than them, we can kill them all the same. Shang Huayan wiped the blood on his face and laughed. Do you all have the confidence to kill them all? Shang Huayan asked loudly, that resounding voice ringing in every single ear. Yes. 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 The Ning Iron Cavalry bellowed, and their aura rose. Under Shang Huayan's leadership, this Iron Cavalry, at the moment, was as powerful as a rainbow. Great! Gentlemen, let's charge with me, kill the enemy invaders, and defend our family and country to the death. Shang Huayan shouted loudly and continued his charge. Kill the enemy invaders and defend our home country to the death. The Iron Cavalry behind him followed suit and charged with loud cries. Iron hooves clang and war horses neigh. Watching the opposing cavalry continue to launch their charge, Healing Guanshan's eyes glowed fiercely. Warriors, we wolves of the grassland are the kings of the grassland. Follow me to cut down the enemy invaders who dare to invade our grassland. Kill. Between the two sides, it's either you or me. Only a bloody battle can go on, and the victor deserves to stand and talk. Learning from the lesson, Healing Guanshan didn't dare to be careless and put on his best to face Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan, who was charging with his horse, had his blood chi rolling like a dragon, his body's hot blood roaring, and his true essence running to the extreme. His skin, all of it, was glowing with a faint golden light, like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. His aura was incomparable. Seeing Shang Huayan, who was surging forward with his spear and horse, Healing Guanshan also raised his aura to its peak, running his entire body with power, vowing to fight Shang Huayan. War horses galloped and the earth trembled. Shang Huayan utilized the Overlord gun technique. Prepare to kill that general of the Huns with a single strike and cut down that general of the Huns. Chapter 38, Bankruptcy of the Plan. The two men led the charge, both with their gazes locked dead center on each other. Healing Guanshan was fuming inwardly, he must cut Shang Huayan down. In the moment of proximity, Shang Huayan violently leapt up from his horse and waved his lance to slash at Healing Guanshan. Overlord spear technique, 1,000 pounds. It is as powerful as 1,000 pounds, splitting mountains and breaking the sea.
Looking at Shang Huayan, who suddenly leapt up and raised his spear to slash with the momentum of splitting the mountain, Healing Guanshan quickly raised his sword to block. He hadn't expected at all that Shang Huayan would make this kind of killing move. Boom! The iron lance chopped down with a furious force even a man with a sword and a horse, and knocked over the ground, blasting up rolling smoke and dust. Shang Huayan leaped and flew back to his horse. When the smoke cleared, Healing Guanshan was already out of breath, all broken bones and bloody and miserable. He didn't turn back. A truly strong person never turns back, and at this moment, striking his fullest strength, the cells of his skin trembled. That blow just now had reached the limit of what his body could withstand. Healing Guanshan, who was at the Hotian great perfection, died at his hands, reaping 40 points of kill value. Watching Shang Huayan blast away the Xiongnu Hotian great perfection general, Wu Xiaoping and Hu Bing both, their hearts were filled with shock. That was the Hotian great perfection, just like that he was blown away. This young soldier captain, how strong was his strength? Healing Guanshan was completely blown away by Shang Huayan, and the Han cavalry's aura was steeply reduced. The Ning Iron Cavalry, on the other hand, is a great increase in momentum, and the Ning Iron Cavalry, which is as strong as a rainbow, is now boiling with fervor, following Shang Huayan's lead, charging and killing into the ranks of the Xiongnu cavalry. Kill! Shang Huayan charged forward alone, as if he were a god of killing, and once Healing Guanshan died, no one could resist his overwhelming ferocity. He, alone, decimated more than 300 riders of Han soldiers. 2,000 Han cavalrymen, none of them survived, all of them died in battle. The ground was full of broken limbs and arms, broken guns and knives were half stuck in the ground, and blood stained the weeds. Oh! We won, ha ha ha! An Anning cavalryman laughing openly. And Ning Iron Horseman mighty! Captain Shang Bing is mighty! The Ning Iron Horsemen kept shouting and celebrating the victory of this battle. With 1,000 cavalry against 2,000 elite cavalry of the Xiongnu, they wiped out the entire enemy army, while they only suffered 100 or so casualties. What a great win this was! Since the formation of the Ning Iron Horsemen, there has never been such a great victory. Looking at the cheering soldiers, Shang Huayan slowly calmed the boiling hot blood in his body. Jingo on Iron Horse, conquering the sand field, what a grandeur! Wind! Shang Huayan raised his lance, which was still dripping blood, and shouted, Gale! Gale! The generals followed the yell, and the momentum swept through the clouds. After cleaning up the battlefield, all that could be used was taken away, and the war horses that were intact were taken away. War horses with broken legs or wounded, neighing, the smell of corpses and blood that littered the ground soon attracted vultures in the sky. After this victorious battle, it made this Ning Iron Horseman, no matter whether it was the spiritual will or the confident strength, all metamorphosed to be more powerful. They didn't stop their conquest, the mission of going out to the grasslands, they didn't forget. Shang Huayan, with the cavalry under his command, continued his guerrilla attack on the Xiongnu supply wagon army. On this day, 8 Han transport armies were swept away and numerous captures were made. The supply army was attacked and cut off from food and provisions, causing the Xiongnu army to stop attacking Anning Pass. Another quiet day at Anning Pass. Has the enemy that attacked the grain stores been resolved yet? King Zuoxian inquired as he had already waited impatiently. The Kishan fortress, 3 days ago, had been breached by the Right Honorable King. An army of 100,000 men marched southward and attacked the 3 states of Yenzhou, Jizhou, and Dengzhou. And he was still being blocked in front of the Anning Pass, being compared to the Right Honorable King, so how could he not be angry? The Left Sage King and the Right Sage King were originally rivals, and the future Grand Monarch was to win from the two of them. As soon as the Right Wise King gains more credit than him, he, the Left Wise King, will have to become the Right Wise King. The generals under King Zuoxian's account, you looked at me, I looked at you, and none of them dared to speak. Speak, why are they all mute? Looking at the generals who shut their mouths one by one, King Zuoxian was furious. Back to the great king, still, no news yet. A general said stiffly. Wastes, 2 days and still no solution, are you still the eagles of the grasslands, or the warriors of the grasslands? King Zuoxian roared, a mere 1,000 people were wreaking havoc on the grasslands, where to put his face? Within 2 days, it must be resolved for me, and once the Iron Patriarch arrives, the entire army will attack, and I will take Anning Pass in one battle. The Xiongnu army continued to send 10,000 iron horsemen back to the grasslands to participate in the siege of Shang Huayan's ministry. After a day of fighting, Shang Huayan cut down more than 7,000 enemies and fought for 200 kilometers. At night, Shang Huayan's department camped by a river. Back-to-back victories washed away the grief of the 100 or so men they had lost in battle. Now Shang Huayan's department, there are still more than 900 men left. In the camp, the generals were gathering together to eat meat and drink soup, and after dinner those who patrolled, and those who practiced began to practice. Having seized a large number of pills, Shang Huayan commanded and distributed many down to the soldiers to cultivate. As time goes on, their situation will become more and more dangerous.
The only way to survive is to improve your strength.
Shang Huayan would be in his own tent. Today alone, he had killed more than 500 Hun enemy soldiers, and the harvested kill value, together with what was left over from yesterday, had already broken through the 2000 mark.
Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early Hotian plus.
Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, plus Mang Nyo Jin Minor, plus Blood Fury Blade Technique Major, Extrapolated, Overlord's Gun Technique Minor.
Strength, 15,000 pounds.
Talent, Silver Archer plus. Kill value, 2238. Seeing that the kill value exceeded 2000, and only after the Great Sun Heart Sutra did the plus sign appear, Shang Huayan's mouth twitched and he had a bad premonition.
When the initiation consumed 200 kill values, the minor accomplishment wouldn't take 2000, would it?
This made Shang Huayan not dare to go and add points to the Great Sun Heart Sutra. He chose to raise his cultivation, consuming 500 kill values to raise his cultivation to the middle Hotian stage, and his strength was raised by 5,000 pounds, reaching 20,000 pounds of arm strength in one arm. At the same time, his bones and skin, which were constantly being strengthened and toughened, glowed with a golden light. After raising his cultivation to the middle Hotian realm, Shang Hui did not continue to raise it. His current rate of strength increase was too fast. He had only broken through not even 2 days ago and broke through another small realm. It would be too perverted if it continued to elevate. After consuming 500 kill points, there were still 1,738 kill points left. It was still more than enough kill value to come out and kill the enemy now, and he had never felt richer than he did now.
Strength to make another breakthrough. Innate martial artists do not make a move. Shang Huayan dares to claim invincibility.
Early the next morning, Shang Huayan led his men to continue their journey, and today, in one day, they only destroyed 3 Xiongnu supply transport armies. Captain Shang Bing, it seems that the Huns have changed their strategy and sent a large force of men to protect the grain. Guo Xiaoping spoke up. Over the course of the day, they encountered only 3 small transport units. However, they saw from a distance a transport army of 20,000 men. There were 5,000 cavalry guards in that transportation army. With such a powerful transportation army, this number of people they had, they simply couldn't deal with it. This plan of theirs to cut off the Huns' grain is bankrupt here. Boing boing. A loud and clear sound of eagle hooves caught Shang Huayan's attention. This eagle overhead, it seemed, had been circling above them since they had destroyed one of the Hun grain transportation armies. Do the Hun tribes have the art of training eagles? Shang Huayan asked with vague uneasiness. Chapter 39. Among the Huns, there is the art of training eagles for scouting. No good, our position is exposed. Wang Wu's face suddenly changed drastically. Damn, negligence, this is a scouting eagle cultivated by the Huns. We may have been tricked. Those 3 small transport units are bait, deliberately luring us. Guo Xiaoping also said with an ugly face at this moment. Shang Huayan frowned and immediately took a bow and arrow, strung the arrow and drew the bow, injecting his true essence into the arrow feathers and shooting at the eagle. However, with his current archery skills, he couldn't shoot that eagle down at all. The generals behind him couldn't help but frown when they saw that Shang Huayan didn't shoot that eagle down. Once they let this eagle follow them, they would not be able to escape the Hun cavalry. Shang Huayan immediately consumed the kill value to level up the archer. Consumed 50 kill points to raise the archer level to gold. Continuing to consume another 200 kill points, he leveled up his archer to divine archer. Shang Huayan immediately strung his arrow and drew his bow again, aiming at the eagle in the sky. At this moment, his divine mind seemed to be united with the entire bow as if it was one, injecting his thick true essence into the arrow. An arrow was shot out, and the arrow was like a golden stream of light cutting across the sky towards that eagle. When the generals saw this scene, their eyes froze. It was only a divine archer who could shoot such a terrifying plume of arrows. Sensing the danger, that eagle spread its wings and flew away, yet it was too late. The arrows shot by the divine archer were inescapable and could only be destroyed with great power. Giggle! An arrow penetrated that eagle's chest, and the eagle in the sky crashed down in the eyes of the generals. Go, get out of here! Without caring about the eagle that was shot, Shang Huayan led his men and quickly left the place. It didn't take long for a cavalry of 4,000 men to arrive where they had just been. See the shot eagle. Damn it, it's been discovered. It looks like there are divine archers in this team. Tuoba Tao opened his mouth. Shouldn't be far yet, chase. Can't let them run away. Huan Anlei looked at the eagle that had been shot to death. The blood hadn't solidified yet. These 4,000 cavalrymen were too joined together. If they dare to come to the grasslands to spread their wildness, let them bury their bones in the grasslands so that the grass will grow luxuriantly in the coming year. 4,000 horsemen, in great numbers, followed the hoof prints on the ground. Finding out that they were targeted by Hun cavalry, Sheng Huayan and the others ran more than 100 kilometers in one breath without taking a break. Bing Lieutenant, it's not a solution for us to run like this. Guo Xiaoping spoke up. Running like this, they'll be caught up sooner or later. What can we do if we don't run? If the pursuers behind us are only 1 or 2,000, we can still deal with them. If it's more than 2,000, this number of us, I'm afraid we'll just be surrounded and killed in this grassland.
Sheng Huayan said.
This cavalry of theirs was not very strong, and with him there were only 3 Hotian martial artists. It was barely watchable. The remaining soldiers, none of them were very powerful. There weren't many martial masters or martial artists, and the vast majority of them were soldiers at the martial apprentice realm. Once they encountered a large force of Hun cavalry, they could only run away. We have to find out how many Hun cavalrymen are staring at us, and if there aren't many, we'll kill him back. Hu Bing said with ruthless eyes. Soldier Captain, I'll bring someone to touch up and take a look.
Wang Wu spoke up.
Sheng Huayan looked at Wang Wu and slowly nodded. Be careful and come back safely. Don't worry, I can't afford to die yet. Xiao Chui from Ichuan Lu is still waiting for me to return.
Wang Wu smiled.
Then Wang Wu took 2 scouts and turned back. 3 distant figures, like lonely retrograde travelers, no one can guarantee they can come back safely. Watching Wang Wu and his trio go away until they were out of sight, Sheng Huayan withdrew his gaze.
Leave a signal and find a more secluded place to wait for them. Sheng Huayan spoke.
Finding a place not far away to stop and rest, Sheng Huayan sent scouts out to keep watch again. He had to be as cautious as possible. The slightest slip-up could lead to the destruction of their entire army.
Now that the Xiongnu had moved a large army to transport grain and grass supplies, they could not continue to attack the army transporting the grain and grass supplies, and the goal of the battle, it seemed, had to be changed. If you can't attack the Xiongnu grain and grass transportation army, then take those small tribes and sweep away all those small tribes of Xiongnu. This is Sheng Huayan's intention. Taking advantage of this time of rest, the soldiers began to cook and eat. Half an hour later, Wang Wu and his trio returned safely. Finally back. Sheng Huayan's worried heart was then relaxed.
I'm blessed with a great life, I can't die at the moment.
Wang Wu grinned. How's the situation, brother Wang Wu? Tang Yunshan spoke first and inquired. The crowd was also looking at Wang Wu, waiting for the news Wang Wu brought back.
Wang Wu's face became grave. Behind us, there are 4,000 Hun elite iron cavalry, and they are still about 30 miles away from us.
After listening to Wang Wu's words, the crowd's expressions became grave. 4,000 elite iron horsemen.
They only had 900 or so people and had no chance of winning against them. Unless Sheng Huayan breaks through the innate realm now, and one person is an enemy of 1,000 troops. It's a disparity in numbers and strength.
How do we get away from this Hun cavalry?
Hu Bing said heavily. If we can make the hoof prints disappear, we can easily get rid of the Hun cavalry if they can't find any traces of us.
Hai Dais suddenly spoke up.
Aren't you talking nonsense? Erasing the hoof prints is naturally making it impossible for the Hun cavalry to pursue us, but how can we make the hoof prints disappear? That's the point.
Tang Yunshan said without any good humor. If I could think of it, I wouldn't have said it long ago. Hai Dai rolled his eyes to Tang Yunshan. The two men's bickering reminded Sheng Huayan, yes, by making the hoof prints disappear. Wouldn't it make the Hun cavalry lose their tracking target? Among the supplies we captured, can there be leather or cloth? Sheng Huayan asked. Sheng Bing Lieutenant, what do you want the leather for? Gui Zhaoping inquired. The crowd didn't know why Sheng Huayan suddenly wanted leather. I have a great use for it, so if you have it, go and fetch it quickly.
Tang Yunshan scratched his somewhat disheveled hair and spoke, Soldier Lieutenant, what we captured and took away were food, weapons, and other supplies, no leather.
Sheng Huayan looked at Tang Yunshan, and the breeze blew Tang Yunshan's battle robe.
Tang Yunshan saw Sheng Huayan looking at him with unblinking eyes, giving him a look that made his heart grow fuzzy. Soldier Captain sir, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? He couldn't help but gulp.
Take your clothes off. What? Tang Yunshan was confused. It was still daytime. That's not true. He doesn't have a dragon's yang. The crowd also looked at Sheng Huayan with astonished faces. That, Lord Bing Lieutenant, I don't have that kind of hobby. Tang Yunshan was scared to death. Do you want to die? I mean, take off the battle robe. Sheng Huayan's face was filled with black lines.
Oh, to be a battle robe scared me.
Tang Yunshan was scared to death.
If Sheng Huayan used force, he was afraid that he would not be able to save his evening, but fortunately, Sheng Huayan did not mean it that way.
Tang Yunshan numbly unwrapped his battle robe and gave it to Sheng Huayan. What do you want this battle robe for? Wang Wu and the others were puzzled, not knowing what Sheng Huayan wanted Tang Yunshan's battle robe for. I'm useful. Shang Huayan didn't explain, but instead broke down the battle robe into several pieces and then brought it to wrap around the horse's hooves. After wrapping the hooves, Shang Huayan rode the warhorse and walked around. The hoof prints left on the grass were much smaller, and it wouldn't be long before they disappeared. The crowd watched the scene with wide eyes. It could still be like this. Guo Xiaoping and the rest of the crowd felt like they had grown a brain today. Wrap all the horse's hooves in cloth, quick. Seeing that this was feasible, Shang Huayan immediately ordered. Soon, these generals under his command all unhooked their robes, or took tent cloths, and wrapped their horses' hooves in them. After wrapping the horses' hooves around them, they left the area, leaving traces on the ground that were indistinguishable before long. When the Han cavalry pursued the area, they saw signs of having been stationed, but could not find the direction of departure. Report capital, the trail disappears here, and no trace of the enemy's departure can be found. What's going on? The traces have disappeared. Hearing the report from his men, Tuoba Tao frowned. This was not good news. The other party has obviously been stationed here, but there are no hoofprints of departing horses. The man who reported said. Do these people know how to hide? Huan Anlei is angry and anxious, and he cannot trace the traces. This vast grassland, want to find a team of people, it can be said to be a needle in a haystack. Search, split up and dig 3 feet into the ground, but also find them out for me. Tuoba Tao said with undying determination. Alright, split up and contact them with sentry eagles. As soon as we discover the enemy's whereabouts, contact them immediately and surround them even if we have to. Hu Nanlei agreed. If they return without success, this captaincy of theirs will come to an end. The sudden disappearance of Shang Huayan's ministry caught Tuoba Tao and Hu Nanlei off guard. In order to find Shang Huayan's ministry, they had no choice but to divide their forces again. Chapter 40. Strong opponent I'm obsequious, weak opponent I'm powerful. Getting rid of their pursuers, Shang Huayan's department did not continue to linger in the grasslands, but went into a small desert, where they took refuge. Bah, this wind and sand is so strong. Tang Yunshan spat out the sand that blew into his mouth. This damn place, it's really not a place for people. Haidai felt like he was about to get a mouthful of sand blown at him if he didn't pay attention. Coming into hiding in the desert, their traces disappeared even more completely. Bringing plenty of food and water, they were in the desert all day. It didn't go out until the next day. After leaving the desert, the crowd looked at the grassland and felt that it was better to be on the grassland with life. Bing Lieutenant, what should we do now? Guo Xiaoping looked at Shang Huayan and inquired. Unable to attack the supply and grain troops of the Han army, they were on the steppe and lost their significance in combat. I don't want to go back so disheartened. If I can't attack the supply and grain troops, I still can't attack those small tribes? Shang Huayan wouldn't choose to go back to Ning Pass now to participate in the defense of the city. Let's go, the combat target is changed. Change it to the small Hun tribes, kill all the young and strong people of those small tribes, burn all the food and grass, and don't let these Huns have too good a time this winter. Shifting their combat objectives, they then began to continue to roam the steppes, striking hard at small Han tribes as they saw them. All young men and men taller than the wheel were cut down, food was burned, and cattle, sheep, and horses were driven away and dispersed. In one day, they swept through 24 small Hun tribes. A party of 1,000 Hun cavalrymen found these small tribes swept away, and at once looked for signs of Shang Huayan's division. After the summons, the general leading the group gave chase with his troops. Early the next morning, Shang Huayan and the others were storming a horde of thousands of people when a group of Hun cavalry arrived in a hurry. Seeing that Shang Huayan's ministry had gone on a killing spree in the horde, that Hun general was furious beyond words and immediately had his troops launch a charge. The sudden appearance of thousands of cavalrymen was naturally noticed by Shang Huayan and the others. Seeing that there were only about 1,000 horsemen on the opposite side, Shang Huayan immediately had his troops form up and prepare to launch a countercharge. They couldn't deal with a large force of Hun cavalry, but with 1,000 riders, they were confident that they could still be destroyed. Kill! Charge! There were no extra words, only the rumble of charging hooves echoing across the grasslands. In this group of Hun cavalry, the general leading the group was a strong early Hotian. Shang Huayan was on him as soon as he started charging, and the Han general was on Shang Huayan for the same purpose. Then, he completely underestimated Shang Huayan's strength. It was only a collision and a defeat. Giggle! This Hun early Hotian martial artist couldn't even block a single blow from Shang Huayan, and was raised high in the air with a shot through his chest. With a mighty heave, he slammed the body into the charging Hun cavalry. Kill! With one shot, he killed the Xiongnu's leading general, and Shang Huayan forcefully killed the charging Xiongnu cavalry. In his hands, the overlord's spear technique swept across the 8 directions in 6 directions, constantly harvesting the lives of one Hun cavalryman after another. He was like a heavenly god of the world, leading his men to kill out of the Hun cavalry.
Being decapitated by the leading general as soon as they came up, the Han cavalry was horrified, and their aura plummeted. Shang Huayan, who was like a god of killing, even killed the Han cavalry and completely failed to put up resistance. Many Han soldiers turned their horses and fled. However, it was still caught up and decimated. Against the large Hun cavalry, they avoided its front, and when they encountered a small group of Hun cavalry, they launched a strong attack. Taking the tents, food, water, meat, horses, and other supplies they could use, they quickly left the battlefield. By the time the Hun's large cavalry force arrived, only a wretched horde and a corpse-strewn battlefield were left behind. Looking at the corpses all over the place, Tuoba Tao was incomparably angry. Ah! Damn way rat, have the guts to come out for a duel. Huan Anlei looked at the weeping women and girls in that small tribe, as well as the cleanly decapitated young and strong men, and clenched his fists in death, veins showing on his face. If I don't kill them, I, Hunan Lei, swear not to be a human being. Chase, even if you chase them to the ends of the earth, you must find these Wei rats. With the loss of 1,000 riders, they were now down to 3,000. After winning a battle, Shang Huayan took his men and ran, wielding a butcher's knife to kill small tribes he encountered along the way. Wherever they passed, these small tribes of Huns were left with only old and weak women and children. There are cruel Wei iron horsemen killed into the grassland, specializing in slaughtering small tribes. For a time, the grassland, many small tribes are terrified. Some medium-sized tribes and large tribes, upon hearing about it, also sent their cavalry to participate in the siege of Shang Huayan's ministry. When they encountered a small group of Han cavalry, Shang Huayan and the others attacked strongly and killed them. When they encountered a large force of Han cavalry, they ran and fled, not engaging the Han cavalry at all. Shang Huayan played guerrilla warfare to perfection, and they haunted the grasslands like ghosts. When King Zuoxian discovered that the Ningguan iron horsemen wandering in the grassland had not yet been exterminated, but were instead slaughtering small tribes with impunity, he was so angry that he was furious. Immediately, he ordered the tribes under his tent to send troops to participate in the siege. For several days in a row, Shang Huayan led his men and exterminated 40 to 50 small tribes, destroying thousands of small Han cavalry. Then they were chased into the desert by a Han army of 5,000 horsemen. The 5,000-man Han cavalry followed into the desert, but soon lost Shang Huayan's division. Using the hoofprint disappearance technique again, he got rid of his pursuers and took a day to cross 200 miles of desert to another grassland. After starting to rest a little, Shang Huayan took his troops and started moving again, specializing in picking on the small Han tribes that had no ability to resist. When the news reached the ears of the encircling Xiongnu army and rushed over, Shang Huayan's department had long been far away and disappeared. Damn, are these people ghosts? Find them, make sure you find them. If we don't destroy this group, our faces will be disgraced. The various Han generals involved in the siege were furious but could do nothing about it. They couldn't catch Shang Huayan and the others by the tail at all, and could only be led by the nose. Just as the various Han cavalry searched for Shang Huayan and the others, they were currently hiding in a small mountain range. This time, Shang Huayan and the others were cooking beef and mutton for dinner. On the grasslands, beef and lamb can be eaten straight to the point of vomiting. Soldier Lieutenant, the Han cavalry that are now participating in the siege against us are getting more and more numerous. Tang Yunshan spoke up. I feel like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. This feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife is too exciting. Hu Bing said as he gnawed on a leg of lamb. 2 days ago, they had encountered several groups of Huns, mostly cavalry, and if they hadn't relied on wrapping their horses' hooves in cloth and using the hoofprint disappearing technique, they were afraid that they would have long been caught up. It's still relatively safe here for the time being, hide for 2 days for now. Shang Huayan said. Many tribes were involved in sending troops to surround them, and they were facing more and more enemies, so they could only hold off for the time being. I don't know how things are going over at Anning Pass. Guo Xiaoping said with a bit of worry. Don't look at them making a scene on the grassland, but they failed to cut off the Han food and grass, only that the Han army is still knocking at the gate. Trust General Yang Yi and the others, and Ning Pass will definitely hold. Shang Huayan said. He was the general of this unit and could not say anything demoralizing that would affect the heart and morale of the army. It's so hard not being able to drink, so much beef and mutton with wine is the only way to enjoy it. Wang Wu nibbled on the lamb chops with a big mouthful. If I were to pair it with wine, this day too would be too good. Bear with me, when we get back, I'll treat you guys to 3 days and 3 nights of drinking. Shang Huayan said with a smile. The whole camp was filled with the smell of meat as the people ate it and chatted. After nightfall, Shang Huayan began to meditate and cultivate. He had also killed quite a few enemies in these days of turning the battle, and his kill value had accumulated to over 3,600. Several days had passed since the last time he raised his cultivation, and Shang Huayan planned to raise his cultivation realm again. Facing more and more enemy troops with low cultivation, he did not feel safe.
Chapter 41, 1,000 Miles of War. Glancing at the light curtain in the sea of consciousness. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, Middle Hotian plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, plus Mang Nyo Jin Minor, plus Blood Fury Blade Technique Major, Extrapolated, Overlord's Gun Technique Minor. Strength, 20,000 pounds. Talent, Marksman. Kill value, 3619. A build adds points, consumes 500 kill values, and begins to raise his cultivation level. A strong force surged into him and began to strengthen his flesh, bones, and skin. His flesh, blood, bones, and skin looked like they were bathed in golden light. Under the reinforcement of this power, his bones, sinews, and skin were as hard and powerful as if they were cast in gold. The blood chi in true essence, too, had grown by a large margin. Raising his cultivation to the late Hotian realm, his strength increased by 5,000 pounds to 25,000 pounds. While others were copper skin and iron bones, he was now on the verge of becoming golden muscles and bones. His cultivation had been raised to the late Hotian stage, and his strength had increased quite a bit, but Shang Huayan still felt unsafe. Looking at that much kill value. After thinking about it, in the end, Shang Huayan decided that he would raise his cultivation by another small realm, raising his cultivation to Hotian Great Perfection. Continuing to consume 500 kill values, he raised his cultivation to Hotian Great Perfection and grew his strength to 30,000 pounds. Now, unless he encountered an intermediate innate martial artist, Shang Huayan was confident that he would be able to tough it out with an early innate martial artist. Raising his cultivation to Hotian Great Perfection, Shang Huayan's sense of security only then improved a bit. It was only some, after all, he was also only a Hotian Great Perfection, not a sovereign Great Perfection. Early the next morning, when Shang Huayan got up, Wu Xiaoping and Hu Bing saw Shang Huayan. The two felt as if Shang Huayan had gotten stronger again and again, and they sensed an extreme feeling of danger in Shang Huayan. Faced with the matter that Shang Huayan had become powerful again, the two had already become numb. They had broken through the Hotian realm in one night, and only now had the two of them stabilized their cultivation. However, it seemed that Shang Huayan seemed to have broken through again. Sometimes they really can't help but wonder why the gap between people is so wide. After 2 days of rest and recuperation, they left the area and began to continue messing around in the grasslands. In 1 day's time, swept through a dozen small Hun tribes, killed countless enemies, and after looting food, cattle and sheep, a fire burned the food tents and then left, absolutely not staying 1 minute longer. Once they were out, they swept away a dozen tribes, and the news reached the besieging Xiongnu army, and the various Xiongnu cavalry, in turn, rallied towards the grasslands here. By the time the cavalry of the various Hunnic ministries had assembled, Shang Huayan and the others had already gone far away with their armies. Such a rogue method of guerrilla warfare drove the Hun cavalry crazy. In the past, when an enemy army invaded the grasslands, they also used this trick against the enemy army. Now that someone was using it against them on the prairie, the identities switched around and made them feel that helpless grip. Shang Huayan took his troops, swept through a dozen small tribes, and replenished his supplies before disappearing hundreds of miles farther to another grassland. So rogue was the fight that the pursuing Hun cavalry was exhausted. And this side of Anning Pass. The two states of Yangzhou and Dingzhou, after hearing of the tragic situation in which Yinzhou, Shizhou, and Dengzhou were entered by the 100,000-strong army of the Right Honorable King of the Xiongnu, and the land of the three states, fell under the 100,000 iron horsemen of the Xiongnu. The chief officials of the two states, not daring to sit on the sidelines, have sent county soldiers, and conscripted recruits to reinforce Anning Pass. Once Anning Pass falls, Yangzhou and Dingzhou will have no dangers to defend, and 100,000 Xiongnu troops will be able to trample the two states into ruins. At one time, the rich landowners contributed money and the government contributed troops, sending an additional 30,000 troops to Anning Pass to participate in the defense of Anning Pass. Seeing 30,000 reinforcements, Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. These officials knew they were scared and hurriedly sent out all their family money. Hey, these officials, they're scared. Sun Hao laughed grimly. They kill the enemy at the border, putting life and death at risk, while those inside the pass singing and dancing all day long, paper drunk. Sending for help, the two states' chief officials, as if sending some cannon fodder as if they were callers. It wasn't because they heard that Yinzhou, Shizhou, and Dengzhou were ravaged by the Hun iron horsemen, and that countless officials of the great clans were killed, and food, gold, and silver were all looted, and they were afraid that Anning Pass would be broken and they would die under the Hun iron horsemen, and that's why they had to transfer the county soldiers here. Zhao Yangan opened his mouth and said, "The Qishan fortress has been breached, 3 states on the border have fallen, the pressure on the reject North Pass has increased greatly, and I don't know if General Jinbei will be able to carry it." Yang Yi sighed. Now they can only rely on themselves to carry it hard. Sun Hao said. Now that they were facing the 100,000 or so troops of the left virtuous king, it was already enough of a struggle.
The fall of the three states, how many ordinary people will fall under the Han Iron Horsemen? That guy Jin Daoron deserves to die.
Yang Yi couldn't help but curse.
Kim Do-young, general of the Kisun Fortress garrison, abandoned the Kisun Fortress and ran away to save his strength.
Let the three states of Yenzhou, Shizhou and Dengzhou fall under the Han Iron Cavalry.
That life-hungry guy. I'm only afraid that he has long fallen to the second prince's command. Guarding the pass is not as important as preserving the strength to help the second prince fight for the throne. Sun Hao said without a care in the world. In any case, having these 30,000 soldiers has greatly alleviated our pressure.
Li Daoru spoke up.
With these 30,000 reinforcements, for a while, if King Zhuxian wants to take down the Yanning Pass, he won't be able to do it. I don't know how Sheng Huayan and the others are doing today. Speaking of Sheng Huayan, Sun Hao had a few worries. He liked Sheng Huayan, a man who dared to fight and kill. This is what a soldier is, iron blood and killing. Except for the days when Sheng Huayan and the others had just started to leave the pass and enter the steppe, the Han army had paused to attack the city, and in the past few days, it had begun to attack the city again. This meant that the plan to cut off the Han army's grain had failed.
Life and death have their destiny, we can only look at their own destiny.
Yang Yi uttered cruel and helpless words.
Sheng Huayan and the others went deep into the grasslands, and they couldn't offer a bit of help.
How could they know that Sheng Huayan and the others were on the grassland eating beef and mutton until they vomited every day? On the steppe, as long as you can run and hide, and don't encounter the large Han cavalry force, there is not much danger. On this day, Sheng Huayan led his men, swept through more than 20 small tribes, and ran away again, disappearing into the grasslands. By the time the Han cavalry arrived, all that was left was a mess full of old women and children. As a soul from another world, it was a perfect use of Taizu's guerrilla warfare method. When you encounter a large Han cavalry force, run, and when you encounter a small Han cavalry force, go up and ruthlessly destroy it.
It can be said that the set of bullying is displayed to the fullest extent.
It also made the pursuing Han cavalrymen gnash their back teeth to the bone. In just a few days, Sheng Huayan led his men in thousands of miles of fighting.
Bing Lieutenant, I feel like we have to go back, otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to walk out of the grassland. Guo Xiaoping was worried. Constantly attacking small Han tribes only angered the Huns more and sent more cavalry to surround them.
Once they were blocked by a large Han cavalry force, they really had no escape.
Hey!
Sheng Huayan sighed. His strength was still not strong enough. If he had the cultivation of a Grand Master and led 100,000 iron cavalry, he dared to fight to the Xiongnu royal court.
After these days of killing and turning, the soldiers under his ministry, already less than 900.
Looking at the soldiers behind him, although they were all in high spirits, they couldn't hide the exhaustion in their eyes.
Lean toward the border and we'll go back.
Sheng Huayan said softly. Don't look at them prancing across the grasslands, but this is just taking advantage of the fact that they don't even dare to face off with a Han cavalry unit of more than 2,000 men.
He also didn't want to bury all these young generals in the grasslands.
The wind on the grasslands, too cold for them to get used to, having grown up in the pass. He's going to lead them back alive. Deciding to go back, the army headed for the border.
Chapter 42: The Battle of Drinking Horse River. Unbeknownst to them, a crisis is waiting for them.
On the way back, none of them were striking out to attack the small Han tribes, they were all avoiding them. With more than 3,000 warhorses, and quite a few supplies, he headed in the direction of the pass. These warhorses, all the top-quality good warhorses taken from the Huns, not the strong-bodied ones, they did not want them, picking up the good ones. This number, amounting to 3 warhorses for 1 man, could be used without rest for a long run. 2 days later, approaching the border. Cavalry scouts of the Huns were scattered like soybeans on this section of the grasslands at the border, and less than 10 miles apart, there was a Han cavalry scout roaming the grasslands.
So many Han cavalry scouts, in order to find Sheng Huayan's ministry and block their way back. The grasslands are vast and it's not easy to find Sheng Huayan's ministry. But there weren't many roads that wanted to go back to Anning Pass, so as long as these roads were blocked, the retreat of Sheng Huayan's ministry could be sealed.
When Sheng Huayan's ministry had just appeared near the border, they were discovered by Han Ranger scouts.
The Ranger scouts, after spotting Sheng Huayan's ministry, quickly sent a message back.
Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei's ministry received the summons, and the two were overjoyed.
Found you, damn Lei rat. This time, let's see where you can still run.
The two of them, Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei, were overjoyed, and immediately gathered their cavalry and headed in the direction of the traveler scouts who had sent the message.
3,000 iron horsemen, vast and full speed ahead. Unable to find Sheng Huayan's department on the grassland, the two men changed direction and ran directly to the border to block the road. Now, the discovery of Sheng Huayan's ministry, for them, the time to wash their shame and blood had come. Another 2,000-man Hun cavalry in the vicinity, having been summoned, was also coming in that direction. And all of this, Shenghuayan ministry still do not know the slightest thing. A whole 5,000 cavalry are besieging them at the border. Arriving at the Drinking Horse River, Shenghuayan told his men to stop and rest by the river. At the same time, let Wang Wu take scouts out to scout the way. Both men and horses took a short break at the drinking river to eat and replenish their food and water. Not even a quarter of an hour had passed before Wang Wu and a few other scouts hurried back. Enemy. There are enemies. Wang Wu galloped his horse furiously while letting out a loud shout. Prepare for an enemy army. Guo Xiaoping shouted when he saw it, and his voice spread throughout the camp. Whoosh! Behind Wang Wu and the others, an arrow shot up and covered the sky. Quickly get on the horse and prepare for battle. Shenghuayan shouted while quickly rushing over and leaping onto the horse's back. The soldiers who were still resting heard Shenghuayan's order and climbed onto their horses. Behind Wang Wu and the others, there was the deafening sound of horses' hooves. The smoke rolled up from the cavalry charge was like wolf smoke rising up to the sky. Run! Wang Wu kept shouting. There were too many Han cavalry behind them, 3,000 iron horsemen, more than 3 times their number. Meeting the battle at this moment was not a wise choice at all, and he hoped that Shenghuayan would hurry up and run with his generals. However, it was obviously too late to escape at this moment, and being bitten by the Han cavalry would only lead to death step by step. Now, the only option is to meet it head-on. Generals, prepare for battle! Shenghuayan shouted. The soldiers behind him drew their war swords in preparation for battle. Shenghuayan glanced at the generals behind him. Originally he was thinking of bringing them all back, but it was a pity that the sky was not in his favor. Wind! Shenghuayan raised his lance and bellowed. Gale! 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 The generals behind him erupted into a mountainous roar, and the aura of the army began to climb. Gentlemen, follow me to kill the enemy! Shenghuayan raised his lance and was the first to charge out. Kill! Thousands of riders charging, opposite the strong enemy, still as strong as a rainbow, not the slightest bit weak, not a single person retreat, their eyes are firm, as if they were dying. Watching Shenghuayan and the others start to charge, Wang Wu was very helpless. Now he could only turn around and fight hard against the Han army. Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei, who were leading the charge of the army, had smiles on their lips when they saw that Shenghuayan's ministry didn't continue to run away but chose to meet the battle. They were going to trample the group of enemies in front of them, cut back all the heads of the enemies in front of them, and pray for their dead clansmen. Shenghuayan's eyes are sharp. The Han cavalry is blocking the way back. This battle must be fought, otherwise they cannot return. Looking at the two enemy generals, the aura on Shenghuayan's body began to coalesce. The skin of his entire body glowed with a layer of golden light, and the blood chi in his body boiled like chi in blood wolf smoke, penetrating straight into the clouds. The two of them, Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei, also set their eyes on Shenghuayan and rushed towards him. The fastest way to defeat an enemy army is to decimate the general. By killing the enemy generals, the enemy army was naturally demoralized, and what was left was a massacre. The two armies charged, and heaven and earth were filled with the sound of rumbling hooves, clanking hooves, and jingoism. When Shenghuayan struck, he did so without any reservation, blasting out 30,000 to 40,000 pounds of enormous power with a single blow. His blood aura was monstrous. Boom! Huanan Lei, along with his weapon, was blasted by a single blow, and blood rained down. The pupils of Tuoba Tao, who had slowed down by a body position, dilated as he watched in disbelief as Huanan Lei was blown away by a single blow. They were Hotian great perfection martial artists, and unless an innate powerhouse made a move, it would be impossible to blast them to death with a single blow. After killing one of the enemy generals with a single blow, Shenghuayan's might did not diminish as he pulled out his black and gold sword with his left hand and executed the bloodshed blade technique to chop towards the other Xiongnu enemy general. Now that he was at the same Hotian great perfection, no one in the Hotian realm could catch his full strength strike. A knife chopped out, the rolling bloodbath aura came to the surface. Tuoba Tao came back to his senses and swung his knife to resist. Clang! The war knife broke, copper skin and iron bones. It is difficult to resist the sharpness of the black and gold war knife, a knife to stop the waste. Tuoba Tao was chopped into 2 sections. To his death, he couldn't understand why Shenghuayan was so powerful. The two men, Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei, who had thought that they would build up their career and bleed their past shame, were killed by Shenghuayan in a single glance. After killing the two local generals, Shenghuayan spurred his horse and raised his spear, killing the Han enemy charging camp. Originally, they were avoiding their front line and letting the common soldiers live a little more, but since the Han army was biting the dust, Shenghuayan also went on a killing spree. Comparable to the strength power of the early and middle stages of the innate, Shenghuayan was like an ancient ferocious beast, charging ahead alone. Corpses flew across the ground, and under the swords and spears, there was not a single survivor. He was like a gaijin butcher, killing madly, and only if he continued to kill the Han cavalry could he reduce the casualties of his soldiers. The generals followed Shang Huayan into the Han cavalry camp and fought with the enemy. There were so many enemy troops that they were faced with 1 against 2 and 1 against 3, and soon there were not a few casualties. As Shang Huayan continued to slaughter, the Han cavalry continued to fall in battle. He was like a death reaper, sweeping a piece with a single shot. His immense power made it so that the Han cavalry would surely die if they touched it. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, Haide, Yuan Yan, and Dang Wu followed behind Shang Huayan, constantly hacking away at the Han cavalry. After a rush, the ground was filled with corpses, and blood stained the earth red. Behind Shang Huayan, there were still more than 600 men left, most of them with wounds, and more than 200 of his men were killed in battle. Less than half of the enemy's 3,000 men remain. It was really because Shang Huayan was too brave and invincible, killing 2 generals of the Han cavalry in a single shot, making the Han cavalry lose their momentum, or else the soldiers under his ministry would have died even more. The Han cavalrymen who died under his sword and spear were several hundred. The lance dripped with blood, not knowing how many Huns' blood it had drunk, making this iron lance full of fury. The swords of Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and the others were also stained with the blood of the enemy. Each of them had killing intent in their eyes, and at this moment, the only way to kill the enemy was to fight to the death. Either you die or I die. The Han cavalry on the opposite side, although they had lost their general in battle and suffered more than half of their casualties, did not flee. A captain of thousands takes over command of the army. Looking at Shang Huayan and the others, that 1,000 husbandmen didn't hesitate to lead the Han cavalry to start charging. Generals, follow me and charge them. Shang Huayan raised his lance and continued to charge. Under Shang Huayan's leadership, although more than 200 men were killed in battle, they followed the charge without fear. Chapter 43, Pity for the Bones by the Wooding River. The 2 armies charged again and rushed together. Shang Huayan took the lead and killed the enemy camp. The lance in his hand became a killing machine, constantly cutting the Han cavalrymen down. He alone is worth 1,000 horsemen. A few battles, Han cavalry all died in battle. Behind Shang Huayan, there are already only 500 or so riders, almost everyone with injuries. If not, they captured a large number of healing elixirs. I'm afraid that more deaths. The battle was unusually grueling. Shang Huayan was not a god, although he was desperately decimating the Han cavalry. But the Han cavalry outnumbered them, and a dead rush was inevitable. On the ground, the broken spears of the broken gorges fell to the east and west, and in the Drinking Horse River, they were all dyed red with blood. Rumble! Before Shang Huayan's ministry could take a breath, on the grassland in the distance, there was the sound of cavalry charging again. Looking at the charging Han cavalry, the crowd could only grip the war swords and lances in their hands. It was good that they desperately resolved these 3,000 cavalrymen from earlier, or else if this group of cavalrymen joined the battle again, they would only be in danger of being overthrown. Brothers, let's kill him today. Shang Huayan shouted with a strong aura. Kill! 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 Shang Huayan didn't hesitate to add points, consuming 500 kill values to raise his cultivation to the Hotian martial artist limit. Raise your strength to 35,000 pounds, raising your strength by a large margin once again. Only if he became stronger and killed more Han cavalrymen could he ensure that the generals under his command had more soldiers alive. Kill! Shang Huayan led the charge, and the only 500 or so men left were all fierce-eyed. They were all strong men who had been killed from death, and those who could survive were strong, and those who were weak had been decapitated. The opposing Han army was another 2,000 iron horsemen in size. Seeing Shang Huayan's department, he still charged without flinching. It was the mission of many Han cavalrymen to leave Shang Huayan's department on the grasslands, even if they died in battle. No one had ever dared to go to their Han steppe tribes and slaughter them with impunity and return unharmed. 500 iron horsemen, following Shang Huayan, rushed towards the 4 times as many Xiongnu iron horsemen camp as if they were dying. The general of this 2,000-man Han cavalry was likewise a Hotian great perfection martial artist. He wielded his battle sword, and then he slashed at Shang Huayan with exceptional bravery. Boom! Shang Huayan slashed out with his spear, and with a huge force of more than 40,000 pounds, he directly blasted it out, smashing a large number of Han cavalrymen to death. That general on the other side couldn't understand even after he died why the shot that Shang Huayan chopped out had such a terrifying and powerful force. That pure 40,000 to 50,000 pounds of power, destroying everything, could not be resisted. A gun slashed the enemy general. Shang Huayan was unrivaled at the moment. Then he killed into the Han cavalry camp like a fierce dragon, and in a moment's time, he decimated dozens of Han cavalrymen. Powerful as he was, no one was able to stop Shang Huayan at all, and he alone took the lead in charging into the enemy formation, disrupting the Han cavalry's charging formation. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu and the others, following Shang Huayan, charged and slashed, also killing countless enemies.
The Hotian generals of the enemy army were killed, and without their high-end combat power, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, with their early Hotian cultivation, also went on a killing spree among the enemy army. There were Shang Huayan, Guo Xiaoping, and Hu Bing, who decimated the vast majority of the Xiongnu enemy and greatly reduced the death rate of ordinary soldiers. After the battle ended, behind Shang Huayan, only 300 or so riders remained standing. Even though he had decimated 600 to 700 Hun's army alone, the opposite side's large number was an advantage. One change can change a lot of people. It was 2,000 fully armored Hun elite cavalry, and they were proud enough to fight such a proud battle.
Brothers, we have won.
Shang Huayan roared loudly, his voice shaking this grassland. In this battle, they faced 5,000 Hun cavalry with less than 900 riders and completely annihilated the opposite side. This battle result, not only in Ning Pass, but also in terms of the entire northern battlefield, was a great victory.
Wansheng! Wansheng!
The soldiers who survived shouted and gave vent to the boiling blood in their hearts. After a brutal battle, only 1/3 of them were left, 2/3 of the soldiers, forever left on this grassland. By the Drinking Horse River, it was full of corpses, and the blood soaked the soil and seeped into the river, which turned red. Shang Huayan looked at the corpses all over the ground and remembered the poem. Pity the poor bones by the wooding river, still a dreamer in the spring boudoir. His men, nearly 600 of them, are buried here forever. They, all of them, are hot-blooded young men with a long road ahead of them, and perhaps a wife at home waiting for them to return. The woman in that boudoir will never wait for the man who returns in triumph. Huayan, we need to hurry up, or if we are surrounded by Hun cavalry, the rest of the brothers, they won't be able to leave. Seeing Shang Huayan's silence as he looked at the corpses of his fallen robes, Wang Wu said as he carried his blood-stained sword and dragged a wounded arm. Their whereabouts had been exposed, the Hun cavalry had discovered their intention to go back, and one more minute spent on the grasslands was one more minute of danger. There wasn't even time to gather the bodies of the robes who died in battle.
Shang Huayan could only give the order to continue the journey.
Take 3,000 war horses and leave the Drinking Horse River. There were too few of them, and there were still 4,000 or 5,000 unowned war horses on the prairie, which would certainly not have been abandoned if there had been more men. But now they only had 300 or so people, and bringing too many war horses with them would be a burden instead. Less than 2/4 of an hour after they had gone before, another Hun cavalry arrived. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, and the war horses wandering around without owners, Helan Xiang's face sank cold. They had come too late. Capital. Captain Tuoba, Captain Hu, and Captain Yi all died in battle. 5,000 warriors, none spared, died heroically.
How many enemies died in battle?
Helan Xiang's face was so cold that it could drip water.
570 bodies, less than 600. With such battle losses, just how strong is the other side? And how many men and horses? Helan Xiang was a bit confused at the moment.
This is 5,000 Xiongnu elite iron horsemen facing the way 30,000 infantry, all dared to charge directly, but at this moment all died in battle at the Drinking Horse River. 10-1 battle losses, it was a very scary number, and he was beginning to lose track of his opponent's strength. Perhaps the information spied by the scouts was false, and this was no ordinary Wei army at all. Could it be that there are innate powerhouses in this team, or else how could the 3 captains, all of whom were at the Hotian Great Perfection, have all died in battle? 1,000 Captain opened his mouth and said.
Helan Xiang was silent. Those who could kill 3 Hotian Great Perfections could only be innate martial artists. This was undoubtedly an indication that there were innate powerhouses among the enemies. Are we still chasing after them?
The other 1,000th leader opened his mouth and asked. Chase, there are suspected innate powerhouses in the enemy army. They would be sending them to their deaths if they chase after them. If you don't pursue it, you'll face another rebuke from King Zhuxian.
After them. Helan Xiang finally decided to pursue, but the speed of the pursuit, however, slowed down.
All the way to gallop, they were not resting. The horse cannot stand it. Change a horse, only run out of the grassland, can live. When they entered the territory of the Great Way and there were no pursuers coming after them, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Shang Huayan glanced at the generals under his command. Before he left the pass, there were 1,050 men, but now there were only 300 or so left. 7 layers of battle deaths, more than 700 fresh lives, forever left in the grassland. Shang Huayan's heart was heavy. The remaining 300 or so people, the vast majority of them, were martial artists. Only those who were strong could survive that brutal battlefield. Although they were a remnant army at the moment, their aura was incomparable. Killing their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was a great metamorphosis for them.
The rest of us, that's the elite. With those who survived, they continued toward Ning Pass.
At night they rested at the foot of a hill. Close to the border, sparsely populated, the Hun army knocked at the gate, but even more people cannot be seen. You don't have to blame yourself too much. We soldiers dying in battle is supposed to be the destiny. Besides, if our battle results are spread back, it's enough to stun the entire way, and the honor they deserve will not be less. Wang Wu saw that Sheng Huayan was very silent, so he opened his mouth to comfort him. I could have brought them all back. Sheng Huayan spoke slowly. When people are powerful and poor, you are not a patriarch, not a great patriarch.
Wang Wu patted Sheng Huayan's shoulder and said.
Sheng Huayan was silent. Originally their order was to attack the Xiangnu grain and grass troops. After being unable to attack the Xiangnu grain and grass troops, he should have taken his troops back to Anning Pass so that so many people wouldn't have died. War is so cruel. From the day we enlisted in the army has been prepared to die. You do not have to blame yourself. Write down this revenge, and in the future we'll let the Huns pay in blood.
Sheng Huayan nodded in silence. Chapter 44 returns. The tattered half-rolled dragon flag hunted and fluttered in the wind in the dark night. Injured soldiers bandaging their wounds and taking healing elixirs to heal their wounds. The soldiers who were not intact with their wounds began to build fires to cook meat for dinner. After entering the territory of the Great Way, the situation is no longer as menacing as it was on the grasslands, where one must always be on guard against the appearance of the Hun army. This wild mountains and forests, even if the Hun cavalry army is chasing after them, they are not afraid. Not the plains cavalry cannot be exerted, it is much easier to deal with it. Despite this, Sheng Huayan still arranged scouts and secret sentries to prevent the Hun army from catching up and sneak attacking without dying. Come on, brother Huayan, have a sheep's egg to replenish your kidneys. Wang Wu fished a boiled sheep egg to Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan looked at Wang Wu with a black face. He is only 17 years old. The body is on fire at the age of prosperity, and the cultivation of the limit of the latter day, a body of qi and blood like a wolf, waist and kidneys as strong as steel, but also need to make up for it. I appreciate the kindness. I don't need to make up for it, but it's you, old brother Wang Wu. You'd better make up for it more now, or else you won't be able to use it in a few more years. Sheng Huayan immediately returned the sheep egg. Put. Ha ha ha. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and Tang Yunshan, among others, laughed out loud. Laughter washed away a few moments of sadness. That said, Miss Hua Ruyu of Ichuan Lu, that song is really good, and the person is also very pretty, like 100 spirits. Unfortunately, it's just too expensive to sleep in. When we repel the Huns, I'll treat everyone to a night of spending at Ichuan House. Guo Xiaoping spoke loudly. On this trip to the grasslands, they captured a lot and were able to share a lot of silver money. Yes. When the generals heard that they were treating Ichuan Lu to a dash, they shouted yes. Apparently, everyone likes to go. When the time comes, I'll order 10 girls. Tang Yunshan said loudly. 10, can you handle it? The crowd looked at Tang Yunshan with scrutinizing eyes. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Tang Yunshan felt that his face was hurt. No, what are you guys looking at? Think back in the day, I was 10 times a night Ron. Yelp. There was a sigh of relief from the crowd. A good man can't be a lion nowadays when he's letting off steam, can he? I'm in my 30s, not my 60s. The crowd ate meat and soup, chatted and teased, and had a rare moment of relaxation. At the end of the night, except for the soldiers who stood guard and patrolled, everyone else went into their tents to rest and sleep. Sheng Huayan didn't fall asleep. At this moment, he was quietly watching the golden light screen. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, Houghton Limit Plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Introductory, plus Mang Nyo Jin Minor, plus Blood Fury Blade Technique Major, Extrapolated, Overlord's Gun Technique Minor. Strength, 35,000 pounds. Talent, Marksman. Kill value, 6127. The kill value now reached 6,127 points, growing to an all-time high. In today's daytime battle, he had killed more than 1,000 Hun enemy soldiers and 3 Hotian martial artist great rounds by himself, which, together with the previous kill value, had allowed him to reap a rich harvest. If he was defending the city, the speed at which he gained kill value was not as fast. With this much kill value, he could completely raise his cultivation to an 8. However, Sheng Huayan didn't do so. His cultivation growth rate was fast enough. The water in this world is deep. There are many demons and many people who harbor secrets. But it's not a good thing to be too flashy and not know how to hide it. Without raising his cultivation, Sheng Huayan chose to raise his proficiency in the Great Sun Heart Sutra. As soon as he built an edition and instantly consumed 2,000 kill values, insights and experiences regarding the cultivation of the Great Sun Heart Sutra continued to pour into his mind. It was only after a half a second that Sheng Huayan slowly opened his eyes, as if with a hint of vicissitude. It instills so much experience in cultivation that it's like going through 100 years. The Great Sun Heart Sutra had become a small success, saving him too much time for enlightenment and cultivation, and the speed of running Kung Fu cultivation was nearly 10 times faster than before.
The constant stream of aura from heaven and earth was refined and transformed into true essence, quenching his body and flesh. His entire body, like a terrified great sun, was radiant. I really don't know what kind of luck the veteran had to be able to buy such a heaven-defying technique from a beggar. After cultivating for the night, his blood chi and true essence had grown a few more points, and his physique was still getting stronger. Even with the golden finger to raise his cultivation, Shang Huayan did not give up on self-cultivation. Still working hard to practice and then quietly wowing everyone. He's going to see the view from the top, and in this life, he's not going to be amino. After a night of cultivation, the sun rose, a ray of golden aura was absorbed and didn't enter his body. Shang Huayan then woke up leisurely. After an early breakfast, the party continued to march toward Anning Pass. It was mid-afternoon before they arrived at the southern gate of Anning Pass. The defenders guarding the south city gate were also shocked to see so many warhorses, thinking that the Hun cavalry had bypassed the pass and fought from the back, and they immediately went on martial law and mobilized their troops up to the city wall to guard it. Only when the procession outside the city approached did the defenders on the city see a half-crippled Great Way dragon flag. The 5th Battalion Forest Lieutenant fixed his eyes and saw clearly that the leader was Shang Huayan. This kid came back alive. Quick, send someone to report to General Yang Yi that Shang Huayan's section has returned. Colonel Lin immediately ordered. From afar, he looked at the majestic pass in front of him, which was one of the passes to reject the Huns in the north. Without this pass, the rear Yangzhou and Dingzhou would have fallen under the iron cavalry of the Xiongnu all year round. When Shang Huayan and the others approached the city gates, the gates opened and Captain Lin greeted them with a small group of generals. "Brother Shang, you guys are finally back," Captain Lin said happily. "Captain Lin." Shang Huayan greeted with his hands clasping his fists. Looking behind Shang Huayan, there were only more than 300 people. Captain Lin looked grave. It seemed that Shang Huayan's ministry, too, had gone through a lot of grueling battles. More than 1,000 people went and only 300 or so came back. There are more than 700 people who will never come back. The truce of 3 or 4 days at Anning Pass, which allowed the defenders of Anning Pass to rest, was entirely due to Shang Huayan's department. Soon, General Yang Yi came over. The Hun army that attacked the city today had already retreated before he could come over from the northern gatehouse. The moment he saw General Yang Yi, Shang Huayan got down from his warhorse and choked. "General, I wasn't able to bring them all back." Looking at the fact that only 300 or so people had returned, many of them still carrying injuries, Yang Yi sighed in his heart. He walked over to Shang Huayan and patted Shang Huayan's shoulder. "You've done well enough, no need to beat yourself up. To be able to come back with 300 riders is already a great fortune, and he is still afraid that Shang Huayan's entire army will be destroyed on the grassland." Looking at this still slightly tender young man, he was only 17 years old, but dared to resolutely lead 1,000 cavalry, breaking into the grassland. This must require much courage. On this frontier, fighting with the enemy, Shang Huayan's bravery made everyone overlook the fact that he was only 17 years old. "Your mission was accomplished excellently. You have fought for Ningguan, for 3 or 4 days of respite, which is vital for Ningguan. Their sacrifice, the entire Ningguan, will keep in mind." Looking at the teenagers in front of him, Yang Yi said with a pleased face. "My department destroyed countless Hun's army. Grain and Grass has killed dozens of Hun's grain and grass army. After destroying hundreds of Hun's small tribes, killed Hun's more than 8,000 riders, returned today, failed to fulfill the general's mandate." Shang Huayan opened his mouth to report their battle achievements. The generals behind him straightened their chests. They came back. There are still more than 700 robes left in the grassland. They have to straighten their backs and chests. Their brothers are watching them. "Good job, they are all good sons and daughters of my great way. You've done a lot of work. You're the pride of my Ning army. I'm proud of you." Yang Yi looked at the generals and said loudly. "Wind! Gale! Gale!" Shang Huayan behind the generals opened his mouth and shouted, the district of more than 300 people, that momentum but as if 1,000 troops, so that the soldiers behind Captain Lin's face changed greatly. Captain Lin was also looking at those generals. This aura, it was completely the elite that had been killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. With such an aura, these 300 people, when it comes to real elites, in Yang Yi's eyes, the color is different. "Welcome back, heroes." Yang Yi looked at the army and said in a loud voice. "Welcome back, heroes." Behind Yang Yi, Captain Lin and the others shouted. Shang Huayan's department, sacrificing 700 men, bought 3 or 4 days of respite for Anning Pass, for which they are heroes. Shang Huayan and the others, leading their horses, began to enter the city, and each of the generals under his ministry straightened their chests with immense pride. More than 300 men in armor and sword, leading more than 3,000 war horses, so spectacular. It is their trophy, a testimony to their glory. Chapter 45. The Third Patriarch. Looking at the more than 3,000 fine war horses, Yang Yi's mind was active. So many war horses are enough to build 1,000-man heavy armored iron cavalry.
It's just that he can't afford to raise heavily armored cavalry. After entering the city, the other generals were arranged to go down and rest. After listening to Shang Huayan's report on his experiences these days, Yang Yi and the others only felt shocked. 1,000 riders, beheading the enemy's 8,000 riders, this battle record is enough to shock many people. And that's not counting the other Han soldiers and Huns that were decapitated. Shang Huayan, the healing elixir they brought back, were turned in, and the elixir for cultivation, Shang Huayan distributed in advance to the generals of the ministry, which they fought for with their lives. For the realm-breaking Dan, he left 3 4th grade realm-breaking Dan for himself, and the rest were distributed to his subordinates, and for the other supplies, he didn't bring much back. The most valuable thing is the 3,000 fine war horses. Only after Shang Huayan left, Sun Hao slowly opened his mouth and said, "This kid, this time the credit is very big, such a big battle merit, enough to be promoted to the 6th rank of benefit general." It was just a pity that a 6th ranked benefit general needed to be enthroned by the imperial court, and Yang Yi did not have the right to enthrone Shang Huayan as a 6th ranked benefit general. To be able to lead troops to and from the grasslands, he was born to lead soldiers in battle. A proper fierce general, the future is afraid to be unlimited. Li Daoru commented. Going out for a trip, this brat seems to have gotten a lot stronger again. Zhao Yanggan spoke. The crowd spoke highly of Shang Huayan. Let's just promote him to be a school lieutenant first. Finally, Yang Yi spoke up. Now that the court is unstable and the prince is vying for the throne, there is no way to report the merits and have the court anoint Shang Huayan with the position of benefactor general. Returning from General Yang Ye's battle, Shang Huayan went to see the veterans. The veteran was still a sure Kai, and the soldiers under his team were the only familiar faces left to Zhang Dinyo. The ones he had seen last time had been replaced by a group of unfamiliar faces. The battlefield is brutal and the soldiers change from one group to another. Uncle, brother Dinyo, I've come to see you. It's good to be back. The veteran nodded as he watched Shang Huayan return. Huayan, I heard that on your trip, you decimated more than 8,000 riders of the enemy. That's too brave. Zhang Dinyo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That was spread out over several days of kills, it was all put together by the brothers with their lives, what's fierce about it? Shang Huayan waved his hand. It's a pity that I'm not under your command, or else I would have followed you across the grasslands as well. Zhang Dinyu aspired to be Dao. Why don't I send you to Huayan's command? The veteran glared at Zhang Dinyu. Cough, so what, I'm still willing to follow you. Zhang Dinyu hurriedly stated his position. The veteran nodded, count on you to be sensible, unlike that guy Wang Wu who ran away to Shang Huayan's command and doesn't dare to come back until now. Uncle, I'm a success, hey. The veteran looked at Shang Huayan in surprise. Come in with me. Shang Huayan followed the veteran into the inner room. It's really refined? The veteran looked at Shang Huayan excitedly. Really? Shang Huayan nodded, then he leapt the Great Sun Heart Sutra Kung Fu, and his body began to glow with golden light. This. The veteran was dumbfounded, he didn't expect that Shang Huayan had really cultivated a fake secret book successfully. Then he really wasn't cheated, he bought the real secret book. But why did he study it for so long, but not succeed in cultivating it? It's not right. The veteran whispered. What's wrong? Shang Huayan asked as he collected his energy. No, it's nothing, I'm saying that you've succeeded in your cultivation, uncle is really happy for you. The old soldier opened his mouth with a few sour feelings. I'll teach you to cultivate, uncle. Shang Huayan opened his mouth. After he had succeeded in cultivating, he naturally thought of teaching the veteran to cultivate, after all, the Great Sun Heart Sutra technique, or the veteran gave it to him. Not bad, uncle wasn't wrong about you. The veteran was waiting for these words. Then Shang Huayan taught the veteran the method of initiation, and after a long time. The old soldier looked lost, can't cultivate, can't get started, it seems not everyone can cultivate, alas. Shang Huayan scratched his hair, this cultivation mind method, is it really so evil? Kid, if you cultivate this gong method, don't pass it on, a piker can't be guilty of harboring a crime. The old soldier urged with a serious face. Yes, uncle. Shang Huayan naturally knew this. And if you don't become a martial saint, you must not break the pure yang, or you won't be able to cultivate the martial saint realm. The old soldier continued. Martial saint? The old soldier slowly said, martial cultivation, martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, Hotian, innate, patriarch, grand patriarch. Above the grand master is the martial saint, the martial way is called holy, a martial saint can town a country and live for 500 years. Shang Huayan's blood boiled as he listened to it, martial saint, one person can town a country, how powerful is this? In the past, he only knew about grand masters, but now he knew about the realm above grand masters, martial saints. What about the martial emperor? Shang Huayan asked curiously.
Wasn't the Great Sun Heart Sutra he cultivated pioneered by a martial emperor powerhouse?
Martial emperor? The veteran glanced at Sheng Huayan. That's a legend.
Alright, remember my words, you can't break the pure yang until you are a martial saint, otherwise, you will have no chance with martial saints.
Sheng Huayan emo, doesn't this mean that he can't touch a woman until he cultivates to the martial saint realm? Then what was he trying to cultivate? This martial arts, it's fine not to practice it. Uncle, then why are other martial arts cultivators, again, allowed?
What are the characteristics of the technique you yourself cultivate, haven't you studied it yourself? The veteran rolled his eyes.
Sheng Huayan looked up to the sky and sighed, Uncle, you wrong me
Back from the veterans, the Knight General Yang Yi, to Sheng Huayan Ministry of 300 generals to get a celebration feast, so that the generals a good big drunk sort of should be when the expedition, General Yang Yi's promise. Some of the generals cried as they drank and drank, their once robed brothers, never to return. After getting the celebration banquet back, Sheng Huayan began to cultivate. Ever since the veteran told him that he couldn't break the pure yang until he cultivated into a martial saint, Sheng Huayan cultivated even harder. In order to become a real man sooner, he had to train hard and try to cultivate into a martial saint. Otherwise go to Ichuan Lu, he can only look at that what empty tears. Early the next morning, Sheng Huayan swallowed the first wisp of the rising golden sun to collect his strength. After breakfast, the Han army, outside the pass, started knocking again. Without hesitation, Sheng Huayan picked up his battle sword and went up to the city wall. Kill the enemy, or kill the enemy. Only by killing the enemy could one continuously obtain the kill value and cultivate into a martial saint at an early date. As soon as it came up, the Hun sent 20,000 troops to launch an attack on the city, directly giving intensity to the defenders of Anning Pass. The lower part of the city was densely packed with Hun enemy soldiers, and the Hun cavalry also suppressed them with arrow feathers, allowing the Hun soldiers to climb the walls. The walls of the city were pelted with stones, gold juice, arrows of tetanus wind and everything. One smashed one without a squeak. After paying the price of many casualties, the Hun soldiers began to attack the city walls. The Hunnish army of Hotian and innate martial artists also attacked. The lieutenants and auxiliary generals defending the city have joined the battle to hold back the Xiongnu's high-end combat power. The Hun army is attacking even harder than before. Two auras full of oppression rose from the Hun army, followed by two strong Hun sect masters clad in black robes, leaping into the air in a single step. Yang Yi, come out and die. A Hun clan master opened his mouth, and his voice rolled like heavenly thunder, spreading throughout Anning Pass. Rampant. Arrogant. Seeing those two Hun patriarchs being so rampant, many of the defenders and residents of Anning Pass were enraged. Yang Yi took one step and faced the two Xiongnu patriarchs directly. Heh, two defeated dogs, how dare you speak of courage? Yang Yi sneered. Today, you will die. The Hun patriarch with a somewhat skinny figure said in a cold voice. Just you guys? Take my shot. Mad dragon. Yang Yi danced his overlord lance, his lance was like a dragon, his true chi rolled out and transformed into a golden dragon as he killed that Xiongnu patriarch. Watching the gun into a wild dragon, the might of the overbearing and overpowering, that Hun patriarch looked grave, black robe bulging, rolling black true chi like a snake, all the true essence condensed in the palm of his hand, he slapped his palm, like a dark cloud cover in the breath venting, horrifyingly incomparable. The other Hun clan master also struck out, his blade light radiant to the extreme as he slashed at Yang Yi. In the sky, true chi surged, the pressure was like a prison, and a terrifying chi boiled up, causing one to tremble. Patriarchal powerhouses, every move they made, drove a terrifying might that was not comparable to that of an extraordinary person. Boom! Three people constantly battle collision, high in the sky, the ringing sound is thunder, powerful power, when innate do not know how much. Boom! Suddenly, from the Hun army, a figure appeared again and killed Yang Yi. That aura, it was a sect master powerhouse without a doubt. A third patriarchal powerhouse appeared in the Hun army. The terrifying aura made the guards' hearts beat half a beat slower. Not good, there are still Zhongsher powerhouses in the Hun army. Sun Hao was greatly alarmed. Damn it, these Huns are despicable, they even sent 3 patriarchs to surround General Yang. Bad. General Yang is in danger, what should we do? When the 5 benefactor generals of the defending army saw the appearance of that patriarch in the Hun army, they were anxious in their hearts. If something happened to Yang Yi, none of them would survive, and Anning Pass would not be defended. Chapter 46, The Backhand of the Undercard. The Xiongnu had sent 3 patriarchs to surround Yang Yi, which caused a hint of despair in the hearts of all the defenders of Anning Pass who were guarding the city. Those were 3 sect master powerhouses, and General Yang Yi had no chance of winning with 1 against 3. After defending for almost a month, is it still going to be impossible to defend? Broken General Zhao Yangan revealed a miserable smile. It wasn't that Wei didn't have strong people and there was no shortage of Zhongshu masters. But they and Ningpass only had Yang Yi, a patriarchal powerhouse, dying it in Ningpass. Everything stems from the fact that the old emperor of Wei is dying, the imperial sons are fighting for the throne, and Yang Yi is not willing to take sides. The garrison of Ningpass, then, suffered a 2.5-year-long targeting. A lot of resources were secretly seized by those imperial princes, and the original 50,000 fully organized Ning army was only 30,000 strong. And the Great War has come to a head, with Ningpass on the verge of falling, and the imperial court still sitting on the sidelines. The generals of the garrison of the Ningpass are full of complaints against the imperial court at this moment. Generals, kill these slave bandits, killing one is enough, killing two earns. Sun Hao roared, and began to no longer hold back, frantically battling a Han innate martial artist, wanting to fight with the other party to the death. High up in the sky, Yang Yi fought 1 against 3, and was ultimately somewhat outmatched, losing ground. The Ningpass defenders began to counterattack frantically, holding the mentality of certain death, killing one if they could. Kill. The desperate Ningpass defenders erupted with unimaginable lethality, and their life-threatening fighting style chilled many Han enemy troops. Shang Huayan at this moment in the Xiongnu enemy army, as a devil king coming out of hell, black and gold war knife in his hands, drink Xiongnu blood do not know how many. His battle robes had been dyed red, and around him, countless Han soldiers fell densely. Enemies below the innate realm were barely a match for him. Ordinary soldiers, they couldn't resist a single slash from him. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of Han enemy soldiers had already died under his sword. The blood-devouring aura rolled out, and the light of the blade was reddish, overwhelming and terrifying. He was like a harvester of life, and wherever he passed, there were the corpses of the Han enemy. Watching Shang Huayan being so terrifying, not to mention the enemy Huns, but also Captain Lin, Captain Zhou, and Captain Wu, all of them felt horrified. They couldn't help but feel numbness in their scalps when they saw that the strongest Hotian great perfection in the Xiongnu enemy army had failed to block one of Shang Huayan's slashes. This guy, what kind of a monster is he? He went to the grassland for one trip and came back with his strength turned upside down. Killing Hotian martial artists was like slaughtering chickens and ducks. They were conceited that against Shang Huayan, they were afraid that they would only be decapitated. This guy, what kind of freak is he? His strength growth is too terrifying. Colonel Wu couldn't help but mutter. Previously, Shang Huayan was still just a small soldier under his command. Right now, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to block one of Shang Huayan's slashes. As he watched Shang Huayan killing people in all directions, the strong men in the Han army couldn't sit still. An innate martial artist from the Han enemy army killed his way up the city wall to deal with Shang Huayan. That innate martial artist struck out in a domineering manner, directly slapping his palm, wanting to slap Shang Huayan to death. Shang Huayan slashed and killed an early Hotian powerhouse, and when faced with an innate martial artist who struck with a palm, Shang Huayan waved his hand and punched. The true essence surged, and the fist print was like a round of blazing sun, carrying unrivaled power as it ruthlessly faced that palm. Boom! Powerful forces collided, erupting into a drum-like ringing sound as the two men each took 5 steps backward. It was a collision between pure power and strength and physique. Strong martial arts practitioners, this is how it is, swords against enemies, fists to the flesh, pure power and strength competition. Hu Tuyao looked at Shang Huayan in surprise. He had thought that he could slap the other party to death. I didn't expect Shang Huayan's strength to be so powerful, not weaker than him in the slightest, and his physical body flesh was no worse than his. These performances were not at all something that a Hotian martial artist could possess. Breaking through the innate realm, one could use the innate martial art's true essence to nourish oneself, and was more powerful than the bronze skin and iron bones of an acquired martial artist by an unknown number of mortal. Shang Huayan, on the other hand, was at the realm of the Hotian comparable to the innate, which was something he was incredibly shocked by. It's really a demonic level genius, no wonder killing Hotian realm martial artists is so easy. Hu Tuyao looked at Shang Huayan and said indifferently. But even a demon, without growing up, is still a dead man after all. Shang Huayan looked at the other party with a grave gaze. This person was an innate martial artist, and it was not the kind that had just broken through. The strength was profound. Taking on an innate martial artist for real forced him to take it seriously. The innate and the acquired are a great watershed, an insurmountable chasm. There are very few and far between those who are able to reverse fall the innate after the innate. Ending a great way demon with your own hands might be an accomplished thing. Hu Tuyao raised his fist and blasted towards Shang Huayan. True Qi surged between the fists, blood Qi was dazzling, the realm of the innate, true essence leaving the body, possessing great power. Shang Huayan swung up his black and gold battle sword and slashed away, bloodbane aura rolling. This was the bloodbane aura that he had condensed by practicing the bloodbane blade technique and cutting down his enemies. Bang! As the fists and swords clashed, Shang Huayan was shaken back 2 steps. The true essence of an innate martial artist was very powerful and terrifying. The true essence in his body had not yet metamorphosed into the innate true essence, and Shang Huayan could only rely on his strong and incomparable physique and powerful strength to fight against it. Kill. Swear to kill the enemy. To die with the slave kits. When the city is alive, the people are alive, and when the city is dead, the people are dead. Protecting the family and the nation. On the city walls, it was tragic, with the defenders constantly dying with the enemy. The defenders of Ning Pass, at this moment, with the heart of certain death, rejected the enemy on the city wall. However, there were too many enemies, and the defenders kept dying in battle, falling under the swords of the Hun enemy. The strength of the county soldiers and county soldiers that came to support them was not half a point away from the Hun enemy army. When Sung Pyong gets used to it, he loses his sense of worry. The Anning Pass soldiers are not at all comparable to those county soldiers and county soldiers. However, the defenders of Ning Pass were too severely depleted, and at this moment, facing the raging attacking Xiongnu enemy army, the defenders on the city wall were losing ground. The Xiongnu army pressed up 20,000 strong, and there was a steady stream of troops pressing up behind them, intending to break through the pass in one fell swoop and bloodily wash the Anning Pass. Listening to the shouting and killing on the city wall, the people inside the city looked in the direction of the city wall. They knew that the war was at its worst. Once the city is broken, no one can survive the fall of Anning Pass to the Iron Horseman. Mother, my child is unfilial, my child is going to kill the enemy. A man knelt down and worshipped his mother, picked up the family sword, and went up to the city wall to kill the enemy. When the nest is overturned, is there any egg left? Brothers, go, follow me to kill the enemy. A small gang leader, with a group of reckless people, glared up the city wall without any hesitation. The defenders have fought it out, it's our turn. A blacksmith, picking up his freshly struck battle sword, headed towards the city wall. Mother, take the child and hide in the cellar, take care of the child. A man said to the mother and daughter in front of him. Dad. A pair of sons and daughters stared blankly at the man, who was still determined to carry his sword towards the city wall. In the city, able-bodied youths, martial artists who knew something about fisticuffs, were heading towards the walls. They, too, have a sense of family and country, and can also carry a sword to kill the enemy. Above the sky, Yang Yi was losing ground, facing 3 sect masters. He dealt with them with great difficulty. Suffer death, Yang Yi. A black-robed Hun patriarch slapped his big hand towards Yang Yi's back. The other 2 patriarchs, too, used their killer mace and prepared to surround Yang Yi. Old Wang, if you don't make a ing move, I'm going to die. At this moment, Yang Yi suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Alas, old Yang, this is too much to resist? I thought I didn't need to make a move. A voice resounded from within the city. The 3 sect masters who surrounded Yang Yi also suddenly gave a start. There were helpers? In the next moment, a figure took a step out from the city and came through the air, hearing like a phantom. Wang Xian was dressed in a mysterious black robe without any wind, his long hair was flowing, and he had a short beard on his chin, looking like an elegant uncle. Don't be a tart, if you don't make a move, I'm going to get killed. Yang Yi shook back a Hun clan master with a shot and turned around to clash with another Hun clan master. They can't get you dead yet. After Wang Xian finished speaking, he swung his fist towards a Hun clan master. Patriarch. Patriarchal powerhouse, haha. We also have the support of a clan master powerhouse. Seeing the sudden appearance of a Zhongsher powerhouse, the guarding generals, one after another, opened their mouths with laughter. Yang Yi, I didn't expect that you also prepared with a backhand and invited strong assistance. A Hun patriarch said with an ugly face as he looked at Wang Xian. I've known for a long time that you guys wouldn't die, so how could I not be on the defensive? Yang Yi, however, smiled. Old Wang, you stop the 2, I'll kill this one first. Yang Yi held his overlord lance and blasted at a Xiongnu patriarch. Hey, the price we agreed on is not this, I only helped you block a Hun clan master. Wang Xian couldn't help but shout. Yang Yi didn't care. At this moment, his ferocious might was revealed, and he was bound to kill a Hun clan master powerhouse. Seeing the sudden appearance of the helping Zhongsher powerhouses, the military heart of the Ning Pass defenders was greatly stabilized. Damn it, didn't I say that there was no support in Ning Pass? What are the scouts doing? Why is there a Zhongsher powerhouse in Ning Pass? In the Hun army, King Zhuxian roared angrily when he saw the Zhongsher powerhouse that had appeared. He had already seen the hope of breaking the barrier, but now there was an additional sect master powerhouse coming and shattering his hopes. Chapter 47, Death of a Grandmaster, Defeat. Wang Xian's pair of iron fists hardened and suppressed the 2 Xiongnu patriarchs. His punches, rigid and invincible, were completely a fierce man who practiced boxing. In the face of Wang Xian's ferocious fist intent, those 2 patriarchs of Xiongnu could only join hands to fight against it. With Wang Xian on this side holding back the two Xiongnu patriarchs, Yang Yi there beat that Xiongnu patriarch to a standstill. Boom! The king's spear was overbearing and ferocious, and it blasted him out with a single shot. But that Hun clan master was spit out blood by a spear. Only when the two joined hands could they barely deal with Yang Yi. Now that they were alone against Yang Yi, they were completely beaten. Watching the newly appeared sect master powerhouse fighting one against two, a pair of iron fists pressing down on the two sect masters. Another patriarch was beaten by Yang Yi, spitting out blood and falling into the wind, and King Zuoxian's face was as gloomy as water. I had thought that from then on it was 10-1 and would definitely be able to take a Ning pass, but now there was an accident. Damn! King Zuoxian cursed. Had he known this, he would have gone and requested 2 more patriarchs to come. Yang Yi gained momentum and ferociously slashed his opponent. He was determined to behead a Xiongnu patriarch today. In his hands, the Overlord gun technique was so powerful and overbearing that patriarch of Xiongnu was completely unable to resist the ferocious might of the Overlord gun. Come and get me! That patriarch cried out for help. However, the other 2 patriarchs were deadlocked by Wang Xian and couldn't separate themselves to rescue them. Whoever comes today won't be able to save you. Yang Ye's eyes flashed with killing intent. After resisting dozens of moves, this patriarch of the Huns was picked off in the air by Yang Yi with a single shot. That dominating Qi, declaring the heavens and earth, a martial arts master, was struck down in the dome of the sky. Countless people raised their heads and stared blankly at this scene. Yang Yi was as unrivaled as a terrified great sun at this moment. A sect master powerhouse was killed just like that, shocking countless people. That was a high and mighty martial arts master who could start a sect, but at this moment, he was chopped up on the battlefield. Seeing this, the other 2 Hun patriarchs gave up fighting Wang Xian and fled back to the Hun army, fearing that if they ran 1 step slower, they would be stopped by Yang Yi. The 2 Hun patriarchs fled, and Wang Xian did not forcefully stop them. Kill! Yang Yi shouted, shaking heaven and earth, and the corpse of a patriarch was flung into the Hun enemy army, causing a panic. A patriarch died tragically, which scared the hearts and souls of countless Hun soldiers to death. The fact that the 2 patriarchs had fled further caused the will to fight of these Hun soldiers to drop to the freezing point. Yang Yi took 1 step and fell into the charging Hun enemy army, wielding the Overlord spear technique and blasting dozens of Hun enemy soldiers with a single shot. The supreme cultivation of a patriarch was simply a supreme killing weapon when killing the enemy army. Now that he had Wang Xian to help deter him, Yang Yi he was going to go on a killing spree. Seeing Yang Yi kill into the charging army, King Zuoxian hurriedly gave the order to retreat. He was afraid that Yang Yi would rush straight to his camp and cut him down. He was not a Zhongshe powerhouse, merely an innate great circle. Once Yang Yi stormed his marquee, he would be in danger. The Xiongnu army retreated, and those innate powerhouses, too, fled, fearing that Yang Yi would block their way. Hu Tuyao also gave up on the idea of decapitating Sheng Huayan and began to flee. Kill, brothers, don't let them escape. Broken General Zhao Yangan shouted loudly. Follow me and kill the enemy. Sun Hao also leaped off the city wall and chased after the Xiongnu army. After being beaten for so long, now the Ning Pass defenders finally launched a counterattack. The Han army that attacked the city wall was quickly decimated. Sheng Huayan also jumped off the city wall in a single leap and chased after the Han army. The defenders on the city walls, the defenders inside the city, and the residents who spontaneously came to defend the city and kill the enemy, all of them followed the killing out of the pass and chased after the Hun's army. At this moment, with the death of that Xiongnu patriarch, the aura of the Ning Pass defenders soared to its peak. All of them rushed out in defiance of the enemy Huns and chased them down. Boom! Yang Yi struck out and slashed a Hun innate powerhouse to death with a single shot. The other Hun innate powerhouses, seeing this scene, ran even faster. At the moment they only hated their parents for having 2 less legs and running too slowly. Yang Yi could strike without fear at the moment and quickly executed 4 Hun innate powerhouses. Of the 7 innate powerhouses that attacked the city wall, only 3 ran away. Zhao Yangan, Sun Hao, Li Daoru, Sheng Huayan, and a host of other powerful people chased into the Hun army. Their killing power was terrifying. Without innate powerhouses and sect master powerhouses to hold back against them, the 20,000 to 30,000 Hun's army that attacked the city was hard chased and slaughtered by them. At the end of the war, there were corpses all over the pass. The Han army fled? Retreated 20 kilometers. Yang Yi did not bring an army to continue chasing into the grasslands. If he hadn't invited strong reinforcements in advance today, I'm afraid that this Ning Pass wouldn't be able to hold. The Huns fled, leaving 20,000 to 30,000 bodies behind, and the defenders on the walls cheered. We are victorious. Oh. Big win. Winsome, we hold. Ha ha ha, finally beat back the Hun enemy. Laughing, many of the Anning defenders cried. The Hun army, not counting the supply troops, put in an army of 100,000 to 200,000 men before and after. In order to hold the Anning Pass, the Anning army, paid a heavy price. By now, the true garrison of the Anning Pass was feared to be 1 out of 10. Looking at the Hun corpses everywhere, Shang Huayan wiped the blood from his face. It was true that the stronger the strength, the more enemies one could kill. General Yang Yi and the 5 benefit generals had killed more Xiongnu enemy soldiers than he had ever killed. Especially Yang Yi, a sect master expert, against ordinary soldiers, it was truly a one-sided slaughter. The Overlord gun swept across the area with a single shot, and with the might of a patriarch, he slapped dozens of people to death with a single slap. The Xiongnu army retreated, not daring to try Yang Yi again. With Wang Xin pressing the battlefield, Yang Yi was letting go of the carnage, sending out all the anger that had been suppressed in his heart all these days. Hungry for the flesh of the captives, laughing at the thirst for the blood of the Huns. Ha ha ha! Shang Huayan let out a loud laugh. Great poem, a great ambition to hunger for the flesh of the Hu captives and laugh about thirsting for the blood of the Huns. Great talent, appropriate for the scene, ha ha ha. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh loudly when he heard Shang Huayan chant a line from the poem. Worthy of being a scholar who has read books reciting poems and compositions, talent and carrying a sword on horseback to kill the enemy is also fierce, is simply a combination of literature and martial arts. A magnificent ambition, my men laugh in the sand. Zhao Yangan also couldn't help but laugh aloud. Huayan, one more line. Sun Hao's heart was also full of grandeur at the moment. But make the flying generals of Dragon City present, and don't teach the slave horses to do Anshan. Shang Huayan immediately released a song. Numa, the Hun Iron Horse and Anning Pass, nestled between the Anshan Mountains, so Shang Huayan made a little change. Great poem. Great talent. Yang Yi was also heaving in his chest, what a good one, but make the flying generals in Dragon City, don't teach the slave horses to do Anshan. The crowd couldn't help but praise them. Resisting to the death, the enemy was sentenced to death outside the Anning Pass. As long as they were there, the Hun Iron Cavalry would never think of crossing the Anshan Mountains to the south. After repelling the Hun enemy and cheering, it was time to clean out the battlefield. The residents of the city, too, came to help dispose of the bodies of the Hun enemy. 20 to 30,000 corpses, left untreated, are prone to outbreaks of plague. Unlike the cheers of the Anning Pass defenders, on the side of the Xiongnu army, it was dead and depressing. I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect it to be a blowout. Losing 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers, a patriarch, and 4 innate powers. This has been a fiasco. Before and after nearly 200,000 troops knocking at the gate, Anning Pass could not be taken, but instead of their own losses, the left king of Xian was so angry that he spat blood. Waste, through and through. Inside the tent, the roar of King Zuoxian was constantly heard. The remaining generals, one by one, had their heads bowed, chilling. The 2 patriarchs had already left, heading back into the depths of the grasslands. The fact that a patriarch had been decapitated by Yang Yi had already scared them, and they were unwilling to go and send themselves to their deaths again. Without the 2 patriarchs to press the front, King Zuoxian wanted to continue to attack in Ning Pass but was unable to do so, and could only take his army and withdraw in disgrace. When he returned, he would be greeted by the great monarch of the Hun Nik Steppe, the king of the Hun Nik Steppe, the accountability of his iron-blooded father. The Xiongnu army was defeated, and the defenders of the Anning Pass too began to lick their wounds in silence. Although they repelled the Hun army, they suffered heavy losses, plus the county and county soldiers supported from Yangzhou and Dingzhou. Now the garrison of Anning Pass, less than 10,000 men. Before and after, more than 50,000 people were killed in battle, so you can imagine what a heavy price they paid to hold the Anning Pass. Chapter 48, Captain Shang. At night, the city of Anning was very lively, and the residents of the city were celebrating the victory. Ichuanlu also reopened for business, and many people began to gather at Ichuanlu to drink and enjoy themselves. A strong ambition to hunger for the meat of the Hu captives, and a laugh to talk about thirsting for the blood of the Huns. That Sheng Bing lieutenant is simply magnificent, killing the enemy bravely, and his literary skill is also remarkable. That's right, this poem is so bold and heroic, laughing about thirsting for Hun's blood, how spirited it is. Let me tell you, that Sheng Bing lieutenant, who is my neighbor, used to be a scholar. This brother is fine and long-winded. But make the Dragon City flying general, do not teach the slave horse to Anshan, a poem, all highlights the determination and resolve of the Anning army, which is a completely true reflection of them. The vast majority of the people in Ichuanlu were discussing today's great battle, and the 2 lines of poetry made by Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan's fame was also widely spread in Anning City. Wang Shen looked at Yang Yi, who was dressed in gold armor, and sighed, "Brother Yang, if you had focused on martial arts and not been burdened by the military, you would have only broken through to Grand Master by now. Don't you regret such a choice?" I have never regretted, I am the people of the border. I grew up on the border since I was a child, and I have acquired this martial art, naturally, to guard the border and protect the peace of the people on one side. Yang Yi said with a firm gaze. Just like you, Brother Wang, who grew up since you were a child in the Jianghu and aspired to the fastidiousness and freedom of the Jianghu. It's just a pity that I don't have the talent that you have, or else I would have already broken through to Grandmaster and started a sect. Wang Xian said. If you, a powerful sect master, want to start a sect, I don't know how many people will squeeze their heads to come to your door to learn the art. Yang Yi said with a smile. Alright, our transaction is also completed. This remuneration of yours, isn't it time to settle it as well? Wang Xian said with a smile. I really don't know you guy, a book of spear technique, what do you want it for? You're a fist refiner. Yang Yi took the overlord gun technique and gave it to Wang Xian. Yang Yi invited Wang Xian to come and help guard in Ning Pass, and the reward was the overlord's spear technique. You don't understand, there is actually not much difference between gunplay and boxing. I'm going to borrow from your gunplay and see if I can make a breakthrough. Wang Xian opened his mouth and said. When they were young, they met each other by chance and traveled the rivers and lakes with their partners, and by chance, they received their inheritance. Yang Yi received a bastard gun technique and Wang Xian received a running thunder fist technique. Then I wish you something. Yang Yi said with a smile. Alright, payoff in hand, goodbye, hopefully next time I see you, you'll still be alive. Wang declared his resignation and left, walking away. At night, Sheng Huayan sat cross-legged on the bed. He had killed countless enemies during the day and harvested a large amount of kill value. Name, Sheng Huayan. Race, human. Realm, Houghton Limit Plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Minor, Mang Nyo Jin Minor, Plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique Major, Deduction, Overlord's Gun Technique Minor. Strength, 35,000 pounds. Talent, Marksman. Kill value, 8,200. Together with the previous kill value, the kill value he now possessed broke through the 8,000 mark. Killing countless enemies during the day and harvesting 4,000 kill values was a rewarding experience. Looking at so many kill values, Sheng Huayan ended up not adding any points to raise his cultivation. Let's keep it for now, and wait for a long time before raising the cultivation level, when the time comes. Breaking through the innate realm one after another right now was too dazzling. A 17-year-old innate martial artist, in the entire way, could not be found. Not to mention that it hadn't even been a month at full count from the time he had contacted the martial arts, so if someone with a heart of gold noticed, he might be in big trouble. The battle ended, and in Ning Pass gradually returned to normal. The Han army was defeated and the heavy crushing flatness of war disappeared. But the Yanning army did not relax. The war was over for the time being, but the soldiers who died in the war had to apply for pensions from the imperial court. We also need to recruit new soldiers, train the army, and restore the strength of the gatekeepers. Compare the Han army, which could kill at any time and continue to knock at the gate. On this day, Sheng Huayan was promoted to the post of lieutenant. Although he was promoted to lieutenant, he only had those 300 cavalrymen under his command, the 300 or so who followed him out of the grasslands and came back alive. Colonel, congratulations! Gui Xiaoping opened his mouth to congratulate. Not bad, all lieutenants, it seems like it's not far from being a general. Wang Wu said with a smile, genuinely happy for Sheng Huayan. Captain, congratulations! Tang Yunshan, Haidai, and others under his command congratulated Sheng Huayan. Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing, both of them, had enough cultivation and enough military service, but the Yanning army had a limited number of vacant lieutenants, and it was not their turn. Even Sheng Huayan, the lieutenant, seems to be off the books. Originally, the Yanning army could have an establishment of 50,000 and could have 25 lieutenant positions. But the Yanning army only had the strength to raise an army of 30,000 men, so there were only 15 lieutenancy positions. Sheng Huayan was not among these 15 lieutenants, and their battalion, which consisted of these 300 remnants, had not yet begun to be organized either. Totally just giving an establishment title first. Lieutenant, today's promotion, and our battalion is on vacation, why don't we go to Ichuan building to play? I'll treat you to some flower wine. Guo Zhaoping said loudly. Yes, Captain Shang, after being promoted, you should treat us to a bit of panache. Wang Wu said with a smile. No, you damn it, you promised that you'd buy me a drink when the war was over, why are you asking me to buy you now? Sheng Huayan looked at Wang Wu speechless. That won't do, you're the lieutenant, you should be the one to treat us, brothers, don't you think so? Wang Wu shouted. That's it. The generals under his command were in an uproar and were very happy. Good, then tonight at Ichuan Lu, my treat. Sheng Huayan didn't spoil the fun and immediately agreed. Brother Gua, tonight is my treat, so you can treat the brothers next time. Sheng Huayan said to Gui Xiaoping again. Okay, no problem. Gui Xiaoping said that it was no problem at all. In the evening, their battalion changed into their daily attire and came to Ichuan house. Looking at the vast swarm of more than 300 people, Ichuan Lu pimp thought who entangled men and horses to attack their Ichuan Lu. Scared, the pimp lost his face. Old mom, make arrangements for all these brothers of ours, or I'll hold you responsible.
Guo Zhaoping opened his mouth.
The pimp was relieved to see that it was Guo Zhaoping, Hu Bing, and the others who were in the military.
Master Jun, please come in. Daughters, come and entertain the guests.
The old bod's face smiled out of folds. She couldn't afford to mess with so many military lords, and neither could the people behind her. After all, this was in Ning Pass, the territory of the Ning army. Call your head flower girl, Miss Hua Yuru, to accompany our lord school captain.
Guo Zhaoping added another sentence. Yes, I'll go and invite Miss Flower.
Once the bod heard that there was another lieutenant, how could she dare to refuse? Watching Sheng Huayan and his group enter Ichuan building in a grand manner, quite a few people cast their gazes. Who are those people?
It looks like it should be someone from the Anning army.
I know, that young leader among them is the same Shang Bing lieutenant who made a strong wish to hunger for the flesh of the Hu captives and laughed about thirsting for the blood of the Huns.
Someone recognized Shang Huayan.
I was among those who went out to kill the enemy that day, and I saw Captain Shang Bing, who made a great show of himself, and then I also heard him composing a poem on the spot.
No, didn't you guys hear that just now? Shang Bing lieutenant has been promoted to Shang School lieutenant. So young.
Such a young lieutenant, who can also compose poetry, is simply both literate and martial. And so handsome, too, that at first glance I thought he was the young groom of that great family.
People saw Shang Huayan and his party and talked about it.
Entering Yichuanyang, Shang Huayan and his party, directly up to the second floor, more than 300 people. The second floor of the Ichuan building will be full. The third floor is the guest room for the girls of Ichuan Lu, for guests to stay overnight.
Everyone who knows.
There was a stage on the first floor, and around the stage, a number of wine tables were set up. The whole Ichuan building is just 3 floors, which is not small in this Anning Pass. And it certainly doesn't compare to the state capitals or the Rocky Mountains. On the stage, a single dancer, thinly clad, was dancing, silk and bamboo pipes and strings scarlet. After Shang Huayan and his party sat down, the boys in Ichuan Lu hurriedly served the wine. Good wine and good food are served. Ichuan Lu Bod also arranged all the girls to accompany the wine, arranging 3 at a table. 1 for each is not very realistic, and in the entire Ichuan building, there are not more than 300 girls. That Ichuan building flower leader Flower Moon is dressed in plain light gauze thin clothes, body posture graceful, come in style, appearance on the etc., is really good looking. Pure white skin, melon face, quite a bit of charm, no wonder it can make Guo Zhaoping and others cannot forget. Generals, my concubine is courteous. Hua Yuru walked over and owed a bow before sitting down next to Shang Huayan and pouring wine for Shang Huayan and the others. Shang Huayan raised his glass, brothers, the first cup, to the brothers in arms who died in battle. The generals raised their glasses. To brothers in arms. The crowd drank loudly, and the unintentional leaking out of the killing aura scared the girls accompanying the drinks into trembling. What are you doing, a bunch of martial artists, don't scare the girls. Shang Huayan said with a headache. Only then did the general of the ministry hasten to collect his breath again and stop being serious. Drink, don't get drunk today. Shang Huayan said in a loud voice. No drunkenness. The crowd then began to drink in droves. After a few glasses of wine, everyone let go and had a guessing game and drinking with the accompanying girls. Miss Yuru, you must entertain our Captain Shang, it's his first time here. Wang Wu said to Hua Yuru with a smile. It's an honor for my slave to have the pleasure of meeting Lieutenant Shang. Lieutenant Shang, I'll toast you. Hua Yuru wasn't reserved either, her body leaned on Shang Huayan. Chapter 49, A Dreamer in the Spring Boudoir. Wisps of the body's ethereal scent came, tantalizing the mind and heart. Feeling the soft delicacy of that plumpness, it was really overwhelming. At 17 years old, it's the right time to be bloodthirsty and react to a little provocation. But who is he, Shang Huayan? 2 lifetimes, or a great master of the Hotian limit, and cultivating the great Sun Heart Sutra, not to say that he is sitting on his hands, at the very least, this little provocation is not enough to make his heart flutter. Please. Shang Huayan raised his cup and clinked it with Hua Yuru, tilting his head back and drinking. These alcoholic beverages, there is no degree. Shang Huayan estimated that the fear is only about 10 or 20 degrees, which is still good wine. It tastes and feels similar to a beer from a previous life, and genuinely isn't very drinkable. If this world's brewing process was of this caliber, he could be rich if he went to brew high spirits and sell them. At night, one after another, people come to this Ichuan building, can come to Ichuan building, either the family rich people, or one person to eat the whole family is not hungry bachelor. Of course, there are bookworms who can't stand to be alone. Seeing that the second floor was already wrapped up, those who came behind were either on the first floor or paid to go up to the third floor. Why are there so many people here today, filling up the second floor? A scholar-like dresser opened his mouth and said, "After reading a few pages of Springer at home, I couldn't stand it and wanted to come and study the techniques in real life. Those people are all from the Ning army. Captain Shang Huayan Shang has heard of him. He is the one who made a strong wish to starve on the meat of the Hu captives, and laughed about thirsting for the blood of the Huns, and was feasting on his subordinates." Someone from the side opened his mouth and said, "What? It's that little general?" That reader was surprised. In this Anning city, nowadays, the readers do not know Shang Huayan's reputation, can make that kind of bold poetry, talent far better than them. Exactly. This young general, I don't know if I can complete the verses today, or else they're all half verses, and it doesn't always feel wonderful. A reader spoke up. Yes, Pole, yes, Pole. If one is fortunate enough to witness the complete poem coming out, it would be considered one of life's great blessings. Many people wanted to go and make a toast, but seeing that Shang Huayan was feasting his men, they could only stop. Thanks to the fact that Ichuan Lu was the only smoking in Willow Place in this Anning city, there were a lot of people and it was very lively. After all, it is a borderland, always in the midst of war. Few people like to bring their business to this side. That Miss Flower Moon Rue was ordered to accompany little General Sheng to drink. It seems that we won't be able to see Miss Flower Moon Rue's stunning dance tonight. Someone lamented. The guests on the first floor were drinking and chatting and enjoying the dance, while the second floor was full of Shang Huayan and others. As for the third floor, that can't be said. Come, Lieutenant, I'll toast you. Tang Yunshan raised his cup to honor Shang Huayan. Drink! Shang Huayan was also in the mood at the moment and raised his glass with him. Yunshan. Captain Shang, I toast you too. Haidai also raised his glass to Shang Huayan. It's not you guys trying to get me drunk, huh? Shang Huayan said with a smile. Words can't be said like this, everyone here, just the school captain. Your status is honorable, of course we have to honor you first. Not. Haidai licked his face and said. Yunshan looked at Haidai's dog-licking appearance, his heart disdained, is not just for an Uncle Long position to please like this? That's right, school captain, you led us into death and killed the Hun enemy, it's only right that we honor you first. Tang Yunshan also hurriedly said. Alright, let's ask kissing, tonight is out to play, everyone have fun. I'm just kidding with you guys, even if all of you go together, you can't get me drunk. Shang Huayan laughed and shook his head. These two fellows secretly and explicitly currying favor with him, is not just wanting an Uncle Long position, he will two people that a little heart to see clearly. The crowd has been the first to toast Shang Huayan a cup of wine, he secretly said in his heart, really cannot escape the culture of the wine table anywhere, before it is to honor the leaders, and now it is to honor the superior officer. Only now he was no longer the one making the toast, no longer the minion in the corner. At their table, only that guy Wang Wu played more openly and sat with Shang Huayan, while the others were more or less still a bit restrained. Wang Wu guy this will embrace the accompanying girl, kissing and hugging, talking and laughing, it seems to be a regular customer, experienced. Shang Huayan himself, secretly constantly measuring the Ichuan building, the first time on the greenhouse, he still feels some novelty, just now there are subordinates in, he pretended to be calm, did not show it. After all, this is the world where shopping at a greenhouse is legal and doesn't require sneaking around. Come, my lord, my slave will toast you again. Huayu Ru raised her cup to invite Shang Huayan. She always felt that Shang Huayan's scent was so comfortable that she couldn't help but want to burrow into Shang Huayan's arms. Perhaps it was because Shang Huayan practiced the Great Sun Heart Sutra, and that blazing supreme yang aura made her unable to resist a little bit of springtime. In the face of the crowd's toasts, Shang Huayan came to the rescue. The workplace drinking culture in his previous life had allowed him to develop the skills of 2.5 pounds of white wine and random beer pouring. Now that he had martial arts cultivation in his body, the low degree of alcohol in this world wanted to get him drunk, unless he kept drinking for 3 days and 3 nights without taking a break kind of thing. Shang Huayan didn't make a move on her. Huayu Ru was a little discouraged inside. Could it be that she wasn't good looking and couldn't attract Shang Huayan? How did she know that Shang Huayan didn't dare to mess around for fear of breaking his precepts? At this moment, he hated the Great Sun Heart Sutra in his heart. What kind of ghost gong method is this? But he still can't break the pure yang. The feeling of being able to see, touch, and not eat a beautiful woman in your arms is as hard as it gets. Why don't I offer a dance to all the lords? Huayu Ru intended to take out her watchful eye. One of her best skills, the dance technique of seduction. Yes, yes. The crowd agreed. Then thanks for dancing for these brothers of mine. Shang Huayan nodded with a smile. Huayu Ru got up and slowly walked down to the second floor, with light gauze and thin sleeves. Her skin was better than snow, which immediately attracted a lot of people to drool. Miss Yu Ru has come downstairs. Is this to offer a dance? Wow, there's a mouthful. Not, there's an eyeful.
Hua Yu came onto the stage, the dancers on the stage all cooperated with her, and the stringed piano player started playing music. The dancing girls matched Hua Yu, and in an instant that stunningly elegant dance caught everyone's attention. Even Shang Huayan was no exception, and that beautiful dance was better than how many head scratches in his previous life. No wonder the ancient officials and nobles all like to keep some singing and dancing girls, big elegant off the beaten track, pleasing to the eye. After a dance, how many people are addicted to that marvelous dance if hidden is the most charming? Not bad, no wonder it can fascinate so many people. Shang Huayan nodded lightly. If this is put in the past life, in the live broadcasting room, so dance on a song online directly broken 100,000. After the dance, Hua Yu glanced at Shang Huayan and saw that Shang Huayan was only appreciating it and did not show a color of indulgence like the others. This made her feel a little discouraged and defeated. Could she not seduce Shang Huayan like this? Returning to the second floor to take a seat beside Shang Huayan, she no longer thought about taking Shang Huayan's first time, but quietly poured wine. Miss Yu dances beautifully, mesmerizing these big old men. Shang Huayan said with a smile. Just now a lot of military hunks was charmed straight drooling, a piggy look, they are always in the barracks, it is rare to appreciate such a dance. Your Excellency is laughing. Hua Yu smiled lightly, charmingly pinned. I said to myself, I haven't been able to charm you yet. Shang Huayan secretly sighed, really worthy of being a good person in the place of the wind and moon, the knit brows and smile are full of charm. If he was really a normal innocent little Chulan, he wouldn't be able to hold it. Watching his men shouting for wine fists and drinking, having a good time, Shang Huayan sighed in his heart, perhaps as soldiers guarding the border, this was the only thing they could enjoy the most. In a short while, a few readers came to make a toast with courage. But school captain Shang grand people in person. A green-shirted scholar spoke up. I am. Shang Huayan nodded. If he hadn't been randomly pulled by that damn soldier, pulling him up to the city wall and opening the system's golden finger, maybe he would still be a scholar this time. We toast the grand people and thank you generals for guarding the Anning Pass and creating peace and tranquility for us. The scholar at the head of the group spoke. Shang Huayan nodded his head, worthy of being a scholar, he just knows how to talk. Drink with me, drink with me. Shang Huayan raised his cup and returned. A cup of drink, those few scholars, there is still no intention to go. My lord, you made a strong ambition to hunger for meat from the Wu captives, laugh about thirst for Hun blood, and but make the Dragon City fly generals, do not teach the slave horse to Anshan. 2 verses of the poem let us admire, we hate to not be able to night and day to read, but feel that the poem is incomplete, have some regrets, I do not know if your lordship can give a complete poem, so that I and other readers to read it day and night. The leader of the readers sincerely opened his mouth and said. They are all readers, they admire people with talent and literary talent, and they are also very respectful to Shang Huayan. Right, school captain, those 2 lines of poetry, it's just that even us big old men feel our blood boiling when we read them, so just complete it. Guo Zhaoping also spoke up from the side. May I have a pen and ink? Seeing that everyone was looking at him expectantly, Shang Huayan opened his mouth. I'm on my way. Hua Yu personally got up to get it. Bringing a pen, ink and paper, Hua Yu personally inked Shang Huayan. Once the people on the first floor heard that Shang Huayan was going to make up the 2 poems made on the battlefield, they were instantly energized, and all of them were wistful with anticipation. Fortunately, his predecessor wrote a good handwriting, although he did not pass the examination for the Shuozai, but his handwriting was good. In Qin time, the moon is bright and the Han time is closed, and the people of the 10,000 miles long march have not yet returned. But make a flying general in Dragon City, and don't teach a slave horse to do Anshan. After thinking about it, Shang Huayan gave this one poem to be made to complete, the other one is not suitable to take out now. The crowd watched as he wrote out the entire poem, and the few scribes looked on fire. In Qin time, the moon is bright and the Han time is closed, and people have not yet returned from the long march of 10,000 miles. But make the flying general in Dragon City, and don't teach the slave horses to do Anshan. This is a famous line from the ancient times, but the poem can be passed on for thousands of years, and they can't imagine what an honor it is to witness the emergence of 1,000 famous poems with their own eyes. Although they didn't know that Qin Shi Mingyu Han Shi Guan was that dynasty in history, it didn't prevent them from appreciating this famous poem which was enough to be passed down through the ages. Hua Yu looked at Shang Huayan, her eyes flooded with little stars. This little man, handsome and good at composing poems, martial arts cultivation is also high, really the perfect candidate for the dream lover, it's just a pity that she's trapped in this flower and willow place. Where's the other song, grand man, where's the other song? Several of the scribes couldn't wait. The other song hasn't been made yet, only 1 line. Shang Huayan spoke up. The crowd was filled with disappointment as they listened. But, after hearing the 2 words but, the crowd instantly came back into the spirit, their eyes looking at Shang Huayan expectantly. I have another poem here. Immediately, Shang Huayan put pen to paper on another piece of rice paper and wrote, "Swear to sweep away the Huns regardless of their bodies, 5,000 sable brocade lost in the dust of who? Pity the poor bones by the wooding river, still a dreamer in the spring boudoir." This poem was originally the second of 4 poems by the Tang dynasty poet Chen Tao Longxi Xing in his previous life, and Shang Huayan did not give this poem a name. Looking at the poem, Hua Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan and the others fell silent. This reminds them of the Battle of the Drinking Horse River. More than 700 robed bones thrown by the river, waiting for them to go back to the people, can only meet in their dreams. I swore to sweep away the Huns without a second thought, and 5,000 sables were lost in the dust. Pity the bones by the undetermined river as if they were in a springtime dream. The crowd was silent when the poem came out. It did not have a heroic fervor, but only the cruelty and ruthlessness of the war. Pity that the white bones by the river is tired, but how many women in the boudoir day and night miss the person? Hua Xiaoping and the others looked at Shang Huayan, and they realized that Shang Huayan still hadn't let go of this matter. How many robes have been thrown into the wilderness, but they have not been able to put their former brothers into the ground? It was a night of great drunkenness. The residents of Anning City, who had just experienced the Han army knocking on their door, were most deeply touched. At the same time, these 2 poems, too, flew into the pass and spread to the north and south of the Yangtze River. The phrase "poor bones by the wooding river, still a deep dreamer," speaks of endless longing and heartache. Writing about the cruelty and relentlessness of war resonates with a lot of people. Chapter 50, Husher County. October. The wind in the northern part of the country carries a cold breeze, like a bone-scraping cool knife. The battle at Anning Pass ended, and the Jinbei army at rejecting North Pass resisted the 300,000 Xiongnu army, not retreating for half a step, and still fighting bloody battles. The Qishan fortress was breached by an army led by the Right Honorable King of the Xiongnu, and 100,000 Xiongnu iron horsemen marched southward, crushing the land of Yan, Qi, and Dengzhou. The land of the 3 states fell, the women were snatched by the Xiongnu army, the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled were slaughtered in countless ways, and the able-bodied men were taken as slaves. A large number of refugees fled southward, and countless gold and silver treasures and food were snatched by the Han army, which could be described as devastating. The fall of the 3 states caused the world of Wei to be in an uproar. Countless literati and scholars have been cursing the courts in action, cursing the generals guarding the pass for their greed and fear of death. Jin Daorong, the general of the Qishan fortress garrison, was forced to be removed from his post by the world's long curses. The supervisory second prince did not expect the situation to be so serious, and the fall of the 3 states had put him under a great deal of public opinion and pressure as well. In desperation, the second prince could only give the order for Great General Li Holi to lead an army of 200,000 to the north to expel the Xiongnu. The second prince's biggest backer, Marquis Calendar, led 200,000 troops northward, making the Luojing dynasty even more treacherous, and the second prince gradually tired of dealing with it. Nowadays, in the entire Luojing of the Great Wei, princes, and ambitious people, they are fighting openly and secretly, and you and I are fighting each other. The changes in the capital had no small impact on the border. Yang Ye's application for a pension was delayed. Rejecting the North Pass Jinbei Ho's request for the court to send reinforcements was also put on hold. The Anning army, after the baptism of war, was still recruiting, training its army, and slowly recovering its vitality. On this day, a letter asking for help was delivered to Yang Yi. 200 miles to the west of Anning Pass, there is a county called Heshi. One of the most northwestern counties of the Great Wei dynasty, Heshi County to the northwest, is the Heshi grassland, formerly the Heshi prefecture of the Great Wei dynasty, which was robbed by the Rongdi clan, and the only remaining county town was named Heshi County. The letter in Yang Ye's hand was a request for help from Heshi County. Rongdi's 30,000 troops knocked at the pass. Heshi County's 2,000 defenders, half of whom had already died in battle, were now in danger, and Heshi County's magistrate requested the Anning army to send troops to support them. Yang Yi took the letter to the 5 benefit generals to read. The 5 benefactors looked at it and looked grave. It's really eventful. Sun Hao sighed. The entire northern realm was a beacon of fire, and there was no place of peace. The scouts came to report that the army of the left virtuous king retreated 20 kilometers and did not lead the troops back to the depths of the grassland, only to be afraid that the heart is not willing to my Anning Pass, still eyeing. Li Daoru opened his mouth and said, "The Anning Pass now, 80% or 90% of the new recruits. Once the left virtuous king makes a comeback, the pressure will only be greater. When the border army grandma does not love, uncle does not love, is the most difficult. On the one hand is the duty to defend the land, on the other hand is neglected by the imperial court to give up, retreat and cannot retreat, can only take the life of the death to defend. Nowadays, the Anning army is very dissatisfied with the court, and has quite a lot of complaints. You guys tell me what to do and who to send for reinforcements." Yang Yi looked at a few of his favorites.
Zhao Yangan and Sun Hao looked at me and I looked at you. They all had to stay at Anning Pass and could only send their men down.
But there are very few of their men who can stand alone.
Why don't we let that Sheng Huayan kid go? His strength is comparable to an innate. If he goes, I think he should be able to withstand the Rongdi tribe. After all, it's not a big Rongdi tribe. Sun Hao opened his mouth and proposed. Among the group of lieutenants, Sheng Huayan was now the strongest, and he had some skill in leading troops to war. Not bad. I also recommend this Sheng Huayan. This kid is a good hand at fighting, and he is also a militant. Let him go. He will definitely be willing.
Zhao Yangan also nodded in agreement.
Since that's the case, we can only let him go through the motions, deploy the soldiers and replenish the men and horses under his command, so that he can immediately set off to support Hushi County.
Yang Yi also ordered immediately.
Soon, Sheng Huayan received military orders.
What? Letting our battalion reinforce Hushi County?
Sheng Huayan looked at the messenger and thought he had heard wrong. Their battalion only has 300 men, it hasn't been formed yet.
300 men to reinforce Hushi County? This is some kind of joke.
The general has ordered that troop transfers be prioritized to replenish your battalion so that you, Colonel Shang, will immediately set out with your troops to reinforce Hushi County.
The messenger spoke.
Sheng Huayan was relieved to hear that he had replenished their battalion. If he really let him bring a mere 300 men to reinforce him, what was the difference between that and sending him to his death? Immediately, he ordered a rally, and the 300 soldiers under his command quickly assembled.
Colonel, urgent assembly, is there a battle?
Gui Zhaoping inquired. Not bad, there is a military order. Hushi County is being attacked by the Rongdi army. General Yang Yi ordered my department to go and reinforce them. Sheng Huayan said in a loud voice.
Captain, sure the military order is correct?
Hu Bing's face was filled with skepticism.
Their battalion has only 300 men. How can they go for reinforcements? There's no mistake, another 1,700 will be added to our battalion.
Sheng Huayan explained. After hearing Sheng Huayan's explanation, the crowd was able to solve the doubts in their hearts.
Depart!
Sheng Huayan led his team to the schoolyard, where Yang Yi had already assembled his troops, 2,000 horses and 1,700 soldiers.
Reporting to the general, our department has been ordered to assemble.
Sheng Huai came to Yang Yi. The two of them, Sun Hao and Zhao Yangan, stood behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked at Sheng Huayan. Now Hushi County is in an emergency. I'll give you 2,000 soldiers to replenish. You take 2,000 riders and quickly rush to reinforce. We can't let Rongdi break through Hushi County and go south. Can you do it? Swear to defend the territory to the death and expel the enemy invaders. Sheng Huayan said loudly.
Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Yang Yi smiled and nodded. Mount up.
Sheng Huayan ordered immediately. 2,000 men had mounted their horses, and Sheng Huai held the battle flag and waved it forward.
Depart!
With 2,000 horsemen, he set out at once without stopping. 2,000 iron cavalry, hordes of them sailed out of Anning Pass and sped towards Hushi County. Watching Sheng Huayan set off with his troops, Yang Yi watched the group go away. Now that several of the benefactor generals and he were unable to leave Anning Pass, he had no choice but to leave the hope of reinforcing Hushi County to Sheng Huayan. They also wanted to see if Sheng Huayan could perform a miracle. It was a desperate move, they just couldn't get their elite troops to reinforce Hushi County. With an army of 30,000 Rongdi, there are bound to be innate powerhouses. For Sheng Huayan, it was a challenge. Moreover, there were 1,700 additional recruits that had not been trained to work together at all, and Sheng Huayan himself was filled with apprehension. But Hushi County cannot be saved. Once the Rongdi people are allowed to break through Hushi County, Yangzhou will also face the Rongdi Iron Horsemen. If the Rongdi launched an attack towards the back of the Anning Pass, in conjunction with the Xiongnu army, this would be even more deadly. Hushi County City, at this moment, the 4 city gates are tightly closed, and the Rongdi army is approaching the city. Last night, the Rongdi army made a tentative attack, sending only 2,000 men to attack the city, causing the city's defenders to lose more than 500 men. In order to call for help, the magistrate and the garrison lieutenant doubled the casualties. Today the Rongdi army continued to attack, and the 3,000 Rongdi army kept attacking the city. The soldiers defending the city resisted tenaciously, and stones and gold meters, etc., were continuously poured down to stop the Rongdi army from attacking the city. The magistrates and lieutenants of Hushi County were all armed with swords and went up to the city wall to kill the enemy. With the magistrate and the lieutenant leading the way, the 2,000 county soldiers of Hushi County did not flinch and fought bravely to kill the enemy. At the magistrate's call, the city's aspiring and forceful martial artists also took to the city walls to help defend the enemy. Generals, hold back, soon the reinforcements from the Ning army will arrive, victory will definitely be ours.
Magistrate Chen shouted loudly to boost his morale.
The Rongdi's 30,000-strong army invaded, and without reinforcements, they simply couldn't hold down the fort. Looking at the stubbornly resisting Wei troops on the city wall, the corners of Yu Danjun's mouth revealed a teasing smile, as if they were teasing their prey. "My lord, why don't we just press on with our army, take this Hushi County, and loot all the possessions?" An old man on the side spoke up. "Uncle Fresh Judas, there is no pleasure in treating the prey and killing it with one blow, we have to enjoy the process of chasing the prey. It's like now, we have to enjoy the way people resisting and then slowly turning into despair, we have to enjoy their desperate expressions so that we can feel a sense of conquest." Yu Danjun smiled and opened his mouth. They were the Xianyu tribe of the Rongdi clan, a large tribe of the Rongdi clan, occupying the grasslands west of the river. This time, the army is also the Yudan army. This prince of the Xianyu department wanted to take the opportunity to come and fight the autumn wind, leading 30,000 troops southward to attack the Hushi County. Seeing Yu Danjun say this, Fresh Judas did not open his mouth anymore. Otherwise, with this garrison of Hushi County, he, an innate powerhouse, could have taken down Hushi County with a single strike. "Men, send another 3,000 men to press on. I want to make these Wei people feel what is called despair." Yu Danjun continued to order again. Chapter 51, The Soldier of God Descends from Heaven. Yu Danjun, the young prince of the Xianyu tribe, gave the order, and the Rongdi soldiers of his ministry, another 3,000 of them, joined in the attack on the city. Watching the Rongdi army send out another 3,000 men to attack the city, Hushi County Magistrate Chen Tianhua and Hushi County Lieutenant Wu Chang felt a sudden increase in pressure. Fortunately, the city's high walls are thick enough to withstand the cavalry of the Rongdi tribe, and the Rongdi cavalry can only change to infantry to attack the city, greatly cutting down the advantage of the Rongdi army. Rongdi, Xiangnu and other grassland peoples, the most good at riding and shooting, cavalry is their strong point. Relative to the siege of the city, Rongdi army is not good at it. Want to attack the city, you can only take the soldiers to fill. The high and mighty nobles would not care about the lives of ordinary people, and these ordinary Rongdi soldiers were no different from cannon fodder. Wu Cheng commanded his soldiers to keep on defending the enemy, and Chen Tianhua, the county magistrate scholar, also carried his sword to kill the enemy. Even though he is a scholar, he dares to kill the enemy with his 3-foot blade, which greatly enhances the morale of the soldiers defending the city. "Hold on, reinforcements are on their way. Once they arrive, we will definitely be able to repel the Rongdi enemy army." Wu Cheng slashed and killed a Rongdi enemy army that climbed up the city wall, constantly boosting his morale. 500 men were sacrificed defending the city yesterday, and today there are only 1,500 defending the city, plus the city's stalwarts and men-at-arms. But the Rongdi army that attacked the city today was 5,000 or 6,000 strong. 4 or 5 times more than them. Even if they relied on the city walls, they wouldn't be able to hold it for long. Although he was constantly boosting his morale, Wu Chang was very bottomless in his heart. He knew that Ning Pass had been in a month-long battle with the Xiongnu enemy, and was afraid that he was not able to come up with too many soldiers to reinforce them now. Saying that reinforcements were coming was just a thought for the soldiers defending the city. As for this Hushi County, can it be defended? Wu Cheng's heart is completely bottomless. The Rongdi army attacked the city until noon, and the defenders resisted tenaciously, not allowing the Rongdi army to attack the city walls. The garrison of Hushi County, however, was more than half dead or wounded. There were only 700 soldiers left, and many of them were still wounded. The two men, School Lieutenant Wu Chang and County Magistrate Chen Tianhua, looked grave. Do they still hold out past today? The two didn't know, and in their own minds, they didn't have an answer. On the other side, Sheng Huayan was galloping his horse with his generals. Those 1,007 supplementary soldiers Sheng Huayan divided into 2 teams, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bingtu, each leading a team of 1,000 men. The veterans of the martial master realm in the ranks, he directly appointed as uncle chiefs, martial artists as pawn chiefs, and seasoned veterans as sure chiefs and wu chiefs. He believed that with 300 veterans leading this new team, it would not fall apart at the touch of a button. It's October in the north, and the leaves and grass are already yellowing. On the yellow leafy road, a team of cavalry was galloping, the sunlight poured down, the fallen leaves seemed to dance like butterflies. Such a beautiful view, Sheng Huayan and the others, however, did not have the time to appreciate it. Hiya! Drive! Leading his men at a gallop, without stopping at all, he flew towards Hushi County. Rescue was like putting out a fire. Perhaps if they went one step slower, Hushi County would be overrun by the Rongdi army, and even if they went to Hushi County, it would be meaningless. The cavalry was as swift as the wind, the flags were fluttering, and on the general's flag, a large word Shang was written. This meant that Sheng Huayan was the main general of this unit. At noon, after resting for a while and eating lunch, the Rongdi army began to attack the city again. Brothers, defend the enemy! Hushi County School Captain Wu Chang shouted. More than 700 generals and several hundred of the county's constables, stalwarts, and men-at-arms took up arms in their hands and began to meet the enemy. Woohoo! The attacking horns of the Rongdi army sounded, and many of the city's residents were terrified. Some of the rich and noble families were busy packing their belongings and preparing to flee to the pass once the city broke down. Going to a siege battle? I'm sorry, but they are rich lords, not ordinary pariahs with no thought or obligation to guard the city. The city is broken, gentlemen. The county magistrates are fighting on the city wall to kill the enemy. Do you dare to join hands with the 3-foot sword in your hands and join me on the city wall to kill the enemy? A scholar said loudly. But make the dragon city flying general in. Do not teach the slave horse to Anshan. Anning past that Shang young general, also a scholar, he dared to fight bravely to kill the enemy to serve the country. We can also. A scholar immediately said. Strong ambition to hunger for the meat of the Hu captives, laughing about thirst for the blood of the Huns, the Rongdi dares to violate my way, although we are readers, but we also know a little bit of boxing. Let's go, get on the wall and kill the enemy. A group of scholars, carrying 3-foot blades, then went up to the city wall. There are hot-blooded scholars, naturally there are those who are greedy and afraid of death, some timid scholars, merchants, and rich lords, all of them are packing up their things, ready to escape at any time. Most of those who dared to go up to the walls to defend themselves against the enemy were peddlers, whose homes were here, and where in the world could they go? Kill. Smash these sons of Es Rondi. Stone, wood, gold juice, the sword of tetanus, and the knife of tetanus were all weapons against the Rondi attacking army. Drink the great excitement of the laborers. One of the folk picked up the boiling hot golden juice and poured it over the Rondi's head. Ah! The hot gold juice into the rain, instantly scalded many Rongdi people fell from the ladder. The shouts and screams were in a row. This is the battlefield, there is only blood and swords, life and death. Brother Jean. Song Sung Man's eyes were filled with grief and hatred when he saw his former best friend killed. Kill. As soon as he cut down one Rongdi soldier with his sword, he was surrounded by 2 more Rongdi soldiers. The Rongdi army attacked like fire, and the defending generals continued to fall in battle. Chen Tianhua, those scholars, stalwarts, and folk, their clothes and faces were all stained with blood at the moment. Wu Chang, a late Hotian lieutenant, was also facing a siege from 2 Rongdi Hotian powerhouses at the moment. Riverside County, at stake. Fighting desperately and bloodily until the afternoon, the defenders on the wall of Hashi County had only 300 men. Lord Magistrate, when will our reinforcements arrive? A surviving scholar with a blood-stained green shirt asked. It's almost here, let's hold on and defend. County Magistrate Chen opened his mouth and said. Captain, hold on, you can't die. A Bo Chang kept shaking Wu Chang's torso. Wu Chang fought and killed 2 Rongdi Hotian martial artists by himself, and his own county was seriously injured and dying. In the Rongdi army, looking at the stubbornly resisting Wei defenders, the Yudan army put away its teasing smile. He did not see trepidation or despair on the faces of these Wei people. Instead, we see the fortitude to fight to the death. Is this the great Wei that father spoke of? The bones are indeed hard enough. Yudan Jun said slowly. Deadly defense until now, the Wei people have not taken a step back and abandoned the city. Send another 3,000 men and take down Hashi County. Yudan Jun put away his playful mentality. No wonder his father said that Wei was a formidable foe with hard enough bones. Wei, which can defend itself against the 2-step overlords of Xiongnu and Rongdi, is truly not to be underestimated. Yes, little prince. The Freshu clan, among the Rongdi, is considered a royal, great clan. Therefore, Yudan's army was able to lead an army of 30,000 men southward to attack Hashi County. Seeing that the Rongdi army had sent another 3,000 men to join the siege, a hint of despair appeared in the eyes of County Magistrate Chen. Wu Chang is seriously injured and dying, not knowing whether he will live or die, and now in Hashi County, he is the only one with the highest position. But even so, Chen Tianhua did not take half a step back, nor did he have any thoughts of escaping. He is the magistrate of Riverside County, only magistrates who die in battle, not those who run away. He didn't know if there had been one before, and he didn't know if there would be one afterward. But he will never take a step back. He, Chen Tianhua, has his own bones. Gentlemen, we may not be able to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Are you afraid of dying? Chen Tianhua said in a loud voice. All the soldiers on the walls looked at him. No fear. The Indian scum. 18 years later is a good man again, afraid of the egg, him to death. Yeah, him. The remnants of the generals, each one of them looking death in the eye, were not afraid or sad at the moment, but instead laughed out loud. Good, all of you are warriors, all of you are good men of my great way. Chen is proud to fight with you. Now, I, together with you and others, will go to our country and vow to fight the Indian Rong to the end in blood. Chen Tianhua raised the long sword in his hand, looking death in the eye. At this moment, Chen Tianhua looked not at all like a scholar or county magistrate, but rather like a Confucian general.
Blood to the end. Blood to the end.
The people on the walls, all of them, not a single one of them retreated. They had already held the determination to live and die together with Hushi County.
Incompetent rant.
Looking at the shouts that erupted from the city walls, Yu Danjun said indifferently,
"This Hushi County is already in his pocket.
Today, with my 9-foot body, I will repay the nation's favor."
Magistrate Chen's essence shone at this moment, and his aura rose violently.
Kill. The army of Rondi came in like a tidal wave, and it was raging. Hushi County was already unable to stop this wave of Rondi's army, and the county fell, but in a matter of moments.
Chen Tianhua glanced in the direction of Anning Pass. They finally did not wait for reinforcements.
Kill.
How much farther is it from Hushi County?
Shang Huayan, who was galloping on horseback, inquired. School captain, this place is still 10 miles away from Hushi County town.
Guo Zhaoping replied. Order the generals to speed up.
The iron horsemen were like a rolling torrent, constantly running, with their flags fluttering, like a huge python surging.
They took very few breaks along the way. If it weren't for the fact that the horses couldn't take it, they wouldn't even bring a break.
10 miles for a cavalryman is but a quarter of an hour to get there. Wang Wu, who was sent out to scout the enemy, soon returned with 2 scouts.
How is the situation? Shang Huayan asked as he looked at Wang Wu.
Reporting to the school captain, the Rondi army is still attacking the city, and Hushi County is already in danger.
Wang Wu gasped and replied.
He is galloping back wildly. That Hushi County city wall, already only 200 or 300 remnants of soldiers in the dead. Hold on. Full speed ahead, we can't let the Rondi break through the Hushi County city gates.
Shang Huayan shouted and sped up his march.
Guo Zhaoping, take 500 soldiers and go into the city to help defend the enemy on the walls. The others follow me.
Yes, Colonel. You and others follow me. Guo Zhaoping immediately ordered 5 bob teams of 500 men to follow him in the direction of the city. Shang Huayan led 1,500 horsemen and charged straight into the enemy camp.
The sound of the hooves of the wildly running horses rumbled and rumbled, traveling out so far that it was difficult to hide them at all. Riverside County Wall. Good sons of Wei, follow me to kill the enemy. If there is an afterlife, we will surely drink together. Chen Tianhua led the remnants of the army, constantly pouncing on the enemies attacking the city walls.
Little prince, there are enemy riders. Wei's reinforcements have arrived.
The Rondi scouts quickly came to report.
How many people are there? Yu Danjun asked immediately. 1,500 horsemen. 1,500 horsemen, and they want to come and save Hushi County? It's too late.
Yu Danjun smiled faintly, not putting Wei's 1,500 cavalry in the slightest. If it was a cavalry match, he was confident that the Rondi cavalry was invincible and could crush the Wei cavalry. Send 2,000 cavalry to exterminate these 1,500 riders for me.
Yu Danjun said at once.
Yes. A 2,000 horsemen from the Rondi army quickly left, heading towards Shang Huayan's ministry. Soon, one of the soldiers on the city wall saw the Great Wei army flag in the distance.
Magistrate, look.
A soldier excitedly pointed in the direction of Shang Huayan's department.
What's wrong? Reinforcements, my Wei reinforcements have arrived.
The soldier shouted happily with a cry under his breath. When the crowd heard this, they looked over, and on the distant horizon, the banner of the Great Wei army waving in the wind, a cavalry came quickly.
Reinforcements, our reinforcements have arrived.
The remnants of the soldiers and generals on the city walls erupted into shouts of joy.
They finally held out until reinforcements arrived.
Kill.
Guo Zhaoping led 500 soldiers and took the lead to enter the city and kill the city wall.
Kill. The vast shouts of killing were like heavenly music, reaching the ears of Magistrate Chen and the others.
Ha ha ha.
Saved. 2 lines of hot tears fell from Chen Tianhua and he sat down on the ground at once. He had long since exhausted himself and was supported entirely by a surge of breath. Shang Huayan's ministry, like a divine warrior, saved the building from falling, allowing the remaining soldiers in Hushi County to ignite the hope of life. Chapter 52 Great Battle Against the Rondi Army, in 8. Guo Zhaoping led his army to kill the city wall and took over the defense of the city.
Retire and rest, now my department will guard the city against the enemy. Guo Zhaoping said loudly to Magistrate Chen and the others. We can still kill the enemy.
Many soldiers refused. They were now still able to carry their swords and kill the enemy. Looking at these 200 to 300 remnants of the army with almost everyone wounded, Guo Zhaoping sighed. Killing the enemy and defending the city was the belief of these people.
Seeing this, he did not forcefully order the men.
There was Guo Zhaoping who arrived with 500 men and temporarily held off the Rondi's attacking troops. Shang Huayan led the cavalry and intended to directly impact the Rongdi army from the rear, dispersing the Rongdi army. But the Rongdi scouts had spotted them early, and the Yudon army sent 2,000 Rongdi cavalry to eliminate them. Both sides of the cavalry, met in the wilderness plains, directly pull open formation, began to charge to kill. There were no unnecessary words. The Rongdi cavalry wanted to destroy Shang Huayan's ministry, and Shang Huayan's ministry wanted to decimate these 2,000 Rongdi cavalry. Kill! The cavalry of both sides, with their iron riders rolling and their battle flags hunting, directly charged up. Shang Huayan, holding his iron spear, stared at this Rongdi cavalry general and killed him.
Overlord's spear technique, Wild Dragon.
The iron spear in his hand resembled a ferocious wild dragon, killing the Rongdi cavalry general. That Rongdi cavalry general was shocked in his eyes when he saw Shang Huayan's powerful and courageous attack. He had thought that the general of the Great Way's 1,500 cavalry wouldn't be that strong, but he didn't know that the general of this cavalry was Shang Huayan. Xian Yufei erupted with all his strength, waving the long spear in his hand to resist.
Bang!
With one move, fresh Yufei flew out backwards and died with his organs cracked. How could a mere late-stage Hotian martial artist be able to receive a single move from Shang Huayan? A gunshot. The Rongdi general, Shang Huayan, opened up a killing spree, the king of the gun method, like a life-threatening phantom. A shot of iron gun kill through the Rongdi cavalry formation. Kill! Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haidai followed him, also charging into the enemy cavalry formation like a tiger. With Shang Huayan in the front leading the charge and chiseling the formation, the 1,500,000 horsemen were as powerful as rainbows, directly smashing this Rongdi cavalry. In just one charge, the Rongdi cavalry was annihilated without a single survivor. Shang Huayan alone decapitated 300 to 400 Rongdi cavalry. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and others. The strength is not weak. In the case of the gap between the enemy and our advantage is not very large, directly is the crushing trend. The main reason was that Shang Huayan was too strong. His strength was comparable to that of an innate powerhouse, and he killed the Rongdi cavalry general with a single move, directly deciding the winner of the battle. Iron and blood fury filled the air, the ground was full of corpses, and the soldiers under Shang Huayan's command, inevitably, also suffered deaths, falling into dozens of riders. After all, many of them were new recruits, not strong enough in horsemanship or strength, and death in battle could not be avoided. Shang Huayan continued to lead his men in the charge and did not stop. It's not good, little prince, the cavalry we sent out was all but wiped out by a single charge from the Wei cavalry. The scouts watching the battle came to report in a panic. What? Yu Danjun rose from his tiger seat with a miso. What did you say? He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and Yu Danjun thought it was ridiculous. Rongdi 2,000 cavalry, but was destroyed by the Wei people 1,500 horsemen. Could it be that the one who came was Wei's real ace cavalry unit? The enemy general was too strong. Captain Xian Yufei was cut down on horseback by the enemy general in a single glance, and then our cavalry was slaughtered. The scout reported back. Why don't I lead the team to exterminate this cavalry? Fresh Judas spoke up. He was an innate martial artist who was close to protecting the Dan army, and no matter how strong the Wei general was, he thought that he wouldn't be an innate. When sending troops to attack Heshi County, the detail has already probed the good news that nowadays the Wei dynasty is unstable, and the garrison of Anning Pass has fought with Xiongnu, so they can't take much strength to reinforce Heshi County. That's why they dared to attack Heshi County with 30,000 troops. Then please trouble Uncle Xianyu to bring 3,000 cavalry to exterminate the last hope of Heshi County. Yu Danjun nodded. For this expedition, he had brought 3 innate martial artists with him, a force that was enough to destroy Heshi County. Yes, little prince. Fresh Judas led 3,000 cavalry, and then killed towards Shang Huayan's ministry. Sensing the aura of an innate powerhouse, Shang Huayan took his troops and turned around to run, not touching the other party at all. One chase, one run, and it's a long way out. It wasn't that Shang Huayan didn't dare to face that innate powerhouse, but the gap between these 1,500 riders under his ministry and the Rongdi's 3,000 iron horsemen was a bit large. Hard contact casualties will be heavy. Fresh Judas led 3,000 cavalry and chased after Shang Huayan's division. In his opinion, this way cavalry can be destroyed with the turn of a hand. Instead, Shang Huayan wanted to lure this hungry wolf out. There were 3 innate powerhouses in the Rongdi army. Even if he broke through the innate now, he would not be able to deal with them very well. After luring one of them out, they could be split up and killed. That was what Shang Huayan thought. At this moment, in order to kill this innate enemy, Shang Huayan no longer hid and directly added points to raise his cultivation. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, Houghton Limit Plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra Minor, Mang Nyo Jin Minor, Plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique Major, Deduction, Overlord's Gun Technique Minor. Strength, 35,000 pounds. Talent, Marksman. Kill value, 9450.
Before, he had 8,200 kill points, and now he had 9,300 kill points. Just now, when he killed a 2,000-man Rongdi cavalry, he decimated more than 300 and 400 people, gaining 1,250 points of kill value. He didn't hesitate and directly added points to boost, consuming 1,000 killing values. A powerful force surged up, surging through his body and beginning to strengthen his flesh and bones. It was a force that came stronger and more ferocious than usual. Shang Huayan didn't expect that breaking through from the Hotian limit to the innate realm would consume 1,000 killing values instead of 500 killing values. Powerful strength erupted within him, quickly raising his realm to the innate realm. His flesh, blood, bones, sinews, and true essence were all constantly metamorphosing. Innate, from the back to the front, from the mortal to the holy, transcendent, reversing the innate. This was an essential metamorphosis, stepping into the innate realm and shedding the acquired mortal body, which was the beginning of the true martial way. The true essence in his body also metamorphosed into the innate true essence. His physique grew several times stronger, and his chi and blood were thick and exuberant like a dragon. This metamorphosis was very special, as if it had shed its mortal body. Hu Bing and the others looked at the changing aura on Shang Huayan's body with shocked expressions. Is this getting stronger? Feeling the wisps of innate chi, they were not calm in their hearts. This could all be running while advancing to the innate realm? It was like they had seen something unbelievable. Shang Huayan had broken through the innate realm with ease. It's as simple as eating and drinking away. The shock of this scene, to them, was tremendous. Shang Huayan silently sensed and experienced the changes brought about by breaking through the innate realm. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early innate plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra minor, Mang Nyo Jin minor, plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique major, Deduction, Overlord's Gun Technique minor. Strength, 45,000 pounds. Talent, Marksman. Kill value, 8450. Cultivation, breaking through the early stage of innate, strength enhanced to 45,000 pounds. This level of strength was already comparable to a martial arts powerhouse of the Great Circle of Innate. At the same time, there was also a change in the innate true essence, and the blood chi and body were not a fraction of a second stronger than the Hotian realm. If he in the Hotian realm had chi and blood like a dragon, then right now it was chi and blood like a wolf's smoke. The physique was also incredibly strong, the blood chi was exuberant, and every inch of flesh and blood cells were filled with power. At the same time, the innate true essence could be externally released, greatly enhancing the killing power and strength. These were the changes brought about by his breakthrough to innate. Chapter 53, Beheading a Rongdi Innate Powerhouse. Raising his cultivation to the innate realm, Shang Huayan couldn't help but want to let out a long roar at this moment. Breaking through the innate realm was like breaking a layer of shackles in the body, more able to feel the aura of heaven and earth, and the speed of gulping down the aura of heaven and earth was also faster. Cultivation breaks through the innate realm to be considered a true martial arts powerhouse, and he now, too, barely has a few moments of self-preservation. Breaking through the innate realm, Shang Huayan's mouth smiled. The Rongdi innate powerhouse behind them was still chasing them, so it seemed that there was already a way to take their deaths. When the distance was far enough, Shang Huayan steered his horse to a stop. The soldiers of the ministry also stopped and followed him. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and the others were very excited at the moment. They knew that it was time to start fighting back, and being chased really put them off. Now that Shang Huayan had broken through the innate realm, it was time for them to strike back. They also wanted to know just how strong Shang Huai, who had broken through the innate realm, was. After all, this school lieutenant of theirs, when he was in the Hotian realm, he was able to rival an innate powerhouse and was invincible in the Hotian realm, and now that he had broken through to the innate powerhouse, they didn't know how powerful he would be. The generals, standing on their horses, stood behind him, quietly watching the Rongdi army coming after them. Looking at the Wei cavalry in front of him who were no longer fleeing, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Xian Yu's mouth. Is this resignation? Sons, follow me to kill the enemy. Fresh Judas bellowed and led the 3,000 cavalry to charge. Shang Huayan merely raised the iron spear in his hand. You guys wait on the sidelines, after I kill that innate powerhouse, you guys will charge and surround those 3,000 cavalrymen. With that said, he leapt his horse and charged. Shang Huayan had a long spear in his hand, his innate true chi condensed, and the iron spear became golden and radiant, blooming with golden light. At this moment, it was as if the lance had truly transformed into a golden dragon, and his entire person also began to surge with true chi, blossoming with golden light like a blazing sun. Fresh Judas looked at the innate true chi that suddenly rose from Shang Huayan's body and instantly reacted that this person was an innate powerhouse. No wonder he was able to easily defeat 2,000 Rongdi cavalrymen. Those 2,000 people didn't die for nothing. The corner of Fresh Judas' mouth smiled, luring him out. It couldn't be that he wanted to decapitate him, could it? He could only be described as naive. Looking at the aura on Shang Huayan's body, he should have just broken through the innate realm not long ago. He, on the other hand, was a veteran innate at the peak of the mid-innate stage, and with enough chance, he would be able to break through to the late innate stage realm. Want to kill him? It's a dream. Fresh Judas was also not willing to show weakness. His innate true chi erupted and he rushed up with his halberd in hand. The two leapt from their horses, briefly stepping into the air and blasting their way over. Shang Huayan was directly a vertical chop, the Overlord's gun technique 1000 June. With the force of 1,000 pounds, the force is unstoppable. The reddish halberd in Fresh Judas' hand carried a piece of flaming true chi and also slashed at Shang Huayan. Boom! The lance and halberd collided in the air, and the light flashed like thunder, deafening the ears. The terrifying true chi boiled like a tidal wave, and the moisture in the air was vaporized. The Rongdi army charging in the rear were all shocked by the terrifying innate true chi and didn't dare to charge forward. The true chi fluctuations of an innate powerhouse engaging in battle could decimate an ordinary martial artist. With one hard hit, Fresh Judas realized that something was wrong. That strong and terrifying power, too much stronger than him, a terrifying power that shook his figure and sent him flying backwards. The blood chi and true essence in the body were all almost shaken apart, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shifted. That strike just now did not look at all like a martial artist at the early stage of the innate stage had struck, but rather like a late stage of the innate stage or a great circle powerhouse striking with all their might. Overlord's spear technique, Wild Dragon. Shang Huayan waved his lance like a golden dragon to kill, breaking through the innate. This Fresh Judas is his best companion. Fighting against it would allow him to quickly adapt to the power after breaking through the innate. Looking at Shang Huayan, who was killing strongly, Xian Judas could only deal with it with all his might. He had thought that it was an opponent that could be held, but he had not thought that it was a strong person who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Bang bang bang! The two of them fought, and the terrifying true chi swept up sand and dust like a gale. From afar, it looked like a gold and a red light were fighting. That terrifying aura made Hu Bing and the others only able to watch from afar. No wonder Shang Huayan would let them wait and charge in. Now, following the charge, the aftermath of a great battle between innate powerhouses would be able to shock and kill quite a few people with low cultivation levels. When an innate powerhouse fought, sometimes it was hard to take into account the people next to them around them. The school captain is so strong. Tang Yunshan spoke up. As soon as he had broken through, he was so powerful that he was completely suppressing that innate powerhouse from Rongdi. Say, School Captain Shang wouldn't be the reincarnation of that old monster, right? This cultivation speed, it's too fast. Hai Day muttered. I've never seen such a fast cultivation speed. I'm afraid that those Sacred Ground sect's first-degree pro-disciples are only comparable to school lieutenants. Hu Bing opened his mouth. A 17-year-old innate martial artist had only been heard of in a few holy clans. What were they doing when they were 17? He was still beating and refining his body, and had just stepped into the martial apprentice realm, I think. Looking at Shang Huayan's mighty and powerful figure, Hu Bing was envious and wondered if he had the chance to break through the innate realm. After all, breaking through the Hotian realm was all still relying on the 4th order realm breaking pill. Breaking through the innate, currently he didn't dare to think about it. Boom! A very long crack was made in the ground as the gun slashed down. Fresh Judas at this moment is the more the battle, the more shocked. In front of this youth, the power is too strong. He experienced the innate metamorphosis of the body. This will be shot to crack and bleed. It was clear that he was only in the early innate stage, but it was as if he was facing an innate great circle powerhouse. Overlord's spear technique, set the river and mountain. Shang Huayan made another shot. His long spear was like a mane, and his might covered the world. Boom! Fresh Judas fought with all his might to resist, but it was still hard to resist, and he was shot through his left shoulder. The innate body that had been cultivated to the point where it was difficult to penetrate swords and spears was now drenched in blood. If he had known how powerful Shang Huayan was, he would never have volunteered to lead his troops to come and kill Shang Huayan's ministry. Now he wanted to escape, but he was pestered by Shang Huayan and couldn't get away at all. Overlord's spear technique, zap the kidneys. A shot was lodged in the waist of Fresh Judas, making a hole, and the blood flowed. If Yang Yi had been there, he would have had to whip Shang Huayan. Is there such a move in the Overlord's spear technique? Deception is too much. If you want to kill, why insult people? Fresh Judas looked at the hole in his waist and said in Wei language. Can't fight and can't run. Being used as a chaperone, Fresh Judas felt that he was already bad enough, and now he was also stabbed with a kidney. Slip of the hand. Shang Huayan didn't want to, but just suddenly his hand slipped, and he stabbed at the other party's waist. Slip your mother. Fresh Judas slashed his halberd in anger. But it was easily blocked by Shang Huayan, and between the two, there was not only a gap between their strengths. Shang Huayan's blood, flesh, and body were all far superior to Fresh Judas. After breaking through the innate realm, he felt that he was fully capable of battling a strong innate great circle.
Against Fresh Judas, he was only using the other party to practice and familiarize himself with the power of the innate realm.
Never mind, the power is almost familiar, so let's send you to your return. Shang Huayan no longer delayed, intending to kill this Rongdi innate powerhouse with a single strike. Overlord Spear Technique, Heavenly Flame Prairie Fire.
One shot out, the momentum is like heavenly fire, prairie fire unceasingly. Fresh Judas looked at his heart, which had been churned up by a shot, and bled from the corners of his mouth as he slowly collapsed. This shot, he simply cannot block. If there is a chance, he killed will not come to chase Shang Huayan, lost his life for nothing.
Brothers, follow me and kill.
Seeing Shang Huayan decapitate the Rongdi innate powerhouse, Hu Bing immediately ordered and led the cavalry to charge. When the Rongdi cavalrymen saw Fresh Judas, an innate powerhouse, die in battle, they turned and spurred their horses to run, and the entire cavalry formation was in disarray. After killing Fresh Judas, an innate powerhouse, Shang Huayan harvested 70 points of kill value. He didn't bother about Fresh Judas being a corpse, but took a step and leapt onto his horse, charging his horse and chasing after the Rongdi cavalry. Those ordinary Rongdi cavalrymen were the big head of the source of kill value, and as long as they killed enough of them, they would be able to harvest countless kill values. Only 70 points of kill value had been harvested from beheading Fresh Judas, an innate martial artist, which was merely the equivalent of him beheading 70 ordinary soldiers at the early stage of martial discipleship. The Rongdi cavalry formation was in chaos. These Rongdi soldiers, frightened by Shang Huayan, an innate powerhouse, only fled. Shang Huayan immediately led his men to chase and kill them, as if they were chasing a lamb, without much resistance at all. The Rongdi cavalry left behind more than 2,400 and 500 corpses, and less than 500 or so ran fast enough to escape the pursuit. In this case, whoever runs slow dies. After another victory, the eyes of those newly replenished soldiers who looked at Shang Huayan began to become worshipful as well.
The entire cavalry team, with their essence metamorphosed, no longer looked like a new cavalry.
Leave some of your men behind to gather the war horses, the rest follow me.
Shang Huayan immediately shouted. Chapter 54 Killing an Innate with an Arrow.
50 horsemen were left behind to collect the Rongdi war horses. Shang Huayan led his men and continued to go and hold back the Rongdi army to ease the Rongdi army's attack on Hushi County. The Rongdi cavalry, who had fled back, panicked.
It's not good, little prince, it's not good. What's going on? What happened?
Enemy army, there are strong men in the enemy army. Fresh Judas died in battle. The soldier who fled back said in horror.
What?
Yu Danjun stood up from the tiger skin seat once again, his face full of shock. Fresh Judas was a mid-advanced stage powerhouse. If you wanted to turn Fresh Judas, you had to be at least a peak late advanced stage powerhouse to do it, right? And Fresh Judas was his personal guard, and he died in battle? Yu Danjun was a bit unable to accept it for a while. Looking at the 500 remnants of the army that fled back, Yu Danjun was in a bit of a trance. Little prince, the one who can decapitate old brother Fresh Judas is feared to be an innate great circle. We have to prepare to retreat in a hurry.
Judas Lin opened his mouth with a gloomy expression.
He was one of the 3 innate powerhouses on this trip, so he naturally knew the strength of Fresh Judas, the peak of the middle innate stage, and it would be difficult for an ordinary late innate powerhouse to cut him down. Even if he couldn't win, escaping was no problem at all. And now that Fresh Judas had died in battle, it only proved that Fresh Judas, a middle innate powerhouse, couldn't even run away. Yu Danjun was shocked in his heart after hearing this. Innate great circle, they have no one here to stop them. Even if it is an army of 20,000, it is difficult to stop an innate great circle powerhouse from charging with his troops.
Rumble.
In the distance, in the wilderness, there was a loud rumbling of horses' hooves.
Not good, that powerful person has brought troops to kill. Judas Lin sensed a strong aura.
Picking his eyes, a blood chi wolf smoke rose and rolled in. The powerful blood chi made him tremble.
Another innate powerhouse also saw the blood chi wolf smoke.
Such a terrifying blood chi, it's at least an innate great circle. Maybe it's about to break through to the sect master.
Retreat, retreat quickly. Yu Danjun shouted. He couldn't imagine why the Anning army would send a powerful innate great circle to support him. Yu Danjun took his men and ran, completely ignoring those soldiers still attacking the city.
Shang Huayan saw that the Rongdi army was going to run, so his heart became a little anxious. Where would he go to harvest the kill value after running away?
Hiya!
Immediately, he accelerated his speed to catch up and see if he could leave behind a part of the Rongdi army. The Rongdi army that was still attacking the city suddenly heard the retreating horn and was uncertain. They were about to take the Hushi County. Upon turning around, I realized that the army was retreating and appeared to be running away. The Rongdi soldiers who attacked the city panicked and gave up attacking the city, and the Rongdi soldiers who attacked the city wall couldn't even run away if they wanted to. Once the subsequent Rongdi soldiers attacking the city ran away, the Rongdi soldiers on the city wall were isolated and had no choice but to be decimated. Guo Xiaoping, County Magistrate Chen, and the others on the city wall could not help but shout when they saw the Rongdi army retreating. Retreating, the Rongdi army is retreating. We won the fight, we won the fight. Ha ha ha. Don't run away, Rongdi dog thief, your grandfather hasn't killed enough yet. A Jianghu big man spat out a mouthful of blood and said, don't try to be brave, a little more of the Rongdi army and we'll all die here. Another Jianghu man spoke up. Ah, generals, we won. Magistrate Chen couldn't help but laugh as well. Winning. On the city walls, there was a cheer, full of joy after the victory. Guo Xiaoping looked outside the city as Captain Sheng Huaiyan led the army to charge and kill towards the Rongdi army. Military Captain Guo, that general, is that Captain Sheng? County Magistrate Chen inquired as he stood beside Guo Xiaoping. Guo Xiaoping nodded and said, not bad, that one is our Lord School Captain. Such a fierce general, no wonder he was able to make a poem with such a grandiose ambition as to hunger for the meat of the Hu captives and laugh about thirsting for the blood of the Huns. Magistrate Chen exclaimed. Although he was a scholar and was appointed to the post of magistrate of Hashi County, he could not compose such magnificent verses. The arrival of Sheng Huaiyan at the head of his army had stabilized the situation, and now he was even causing the Rongdi army to retreat. Although they didn't know why the Rongdi army had suddenly retreated. Sheng Huaiyan saw that he couldn't catch up with the Rongdi army, so he could only take out his bow and arrow, and don't forget, he was still a divine archer. Directly breath-locking an innate powerhouse, he strung an arrow and drew his bow, instilling all of his innate true chi into the arrow, his essence coalescing as one. An arrow was fired, and those on the city walls saw a brilliant light shoot towards the Rongdi army. The radiant arrow light, like a meteor, carried a terrifying killing power and broke through the air. This is divine archer? Magistrate Chen looked at the radiant arrow in shock. Although godly archers were rare, it didn't mean he hadn't seen them. There were too few people who specialized in archery, and even fewer who could cultivate to godly archers. He didn't expect that Sheng Huaiyan was still a divine archer. Not bad, our school captain is a divine archer. Guo Xiaoping nodded with a smile. When a divine archer strikes, the target will surely die unless the opponent's realm is higher than the divine archer's and breaks it with powerful force. And with this arrow shot by Sheng Huaiyan, unless it was a strong sect master who made the move, he would surely die. An innate powerhouse could not block this supreme arrow of his, and even an innate great circle powerhouse would have to pay a small price if they wanted to block it. In the Rongdi army, Party Kuan was terrified in his heart. He felt that he was being stared at by a great terror, as if there was a patriarchal powerhouse staring at him. He had just broken through the innate not long ago, so naturally he was chosen by Sheng Huaiyan, the arrow that locked onto him. When Party Kuan turned around, he saw a terrifying light shooting towards him. It's over. Party Kuan's complexion changed greatly. There was no way to avoid it, there was no way to dodge it. This was the arrow shot by the divine archer. What's wrong? The other innate powerhouse, Judlin, looked back and instantly his scalp went numb. This was a sure kill arrow shot by an innate realm divine archer, taking a horrifying killing intent and might to coalesce an arrow. If it was locked onto him, he would also surely die. Run! Jiren grabbed Yu Danjun, the little prince, and desperately tried to escape first. I can't imagine that innate powerhouse of Wei is still a divine archer, and he is going to die here even if he doesn't run. Ah! Dang Kuan roared, his expression was maniacal. There was no way to escape, there was no way to avoid, so he burned his essence blood and forcefully fought against this arrow, fighting for himself to have a slight chance of surviving. Boom! The shield condensed by blood chi and innate astral energy was directly penetrated, and an arrow was shot into his chest, nailing Dang Kuan to the ground, his blood staining the ground red. The surrounding Rongdi cavalrymen were killed by the powerful innate true chi that lifted off a dozen people and shattered their internal organs. Seeing the innate powerhouse being killed by an arrow, the other Rongdi soldiers were terrified and fled even faster. Judlin is even more desperate to run, disliking the horse running slowly. He is directly running true chi, carrying Yu Danjun flying. When Yu Danjun saw that Party Kuan was killed by an arrow, his entire body froze, broken by fear. If he was locked by this arrow, he would only be a dead man. On the city wall, Magistrate Chen and the others stood high, clearly seeing that terrifying and stunning arrow that killed an innate powerhouse, shocked beyond measure. First, innate? Magistrate Chen couldn't even speak properly. Guo Xiaoping is also turning over inside at the moment, shocked beyond measure. The school captain Sheng Huaiyan broke through the innate? How long has it been? Sheng Huaiyan felt that the kill value had increased by 60 kill points, so he knew that the innate powerhouse had been killed by one of his arrows, and that it should have been an early innate stage. After all, he had locked on to the weaker of the two innate powerhouses. After killing an innate powerhouse with one arrow, Sheng Huaiyan's consumption was not small. After all, he didn't take a shot at the other innate powerhouse when he was depleting his essence. Seeing that he couldn't catch up with the Rongdi army, Sheng Huaiyan set his sights on the Rongdi men who had retreated by attacking the city walls, which numbered in the thousands. Don't do anything, just surround those Rongdi people, don't grab heads with me. Shang Huayan said to his soldiers. Hu Bing and the others could not believe their ears. The school captain Shang Huayan even told them not to grab the head? Chapter 55 Stationed in Husher County. Now that he had raised his cultivation to the innate realm, he could, all by himself, cut down those thousands of Rongdi soldiers, which was a great opportunity. The Rongdi army ran away, leaving these 1,000 slow-running Rongdi soldiers. Shang Huayan naturally wanted to harvest a wave of kill value to quickly raise his cultivation level. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and the others, when they heard Shang Huayan tell them not to grab the heads and just surround the people, although they didn't know why Shang Huayan didn't let them grab the heads, the crowd did as they were told, and when the cavalry rushed up, they blocked the way of these more than 1,000 Rongdi soldiers. Shang Huayan rushed into this crowd of abandoned Rongdi soldiers and went on a killing spree, the lance in his hand continuously reaping the lives of the Rongdi soldiers, and the kill value kept going up. Seeing Shang Huayan continuously killing like a god of killing, many Rongdi soldiers dropped their weapons and ran. Resistance? An innate powerhouse, a bunch of martial arts disciples, what could the martial artists take to fight back? The Rongdi soldiers who dropped their weapons and fled were driven back by Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and the others. Shang Huayan swept out his gun, the golden true chi was like a blade on, instantly cutting down a dozen or so Rongdi soldiers, each strike taking away the lives of a dozen or two Rongdi soldiers. A layer of blood devil chi, also condensed on his body, resembling a layer of blood red mist, shrouded outside the golden astral aura, setting him off like a god or a devil. Many Rongdi soldiers were shocked and fell to their knees, their mouths shouting for mercy and surrender. But Shang Huayan couldn't understand it at all, and these more than 1,000 Rongdi soldiers were cut down by him without leaving a single captive. Looking at Shang Huayan's such a great killing nature, Wang Wu and the others were frightened by the killing aura on Shang Huayan's body. Lord School Captain, it's not going to be the way of killing, is it? Wang Wu swallowed his saliva. Who would dare to believe this? Lord Lieutenant used to be a scholar. Hu Bing also couldn't help his eyelids jumping. Readers are so ruthless when it comes to killing people, they don't even blink. That's thousands of Rongdi soldiers, just slaughtered cleanly without batting an eye. The ground was full of corpses, blood was flowing. Shang Huayan wiped the blood on his face, the iron gun in his hand, dripping blood. More than 1,000 Rongdi soldiers provided him with 3,467 kill points. With regards to beheading these foreign Rongdi soldiers, Shang Huayan did not have the slightest burden in his heart. A glance at the golden curtain of light. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, early innate plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra minor, Mang Nyo Jin minor, plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique major, Deduction, Overlord's Gun Technique minor. Strength, 45,000 pounds. Talent, Marksman. Kill value, 13717. System upgradable plus. Looking at the kill value of over 10,000, the corners of Shang Huayan's mouth were crooked with a smile that was harder to suppress than even AK. Today, in one day, he had killed more than 2,000 Rongdi enemy troops by himself, and his kill value was all but unprecedentedly abundant. Meanwhile, finally, we're seeing a change in this Goldfinger again. The system is upgradable. Is this going to be upgraded to the T1 version? Is it currently a T0 version? The corner of Shang Huayan's mouth grinned a bit. Does this still have the ability to play with upgraded and updated versions? But why is it showing that it can be upgraded after the kill value exceeds 10,000? Does it mean that you have to consume 10,000 kill values before you can be upgraded? Shang Huayan said that what level to upgrade, the current T0 version he felt quite good to use, do not need to upgrade. Setting aside the research for the moment, Shang Huayan led the army and began to enter the city. County Magistrate Chen and Guo Xiaoping, among others, had already opened the city gates and should receive them into the city. As for the corpses outside the city, the horses, the supplies that the Rongdi army couldn't take away in time to escape, etc., naturally someone will deal with them, and it doesn't need Shang Huayan to worry about them. Greetings General Shang. On behalf of all the people of the entire Hushi County, I would like to thank General Shang for his assistance in repelling the Rongdi army and saving the entire Hushi County. Magistrate Chen cupped his fists and bent over to sincerely thank him. This is the grace of living. He should represent the people of Hushi County and pay a bow to Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan didn't stop it either, but only spoke, "This is the duty of soldiers of my generation, there is no need to be like this." He could afford this great gift, and if the people who came this time did not have innate cultivation, they would not be able to save Hushi County at all. Shang Huayan led his men into the city and was warmly greeted by the people of Hushi County, who would have fallen under the iron horse of the Rongdi people if Shang Huayan had not led his army to defeat the Rongdi army. Looked at the city streets on both sides of the enthusiastic people, Shang Huayan feel very deeply, fresh clothes and angry horses, the sword and armor, guarding a side of the peace, this is the general, this is the military. Amidst the cheers of the people, Shang Huayan's department was taken to the barracks by the Chen magistrate. Now the army in the city of Hushi County, almost all casualties, only more than 200 remnants of the army Shanghhuayan Department, will temporarily take over the task of garrison defense. General Shang, for the time being, please ask your troops to rest here. I will receive your troops to celebrate in the evening, and General Shang, I will report your merits to the court and claim credit for you. Magistrate Chen said to Shang Huanian. Looking at Shang Huayan in front of him, that young face, already quite majestic and heroic, when it is an enviable young general. Alright, County Magistrate Chen, you go and get busy, my department will take over the city defense for now. Shang Huayan nodded and said. Now that there are no more soldiers in Hushi County, he can only take over the defense of this county, and the war has just ended. Many things need to be dealt with by the Magistrate Chen, the chief official. Then I'll have a few drinks with the general at night. Magistrate Chen cupped his fists and retired. Pacifying the people, compassionately treating fallen soldiers, arranging for people to dispose of corpses, and other things all needed to be handled by Magistrate Chen. Shang Huayan's department suffered 200 casualties, and the fallen generals could only be buried in this Hushi County, while the wounded ones were sent for treatment. After taking over the city defense, Shang Huayan didn't stay idle. He had Wang Wu lead the scouts to check if the Rongdi army had really retreated, and had Guo Xiaoping lead 500 men to take over the north city wall, and Tang Yunshan lead 100 men to take over the south city gate. Let Haidai lead 100 soldiers to patrol the city, deterring the curfew and maintaining the stability of Hushi County. When Magistrate Chen saw how powerful Shang Huayan was, he played it safe and petitioned the court and the garrison of Anning Pass to let Shang Huayan defend the whole of Hushi. Shang Huayan would be patrolling the camps for wounded soldiers and was not yet aware of Magistrate Chen's intentions. In the wounded battalion, there were wounded soldiers from his department and county soldiers from Riverside County. Colonel. General. The wounded soldiers all greeted Shang Huayan. Generals, receive treatment at ease. I will ask County Magistrate Chen to find more doctors to treat you. I hope that you get better as soon as possible and we can kill the enemy together again. Shang Huayan encouraged. After pacifying the wounded soldiers, Shang Huayan saw another man lying on the ground, dressed in the attire of a lieutenant's clothes. And this is? Back to the general, this is our school captain Wu Chang, who wrestled and killed 2 Rongdi Hotian powerhouses in a forceful battle, and was himself seriously injured and dying. A wounded soldier spoke up. It turned out to be the lieutenant of Hushi County. No wonder he didn't see it, so he was dying. Shang Huayan took out a collection of healing pills, broke open Wu Chang's mouth, and fed it down. As for whether or not he could come back to life, it depended on this Wu Chang's destiny. After inspecting the wounded battalion, Shang Huayan came back to look at the captured warhorses. There were more than 3,000 intact warhorses, together with their 2,000 warhorses, 5,000 warhorses, enough to form 5,000 cavalry. But this is only what Shang Huayan misses. Now he is just a lieutenant only. He can only command 2,000 soldiers and horses. In the evening, a woodpile was burning in the barracks, and Magistrate Chen got a lot of meat and wine to entertain Shang Huayan's department. Magistrate Chen, there will be no more wine. Let's all take tea with wine and just eat and drink well. Shang Huayan wouldn't let his men drink. Now that the battle had just ended, he must not be careless. It's me who was confused. That wine will be drunk next time and everyone will eat meat. Magistrate Chen immediately made amends. It seems that Shang Huayan is different from the others. When he wins a battle, he celebrates with a big feast to celebrate. General Shang, the soldiers of our county have been crippled, so until the imperial court sends troops, please worry about them. Magistrate Chen raised tea instead of wine to honor Shang Huayan. This is my duty. Shang Huayan nodded. How could he have known that Magistrate Chen was hitting on him and wanted to keep him here? I heard that General Shang used to be a scholar, so why did he abandon the literature and join the military again? County Magistrate Chen inquired. Shang Huayan took a look at this County Magistrate Chen, 25-6 years old, quite young. Young to become a county magistrate position, think either have talent or family dynasty someone. Since I was a child, I aspired to a military life, conquering foreigners. Studying was just a request from my father, and after my father died, I joined the military. Shang Huayan opened his eyes and said nonsense. The corner of Wang Wu's mouth twitched as he listened. If he hadn't known that Shang Huayan was a stalwart who had been captured in a chaotic manner, he would have really believed it. General Shang is an innate powerhouse at such a young age. His future will be unlimited. County Magistrate Chen touted. Such a young innate powerhouse was something he had only heard of before, not seen. There. The two chatted and familiarized themselves with each other. This treat's celebration banquet was simple. It was just meat and soup and meat, and Shang Huayan didn't allow alcohol. For the next few days, Shang Huayan was training his army. After all, he now had 1,500 new recruits under his command, and he couldn't improve his combat power without training. And Magistrate Chen was busy with the aftermath of the battle and other tasks.
On this day, Sheng Huayan received an order from General Yang Yi, telling him to temporarily guard Hushi County and not to rush back.
Sheng Huayan didn't think much about it. Wang Wu took the scouts to inspect, and the Rongdi army did retreat, indicating that next, Hushi County was able to calm down for a while.
Chapter 56, Heavy Snow.
On days when there was no fighting, Sheng Huayan took his men and desperately refined, getting up in the morning and practicing the military martial art of Mang Niujin. In the afternoon, we practiced horsemanship, archery, cavalry cooperation in combat, and military formations. Now that he was considered a general of an army, it was natural for him to train his men and improve his combat strength.
In order to keep Sheng Huayan's department, Chen Magistrate never lacks food, so that Sheng Huayan's subordinates eat well and have strength to practice.
Recruiting some soldiers from the county and demobilizing those with minor injuries, Sheng Huayan's force, in numbers, was replenished to 2,000 men. At the same time, Sheng Huayan also asked the Chen Magistrate to order the recruitment of 1,000 county soldiers as a reserve, and the Chen Magistrate agreed, recruiting 1,000 folk into the county soldiers series and handing them over to Sheng Huayan for training. After the Rongdi army retreated, it did not continue to bring troops to take revenge for a whole half-month. In mid-October, it snowed heavily in Riverside County. Goosefeather-like snow drifted, and overnight, this northwestern border became a snow-white world. The snow was knee-deep, and the sky and earth were white with snow. When it snows heavily, the temperature is naturally plummeting in cold. Looking at the snowy white sky and earth, Sheng Huayan stood on the city gate building and looked at the snowy scene. After the snow, this border county, only ushered in the real quiet snow cover, the Rongdi army wants to go south or difficult, naturally, is unable to launch an attack on Hushi County. The entire northern border was covered in ice and snow, and on this side of a Ning Pass, the Han army completely retreated back into the depths of the steppe, and peace came to a Ning Pass. Outside the rebel North Pass, the Xiongnu army of 300,000 could not take the city of rebel North, so they diverted to the Qishan fortress to enter the pass, and the 400,000 Xiongnu army occupied the land of Yan, Qi, and Dengzhou. In the 3 states, 1 out of 10 of Wei's people were slaughtered and taken as slaves by the Xiongnu army. The ones that ran away fled to the interior states and counties, and these 3 states were completely ruined, and if they wanted to recover, it would be difficult without 100 years. Qishan Fortress garrison General Jin Daorong, the second prince, was not saved after all, was escorted to the prison for questioning. The Xiongnu's 400,000-strong army, and the Liho's 200,000-strong army, fought in these 3 states, with the Liho being held in check, and one of the second prince's biggest backers being restricted to the 3 northern states. The other princes in the court began to press on and started to attack the second prince. The Wei dynasty, in the midst of chaos. It was snowing heavily, and Sheng Huayan didn't let his men rest. He sent his army out to help shovel the snow in the city, and after shoveling the snow, he left the training of his men to Guozhaoping and Hubei. He himself ran off to get a drink with Magistrate Chen. This can be bitter. Guozhaoping and Hubei, this snowy day, cannot rest even if, but also lead the troops to train. Although they were Hotian martial artists with rolling blood qi, naturally they weren't afraid of the cold, but they also wanted to go drinking. The 2 of them, Sheng Huayan and Magistrate Chen, were cooking wine around a tea stove. "Ai, this snowy day, I don't know how many people are going to freeze to death." County Magistrate Chen spoke with sorrow. "Let's hope that the people have prepared enough firewood to get through this snow." Sheng Huangyan said there was nothing he could do now. The world outside the city was blanketed in snow, and he wasn't a god, he couldn't do anything to keep the people from freezing to death. Can there be enough food, so that there is no starvation of the people? Other than the few villages that were sacked by Rongdi, the other villages and towns, there is not much of a problem. County Magistrate Chen didn't dare to boast. The people under his rule were rich, but without encountering natural or man-made disasters, there was not much of a starvation situation. Does the court have any news on when it will send soldiers and generals to guard Hushi County? Sheng Huayan couldn't help but inquire. It's been 10 days and half a month, and there's no movement at all. He is the Yanning army, not the county soldiers of Hushi County, and he has been guarding a county town. What is this called? Magistrate Chen looked at Sheng Huayan and thought, no good, this guy wants to run. So he hastened to speak. In wait, the court has not yet responded. Sheng Huayan does not understand the Wei Dynasty Hall, naturally do not know that now the Wei Dynasty Hall in order to fight for the throne, the princes have been fighting in the water, who cares about a small border county lieutenant arrangements. Even the 3 states of Yan, Xi and Dang, which fell to the Xiongnu's iron cavalry, the imperial court only allowed Li Ho to lead an army of 200,000 to fend them off. Chen Magistrate as a county chief official, more or less understanding of the court, these things, a moment, is not resolved. 2 people around the tea stove to cook wine. Chen Magistrate, this person is also a clean official. Dancing girls do not keep 2, maids are not a few, cooking wine are 2 people to cook their own hands. Brother Chen is from Yingchuan? Sheng Huayan inquired curiously. The Yingchuan Chen clan is a large clan, and the sons and daughters of the Yingchuan Chen clan are spread throughout the Great Wei. Sort of one of the branches, it's been separated for a long time.
Chen Tianhua said.
Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to this remote county on the border to be the county magistrate.
Sheng Huayan nodded. The clan is considered a powerful force. This Chen magistrate is considered to be Yingchuan Chen's origin. I think the future will not always stay in this border county.
Originally, Sheng Huayan wanted to trust Chen magistrate to find a relationship and contact the clan to help him get some pills, but it was only a side branch, so Sheng Huayan gave up. Martial cultivation, originally very consuming resources, either good talent or sufficient resources, or else they can only rely on their own slow practice. Cultivation speed is slow as a snail. He had wanted to get some elixirs for his men to cultivate and enhance their strength, but it seemed that he could only think of another way.
Why, what is General Sheng asking about this for? Magistrate Chen would not believe that Sheng Huayan was asking for no reason.
I want to get some pills for my men to cultivate.
Sheng Huayan didn't hide anything and said directly.
Magistrate Chen shook his head and said, difficult, pills are seldom put up for sale except for the occasional sale on the black market. Pills are monopolized by the imperial court, the great families and clans, and very little flows to the people. General Sheng probably doesn't know that this elixir, only the Dao sect can refine it. So many forces are staring at the elixir that the Dao sect has exiled, it's almost impossible for you to find a channel to purchase the elixir. After listening to the words of County Magistrate Chen, Sheng Huayan realized how hard it was to obtain the pills. No wonder Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing were both so excited to see the 4th grade boundary-breaking pill.
Among the Taoist sects, which one has the best alchemy technique? Sheng Huayan inquired.
Seeing that Sheng Huayan was not dead, Chen Magistrate opened his mouth and said, among the Taoist sects, the best alchemy technology belongs to the Burning Spirit Mountain Dan sect, and 80% of the pills under the Wei dynasty are out of the Burning Spirit Mountain Dan sect.
Dan clan?
Sheng Huayan memorized the name in his heart. Slowly, the more you learn about the world, the deeper it feels. Wei is not the master of the world. Next to the Big Li, the Big Xin, 2 dynasties occupy the territory not less than the Big Wei.
And there are not a few Taoist and demonic sects in the world. Wu Dao is just one type of cultivation system.
Sheng Huayan liked to drink with Magistrate Chen, that is, he could slowly learn more about this world from Magistrate Chen. Wanting to buy the elixir through the Chen Magistrate to find connections, this line is broken. Sheng Huayan can only think of a way later. In the evening, in the city of Hushi County, the most lively is the Smoke and Willow House. In the evening, rich gentlemen and noble lords come to Smoke and Willow House in 2s and 3s to drink flowery wine.
The land of smoke and willows is most lively at night.
In the evening, Chen Magistrate invited Sheng Huayan to come and drink flower wine with him, and under the hospitality, Sheng Huayan could only follow him. For the first time in so many days, he had come to the Smoky Willow House in the city of Hushi County. The two also did not cover up, strutting to the Smoke and Willow House in this world to visit the greenhouse to drink flowers and wine, a very normal thing. Why need to cover up?
Yo, County Magistrate Chen, rare and honored guest.
The Smoky Willow House pimp's eyes lit up at the sight of Magistrate Chen.
This young lord is so handsome, I wonder where his honored guest is? Sheng Huayan went out today and wore his regular clothes, so this pimp naturally couldn't recognize him. This is General Sheng. Magistrate Chen introduced. General Sheng, that's Sheng.
General Sheng, honored guest, for General Sheng to be able to come to our Smoke and Willow House, it's a splendor. Quick please, both of you. The old bod smiled very warmly and personally brought the two of them up to the VIP compartment on the 2nd floor. Then he hurriedly went to call the head flower girl of Smoky Willow House and came down to receive Magistrate Chen and Sheng Huayan. Miss Qin, quick, County Magistrate Chen and General Sheng are here, hurry and follow me to entertain the honored guests.
General Sheng?
A cold and coquettish voice came from the building. General Sheng Huayan, saved the day by leading his army to come in time to repel the Rongdi army and save Hushi County. Hushi County, not seen Sheng Huayan quite a lot, have not heard of his name is not.
Chapter 57, Xin Yao.
From the boudoir came out a red-clothed silhouette with a graceful, concave, and convex figure. Black hair like a waterfall falling on the shoulder, absolutely beautiful face of the city, cold with a charm. Xin Yao walked in a graceful manner, her red dress dragging the ground like a fairy coming out of a painting.
Hurry up, my little ancestor, alas, don't let the two adults wait for a long time.
Looking at the unhurried Xin Yao, the pimp was in a hurry. This flower girl, heard from the capital a month ago to where this Smoke and Willow building when the head of the card, with the world's face and beautiful dance, fascinated by the Hushi County countless noble lords fascinated. People willing to pay 10,000 gold to spend the night with them have been turned down. The pimp brought Xin Yao to the cubicle where Magistrate Chen and Sheng Huayan were.
Two nobles, Miss Xin Yao is here.
Xin Yao, good daughter, you must treat the two honored guests well. After the pimp finished speaking, he left with a smile on his face.
Make the room available to Magistrate Chen and the others.
This is Fairy Qiniao. It's true that the reputation is not as good as the first sight. Her face is absolutely stunning. Today I got a glimpse of her. If I had known that the girl is so beautiful, I should have come earlier.
Chen Magistrate's eyes were glowing, staring at Qiniao and praising her.
Shang Huayan glanced at the Chen Magistrate. I can't imagine that you, who looks like a decent gentleman model scholar, is a yen dog. Magistrate Chen was dressed in white, with an air of elegance, and his white face looked righteous, but now he was seen through by Shang Huayan.
This guy is pretending. This will be revealed when he sees the absolute beauty.
Lord Magistrate, Lord General salute, concubine Qiniao. Thank you Lord Magistrate for your compliments. Qiniao Qian body salute, with a hint of a smile on her absolutely beautiful face. There would be 10,000 kinds of flavor flowing. Between those charming eyes, there seems to be a light that seduces the soul. Chen Magistrate looked dumbfounded for a moment. In this world, how can there be such a beautiful woman?
Ahem. Shang Huayan couldn't look at it anymore and coughed twice, which pulled Magistrate Chen's god back.
Just like this has been staring at others to let's see. Shang Huais are looking embarrassed up. How is to say, we are all readers, cannot give the readers to lose face. Returning to his senses, Magistrate Chen realized that he had been rude, and was so embarrassed that he picked up his wine glass and drank to cover it up.
Miss Qiniao, please take a seat.
Shang Huayan said as he looked at Qiniao with a big smile. He felt that this Qiniao girl was very beautiful, so beautiful that it was a bit unreal, and although he couldn't help but look at her a few more times, it was only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eyes and so much more. Definitely didn't look at it more than once. Shang Huayan dared to guarantee it with his honor.
Yes, Fairy Qiniao, please take a seat. Magistrate Chen also enthusiastically followed. This even changed the title to Fairy Concubine thanks the two adults.
Qiniao sat across from Shang Huayan and sized him up. The aura of Shang Huayan's body, which was the most rigid and masculine, made her a little afraid to get close to it, but she was also very enamored with it. Qiniao's heart was very contradictory. This teenager in front of her was surprisingly deeply attracted to him, but also gave her a very dangerous feeling. Heh, it seems like our county magistrate, this is liking Miss Qiniao.
Shang Huayan smiled.
This guy, Chen Tianhua, was looking at Qiniao with eyes that were almost drawn. Is this love at first sight? Who? Nonsense, I didn't. General Shang, don't mistake people for green and white. Magistrate Chen hurriedly explained.
Lord General is joking.
How honorable is the county magistrate's status? How could he look at a concubine's broken body?
Qiniao picked up the wine pot and poured wine for Magistrate Chen.
Miss Qiniao, this isn't some broken flower, but a heavenly fairy falling to mortal dust.
Shang Huayan smiled.
This woman with a hint of flirtation in her coolness could afford to be the head flower girl. No wonder she could charm so many men. Even Magistrate Chen, a man with a righteous body, was a bit mesmerized by the first meeting. Many thanks for the compliments, General. My concubine toasts to General. Qiniao's white and slender fingers, holding the wine cup, looked at Shang Huayan with a gaze like water. Shang Huayan also raised his glass and secretly said in his heart, this is not a demon, I'm afraid, that soft eyes, who can eat It can mesmerize a person in minutes. I've heard that General Shang is quite talented and has unrivaled poetry. Can you compose a poem for my concubine? Qiniao's eyes were like water, looking at Shang Huayan with affection. A sight of the Chen magistrate to see the taste. He also looks very handsome, also can compose poetry. Why Qiniao always look at Shang Huayan, this guy The girl has flattered me, I just know a little. Shang Huayan sweated. He was just a copy carrier. Those poems were the crystallization of the old ancestors' talents. Where is Miss Qiniao? I want to see Miss Qiniao and have him drink with me. Officer Zhang shouted loudly. Mr. Zhang, don't shout, Miss Qiniao is accompanying the guest, we can't afford to disturb the guest.
The pimp hurriedly pulled at Mr. Zhang.
He was afraid that Mr. Zhang might have bumped into the nobleman.
Nobleman? How noble? Am I, Zhang Xian, not a nobleman? Zhang Xian said loudly. I'm afraid that this Zhang warrantor is drunk, daring to yell like this. Don't you know that Miss Qiniao is accompanying His Excellency the Prefecture and General Shang? Someone spoke up. Hey, you can tell he's drunk just by looking at his face, which is as red as a monkey's ass. If he spoils the good things of Lord Magistrate and Lord General, his young family is afraid that he won't be able to stay in this hushy county. The person who was watching the fun opened his mouth and said, Elder Zhang, Miss Qiniao is accompanying His Excellency the Prefecture and General Shang for a drink. Are you sure you want to make a scene? The pimp spoke with an ugly face. What? Mr. Zhang's wine instantly sobered up for the most part, and he didn't dare to yell at the top of his lungs. Although his young family was a great rich family in Hushi County, it was still far from the two most honorable people in Hushi County. Magistrate Chen is the chief official of a county managing a county's land, and Shang Huayan is the general of the city guard, with 2,000 proud soldiers and fierce generals under his command. Who dares to offend?
Knowing that Miss Qin Yao was accompanying Magistrate Chen and General Shang, Mr. Zhang ran away in disgrace. Shang Huayan and Magistrate Chen behind the screen on the second floor naturally saw the situation on the first floor, but neither of them bothered to count. General Shang, if a beauty invites you, you should compose one. If a beauty invites me to compose a poem, I'll compose 10 on the spot.
Magistrate Chen spoke up. Shang Huayan looked at Chen. Magistrate, this girl how to become a licking dog to go?
This Qin Yao girl in front of me, so charming that she made the Chen magistrate fall for her, and she fell under the garnet skirt after only meeting her once? Come, Chin brother, you come. I'm sure Fairy Qin Yao appreciates Chin brother's talent. What's 10 poems? Stingy, Lord Chen, make him 100.
Shang Huayan said as he looked at Magistrate Chen. Good lord, this is a real lickspittle in seconds. Haven't you ever heard of a lickspittle that didn't wear out its welcome? Nah, that I have no inspiration today. Magistrate Chen said with a few moments of embarrassment.
Shang Huayan blankly glanced at this guy Chen Tianhua, the presumptuous guy.
Your Excellency General, is my body not worthy of a poem?
If you can compose a poem for my slave, I will spend the night with you tonight.
Qin Yao's lips slightly bit, extremely seductive. Magistrate Chen expressed envy and jealousy.
Looking at Qin Yao's seductive and incomparable appearance, Shang Huayan only felt that the blood in his body was surging, and it was hard to suppress it.
Is this woman a vixen? Surprisingly, she knows how to charm so well. That's fine, the fairy has invited me so much, so I'll send a poem. Shang Huayan doubted that if he didn't agree, this demonic spirit was going to jump into his arms to seduce him.
Seeing that Shang Huayan agreed, Qin Yao immediately went to get a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone.
Let me study the ink for General Shang. Magistrate Chen said in an attentive manner. Then I'm grateful. Qin Yao gave the inkstone to Magistrate Chen, and she personally laid out the paper for Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan looked at the ink research turned into Chen. Magistrate, hate to kick it off, want you to damn attentive.
After getting the pen, ink, paper and inkstone ready, Shang Huayan began to write the poem.
No, it's moving poetry.
How can you call it copying when it's a reader's thing?
Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces, spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick.
If I hadn't seen it at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yaodai. Chen Magistrate watched in a daze, his eyes lost in a trance, as if he saw a goddess of great beauty. That goddess transformed into the appearance of Qin Yao, beautiful and fragrant as the peony fairy under the spring breeze, and as if he saw on the Chuanyu Immortal Mountain, the fairy under the moon on the Yao Terrace. Qin Yao softly recited the verse, ripples spreading in her beautiful eyes. Was this describing him as a peerless fairy under the Yao Tai? Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces, spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. Where does the poetry sound? It seems to be the second floor. Chapter 58, Going to the Willow House without me, my feelings have faded. If I didn't see you at the top of the Jade Mountain, I'd meet you under the moon at the Yao Tai. The beautiful voice coupled with the song, the people on the first floor who drank and watched the dance seemed to see a goddess descending, petals falling, the moonlight shining, and on that Yao Tai, the goddess danced. Great poem, beautiful. Who made this poem? Great talent, amazing talent. Many scholars were overjoyed. This was a superior piece of work that could remain famous for thousands of years.
Pimp, who is in that elegant pavilion on the second floor?
Some people couldn't help but inquire, wanting to know whose hand such a superb masterpiece came from.
Noble guest, in that elegant pavilion are Lord Prefect and Lord General Shang.
The pimp's face was grinning to the back of his head. Such a world-class masterpiece in her Smoke and Willow building will be known throughout the world, then there will be countless literati come to her the Smoke and Willow building, shall not business explosion. Lord Prefecture and General Shang are inside, so who could have done it? After all, there were two people in the elegant pavilion. Who else could it be? I think it's the prefectural governor, who is a scholar. No, the prefectural honorable lord has never composed any poems, even though he is a scholar.
So you're saying it's General Shang?
It's bound to be General Shang. Don't forget, General Shang has 2 heirloom poems, and General Shang used to be a scholar. That is, General Shang's magnificent ambition to hunger for the meat of the Hu captives, laughingly talk about thirsting for the blood of the Huns, as well as the poor bones by the Wooding River, still a dreamer in the spring boudoir, are now spreading all over the Yangtze River in the north and the south, and such a masterpiece must have been undoubtedly made by General Shang. Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces, spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. If I hadn't seen it at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yaodai. Great poem, beautiful. Come drink and celebrate, when you see this poem, when you float. Not in vain, ha ha ha. Tonight the smoky Willow House was abuzz. Inside the second floor pavilion, Qin Yao looked at Shang Huayan's eyes, appeared to change, so talented, handsome appearance, plump godlike jade, but is a good choice for a good groom. Xin Yao admires General Shang's talent, and thanks to General Shang for composing this verse for my concubine, there is no way to repay him.
Shang Huan looked at Qin Yao. What does it mean to be promised for life?
I'll report it later. After pausing for a while, Qin Yao slowly spoke.
Fairy Qin Yao, next time you speak, don't pause and promise me, okay?
Shang Huan was speechless.
What is he to make of this later report? Good poem, good poem.
Magistrate Chen spoke excitedly.
Not bad, average.
Shang Huan said indifferently.
When these words came out, Magistrate Chen almost choked on his own saliva.
The pussy caught him off guard and almost flashed his back.
General Shang, it's easy to get eaten up when you speak well like that. Magistrate Chen looked at Shang Huan angrily. What do you mean by average? Sarcastically saying that he can't compose poems. You can't beat me. Shang Huan said disdainfully.
Chen magistrate fists clenched and unclenched in front of a good person cannot be abrupt, lost style, and endure him.
Xin Yao gave a shallow smile. This Shang Huan is so interesting.
This smile does not matter, but almost let the Chen magistrate was mesmerized. Shang Huan also heart cannot help but accelerate this Qin demon, but also too seductive and charming. If it wasn't for the fact that the cultivation of the Great Sun Heart Sutra couldn't break pure yang, today, what to say, but also to eat this seductive siren. This is really a smile back 100 charming, 6 palace powder no color.
Fairy Qin Yao is so beautiful, why did she fall into the dust? Shang Huan asked curiously. How could someone so stunningly beautiful be a windbag?
General Shang does not know. My concubine's father died at a young age and my mother remarried.
Xin Yao miserably began to talk about her life. Fairy's life is regrettable and pitiful.
County Magistrate Chen looked at Xin Yao's pitiful appearance, and an infinite desire for protection rose in his heart.
Shang Huan froze. Why was this line so familiar? It was like he'd heard it somewhere.
Tonight, let my slave serve General Shang to serve his bed. General Shang sent my slave such an unparalleled masterpiece. Xin Yao said as she looked at Shang Huan with autumn water in her eyes. Shang Huan wanted to agree very indisputably, just like when Wang Zuxian said to you with affection that she would stay tonight, who could say no to that? But he practiced the damned child's kung fu, and now he regretted it.
If God gives him another chance to choose. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity.
Fairy Qin Yao has misunderstood. I, Shang, am not that kind of person. I am composing a poem for the fairy only because I feel that this poem is a good match for the fairy. Shang Huan said with a righteous face. It's close to having the word decent man written in big letters on your head. Xin Yao looked at Shang Huan's such righteous words, a trace of color flashed in her eyes. She didn't know if what Shang Huan said was true or not. But from the beginning to the end, Shang Huan never indulged in her beauty, unlike other men who were mesmerized by the sight of her, with a piggish look, and couldn't wait to eat her on the spot. I see that Magistrate Chen is very fond of Fairy Qin Yao. Why don't we let Magistrate Chen spend the night with the girl? Shang Huan cursed himself for being damned. In the old days, there was Han Run letting the column, now there is he Shang Huan letting the girl. I really envy that surname Su. He can double cultivate to enhance his strength, and he's still happy as hell.
Yes, yes. Magistrate Chen immediately hurriedly nodded his head and said.
The way he looked at Shang Huan's eyes became kind, worthy of being a good brother. Looking at Qin Yao's eyes and face that were full of seduction, every move seemed to carry a seductive intent. Shang Huan felt a little overwhelmed, and after getting along, he was afraid that he would break his power. In order to stand at the top of the world in the future, Shang Huan could only get up and take his leave. Fairy Qin Yao, Magistrate Chen, I still have military affairs to attend to in my army, so I'll go back first. You guys have a good chat.
Shang Huan turned around and left. If he didn't leave, he really couldn't suppress his desire. This dead leprechaun is really killing people. Looking at Shang Huan excused to leave, Xin Yao cannot take Shang Huan's mind, really not charmed by her, the righteous man, or it shouldn't be impossible to lift.
On the contrary, County Magistrate Chen felt that Shang Huan was brotherly enough to spare such a beauty. Shang Huan went downstairs, and the boiling hot blood in his body only gradually calmed down. He glanced back at the second-floor elegant pavilion and thought to himself, I'm afraid this isn't a demoness, but it can even induce the blood in his body to involuntarily boil, and his heart constantly ignites an evil fire.
Yo, General Shang, are you leaving?
The pimp looked at Shang Huan and smiled.
Shang Huan nodded. General Shang.
Many people on the first floor saw Shang Huan and greeted him with a smile, and Shang Huan nodded with a smile. Leaving the Smoke and Willow House, Shang Huan headed toward the barracks, and this night's consumption will be handed over to Magistrate Chen.
Why did General Shang leave? Watching Shang Huan leave, doubts arose in many people's hearts. To make such a masterpiece, one should be stayed by immortal Qin Yao? Could it be that the poems were composed by the magistrate and that we all guessed wrong? I told you, such a masterpiece of the ages can only be made by a scholar with a Jinshi's pedigree like Prefectural Honorable Sir. After Shang Huayan left, Qin Yao looked at County Magistrate Chen. Compared to Shang Huayan, this County Magistrate Chen was far different, no matter if it was talent or cultivation. It's still a sample. Lord Chen, General Shang has left, are you still not leaving? Qin Yao's eyebrows were like water and her voice was cold and seductive. Ha! Oh, I'm leaving. Magistrate Chen got up and left. Walking out of the elegant pavilion, Magistrate Chen suddenly reacted. Wasn't he going to spend the night with Fairy Qin Yao? Why did he leave so obediently? It shouldn't. Aren't we going to get the girl tonight? Walking down the stairs, the crowd saw Magistrate Chen again. Yo, Prefectural Honor, are you leaving? Not playing a little longer? The pimp inquired. Magistrate Chen shook his head. No. Prefectural Honorable Sir, that poem just now, could it be composed by you? A person opened his mouth and asked. No. No? It was General Shang who made it. After saying this, Magistrate Chen walked out of the smoking willow building. After coming out and blowing the cold wind, Magistrate Chen instantly sobered up. What's wrong with me? I'm mesmerized? This Fairy Qin Yao wouldn't have learned a charm technique, right? Shame on you. This would be a real shame when I remembered how I had behaved in the accord. How could he, Chen Tianhua, a scholar with a righteous spirit, behave so badly in the face of a woman, like a licking dog that hadn't seen a woman for 300 years? The key was that Shang Huayan had let Qin Yao to him, and surprisingly felt too good that such a good thing had fallen on his head. Magistrate Chen couldn't help but shiver, to be laughed at by Shang Huayan. Truly a woeful demonic spirit, this place is evil, I won't dare to come next time. Magistrate Chen accelerated his steps to leave. Qin Yao took the poem Shang Huayan had composed and went back to her room on the 3rd floor. I didn't expect Wei to meet such a talented person in this remote area of the borderlands. Seemingly, the cultivation is quite profound. Shang Huayan came back to the barracks and met Wang Wu. Coming back so late, Brother Huayan. Wang Wu looked at Shang Huayan and spoke. Is old brother Wang Wu on duty tonight? Shang Huayan nodded. No, why do you have a rouge scent on you? Did you go to Smoky Willow House? Wang Wu was like a dog's nose, smelling Shang Huayan's body. There was a woman's scent. No, you're a dog, right? You can even smell this? Shang Huayan looked at Wang Wu in surprise. Good, Brother Huayan, you've learned bad. Go to Smoky Willow House without me, at the expense of us still being brothers from birth to death. The feelings have faded, it's no fun anymore. Wang Wu said with a look of wrong payment. No, you misunderstood, it was Magistrate Chen who invited me. Shang Huayan explained. I'm not listening. Chapter 59 Emperor's Collapse. After Shang Huayan returned to his residence, he began to cultivate. In order to pacify Wang Wu, he promised that he would take Wang Wu to Smoke Willow House to find Fairy Qin Yao next time, and only then did Wang Wu give up. At night, he continued to cultivate. The Great Sun Heart Sutra was running. The Great Sun was pure sun, he was like a blazing sun, the true qi and blood in his body boiled and burned. Also thanks to the predecessor is a poor scholar, will only study hard, no money to go to the greenhouse to dash, until now is still the body of pure yang. The Great Sun Heart Sutra was running, he was like a burning sun, his blood, bones, sinews and flesh were all being hammered and powerful, and his physique was slowly becoming stronger and tougher. Martial artists emphasize their body and blood qi, and all their strength comes from their blood qi body. Even with the golden finger, Shang Huayan still insisted on practicing every day, all for the sake of becoming stronger. He could endure abstinence in order to become strong. Just to become terribly strong. For the next few days, Shang Huayan didn't leave the barracks again, either practicing or cultivating. He didn't dare to go to Magistrate Chen. What if Magistrate Chen tempted him to go to Smoky Willow House again? The snow in the north, slowly melting, the first snowfall, passed quickly. Wang Wu waited and waited, but did not see Shang Huayan come to take him to the Smoke and Willow House, and waited for his eyes to be pierced. Shang Huayan looked at the golden curtain of light. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, innate great perfection. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra minor, Mang Nyo Jin minor, plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique major, Deduction, Overlord's Gun Technique minor. Strength, 85,000 kilograms. Talent, Marksman. Kill value, 4717. System upgradable. These days, Shang Huayan gradually and quietly raised his cultivation to the innate Great Circle. Single arm strength grew to a terrifying 85,000 kilograms, knowing that an ordinary innate great perfection martial artist would only have a single arm strength of 50,000 kilograms, while Shang Huayan had reached a terrifying 85,000 kilograms.
The early innate stage was raised to the mid-innate stage, consuming 2000 kill values, the mid-innate stage was raised to the late innate stage, consuming 3000 kill values, and the late innate stage was raised to the Great Circle, consuming 4000 kill values. Each step up increased by 1000 killing values, which made Sheng Huayan realize that the further back he went, the more killing values he consumed. Breaking through from the early stage of innate to the Great Circle of innate had consumed a total of 9000 kill values. I really don't know how terrifying it would be to break through to a grandmaster, a great grandmaster. If he hadn't been killing enemies in the border army in the opening game, he really didn't know if he could afford to raise this gold finger. Now after quietly breaking through the innate Great Circle, no one will know. Sheng Huayan he smiled in his heart, that ungrateful one messed with him, a slap to death. Now that he was facing a patriarchal powerhouse, he didn't have to face a celestial being as he did before. He's going to quietly get stronger and then amaze everyone. The Luojing of the Great Wei dynasty was prosperous and gathered the world's powerful nobles and the world's great wealth. The entire Luojing, opulent, brilliant to the extreme, 1000 years of ancient capital, prosperous to the extreme, inherited to the present, covers an area so vast that the naked eye can no longer see the head. Buildings, pavilions and temples, standing in different directions, the permanent population has reached a huge 3 million. The bustling dynastic capital was brightly lit. The second prince's residence. Second Prince Han Feiyu's eyes were grim. In recent times, his uncle Li Ho led 200,000 troops northward, and was dragged by the Xiongnu's 400,000 troops in the land of Yanqi's 3 states where he couldn't get out of the way. It made his power in Luojing go most of the way, and the other princes united with their ministers to constantly suppress him. These days, he was doing a very uneasy job as a supervisor. Your Highness, last night, Lord Wang, the Minister of War, went to the Crown Prince's residence. The secret agent under his command reported. This old piker, this prince has pulled him in countless times and he shrugged it off and refused. Is he now completely falling back on that big brother of mine? Anger rose in second Prince Han Feiyu's heart. He was only the supervisor now, the one most likely to sit on the throne. Where's that old piker, the minister of the household? A few days ago, the minister of the household, Mr. Zhuozhua, went to the third prince's residence. Fine, all fine. Han Feiyu laughed in exasperation. These court officials don't think highly of him, do they? Where did he fall short, Han Feiyu? Where's the left minister? The left minister still claims to be sick and recuperating at home, and has not gone out for many days. Right Minister Xia Yan supported the ninth prince, so there were not many important ministers in the court who supported the second prince. Is Zhu Qianqiu, the commander of the Xian Wei, still wavering? The left commander said that he only takes orders from the emperor. Ryoko. You guys made me do it, you made me do it. The second prince looked hideous. Informed the palace to prepare to strike. Second Prince Han Feiyu's voice echoed in the darkness as if it came from hell. He couldn't wait any longer. Yes. The secret agent disappeared like a phantom into the darkness. Men, send someone to get General Tang and General Chang to lead their troops into the capital. Take my warrant and go to the heavenly prison to release General Kim Du-young. Tell General Wei Wu to put the palace under lockdown. General Su and General Deng of the 5 cities military division have taken over the imperial city with their troops. Second Prince Han Feiyu intended to be fast and furious as he conveyed orders one by one. He intended to make the first move, looking at the resolute eyes of the second prince, those staff under his house, the followers, one by one, their eyes were fiery, excited and apprehensive. Once they succeed, they are all from the dragon's merit, and their future status will be too expensive to mention. Go, follow me into the palace. The palace guards, ministers, and staff, a group of people were heading towards the palace in great numbers. Stand still, who are you? The night the imperial city forbids curfew, and then dare to come close to the chaotic arrow shooting. Imperial city guards shouted. I'm the second prince, and I have something to go into the palace to see my father, so all get out of my way. Second Prince Han Feiyu shouted. The guards looked at me, I looked at you, and finally lowered their bows and arrows in their hands. They are the Forbidden Army, and the Forbidden Army's Grand Commander, General Gu Sheng of Weiwu, has just sent an order to come, that no one is allowed to enter the palace tonight except for the second prince. The Forbidden Army opened the gates of the imperial city, allowing the second prince and his party to enter the palace. If the second prince arrives, open the door quickly and let the second prince into the palace. Prince's residence, a secret agent hurriedly reported. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's bad, the second prince has brought people into the palace overnight. What? It's broken. Crown Prince Han Che was greatly dismayed at the news. Go, get out of town. Prince Han Che led his inner circle and hurried out of the city in the night. He knew what that second brother was up to, but he couldn't stop it now, nor did he want to. The Forbidden Guards were all the second prince's men, and he only had 10,000 men in the 5 cities military division, leaving 40,000 men, half of which had fallen to the second prince, and the other half were the third prince's men. At the same time, third Prince Han Yuan also received a report from his scouts that the second prince, with his men and horses, had entered the palace overnight.
Damn it, has this guy lost his mind? Third Prince Han Yuan cursed.
Men, send someone to give a message to General Fong and General Lu, have them lead their troops and horses towards the palace to gather and stop the second prince for me. Quickly send a message to General Lu so that General Lu, who is guarding Yuzhou, can bring his troops into the capital to suppress the second prince's treason. The third prince reacted quickly and immediately gave an order that he would suppress the second prince after he made his move and seized the fruits of victory.
The second prince's movement caused this night's Luo Jing to be instantly turbulent.
The sixth prince, the ninth prince, and the several princes who wanted to seize the throne also reacted individually.
The left minister's residence, the lights are out.
Left Prime Minister Fu Shangru sat in front of his desk, holding a book in his hand, but he didn't care to read it. Looking at the stars outside the window, for a long time, he said leisurely,
"The wind is picking up." The second prince entered the palace and traveled lightly to the emperor's chambers. "Your Highness, the second prince."
Looking at the raging second prince, those eunuchs and palace maids have kneeled, interfere, as if a great disaster is approaching.
The palace has now been taken over by the second prince's subordinate, General Gu Sheng of Wei Wu.
The second prince looked at the old emperor who was lying on the dragon bed, relying on medicinal stone elixirs to hang on to his life, already breathing in more than out. It's completely dependent on the medicine to hang on to that breath, like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment.
"Everyone else go down, Elder Wei stays." The second prince spoke.
The palace maids and eunuchs were all sent out, leaving behind the old eunuchs who took care of the emperor's life and living. The palace maid eunuchs who were condemned to go out have been dragged down and chopped by the Forbidden Guards, and not a single survivor has been left. The second imperial prince has considered it well. This is something that will carry 1,000 curses. The old eunuch spoke faintly.
1,000 years of curses? History is written by the victors.
How could the second prince care about curses in his eyes at this moment? As long as he becomes the emperor, the whole world will be his, and whoever dares to talk nonsense will be killed.
Do it!
Second Prince Han Feiyu was ruthless. The 2 dead soldiers came out and walked towards the bed, picking up pillows. They ruthlessly covered the old emperor's mouth and nose. Wei Old Eunuch did not make a move to stop the second prince from killing his father and seizing the throne. Deep in the palace, this kind of scene, he has long been numb. Where is there any affection in the heavenly family? Father kills son kills father, brother kills brother, brother kills brother, in this opulent palace, has been staged many times. The old emperor soon fell out of breath and died on his bed. Emperor of Wei collapsed. The 2 dead soldiers, walking out of the palace, immediately exterminated themselves in front of the palace. Elder Wei, this imperial decree, I'll trouble you.
The second prince took out the prepared imperial decree and stamped it with the emperor's great seal.
Elder Eunuch Wei received the holy decree and put it into his sleeve without expression. The second prince waved his hand, and the eunuchs under his hand immediately shouted,
"His Majesty has returned to heaven! His Majesty has returned to heaven!" A cry of His Majesty's return to heaven spread throughout the palace. Knock, knock, knock. The death knell in the palace rang throughout the city. Chapter 60. The new emperor succeeds to the throne.
Upon hearing the sound of the funeral bell, the third prince, who was waiting outside the imperial city, immediately led 20,000 troops from the 5 cities military division and began to attack the imperial city. Second imperial prince Han Feiyu has no eyes for his father and regicide to take over the throne. All of you, follow me and kill, behead the rebel to vindicate the rebellion.
Third imperial prince Han Yuan shouted.
General Lu, General Fong, attack the imperial city and follow this emperor to kill the rebels and avenge my father's death. Lu Ma and Chang Li led the army, and then began to attack the imperial city. For the sake of the merit of the dragon, they pressed all their lives.
Kill. Generals, follow me to vindicate and execute the bandits.
Kill. Hold back these rebels, we can't let these rebels enter the city, they want to conspire.
Tang Xing shouted, leading his army to fend off the large army outside the imperial city from attacking the city.
Shouting and killing sounds erupted from both sides. This night's Luo Jing was destined to be uneventful. Many ordinary ministers are hiding in their homes, terrified. The emperor's mutiny, this capital city, I'm afraid to kill people's heads, blood flow into the river.
Sixth Prince's mansion. Your Highness, the second and third Highnesses are fighting, should we make a move?
One of the sixth prince's staff members spoke up. There's no rush, whoever jumps out first now will die the fastest.
Sixth Prince Han Shang shook his head. The persimmon that comes out first rots first. Besides, his good old big brother, who had been holding back for so long, hadn't even moved yet. The ninth prince also held the same mindset of the mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow at the back, first letting the second prince and the third prince both go to fight, and when the two were defeated, or one side was victorious, they would step in to deal with the victorious side. A royal son rose up to seize the throne, causing chaos in all of Wei. The second prince sat steadily on the dragon chair in the Chaotian Hall, waiting for dawn. As soon as the day dawned, he was ready to take out an imperial decree announcing his succession to the throne and making it known to the world. Grand Prince Han Che escaped from the Luo capital and went to mobilize troops to come back to quell the rebellion. In a hurry, after attacking all night, third Prince Han Yuan wasn't able to lead his army into the imperial city. The second prince's generals Su Wei and Deng Xing occupied the city walls for defense and had a natural advantage. As soon as the day dawned, the third prince ran to his allies, the sixth prince and the ninth prince, to persuade the two to attack the city together, take down the imperial city, and put to death the second prince of the regicide traitors. Sixth brother, ninth brother, what are you waiting for? If you don't make a move now, when second brother's army arrives, it will be our death. Are you still waiting to die? Now that second brother has occupied the palace, he must have already forged the imperial decree. Once his army arrives at Luojing and makes it known to the world, there will be no way for us to live. Big brother is not yet done. Why are we in such a hurry? In case we pave the way for big brother, are we not fighting for nothing? The ninth prince opened his mouth and said, Big brother has already run out of Luojing. He must have gone to gather an army to support him. By the time he gathers an army and rushes here, I'm afraid the yellow flowers will be cold. The third prince opened his mouth and said. The sixth prince and the ninth prince thought the same thing. First seize the imperial city, kill the second prince, and then join forces to fend off the great prince. Three people join hands. 60,000 troops attack the imperial city. Luojing, the air of the soldiers and the sky. The ordinary people hide in their homes, do not dare to go out at all. 60,000 men attacked for a day before they penetrated the imperial city and hanged the second prince's ministry. The second prince, Han Feiyu, was defeated and killed in the Chaotian Hall, and the army he was waiting for, after all, did not arrive. After the third prince, sixth prince, and ninth prince had taken the imperial city and palace, they began to be on their own guard, watching out for each other for fear that the other would stab them in the back. After all, we're all competitors, just joining forces for the time being. The Grand Prince Han Che led an army of 150,000 to quell the rebellion, and fought with the third prince, the sixth prince, and the ninth prince. Facing the 150,000 troops of the Grand Prince, the third, sixth, and ninth princes, gathered another 100,000 allied troops and fought them for 10 days. In the end, the Grand Prince won a disastrous victory. The third prince was killed in defeat, the sixth prince disappeared, and the ninth prince died in battle. Just when the great prince thought that the victory, got the fruit of victory, ready to ascend the throne, but do not want to have been ordinary, noiseless fifth prince killed out to steal chicken, defeated the great prince. The Grand Prince Han Shi took the remnants of his inner circle and ran away from the great departure. No one had expected that this tumultuous war for the throne would be so tumultuous and confusing. The winning fifth prince, Han Feng, with the big throne in sight and nothing to worry about, set his sights on the harem and began to lust after the harem, playing with the old emperor, his old man's consorts. This action angered the imperial martial sage old ancestor, who struck out to kill the fifth prince Han Feng with a single palm strike. The real old six won, and old six is dead again. The ministers were confused and the people were dumbfounded. This way, royal family, the prince seized the throne, dead, running away. It is not easy to win the fifth prince and is a no program ethics, lewd and immoral generation. Was the royal ancestor killed, the throne in the end to spend what family? Just when it was thought that the courtiers would let the young 12th prince ascend the throne. Wei old eunuch, pulled out the old emperor's life long ago, prepared the imperial decree, so that the 7th princess Han Jiangxue ascended to the throne as emperor. Allowing a woman to ascend to the throne as emperor, many ministers of the court were against it, and the old ancestor of the royal family's martial sage stepped in to support the 7th princess Han Jiangxue's ascension to the throne as emperor. The court-martial, who was far away in the southwest border to defend against the demon race, Xiao Wuxing, also notified the world that he supported Han Jiangxue's succession to the throne. With the support of two overwhelmingly powerful men, the female emperor successfully ascended the throne, and a new emperor was established. This result was something that countless people had not imagined. After the female emperor Han Jiangxue ascended the throne, she called herself Wu and was called Emperor Wu of Wei. It was an unprecedented number, ascending the throne as a woman, called Wei Wu Di. How many emperors of Wei have never called themselves Emperor Wu? After ascending the throne, Han Jiangxue gave the old emperor a funeral, and after burying him, he began to deal with the imperial government with the support of the left minister. Han Jiangxue, dressed in a red dragon robe with an imperial crown on her head, sat on the dragon chair in the Chaotian Hall, with a majestic look on her flawless face that made people not dare to look directly at her. The majesty of the emperor instead masked her stunningly beautiful face. If there is something to report, if there is nothing to report, leave the court. Old eunuch Wei yelled with his duck voice. The female emperor, the third emperor of Wei that he and old eunuch had served. Your Majesty, the Xiongnu invasion in the northern border, the land of 3 states fell, the people fled, the water is deep and hot, life is worse than death. I implore your Majesty to deploy troops to expel the Xiongnu and restore our rivers and mountains, and not to make the incident of the Hushur prefecture to be repeated. Secretary of the Ministry of War Wang Chang opened his mouth and reported. I second the motion. The left minister Fu Shangru immediately stood out to open support. Seeing the left minister Fu Shangru standing out in support, other ministers also echoed. Granted, mobilize 200,000 troops to the north and hand them over to Marquis Jinbei, so that the Jinbei army can send out troops to besiege the Xiongnu army, and order Marquis Li to expel the Xiongnu as soon as possible before heading to the southwestern border under Marshal Zhao's tent to defend against the demon race. Han Jiangxue immediately ordered. Your Majesty. This time the backlog of political problems have been raised. The left minister are actively involved in solving. Those who want to drag their feet pulling the officials will not dare to venture. It was only then that all of them realized that this old fox, the left minister, had originally supported the 7th princess, Han Jiangxue. Old Fuwa, you can hide really deep. You knew early on that His Majesty the Ming Emperor intends to pass the throne to the 7th princess? After the minister of the household, Zuo, came down from the court meeting, he whispered beside Fu Shangru and said, Or you old piker is as cunning as a fox, sitting and watching the world's wind and clouds. Minister of War Wang Chang also whispered. The left Prime Minister Fu Shangru glanced at the Minister of the Household Zhuo Zhuo and the Minister of the Army Wang Chang and did not say anything, but stood with his arms folded as if to say, who will be the emperor and who will the old man assist? Who's like you messed up officials, jumping up and down? The right Prime Minister Xie Yan participated in the prince's plot to rebel against the rebellion, was dismissed from his post and imprisoned. The Household Minister Zhuo Zhuo and the Military Minister Wang Chang did not participate in it. They at first was only invited by the 2 emperors to be a guest, and then stimulated the nerves of the second prince. Han Feiyu, the second prince, killed his father, killed the king and seized the throne. The world was in an uproar, and was removed from the royal family, and the heirs were removed from the royal family and relegated to the status of commoners. The generals, ministers, and families involved in the rebellion were dismissed from their posts, imprisoned, and executed, and the Xianwei couldn't even arrest them. The dungeon of the Delizi could barely hold it. The female emperor ascended to the throne and began to deal with the imperial government, and the Luojing of Great Wei, which had been in chaos for nearly a month, gradually calmed down. Wei welcomes a new emperor. Chapter 61, Who's Our General? The female emperor's ascension to the throne as emperor quickly spread throughout the entire Wei. Everyone knew that this would open a new chapter. The storm in the Luojing of the Great Wei dynasty did not have much impact on the northwest frontier, except for a change of emperor. For the people on the frontier, it was the same whoever was emperor, and it didn't affect their lives much. Shang Huayan was in Hushi County, practicing for a month. The court also did not send a new lieutenant to guard Hushi County, and on the Anning Pass side, there was no military order sent to him to return. On the northwest frontier, going into winter, every morning you can see frost, and every now and then it snows for days at a time. General Shang, my master invites you to cook wine. The boy beside Magistrate Chen came to the barracks to convey Magistrate Chen's invitation. Is your master so idle? Shang Huayan sighed, this county magistrate did it so leisurely. Whereas like him, every day is either cultivating or practicing. That boy smiled. General Shang spat at his master, he didn't dare to answer. Come to the magistrate's residence, by the pond pavilion in the back garden. Su Shui white snow covered the stone wigwam. Chen magistrate draped in a black jacket is cooking wine to enjoy the snow. Brother Chen is quite elegant, cooking wine and enjoying the snow all day long. Shang Huayan spoke from a long distance. Is General Shang mocking Mr. Chen? But it's just a busy schedule. Magistrate Chen said with a smile. Shang Huayan walked into the pavilion and sat down across from Magistrate Chen. Say, looking for me, it wouldn't be because you want to go to Smoky Willow House again tonight, would it? Shang Huayan picked up the warmed wine and savored a sip. These days, he had been begged by Magistrate Chen to go to Smoky Willow House several times just to see immortal Qingyao. Shang Huayan was speechless. This guy, every time he went, he couldn't get to eat, and always had his heart set on seeing fairy Qingyao. It's like being mesmerized. What does General Shang think of Chen? Magistrate Chen said with righteous words. Lick the dog. Shang Huayan said faintly. That fairy Qingyao is also good at what she does, mesmerizing these people like County Magistrate Chen, but he is respectful of that woman. General Shang always talks about licking dogs. What is this licking dog? Magistrate Chen asked curiously. It's a beautiful thing that compliments you on your elegant quality. Shang Huayan's eyes were clear as he spoke formally. Well, that licking dog is not bad either. Magistrate Chen nodded with a happy smile. Shang Huayan. Say, what is it that called me here today? The two of them got along and familiarized themselves with each other and became casual. Does General Shang know that the matter of Luo Jing of the Great Way? Magistrate Chen put down his wine cup and looked at Shang Huayan. How would I know, practicing in the barracks all day long, and I don't have any familiar close friends in Luo Jing. Shang Huayan held the wine cup in his hand. The Great Way Luo Jing, to him, it was a very distant thing. The Ming Emperor has collapsed, the Emperor's son has seized the throne, and a new emperor has been established. Magistrate Chen said with a serious expression. Oh? Shang Huayan narrowed his eyes a bit. Is the old emperor dead? Who is the new emperor? Shang Huayan asked as he put down his wine glass and opened his mouth. After all, the end is now Wei's rice bowl, the top boss, big boss, or to recognize. You guess. Magistrate Chen spoke with a mysterious face. You guess, I guess, you guess, I guess not. Shang Huayan blankly glanced at County Magistrate Chen. How old is he, still playing this kind of bad stunt? Magistrate Chen almost didn't choke on his saliva. He originally wanted Shang Huayan to guess who would ascend to the throne, but it turned out that Shang Huayan played tongue twister for him. You really aren't curious about which emperor will ascend to the throne? Magistrate Chen looked at Shang Huayan speechlessly, seeing that Shang Huayan didn't seem to be very interested in who would be the emperor. Whoever is the emperor, we don't want to dress and eat. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. This border matter, the emperor is also too lazy to manage it. Shang Huayan didn't care about that emperor being the emperor. Anyway, it's not like he's the emperor. What does he care? He only wants to kill the enemy and become stronger when he achieves the martial saint. So what if the emperor? Then the emperor will have to bow respectfully when he sees him. Where does Magistrate Chen know that a person like Shang Huayan in his heart does not have much reverence for the emperor? Really convinced. Magistrate Chen's small mind was not satisfied. The one who ascended to the throne was not the prince, but the seventh princess, Han Jiangxue. Seeing that Shang Huayan didn't guess, Magistrate Chen had no choice but to speak up. What? Seventh princess Han Jiangxue? Shang Huayan was surprised and amazed. A female emperor? This is a world where the strongest man is honored and men are the most respected. If a woman becomes the emperor, how can that group of courtiers agree? Seeing Shang Huayan's surprised expression, Magistrate Chen's heart, then, was relieved. Well, isn't that surprising? When I received the news, I also felt unbelievable. Magistrate Chen had also thought through his head, but he hadn't been able to think that the one who had ascended to the throne was the notorious seventh princess. Surprised indeed. Shang Huayan nodded. The first female emperor in history still appeared in the Great Li Dynasty 500 years ago. Magistrate Chen said with emotion. Now Wei, too, has produced a female emperor. Magistrate Chen told Shang Huayan what had happened in the last month in the Luo Jing of the Great Wei, and Shang Huayan also felt that this royal seizure of the throne could be made into a twisted large-scale serialized drama. This time, more than a dozen Zhongshu generals have been imprisoned and beheaded, and Marquis Li has also been implicated, so it is estimated that he is going to be sent to the southwestern border to defend against the demon race. Magistrate Chen sighed. The royal family's seizure of the throne has always been brutal, and if you're not careful, you'll be pulverized. With so many patriarchs, all of them sent to the borders to defend the enemy, it wouldn't be so bad that the three states of Yin and Qi would fall. Shang Huayan spoke. Chen Magistrate very much agree with Shang Huayan words. This Hushi County, this is the northwest frontier, but there is not a patriarch to guard. Rongdi wanna come, wanna go. Hushi County from time to time by the Rongdi tribe invasion, the people are not living in peace. The two of them chatted about what had happened in Luo Jing, and Shang Huayan also had some understanding of Luo Jing as well. Great Wei Luo Jing, the palace government and the hall, the Empress Han Jiangxue is dealing with political affairs these days. Every day there are endless political affairs to deal with. The Ming Emperor is aging, a lot of political affairs are backlogged. The second Prince Han Feiyu supervised the country, only focusing on fighting with the other princes. The political affairs are also piled up, fell in the hands of Han Jiangxue to come, it is piled up. Han Jiangxue criticized the Zhangfu in his hand and moved his wrist. The maid at the side handed up a cup of spirit tea. Your Majesty, take a break and drink tea to relieve your fatigue. Servant Han Yenran spoke up. Han Jiangxue took the teacup and took a sip before putting it down and rubbing her temples. How dare I rest, there are so many things waiting for me to deal with. Some ministers in the court are eager to impeach me into giving up my position. Han Jiangxue spoke up. For her ascension to the throne, many courtiers, the heart is not satisfied. Han Jiangxue as emperor, not in their interests, are waiting for her to make a big mistake. They dare, whoever dares I'll go kill their heads. Servant Han Yenran said with a murderous rage. If only killing alone could solve the problem. Han Jiangxue shook her head. Managing the country's courtiers can't be solved by killing alone. Han Jiangshui picked up another zhangbiao, which was a zhangbiao from the northwestern frontier. Opened it up and read it carefully. Shanghuayan, 1,500 riders decimating the enemy's 5,000 riders, 17-year-old and 8. The Empress Han Jiangshui came to be interested in the contents of the Zhang folders. This is a Zhang folding handed over by the magistrate of Hushi County requesting that Shang Huayan be appointed as a 6th grade partial general to guard Hushi County and defend it against the Rongdi. Shang Huayan? That name is so familiar. Han Yenran, the maid at the side, spoke up. You've heard? Han Jiangshui glanced at Han Yenran, the maid who had followed her around since childhood. Back to your majesty, this person composed a poem that has been widely circulated in the capital. Han Yenran replied. Tell me about it. Han Jiangshui came to be interested. Rumor has it that Shang Huayan composed a poem for a woman named Qingyao in a greenhouse, and it is now being sung by many literati, scholars, and greenhouse kingdos. The clouds want to dress up and the flowers want to look beautiful, the spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. If I hadn't seen it at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yaodai. Hearing this, Han Jiangshui said, what kind of woman deserves this poem, the goddess of Yaodai under the moon, heh. Poetry is good, people. Han Yenran heard a hint of unusual meaning and didn't dare to open her mouth in. In this world, except for her, the magnificent empress, who else could be worthy of this poem? What a waste of a greenhouse girl. I want information on this Shang Huayan. Han Jiangshui said indifferently. Yes. Han Yenran turned around and walked out of the Palace of Government and Harmony, making a trip to Xin Yiwei to fetch news about Shang Huayan. Wei Suan Yue, on the supervision of the officials under the supervision of the people, in the middle of the Jianghu people, is the emperor's hands of the knife and eyes and ears. Take the message taken from the Xianwei. Shang Huayan, 17 years old, born in Anning Pass, scholar, enlisted in the army to cut down the enemy bravely, cultivation talent is excellent, realm enhancement fast, has twice into the grassland, cut down the Xiongnu enemy army, once with 1,000 riders to cut down the enemy 8,000 riders, and then rescued the Hushi County, cut down the Rongdi 5,000, 2 and 8. He wrote a poem on the battlefield, I hunger for the flesh of the captives, and I laugh about drinking the blood of the Huns. In the time of Qin the moon is bright and the Han the customs are closed, the long march of 10,000 miles has not yet been made, but the flying general of the Dragon City will be there, and the slave horses will not be called to the Anshan Mountains. I swore to sweep away the Huns without caring about my body, and 5,000 sable brocade were lost in the dust of Hu. I pity the bones by the Wooding River, but I am still a dreamer in the spring. It's full of Shang Huayan's information, big difference. If Shang Huayan knew about it, he would definitely think that this Xin Yiwei was really pervasive. Not bad, courageous and resourceful, a fierce general, poetic talent is also good, both literary and military. Han Jiangshui couldn't help but praise him after watching. Then he found out the request for merit from Yang Yi, the general of Anning Pass, to Shang Huayan. Since that's the case, let's make this person a hussar general to guard Hushi County against the Rongdi. Han Jiangshui directly gave a royal decree of enthronement. Then she stopped paying attention, a border general wasn't worth spending too much of her energy on. Half a month later, an imperial decree from the capital arrives in Hushi County. The holy decree has arrived. A eunuch, with a 2580,000 step, accompanied by the magistrate of Chen, walked into the barracks. Shang Huayan will be here, still training the army. Looking at the line of people coming in great numbers, Shang Huayan and his men all looked on curiously. What did that eunuch shout just now? Wang Wu inquired. It seems like some kind of holy decree has arrived. With Shang Huayan's ear power, he naturally heard it clearly. A holy decree? Shang Huayan's side of Wang Wu, Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and others were shocked. That is a holy decree. Why the school lieutenant lord seems to be very calm, and do not hurry to receive the decree? General Shang, hurry up and accept the decree. County Magistrate Chen saw Shang Huayan standing still and hurriedly called out. What? I take the decree? Shang Huayan only then reacted. General Shang Huayan Shang receives the decree. The eunuch, with a duck step, walked over. I accept the decree. Shang Huayan then reacted to arch his hand to receive the decree. There is no need to kneel down, this is not Qing. The ministers and generals behind him also bowed their hands to show their respect for the emperor. By the grace of God, the emperor's edict says that there is now a general, Shang Huayan, who fights bravely and has repeatedly made miraculous achievements. Berry. That eunuch read a bunch of. Shang Huayan also did not listen carefully. This could howl the emperor to give him a decree. Shang Huayan 100 thought not to write sister. This time, Shang Huayan is appointed as a hussar general to guard Hushi County against the Rongdi and to protect the peace of the border, Your Honor. After reading the imperial decree, the eunuch looked at Shang Huayan and said, General Shang, accept the decree. Oh who?
Sheng Huayan took the holy decree, and behind him not the ministers and generals, all of them were ecstatic and happier than Sheng Huayan.
Eunuch has worked hard.
After receiving the holy decree, Sheng Huayan took out an ingot of 50 taels of silver and stuffed it to this eunuch. Xiao Chunzi saw the silver in his hand, his heart rejoiced. This general is also too good at things. This trip to the high mountains and long distances came to be worth it. All the complaints along the way are gone. Please also take a short rest. I'll invite you to a banquet tonight.
Sheng Huayan spoke.
The villain is hard to prevent, although it is only a small eunuch, but it is still good to make friends. This is the experience he learned to come in his previous life. No, General Shang, I still have to go back to review the decree. Thank you for your hospitality, General Shang.
Xiao Chunzi politely declined and left.
Congratulations, General Shang, in name only, has been promoted to the position of Hussar General.
Magistrate Chen happily congratulated.
Hussar General, 6th ranked Benefit General, Miscellaneous General, 1 rank higher than him, a 7th ranked County Magistrate.
Sheng Huayan held the imperial decree in his hand. He was a little confused. How was he suddenly enthroned by the female emperor as a Hussar General to guard Hushi County? He doesn't seem to have anyone in the court, does he? To have the high and mighty empress pay attention to him, a mere lieutenant? Sheng Huayan did not know that the messenger is next to him smiling and congratulating him on the Chen magistrate.
Congratulations, congratulations, from now on, we'll all be called General Shang. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yunshan, and the rest of his men, one by one, happily congratulated him. The town guarded Hushi County, and from then on they formed an army of their own, separate from the Anning Army series.
Chapter 62 Xiao Chudi.
Sheng Huayan took the imperial decree in his hand and looked at the congratulations of the generals of the ministry, and Sheng Huayan sighed that it was good when he came, but now he can't go back. He was promoted to the rank of Hussar General, which meant that he could command 5,000 troops and, since then, form his own army. General Shang, please take care of me in the future. Magistrate Chen said with a smile, much like an old fox who stole a chicken. With Sheng Huayan in place and commanding another 5,000 troops, the security of the entire Hushi County can be raised by 2 levels.
Sheng Huayan looked at the Chen magistrate. This guy, the smile is not right. There is something to hide from him?
In the future, please also ask County Magistrate Chen to take care of you.
Sheng Huayan opened his mouth and said that he was always happy when he was promoted. General Shang, you've been promoted today, so you mustn't invite us to smoke in Willow House for a drink? Magistrate Chen said with a smile.
That's right, General Shang, when you're promoted, you mustn't take us to Smoky Willow House to celebrate.
Wang Wu also coaxed from the side and said.
He had long wanted to go and meet the Qingniao girl from the Smoke and Willow House, but Sheng Huayan just wouldn't let him go, letting him stay inside the barracks, training the scouts. Nowadays, Wang Wu was also a burmaster, commanding this scouting squad of 50 men. What's going on? There's so much going on in the army. Sheng Huayan glared at Wang Wu.
Magistrate Chen, military affairs are busy. Some other day, didn't you say you would never go to Smoky Willow House again? Why don't you keep your word?
Sheng Huayan looked at Chen Magistrate this guy speechlessly. Every time he came out from the Smoke and Willow House, he said that he would no longer go to the Smoke and Willow House, and then he forgot about it some other day, and then he had to recite that he was going to see Fairy Qingniao.
Sure enough, a lickspittle is a lickspittle.
See Sheng Huayan not go. Chen Magistrate slightly disappointed. No Sheng Huayan in, that Qingniao Fairy, do not see him. How a word poor.
Chen Magistrate slightly disappointed to go, did not go to see Fairy Qingniao, very miss. Sheng Huayan looked at his men, and each of his generals had a twinkle in their eyes.
Today we will form an army of our own, so we will shoulder the responsibility of defending the land. I order that the 1,000 county soldiers be returned to my department and recruit 2,000 more to full strength, and then 2,000 more to the reserve army.
Sheng Huayan gave a direct military order.
Guo Xiaoping, listen to the order. Today you are appointed captain of the 1st Battalion.
Yes, many thanks, General. Guo Xiaoping exclaimed happily. At the command of Hu Bing, you are appointed captain of the 2nd Battalion. Yes, many thanks, General.
Hu Bing was also elated. The 2 of them, although they had broken through to the Hotian realm, they stayed in the Anning army, not knowing how long it would be before they could take up the position of school lieutenant. Promoted to lieutenants, they were 7th-ranked military officials who could hold down a county at the local level and serve as lieutenants, on a par with the county magistrates.
Don Yunshan as 10th Burgess Chief.
Hai Dai, as the 11th Burgomaster. One by one the men were appointed, and this army, alone in his direct line, followed him the earliest. The once 300 veterans were either soldier lieutenants or burghers and pondmasters.
Tang Yunshan and Hai Dai, as they wished, also became burmasters.
The remaining 2,000 soldiers were also quickly recruited in sufficient numbers by County Magistrate Chen and handed over to Sheng Huayan. But the 2,000 reserve army, Chen magistrate hesitated, 6th grade benefit general, can only lead the army of 5,000, Sheng Huayan to do so, undoubtedly is not permitted, is the behavior of more than come.
Magistrate Chen, what are you afraid of? I'm not even afraid, hurry up and recruit all the soldiers for me, otherwise in the spring when the Rongdi come to attack, what are we going to resist? Besides, when His Majesty appointed me who's our general, he didn't say that I was only allowed to lead an army of 5,000. I'm making my own army, and it's not too much to ask to lead 10,000. Under Sheng Huayan's barrage, Magistrate Chen could only recruit another 2,000 reserve troops. Sheng Huayan took these 2,000 reserve troops and threw them to Colonel Wu Chang for training. Wu Chang survived with the healing elixir Sheng Huayan fed him. However, this person was not Sheng Huayan's direct line, and was temporarily assigned to lead the 2,000 reserve troops. At one time, the army under Sheng Huayan's command reached 7,000 men. In order to train the army, Sheng Huayan stayed in the barracks the whole day. Chen magistrate came a few times, wanting Sheng Huayan to take him to the Smoke and Willow house, but was refused by Sheng Huayan. It was so hard to become a general and have his own squad. Sheng Huayan couldn't help but properly build his squad and make himself strong. What smoky willow house, what fairy chinyao can have this fragrance? With an army and a garrison, Sheng Huayan's mind came alive. It seemed that the heavily armored iron horsemen that he had been longing for could also begin to be built. There were 5,000 war horses in the barracks, and the conditions were perfectly right for creating 1,000-man, heavily armored iron cavalry. With Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, commanding 2 battalions of 4,000 men, he was able to create a 1,000-man heavily armored iron cavalry that he personally commanded. When the men heard that Sheng Huayan wanted to build a heavily armored iron cavalry, they all looked at each other. General, heavy armored iron cavalry, it consumes too much, we don't have that much money to build it. Guo Xiaoping spoke up. They are only an army of 5,000 men, the imperial court gives salaries and wages, and still have to raise an additional 2,000 reserve troops. Wanting to build a heavily armored iron cavalry is a complete fool's errand. Heavily armored iron cavalry, that thing, not to mention us, even the Anning army, does not have the capital to build it. The Jinbei army's 200,000 strong army only has 3,000 heavily armored iron cavalry. Wang Wu also spoke up. General, think twice. The ministry is urging him to put the idea to rest. Sheng Huayan knew that building a heavily armored iron cavalry was burning money.
What it comes down to is money.
Nothing is real without money. No matter, I have my own plans. Sheng Huayan spoke. It's just money. It can't be hard for him.
Heavily armored iron cavalry, he must build it. Only heavily armored iron cavalry, against Rongdi and Xiongnu is a sharp weapon. A day later, a man came from outside the barracks with an oracle to enter the barracks under Sheng Huayan as a lieutenant. The guards at the entrance of the barracks, looking at the person dressed in black in front of them, and looking at the oracle, they were unsure and didn't dare to let anyone come into the barracks.
Go report to the general and let the general decide. A guard ran to ask Sheng Huayan for instructions. Drink! 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 Sheng Huayan would be training soldiers in marksmanship.
General, there's a man outside the barracks with an oracle from the Ministry of War, saying that he wants to come to our army as a lieutenant. The guards came to report. Sheng Huayan told his men to continue training while he came to the entrance of the barracks. At the entrance of the barracks, Xiao Chuti was dressed in black, with a knife on her waist, a man's costume, looking valiant. Sheng Huayan came to the entrance of the barracks and took a look at Xiao Chuti. At first glance, he thought it was a big beauty, until he saw the knot in his throat and his flat chest. He confirmed it was a man. Looked at the Ministry of War oracle. Sheng Huayan looked at Xiao Chuti again. The Ministry of War oracle is right, but this is the capital city whose son even can trust the relationship to get the Ministry of War oracle. Ran to him this northwest border army to come as a lieutenant.
Xiao Badian, right?
Sheng Huayan looked at how the clean-looking person in front of him could take a name like this, and not a 2-meter strong man. Xiao Badian, really overbearing, and this person in front of him is a complete contrast.
Aha! Xiao Chuti nodded as she sized up Sheng Huayan. This person in front of her was the Shang Huiyan who killed 8,000 Xiongnu riders with 1,000 riders? The border general whose poems were famous in the capital?
You're late, the 2 school captains under my command are already occupied.
Sheng Huayan spoke.
He didn't want someone of unknown origin to come under his command as a lieutenant.
The oracle was issued by the Ministry of War by His Majesty's request. What, you want to resist the decree? Xiao Chuyi looked at Sheng Huayan and said indifferently. Hey, nice guy, moving out the emperor in his territory, really?
It left him with no choice but to comply against his will. It's fine if you want to stay, I don't have any extra soldiers under me, so you figure it out yourself. Sheng Huayan said indifferently. Anyway, it is a relationship sent down from above. Sheng Huayan himself let him recruit his own troops to play by himself.
Xiao Chuyi nodded her head with a bit of clarity and coldness and did not refuse. She was prepared to be made difficult when she came. It was just a matter of recruiting some soldiers on her own. She still had the skill, or she wouldn't have come. The sudden drop of a lieutenant made Shang Huayan feel uncomfortable. It was sent down from above to oversee him? Alright, find your own place to stay in the barracks. After saying this, Shang Huayan left. In his heart, he was more than a little upset with that Her Majesty, who had just been promoted and sent someone to supervise him. What? He, Shang Huayan, is a villain? To rebel? Shang Huayan had a few more points of wariness in his heart. He had only just been promoted and sent someone to spy on him. This empress's heart is a bit small. Xiao Chuyi entered the barracks and took it upon herself to find a barracks and stay there. Chapter 63. In the barracks, a relationship lieutenant came and the word spread quickly. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and others were more sensitive, and all of them were wary of Xiao Chuyi. Xiao Chuyi was also too lazy to care. It wasn't like she was here to spy on Shang Huayan or Xian Yiwei. She just read Shang Huayan's poems, and on a whim, she came to this Northwest Border Army to feel the border military life, wanting to see the legendary Shang Huayan, whether it is really as rumored, both civil and military. Shang Huayan was busy training his army to form a fighting force as soon as possible. The vast majority of the soldiers under his ministry were newly recruited and their fighting force was not strong. If he wanted to form a fighting force as soon as possible, he could only continuously train the cooperation between the soldiers. At the same time, he led the soldiers to cultivate Mang Niu Jin and become martial apprentices as soon as possible. A few days later, Xiao Chuyi, on the other hand, found County Magistrate Chen and asked him to recruit 2,000 soldiers for her as well. Shang Huayan heard, cannot help but sigh. Really, relations are relations. Have a background backing is good. Recruit 2,000 troops, easy. After recruiting the army, Xiao Chuyi also started training the army as if she wanted to compete with Shang Huayan. Shang Huayan saw it and didn't bother. He was too busy to pay attention to this Xiao Badian. Just don't come looking for trouble and leave him alone. General, the soldiers are so good at eating, we're running out of money and food. This day Guo Xiaoping said to Shang Huayan. 9,000 men, 5,000 war horses, people eat horselord. The consumption of food is huge, and Shang Huayan is not limited, open to eat. The imperial court allocated military pay and rations to carry the army completely. In order for the recruits to cultivate into martial arts apprentices as soon as possible, Shang Huayan also made the soldiers eat meat, which was a very big expense. No money or food? Shang Huayan was practicing every day and hadn't really paid attention. Guo Xiaoping couldn't help but spit in his heart. General, your heart is really big. You don't care about this? This is a big problem. Without food, army training is a problem. Shang Huayan pondered what to engage in to get the fastest money. The fastest way to get money is undoubtedly to go to rob, but now the snow outside of Guanwei closed the road. Want to go to the grasslands to find the Rondi, Xiangnu to play the autumn wind are not conditions. Go call Wang Wu. Shang Huayan spoke. Yes, General. Guo Xiaoping quickly went and called Wang Wu over. General, you asked for me. In the barracks, Wang Wu was always called General Shang Huayan, and only in private did he call himself a brother. I have something here for you to do. Shang Huayan spoke. Wang Wu was very good at spying and being a scout in this regard. What is it? Just order. Wang Wu looked at Shang Huayan seriously. I want you to go and collect information on where there are bandits and giant bandits within a few hundred miles around. Shang Huayan spoke. Unable to rob the Xiangnu and Rondi, Shang Huayan set his sights on Guanyi. Wei is so large and vast that it is impossible to manage everywhere and have peace in the world, which is unrealistic. Especially in an ancient world like this, there are bound to be bandits and giant pirates. Gathering news of banditry and giant bandits? Wang Wu understood, this was wanting to practice or. Okay, I'm on my way, wait for my good news. Wang Wu took 10 scouts that he had trained and went out of Hushi County without a sound. Shang Huayan touched his chin. Fighting bandits and robbing money and food, it is always a small road, it can only be temporary. Want to get more money, but also to find a fast-earning money road. What to do? Shang Huayan pondered on ways to come up with quick money, big money. Soap, wine, mirror, salt. Salt won't do, this stuff is expressly forbidden by the court, and if you're caught you'll have to be beheaded, and right now you don't have the strength to collide with the Wei court. To not open a restaurant to sell wine and roast chicken. Shang Huayan thought about his business experience. Brewing does make money, but it's not realistic at the moment. He's almost out of money. He can't buy too much grain for brewing. How did the soap get there? Let's see. It's something that, it seems kinda easy to come by. Think what to think. Go to find Chen Magistrate to borrow money. With our friendship, borrow a 10,000 tens of thousands of taels of silver. Small meaning. As soon as he said he was leaving, Shang Huayan left the barracks and headed towards the county magistrate's residence. Achoo!
Magistrate Chen had just finished dealing with his political affairs and returned to the house to sit down and rest when he sneezed.
What's wrong with this, and no cold? Magistrate Chen tightened the jacket draped over his body. The weather in this northwestern land is just nasty and cold. It's such a cold day, it would be good if more Rongdi people and Huns died of cold. Magistrate Chen was very worried about the country. The servants of the family had prepared the meal, and Magistrate Chen was preparing to eat. Master, General Shang has come to visit. The old servant came to report. General Shang is here, quickly welcome him in. County Magistrate Chen spoke. No, I'm already in. Shang Huayan walked in and saw the meal on the table with wine and meat. Yo, good eating. General Shang quickly sit down and eat together. Magistrate Chen greeted.
Shang Huayan wasn't polite, and when he sat down, he said to the old servant next to him, Butler Chen, give me a pair of bowls and chopsticks.
Just a moment, my lord.
The old butler servant went to bring Shang Huayan bowls and chopsticks.
Come, General Shang, drink with me. Magistrate Chen poured wine for Shang Huayan. Thanks.
Shang Huayan picked up the wine bowl, took a sip of wine, and started eating the food as if he was in his own home, not like a guest at all. Why did you think of looking for Mr. Chen today? Isn't Lord General practicing all day long?
Magistrate Chen said as he looked at Shang Huayan, who was wolfing down his food. Coming to see the county magistrate, that must be something. Shang Huayan didn't hide anything.
Speaking of which, it's a rare occasion for Lord General to seek out Chen. The two talked like strange familiar people.
What is that Xiao Baitian's origin? Shang Huayan opened his mouth to inquire. Xiao Batian? Magistrate Chen froze for a moment, then reacted.
This Missy, she's so good at this.
Mustn't say, mustn't say. Magistrate Chen's head shook like a rattle. I can't even talk about it? You whisper it to me, I won't tell anyone else. Shang Huayan whispered. Magistrate Chen looked at Shang Huayan. You think I look like a cutie? Do I? A bit. Shang Huayan nodded. Is that why you came? If that's the case, you can go back after dinner, I'm going to Smoky Willow House. Magistrate Chen said without any good humor.
Don't, there are other things. Even if you were to go to the Smoke Willow House, Fairy Chinyao wouldn't see you.
What is it? Come on, help or no help. Lend me some money. How much?
100,000 taels of silver.
Get out, don't come to my house. Magistrate Chen was shaking with anger.
100,000 taels of silver, even if he were sold, he couldn't come up with it. Don't be hasty, why do you still bring hasty eyes?
Shang Huayan hurriedly pacified.
100,000 taels I am embezzling, 3 years and 5 years is not enough, you are really daring to ask.
Magistrate Chen said without any good humor. Isn't it said that for 3 years of clearing the governor, 100,000 snowflake silver? Lord Magistrate, you've been in office for 3 years, right, and you can't even come up with 100,000 taels of silver? Shang Huayan looked at County Magistrate Chen skeptically.
Shang Huayan, we two are cut off from each other, get lost, get lost.
Magistrate Chen was so angry that he wanted to curse. He is a clean official, but in the mouth of Shang Huayan, what has he become? Don't be so angry, why are you still anxious? Shang Huayan leisurely drank and ate meat. There is no such thing as insulting someone's innocence like you guys. Magistrate Chen was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. I really have no choice but to come to you, Lord Magistrate, several thousand people are waiting for food, there is no money to eat off. Shang Huayan began to cry poor. The money and grain issued by the court for a season is gone so quickly, it couldn't be that you guys embezzled it, right? Magistrate Chen scrutinized Shang Huayan.
You're not in charge and don't know how expensive oil and rice are, that's 9,000 men and 5,000 warhorses.
Shang Huayan said without any good humor.
By the way, the 2,000 people recruited by that Xiao Tianba, it was you who got it to him, you Li should be responsible for it.
Magistrate Chen looked at Shang Huayan. This guy was a scoundrel in his previous life, right? What's that got to do with him? It's not his ministry.
I am in charge of a county with a population of 100,000 to 200,000, how expensive oil and rice are, I know better than you.
County Magistrate Chen said without a trace of anger. If 100,000 won't work, then 50,000. Shang Huayan began to bargain.
No, lousy life, take it if you want it.
30,000 can't be less. Magistrate Chen sullenly drank and didn't want to pay attention to Shang Huayan. Chapter 64, Suppression of Bandits. No. Being a county magistrate for so many years, you haven't gotten any oil at all. Shang Huayan looked at County Magistrate Chen. Is this guy really a purist?
If you're good, you do it, this county magistrate position is given to you, I'll write a petition to His Majesty. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Sheng Huayan, he really wanted to smash Sheng Huayan's face, which was even more handsome than his. Hey, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't even pass the Shokai exam, you think I'd care about a county magistrate in the district? Sheng Huayan's tone was very big. What county magistrate position is a small meaning? He wants to be a scholar, a chancellor, a. Say, how much can I borrow at most? Give a definite letter. I'm waiting for money to buy rice for the pot, and Lord Chen can't bear to see 9,000 generals and soldiers starving. Up to 5,000 taels, this is my entire fortune, love it or leave it. Magistrate Chen was really convinced by this old rascal. Obviously they came to borrow money, but they acted like they came to collect a debt. What? 5,000, you're really poor. Sheng Huayan stared wide-eyed at Magistrate Chen. What's with this guy's magistrate job, such a failure? There are so many big families in this city, and they didn't get a little bit of grease? Those village chiefs in the previous life had made more money than Chen Tianhua, the county magistrate. No more borrowing, go away, you are not welcome in my house. Chen Tianhua was so angry that his veins flared up. You call him poor? 5,000 taels of silver is a lot of money. How much is a pound of grain? A tael of silver is enough for a family of 5 to live in abundance for a month. Don't, 5,000 is 5,000, I'll pay you back in a few days, why are you so stingy? Sheng Huayan hurriedly said. Chen Tianhua was so angry that he blew his beard, but unfortunately he didn't have a beard. He borrowed his entire fortune, and you call that cheap? That's what he's saving for his wife. In the end, Sheng Huayan borrowed 5,000 taels of silver from Magistrate Chen to temporarily alleviate the lack of money in the barracks. After Sheng Huayan left, the old housekeeper stood behind Chen Tianhua. Master, why lend him all the money? The old butler was puzzled. The barracks were short of money. This should be asked for by the court. What is he doing with the money? Magistrate Chen said indifferently. Raise an army. The old servant said truthfully. What's the point of having an army? Guarding Riverside County. And what is your lordship's status? Sheriff of Hershey County. Looks like you're not too old for this. The old servant has realized. Borrowing money, Sheng Huayan continued to practice big time all day long. Eat and eat well, only eat well. The soldiers have the strength to train, have energy to cultivate. Mangni is strength, which is eating, polishing the body, is most suitable for military drills. In just a month's time, under Sheng Huayan's costless feeding and training, many of the new recruits had broken through to the early stage of martial apprentice, possessing a certain amount of combat power. The soldiers under his command, too, are beginning to look like more than simple, ordinary farmers. 3 days later, Wang Wu returned to the barracks. General, there's a target. Wang Wu reported to Sheng Huayan. Tell me. Sheng Huayan was delighted. That day, Forest County, more mountainous area, there is a group of giant bandits entrenched, the number of tens of thousands of people. The bandit head is an innate realm of martial arts power. Dingzhou government soldiers, besieged many times, are unable to help this group of bandits. Tens of thousands of people, and innate martial artists. It seems that this group of bandits is not simple. Sheng Huayan stroked his chin. To be able to have so many bandits and still be safe and sound is either the black glove of that big shot or secretly cultivated by a big family. Wild bandits, otherwise, could not have grown to such proportions. It's long since been taken to brush up on political performance. It's not like this is the end of a dynasty and the world is in turmoil. This group of bandits who have been majestically entrenched in Tianlin County for 10 years think that their family background is substantial. Wang Wu spoke again. This sentence directly stimulated Sheng Huayan's nerves to have a thick family background, otherwise he robbed to only get 3 or 5 hairs. What is the use? How far is Tianlin County from us? Sheng Huayan said. The cavalry will be there in a day. The time to test these wolf cubs has come. No matter how much you practice, you have to see blood first, otherwise you'll be a new recruit for how long you practice. Sheng Huayan said immediately. Sheng Huayan then called his 2 lieutenants, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing. General. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing came inside Sheng Huayan's barracks. You two guard the city of Hershey County well, this general has something to go out for. Sheng Huayan gave instructions to let the 2 men guard the city. Although it was winter, cold and snowy, and the chances of the Rongdian Huns coming were slim, what needed to be accounted for still had to be accounted for. Yes, General. Guo Xiaoping and the 2 of them didn't ask Sheng Huayan what he was going to do. The military order they received was to just guard Hershey County. After handing over the 2 men, Sheng Huayan took the 1,000 men under his direct command, and with 2,000 warhorses, he quietly left the city of Hershey County in the night. When Xiao Chuti got up the next morning and started to train the soldiers under her command, she found that in the barracks, Sheng Huayan did not train the soldiers as usual, and that army of 1,000 men had disappeared. Xiao Chuyi keenly sensed that something was up and immediately found Guo Xiaoping.
Captain Guo, where is General Shang? Xiao Chui looked at Guo Xiaoping and inquired.
Looking at Xiao Chui in front of him, Guo Xiaoping was wary in his heart.
I don't know. No?
How am I to know this? What does General Shang need to do and where does he go, and does he still need to report to me as a lieutenant? Guo Xiaoping took the air out of his nostrils and looked at Xiao Chui, implying, you're a school lieutenant with a really wide pipe. Xiao Chui stared seriously at Guo Xiaoping, trying to see some clues from his face.
It is a pity that Guo Xiaoping is not a little cutie.
Rash, not to say cunning as a fox, but also old-timer. Not getting the answer he wanted, Xiao Chui could only go back and continue practicing.
Hu Bing side, also Shang Huayan's direct subordinates, went and could not ask anything.
Shang Huayan's department, taking advantage of the night, drove all night and came to the boundary of Tianlin County. This Tianlin County is full of mountains and woodlands, with few plains, and is not suitable for cavalry combat. But Shang Huayan, this time, was not here to train the cavalry, but to test the military formation.
Wang Wu, you lead the team, go and feel out the bits of that group of giant bandits, their defenses, etc. Shang Huayan immediately ordered. Yes, General. Wang Wu took 20 scouts and broke away from the army, quickly disappearing from view.
Everyone else, rest in place and spread out the bright and dark sentries to prevent anyone from approaching the camp.
Shang Huayan quickly ordered again.
They did not approach the county village, but stopped to rest in a woodland area, which was favorable for concealment.
Only in the evening did Wang Wu return with the scouts.
General, the investigation is clear. This group of giant bandits set up their camp on the head of the mountain behind a village outside of Pingshan town. The terrain is also considered easy to defend, but the defense is very slack. Want to touch up? It's not difficult.
Wang Wu reported.
Good, set out now and rush to launch the attack at the end of the hour. At that time, the defenses will be more lax and the people will be sleepy, so it will be easier to touch them.
Shang Huayan immediately ordered the army to set out for Pingshan town.
At the end of the crib, or 4 a.m., this is the time when people who stay up late are most likely to get sleepy. Arriving outside the town of Pingshan, they bypassed the town's villages and headed straight for Tiger's Nest, a group of giant bandits who claimed to be the Green Battalion of Tiger's Nest and labeled themselves as the Good Men of the Green Forest. In fact, according to Wang Wu's information, this group of bandits do no evil, robbing caravans, robbing and burning villages, robbing women, killing and killing. Tianlin County's ordinary people are living under the tyranny of this group of bandits, suffering. The village under the mountain, but also this group of giant bandits raised pigs and sheep, want to eat how to eat. The entire people of Pingshan town has been numb. The officials and soldiers of Tianlin County couldn't do anything about this group of giant bandits, and the common people could only put up with it. General, I'll lead the men to exterminate those bandits guarding the pass first. Wang Wu spoke up. Nowadays, Wang Wu, who was in the great circle of martial artists, was full of self-confidence, and some bandits in the district were not in his eyes at all. Thanks to the fact that they had snatched a lot of honey elixirs in the grasslands, the 300 veterans who followed Shang Huayan were given a lot of cultivation elixirs. You picked 10 martial artists to move with you.
Shang Huayan nodded.
Wang Wu took 10 martial artists with him and then touched up. Shang Huayan followed behind with his army, ready to attack at any time. On the mountain path, under the faint firelight, a few ordinary bandits guarding the path were drowsy.
Ah!
Sleepy, damn it, always arranging us to guard the mountain path, cold and sleepy. A pockmarked face yawned and complained with great dissatisfaction.
Wang Mazi, you don't want to live. If the squad leader hears you, you're dead. A companion spoke up.
Aiba, that Tang Li Ping is but his own sister to the seven as a concubine, only in exchange for this small captain. God what, his sister does not know and the seven is a belly under the screaming more miserable.
Wang Mazi is full of anger. Sua's mixed head, what words dare to say? Shut up, you don't want to die, don't implicate us.
The other man's gaze was icy cold, as if he wanted to kill someone.
How dare you talk about the seventh master? Do you want to be lit up? Facing the gaze that wanted to kill, Wang Mazi obediently shut up.
The trail was quiet again and roasting the fire, cold and sleepy. Soon the 5 men guarding the trail began to drift off to sleep again. Wang Wu touched up silently with 10 martial artists. He took the lead, one hand over his mouth, the other holding a short knife and slashing through his neck. 4 people from the team stepped out and struck out with Wang Wu.
Take a deep breath, dizziness is normal and soon the pain will be gone.
Wang Mazi and the others, without making a single sound, had their necks easily wiped by Wang Wu and the others. Shang Huayan led the army, slowly up the mountain behind him. Touching the front of the fortress gate, Wang Wu and the others settled the guard standing guard. Unluckily a guy with bad kidneys who got up to take his morning pee saw Wang Wu and the others in a haze. When he saw the white knife go in and the red knife go out, the guard standing on guard slowly collapsed, scaring him so much that he pissed back. Who are you people?
The man shouted. Wang Wu and the others saw that they had been discovered, but it didn't matter, they had already attacked the entrance to the fortress. Kill! 10 martial artists rushed up and cut the guy who got up to pee into 10 halves. Who let this guy ruin their perfect assault on the camp? The people who heard the commotion and got up saw Wang Wu and the others chopping the guy who was peeing into 10 halves and instantly shouted for warning. Kill! The army that followed, seeing that it had been discovered, attacked directly. Shouting and killing sounds resounded in this cottage. Chapter 65 Brother, Master, don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Kill! The overwhelming sound of shouting and killing woke up quite a few lesser people in the bandit camp from their sleep. Shang Huayan led the army, rushed into the camp, and went on a killing spree. Many new recruits followed the veterans and decimated the enemy. The hands of the recruits who saw blood for the first time were shaking in their grip on their swords. A month or two ago, many of them were still ordinary people. Killing a chicken was the limit, or had they ever killed anyone? Enemy attack, the officers are attacking. A bandit shouted in terror. Many bandits, who could not even put on their shoes, took their swords and weapons and came out to deal with the enemy. Shang Huayan led the army, he only killed those above the level of martial artist, those below were left to the soldiers under his command to deal with. He's here to rob and to practice. The soldiers of the ministry, in groups of 10, led by the Shirshan, formed a Mandarin duck formation to deal with the onrushing bandits. That's right, Shang Huayan moved the Yuanyang formation to this world. He not only wanted to train these ministry soldiers to become heavy armor cavalry, but also to train them to become unbeatable infantry even when they dismounted. Training on weekdays didn't feel like it, but now that the soldiers had formed a Mandarin duck formation, those bandits, they couldn't even get close to them. 2 shield soldiers with swords in front, 2 soldiers with wolf mills interfering with the enemy's sight, gunmen in the back, commanded by the Shirshang in the center. Long and short, the bandits who rushed up were constantly cut down. Shang Huayan specialized in decapitating the strongest of the bandits, and the soldiers under his command were directly invincible when they executed the Yuanyang formation. As more and more bandits were awakened, a steady stream of bandits armed with knives, guns and clubs came to kill. This group of bandit camps, with tens of thousands of bandits, is not small. Kill them, daring to come and attack our Tiger Whistle battalion, they really have eaten bear heart and leopard guts. A martial master realm leader said arrogantly, completely not putting Shang Huayan's 1,000 men in his eyes. Brothers, kill these dog officer army. Many of the bandits were furious, coming to disturb people's dreams early in the morning, when the sky was slightly light. They're getting up, big time. Catch the dog officer and reward him with 100 taels of silver. One by one, the small leaders of the bandits were arrogant to the extreme. In the past, they were the only ones who attacked the government troops, and those government troops were going around when they saw them, but now they even dared to attack their camp, which was simply like a toilet hitting a lamp, looking for death. Shang Huayan saw those bandits at the martial master realm, snapping their fingers and shooting out a real chi, like the Six Veins divine sword, instantly penetrating their heads and dying. A dozen or so martial arts master leaders were decapitated by Shang Huayan with his true chi, and those bandits, still charging with their brains, without any rules or formation, were really just a bunch of reckless bandits. The martial artists among the bandits who had some strength, Shang Huayan didn't spare them either, these were all kill values. With Shang Huayan at the helm, he kept killing the strongest of the bandits, only releasing some weak bandits over to give his men practice and see blood. Using the Yuanyang formation against the enemy, the soldiers under his command had no casualties at all. Those soldiers, looking at Shang Huayan's back, worshipped even more. This was this general of theirs, pioneering a new formation, not expecting the power to be so terrifying. With equal strength, the enemy can only be slaughtered. Kill! The monstrous shouts of killing woke up those few pawns in the bandit camp. Come on people, what's going on outside? What's all this noise? Tiger Whistle Battalion's Grand Master Wei Hu angrily shouted. The woman beside him, wearing only a sliver of clothing, had a dull gaze, tinged with fear, and had obviously been rubbed and abused to the point of no return. A minion guarding the door hurriedly replied. Big boss, an army has attacked up to the camp, and the brethren are besieging the official army. Wei Hu heard, even an official army hit the camp. This is which way the official army, so bold, ate the bear heart leopard gall not? Immediately rolled over and got up. The moment the quilt was lifted, the white ketone body appeared. The woman was shocked, obviously has been scared to the point of insanity. Wei Hu also did not care around, but it is just a tool for him to vent his beastly desire, put on his clothes and walked out. Big boss. When the minions saw the big boss come out, they hurriedly bent down and bowed respectfully. Go we go and see, where is the official army? Dare to be so bold, dare to come to Labor Tiger Tsunami Battalion to cause trouble against them. Wei Hu said in a domineering manner, so powerful. It's as if he's the official army and the righteous side. For Wei Hu, as long as it wasn't the state capital's army coming, he was fearless. And he was not told by the man at the top of his head that there was military business for the state's army. Against the average county army, he was completely fearless. With a bunch of minions under him, Wei Hu walked in a majestic manner. Big brother. Li Liang, the third leader of the Tiger Whistle Battalion, saw Wei Hu and ran over with his minions to join him. Third brother. Wei Hu looked at Li Liang and nodded. Let's go, follow me to see what kind of people dare to come to our Tiger's Whistle camp to cause trouble. I'm going to arrest them and light the lanterns of heaven. The two of them, Wei Hu and Li Liang, came over with thousands of people in great numbers. Behave yourself, stop it. Wei Hu shouted angrily when he saw Shang Huayan slap the early Hotian stage 7th boss to death. Shang Huayan slapped this what's his name 7th Dainji who dared to charge at him to death, and saw two more leaders coming over. An early innate stage with a thick breath, it looked like it wouldn't take long to break through to the mid-innate stage. A Hotian great perfection. The strength of this gang of bandits is really not weak, no wonder to be able to dominate this and so on for many years, but the government can't do anything about him. Without an innate powerhouse leading an army of 30,000, there was really nothing that could be done about this group of giant bandits. It's just a pity that Shang Huayan is onto them. Little labor told you to stop, are you deaf? Wei Hu looked at Shang Huayan angrily, the innate true qi in his body flowing. Shang Huayan's gaze sank as he looked at Wei Hu as if he was looking at a dead man. It was the first time anyone had ever scolded him like that. Little bastard, you're quite capable, bringing 1,000 men and daring to attack my camp. Wei Hu's eyes boiled with murderous anger, looking at Shang Huayan's dress, he knew that he was the chief officer of this kind of official army. As long as he kills Shang Huayan, these government troops will be at his mercy. Roll over and kneel down and beg for forgiveness, your grandfather might spare your life, ha ha. Wei Hu laughed wildly, not putting Shang Huayan in his eyes at all. Unbridled. Some of the generals shouted angrily, this maniac is so rampant that he dares to speak out against His Excellency the General. Shang Huayan was completely enraged, this person had managed to provoke him. No longer suppressing the aura on his body, the aura on Shang Huayan's body suddenly erupted, terrified as the heavenly might, he was like a prehistoric giant monster stepping out, raising his fist and blasting towards Wei Hu. The fist print was like a blazing sun, terrifying and incomparable. Wei Hu color changed greatly, would have liked to have a little mouth, to the edge of the mouth of the dirty words, all through swallowed back into the stomach. Where the hell is this monster? Young age is the innate strong, is there any deep background not? But he is not made of clay, he is also an innate powerhouse, who is strong and who is weak, you have to fight to know. No wonder there is a backbone, so it is an innate powerhouse, but even if it is an innate powerhouse, this Tiger's Whistle camp of mine is not a place where you can act recklessly. Brothers, these official soldiers. Wei Hu shouted and killed towards Shang Huayan. Boom! Wei Hu and Shang Huayan threw a punch at each other, and instantly his arm exploded and his entire body flew backwards. Ah! That terrifying power directly shattered his arm, the other party's fist power was unrivaled. Wei Hu wailed and fell to the ground, that punch not only shattered his arm, but also dispersed all the innate true qi in his body. This sudden scene stunned the bandits. The usually high and mighty big boss, who was unrivaled, had his arm shattered by that young man with a single punch, sending him flying backwards. They couldn't believe the scene was real. Wei Hu's heart was terrified, this damn afraid that he had not encountered a patriarch, right? Panicked to condense the true qi, Wei Hu was going to run, what are not as important as life, these brothers, death is dead, he cannot care so much. If you die, you can just find them again. There's not much else, but there are a lot of minions, so it's good to find them. Climbing up without caring about the pain of his crushed arm, Wei Hu took a step and ran. Bang! Shang Huayan could not let this madman run away, one step leapt up and kicked him to the ground, and then one foot fell down and stepped on Wei Hu's dantian, abolishing his cultivation. Put! Wei Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with despair. At this moment, when he saw the terrifying fury on Shang Huayan's body, he realized that he had messed with the king of hell. How many people had to have been killed before such a terrifying baleful aura could be condensed? At this moment, all of the bandits stopped their attacks and stood frozen in place. Shang Huayan looked at Wei Hu, whose breath was wilting, his eyes were icy cold, and he stomped his foot to crush one of Wei Hu's legs. Scream, weren't you able to scream just now? Ah! Wei Hu screamed in pain, fear coupled with pain, his whole body trembled, completely lost the arrogance that he had just scolded Shang Huayan. Big brother, Grand Master, don't kill me, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Wei Hu looked at the cold killing intent in Shang Huayan's eyes and said tremblingly. Chapter 66, It's quicker to rob. Those bandits of the Tiger's Whistle camp, at this moment, all of them looked terrified, their big leader, the strongest person of the Tiger's Whistle camp, was now defeated by a single punch, so miserable. Do they still have what it takes to fight this government army? Grand Master, Ancestor, please let me go.
Shang Huayan raised his foot and stomped Wei Hu's other leg again. Ah! Wei Hu howled miserably, obviously begging for mercy was useless. Shang Huayan wasn't going to let him go. "Ed up, mongrel kid, you dare to make a move on me, you're dead." Wei Hu, who only had one left hand intact, cursed angrily. "You dare to kill me, you must not live, ha, small, kill me, you also have to accompany my funeral." Shang Huayan raised his foot and stomped down again, crushing his left hand. Ah! The screams, which reached the ears of the bandits, caused them to stop trembling in fear. "The big shot behind me will not let you go, you will be buried with me." Wei Hu laughed miserably, looking like a madman. Shang Huayan didn't bother to inquire about the so-called big shot behind the other party, and stomped Wei Hu's head with one foot. "Kill, leave no one behind." Shang Huayan drank coldly and mercilessly. At the same time, he also shot, "Will be bandits in the strong, all cut down all, those a third pawn, the second pawn and so on, have not been able to escape from the hands of Shang Huayan, have died you Shang Huayan's knife." Soon enough, Shang Huayan had killed the entire bandit camp, and there was not a single person above the martial artist realm. "Run! Run! The first lord is dead, the second lord is dead, and the third lord is also dead. Mom, I want to go home." With the death of Wei Hu and a bunch of other leaders, the ordinary bandits completely lost their confidence to resist and frantically fled. "Mercy, I haven't done anything bad. Spare my life, sir, I have an 80-year-old mother at home and a 2-month-old child waiting to be fed. I haven't even stepped on an ant, I'm kind and haven't done anything bad, spare my life, Master Army." Shouts of killing, pleas for mercy, and cries resounded throughout the bandit camp. Shang Huayan ministry soldiers also began to frantically chase these bandits after seeing blood, kill a few more, those new soldiers, also not in fear, discomfort. It's similar to killing chickens, one for each knife or shot. Hearing the commotion, the virtuous women who had been taken up the mountain came out of their rooms one by one numbly. They couldn't help but laugh as they watched the official troops massacring the bandits. "Ha ha ha! Death to all, ha ha! A good death, the devil deserves to die." The one unclothed woman, laughing, her face drenched with tears. The demons who had abused them were being slaughtered, and they felt that the heavens had finally opened their eyes. As he watched the bandits escape, Shang Huayan didn't hold back and began to go on a killing spree. He didn't spare any martial arts disciples or martial artists. These bandits escaped, and those soldiers under his command couldn't kill them. After all, he had only brought 1,000 people with him this time. Shang Huayan recklessly struck out to kill, and as each and every sinful bandit continued to fall, Shang Huayan was frantically harvesting the kill value. When all the bandits were killed, the entire camp, blood flowed into the river, corpses and bones piled up as high as a mountain, and the smell of blood rushed to the sky. After experiencing the killings, the aura on those new recruits was sort of nurtured and they were no longer dull soldiers. Shang Huayan collected the blood-stained chi on his body, which was already scarlet and intimidating to look at. Aside from the ordinary bandits without cultivation, a large portion of the bandits all died under Shang Huayan's sword, amounting to more than 2,000 people. He could be said to have ruthlessly harvested a wave of kill values. The innate martial artist, who was some kind of great master, had provided him with 60 points of kill values, and the 7 Hotian martial artists had provided another 200 or so kill values. He had harvested a total of 8,300 kill values from eliminating this group of giant bandits today. Together with the 4,717 kill points that had been left behind before, that would be 13,017 kill points. Looked at the golden curtain of light. Name, Shang Huayan. Race, human. Realm, innate great perfection plus. Techniques, Great Sun Heart Sutra minor, Mang Nyo Jin minor, plus, Blood Fury Blade Technique major, Deduction, Overlord's Gun Technique minor. Strength, 85,000 kilograms. Talent, Marksman. Kill value, 13017. System Upgradable Plus. The System Upgradable prompt appeared again, while the cultivation level was enough to raise the kill value again. Sure enough, if you want to rapidly increase your cultivation, you have to kill the enemy to obtain the kill value. When the battle ended, Shang Huayan commanded, "Arrange for a team of people to search for, may there still be survivors, and everyone else find me the food and gold and silver treasures of the thieves and bandits." "Yes, General." The ministry moved quickly again. A group of women, 400 or 500 of them, ran over and knelt before Shang Huayan and kowtowed. "Thank you, General, thank you, General. Thank you, General, for beheading those demons and saving us from our misery. Get up, you guys get up." Shang Huayan was startled to see so many women kneeling in front of him. The women, the older ones were in their 30s and the younger ones were only 14 or 15. What's going on? Shang Huayan looked at the women who were kneeling on the ground, constantly kowtowing and thanking them. "General, I've asked them all, they are all good women who were snatched by these bandits up the mountain, and have been abused by the bandits until now." Wang Wu spoke angrily. These are poor, miserable women who should have had a good family, but were forcibly robbed by the Tiger's Battalion bandits and used as tools for their lust. Everyone get up. Shang Huayan looked at those women, only knowing how to kowtow, not getting up at all. He had no choice but to order the soldiers to go and pull the women up. Looking at these spoiled women, Shang Huayan felt that it was really cheap to kill Wei Hu and those people just like that. General, the bandits' treasure trove has been discovered. Yuan Yong ran over and reported. Now that he was also a martial artist, he had been appointed as a burmaster, the earliest veteran to follow Shang Huayan. Wang Wu, take care of them. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. Shang Huayan ordered. Ha! Wang Wu's face instantly drooped, and many of these women already had a death wish in their eyes, obviously not wanting to live on. Shang Huayan didn't give Wang Wu a chance to retort at all and followed Yuan Yong. He wanted to rush over to see how much was gained. All this way, across 100 or 200 miles, for the money and silver that these bandits had robbed. Coming inside the cave, Wei Hu placed the looted treasures, food, and so on in the cave. When Shang Huayan entered the cave, he saw the piles of grain, and the boxes and boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry. Seeing the gold and silver jewelry, Shang Huayan's eyes glowed. Have you counted it yet? How much gold and silver jewelry is here? Shang Huayan asked happily. Reporting to the general, there are gold and silver jewels worth 300,000 taels of silver. 50,000 stones of grain. Yuan Yong reported. 300,000 taels of silver, enough to feed his army for a long time, and these 50,000 stones of grain, pulled back, were enough to eat for a long time. With such a harvest, Shang Huayan was simply beaming with joy. The harvest was too rich. You guys didn't go private, did you? Shang Huayan suddenly stared at Yuan Yong inquiringly as he shifted his aura. Yuan Yong was startled. Shang Huayan's gaze was too harsh, like a blade, straight into the heart. He said hastily, No, my subordinate dares to guarantee it with his head. Shang Huayan stared at Yuan Yong for a long time, and Yuan Yong was scared to the point that he was in a cold sweat. It was really because the might of Shang Huayan's body was too heavy, and it pressed him to the point that he couldn't breathe. Good, I believe you did a good job. I'll remember you and credit you. Keep an eye on these gold, silver, jewels and grain for me. Whoever dares to move beheads who? Shang Huayan said seriously. Yes, my subordinate takes a head pledge. Whoever dares to move I will personally behead him. Yuan Yong swore with assurance. No wonder Shang Huayan is so, really this temptation is too big, worth more than 300,000 taels of silver gold and silver jewelry. He cannot guarantee that these soldiers will not be greedy desire in temptation lost eyes. Well, go and call the others to come and hurriedly move the gold, silver, jewelry and grain away. Not a single grain should be left behind. Shang Huayan ordered. Yes, General. Soldiers quickly came to the food jewelry, moved to the mountain down. Their war horses are at the bottom of the mountain. There are 2,000 war horses. We'll bring these things back, no problem at all. With so much to gain, it wasn't a waste of time for Shang Huayan to bring his troops all the way here, to exterminate this group of bandits. Chapter 67. You're practically lawless. This time to eliminate the bandits, using Shang Huayan let practiced for a long time the Mandarin duck formation, and Shang Huayan this big master sitting in the town. The army soldiers did not casualties, only part of the soldiers were injured. This number is very horrible. To know the cold weapon era of war, how can there be no casualties? The victory is piled up with human lives. One could only say that the Yuanyang formation had shown its power in this world. This Yuanyang formation was originally created by that anti-Japanese General Qi in his previous life to fight against the Japanese Ronin warriors. This set of formations is very useful for ordinary soldiers. After seeing the power of the Yuanyang formation, Shang Huayan went back, intending to train the entire army in this formation. No matter if it was for offense or defense, it was very good. General, Shang Huayan, Boss Shang, come quickly, I can't carry it anymore. Those women want to seek death, I can't persuade them. Wang Wu rushed over and found Shang Huayan. As soon as Shang Huayan heard that those women were seeking death, he hurried over to take a look. It's hard to save them, and one of them is crying out to die, so what's the deal? There are still a lot of old widows and orphans in this world who are single and can't get a wife. Shang Huayan ran over and saw 20 to 30 girls hanging, the scene like hanging swings, good guy, really spectacular. What's going on? What are you waiting for? Save the people. Shang Huayan shouted. Those big-headed soldiers, dumbfounded, heard Shang Huayan's words before they rushed forward to save him. Shang Huayan had a headache for a while. These big-headed soldiers, are they really stupid and rash straight men? When he saw the hanging, he didn't even try to save the people. He was also convinced, no wonder one of them couldn't find a wife when they were at home, they deserved it. General, you let us die, there is no point in us living anymore. The girl who was rescued cried. Many women, likewise. They were robbed by the bandits to the mountain in the village and town are spread. Now even if they are rescued, they have been defiled by the bandits, have a home cannot go back, the world is so big, and how to go? Shang Huayan looked at these women. They have no hope of living in their eyes. This is the ancient world. For a good woman, the biggest is the word chastity. Under the rule of the feudal dynasty, they almost have no way to live. It's really a headache, and Shang Huayan can't really let these women kill themselves. All of you listen to this, general. It is better to die than to live. To live is what requires greater courage. You are not even afraid to die. Are you still afraid to live?
Shang Huayan looked at these women and said loudly.
But how can we live with this? We are now unable to return to our homes. Our bodies are already defiled. By what can we live?
A woman cried. They are weak women who depend on their families, their husbands' families, to survive.
Captured by bandits on the mountain, how could their chastity be preserved, and their former families would not want them back? Listen to me, everyone. I am General Huzar, the guardian of Heishi County. If you have no home to go back to Heishi County with us, I have come to arrange you, naturally, so that you will live well, and that people will live so that they can have a good life and see this wonderful earth. Shang Huayan knew that the group of women seeking death were homeless and naturally had no hope of living. Now first, we must give this group of women the hope and thought of living.
Really, we can go with you, generals?
A girl who looked 17 or 18 years old asked timidly. Many people heard Shang Huayan say that he could take them away, and a glimmer of hope lit up in their eyes. This general is true to his word, Shang Huayan said with a nod. With Shang Huayan's promise, those women whose eyes were filled with death wish recovered a hint of clarity in their eyes. They would have survived until now on a slim thread of desire to live in hatred, and those women who chastely begged for death and had no thought of living at all, unwilling to be humiliated, had already killed themselves. In the end, who would seek death if they weren't so desperate that they couldn't see a glimmer of hope? They killed themselves and chose to live lightly, but only because they thought that Shang Huayan and the others, after eliminating the bandits, would let them go home. It would be better to go back and die from all the stares and insults than to die here in the mountains. Now, Shang Huayan gave them a glimmer of hope to live.
My daughter kowtows to thank General for the grace of living. A woman instantly knelt down and kowtowed towards Shang Huayan. Kowtow to the general.
The other women followed suit and knelt down, kowtowing to Shang Huayan.
Shang Huayan people are numb. This how to kneel and kowtow again. Get up, get up. Shang Huayan hurriedly went to pull. Pull someone. Why are you standing around like logs?
Shang Huayan yelled at those big-headed soldiers.
A bunch of iron beaners with no eyes at all.
Only after calming the group of women down did Shang Huayan breathe a sigh of relief. Keep an eye on them, and if anyone is in a bad mood, hurry to pacify them,
Shang Huayan said to Wang Wu.
These women at the moment in the heart of the mind extremely take unstable, just rescued from the devil's cave. If no one to appease the emotions, it is easy to drill bullseye, cannot think of seeking death.
No, you're really going to take them back, so many people, how are you going to arrange it? Wang Wu asked in a low voice. It's no joke, with 400 or 500 women, it's a question of how to organize them. Or what, let them all hang themselves on this mountain?
Shang Huayan said without any good humor. You have to think clearly, we are the garrison, so many women, if we don't arrange it well, there will be a big mess.
Wang Wu reminded.
Don't worry, I have my own arrangements.
Shang Huayan patted Wang Wu's shoulder.
General, the letters recovered from that big boss's room. A soldier came over with some letters.
Shang Huayan took the hand and looked at it, frowning deeply.
It was a long time before he spoke. And who is the state captain of the Dingzhou Prefecture? Dingzhou Prefecture State Lieutenant, the younger brother of the head of the Dingzhou Chui clan family. This Chui clan is one of the great clans of Dingzhou. The Chui Lang holds the position of Dingzhou State Lieutenant, in 8 Great Circle, commanding 5,000 state soldiers.
Wang Wu opened his mouth and said,
Heh, that's a good background, white gloves and black gloves.
Shang Huayan laughed. Looks like we've messed with a big enemy here. Wang Wu frowned.
Obviously, this giant koan is that Chui clan race to deal with dirty things. They destroyed this group of giant koans, undoubtedly offended this Chui clan. What are you afraid of? Don't come and mess with me and I'll step on his Chui clan. Shang Huayan said with a hint of dominance flashing between his brows.
If you mess with him, you're an enemy, and an enemy equals kill value.
All the gold, silver, jewelry, food, weapons, etc. were collected and brought to the bottom of the mountain, and with 1,000 warhorses, they were barely able to bring back the captured supplies.
The main point is that there is a bit too much food.
After the battlefield was cleaned up, Shang Huayan instructed Wang Wu, in 2 days, you will set fire to all of this cottage and erase the traces, then come back.
Yes, General. Wang Wu nodded in response.
Leave 50 men to Wang Wu, let them burn this cottage in 2 days. 2 days, enough time for them to return to Heishi County. Now the weather is cold, and there is no fear that the body will rot, and when 2 days later, a fire burns the entire cottage, destroying the traces, and when other people find out, and then come back to look for clues, it is 10,000 years difficult. It took 2 days to return to Heishi County with the captured supplies, gold and silver, and the 400 or 500 women. The journey was delayed by avoiding the main roads in crowded places. Back to Heshi County, it was already evening. The soldiers guarding the city, seeing Shang Huayan and their return, hurriedly opened the door and quietly let Shang Huayan and the others in. Shang Huayan sent a man to call for Magistrate Chen. So many women could not be arranged in the barracks. The barracks are full of big, bloody men who are prone to problems. Magistrate Chen rushed over and was filled with shock when he saw so many virtuous women. Shang Huayan, where did you go with your soldiers to rob so many good women? You are simply lawless. Looking at the suddenly furious Magistrate Chen, Shang Huayan was speechless. This doesn't even give him the opportunity to open his mouth to explain, and then start to buckle his hat? Chapter 68, Brewing. No, don't yell, am I Shang Huayan that kind of person? Shang Huayan hurriedly spoke. Or is his great reputation tarnished like this? How can he go out and pick up girls in the future? You are not that kind of person, then how can they explain? If you can't explain clearly, don't blame this official for being unsympathetic and citing you to His Majesty. Magistrate Chen pointed at the women, his eyes stern. Listen to me as I explain it to you. They are bitter people. I led the troops to fight the bandits and rescued them from the bandit camp. Shang Huayan told Magistrate Chen about going out to fight bandits in the past few days, and it was only after Magistrate Chen heard this that the stern look disappeared. He was truly afraid that Shang Huayan would make a mistake and commit a big unforgivable mistake. Tianlin County, that gang of giant bandits, I have also heard of it. I did not expect to do evil things, but so many, hey. Shen Magistrate is also helpless. He knows that those big families, or big people, will raise bandits for their own use, this kind of thing, in the local area. Not to say it is very common, but it will not be less. After all, the power of the local families is strong. So, these women need you, Lord Shen, to find a place to stay and arrange it down. Don't worry, I'll take care of the food, just need to provide them with a place to stay for now. Shang Huayan opened his mouth and said. This kind of thing has to be arranged by Magistrate Chen. Alright, leave it to me, I'll make the arrangements. Magistrate Chen did not refuse. As long as these women weren't the ones Shang Huayan had gone to snatch. Arranging for just 300 to 500 people is a trivial matter for him. Shen Magistrate will be these women, arranged in the west of the city in a piece of empty house. The owner of this house, and then heard the Rome D army to call, ran ahead. The border was too dangerous, and many people would not choose to live at the border if they did not have a foundation and could not leave. From time to time, foreigners knocked at the gate, and no one had a peaceful life. Shang Huayan also arranged for 50 soldiers to patrol the guards and protect the safety of these women. With so many women living together and no one to protect them, there's no guarantee that the ruffians in the city will make a mess. You leave your hand without authorization these days just to go and fight bandits? You're really bold. Magistrate Chen looked at Shang Huayan and said. A border guard, instead of guarding the border properly, ran to fight bandits and rob the state soldiers. Nua, this is the 5,000 taels of silver checks that I borrowed from you, I'm returning it to you now. Shang Huayan returned the money he borrowed from Magistrate Chen. How much was robbed? When Magistrate Chen received the silver ticket, he reacted to the fact that Shang Huayan had taken his troops out to fight the bandits for what? What's all this talk about robbing? Do you know how to speak? It's seized understand. Shang Huayan said righteously. Okay, seized. So how much was seized? Not telling you. Shang Huayan turned around and walked away. Looking at Shang Huayan's departing back, Magistrate Chen gritted his teeth. Damn it guys, asking me to help out in the middle of the night and now you don't even say thank you. Early the next morning, Xiao Chuyi found that Shang Huayan had returned and was training the soldiers, but some of the soldiers were missing. Where have you been these past few days? Xiao Chuyi came in front of Shang Huayan and inquired. Shang Huayan looked at this guy with a few female looks and said lightly, do I need to report to you when I go there? No need, but please remember, you are the guardian of this Heshi County. You must not leave Heshi County easily. Once Heshi County is invaded by the enemy, how dangerous is it when the guardian is not there? The lives of the people in a county will be buried in your hands. After saying that, Xiao Chuyi turned around and left. Shang Huayan skimmed his mouth. Good guy, a lieutenant under his command, lecturing him. If he wasn't afraid of the background behind this Xiaobadian, and this Xiaobadian hadn't given him any trouble since he arrived, he had to give the other party 2 slaps on the face to let the other party know whose territory this was. After returning, Shang Huayan taught the Yuanyang formation to Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, 2 lieutenants, so that they could train their men and learn to use this Yuanyang formation. After teaching the Yuanyang formation to the 2, in the envious and worshipful gazes of the 2, Shang Huayan's vanity was greatly satisfied. Creating an army formation is something that no number of generals, no matter how many, have been able to do. And not only did Shang Huayan create it, but he also experienced the test of actual battle, and the 2 of them were excited to start going to train the army. The 1,000 men that Shang Huayan had personally brought with him, the injured ones were recuperating. Wang Wu had not yet returned with 50 men, and he had sent 50 more to guard the women he had brought back. For the rest, Shang Huayan let them train on their own. Now temporarily have money and food, do not need to worry, but according to his practice, the 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 stones of grain cannot be used for a long time. If you want a strong military, in one word, you still have to get money. With enough money, not to mention heavily armored cavalry, heavily armored foot soldiers can also get up. At that time, he would be able to sweep through the desert steppe, harvesting enough kill values and becoming stronger as well. Everything, all for the sake of getting stronger. Shang Huayan looked at so much grain, the idea of brewing wine, it was out of control. Wine is a massive consumable. As long as it is brewed well, there is no worry that it will not be sold, and when the silver rolls in, you will be able to buy more grain, brew more wine, and earn more money. There is money to start building heavily armored iron horsemen. As soon as Wang Wu returned, he was arrested by Shang Huayan. Elder brother Wang Wu, I have something here that I need you to do. Shang Huayan opened his mouth. Brother Huayan, I just got back, can't you give me a break? Cows and horses don't work like this, do they? Wang Wu was speechless. How come he had to do all the dirty work? It's not like I'm asking you to plow, I'm just asking you to help find some people. Shang Huayan looked at Wang Wu. He didn't use him as a cow or horse to plow the land either. Say, what is it? I'm just a laborious life. Wang Wu could only resign himself to his fate. Don't be like this. After this is done, I'll take you to Smoke Willow House to see Fairy Qiniao. Shang Huayan comforted. Really? Wang Wu's eyes lit up. But don't be lying to me. If you lie to me again, I'm not finished with you. True, definitely true. Shang Huayan nodded. Say, what is it? Go and help me find people in the entire Hushi County who know how to make wine. I want to make wine. Shang Huayan said. What? You're making wine? What for? Why don't you just buy it if you want to drink? Why brew it yourself? What are you yelling about? I'm planning to brew a brand new kind of good wine, take it and sell it, and then make military money to build heavy armored iron cavalry. Shang Huayan explained. Oh who? The feeling was that Shang Huayan was not dead set on building a heavily armored iron horse. You still know how to make wine? Wang Wu looked at Shang Huayan. Hurry up and go. Do you still want to see Fairy Qiniao earlier? Shang Huayan urged. Leave it to me. As soon as Wang Wu heard about immortal Qiniao, he patted his chest and left. Looking at Wang Wu, who was being fooled in 5 different ways, Shang Huayan couldn't help but laugh. Take it to death. Looking at immortal Qiniao? That woman was not a woman he dared to look at more than once. Unless he breaks through to Martial Saint now. After Wang Wu left, Shang Huayan began to think again about where he wanted to build the winery, where he wanted to build it. He intends to brew the kind of high spirits in the latter days, and once brewed, it will be a steady stream of golden chickens laying eggs, and the location of the distillery cannot be sloppy. After thinking about it, Shang Huayan decided that he would build the wine shop next to the military camp, and with a large army guarding it, he would not be afraid of prying eyes. Then, Shang Huayan led the soldiers and started to do it, building his own winery. On both sides of the barracks, there are empty lots with no inhabitants. Now there is also money in hand, selling materials to let the soldiers' hands to build houses. Xiao Chui saw Shang Huayan with his soldiers and started to build a wine shop next to the barracks. Not knowing why, she was not in a position to go up and ask, she could only lead her soldiers to train and secretly observe. The big action over here naturally attracted the attention of Magistrate Chen. Magistrate Chen came over and looked at Shang Huayan. General Shanda, what are you doing again? The barracks isn't big enough? Hushi County Barracks, but according to the standard of 10,000 people to establish, now Hushi County Garrison, only 9,000 people, completely enough. Establishing a brewery with the intention of brewing some wine to drink. Shang Huayan looked at the busy soldiers and spoke. What? Brewing and drinking? Magistrate Chen thought he was hallucinating and had misheard. A garrison general who doesn't train his soldiers properly, but wants to build a brewery and make wine to drink? Chapter 69 Spirits of the Spirits, West Wind Spirits. What is this if not a plaything? I say General Grand, what kind of wine do you want to drink? I'll go and get it for you. Will you practice well? Our entire Hushi County, the northwestern gate of Wei, needs you to guard it. The lives of more than 120,000 people in Heshur County are in your hands. Can you be serious, my Lord General? Looking at County Magistrate Chen next to him who looked like a Tang monk reciting scripture, Shang Huayan knew why the Monkey King had a headache. Shang Huayan said in a serious manner, I'm serious. You. Chen Magistrate was exasperated by Shang Huayan, and he could not control it, and he did not listen to it. Shang Huayan was a 6th-ranked benefit general guarding the border, a self-made army that no one could control except the Ministry of War and generals above the 3rd rank. Leading 5,000 soldiers, a large winery was built in a few days. And Wang Wu, without dishonoring his mission, brought back a dozen brewing masters. "I've completed the task you gave me, don't forget your promise," Wang Wu said with a dusty voice. He was born to labor. "Got it, won't forget it." Sheng Huayan nodded perfunctorily, his gaze falling on the dozen or so old farmers dressed as winemaking masters. "General!" The dozen or so winemakers hurriedly bent over and saluted. Facing Sheng Huayan, these ordinary old peasants were very formal. This was a great general, a noble status for them. "There's no need to be polite, all of you masters know how to make wine, right?" Sheng Huayan smiled. Back to the general, "We all only know some shallow brewing techniques, brewing some shoddy wine for our own family to eat." A winemaking master hurriedly replied. "They are all in villages and towns, making some of their own wine to eat or buy, no better than the big breweries." "It's fine, just know how to make wine." Sheng Huayan nodded. "As long as you can make wine, anyway, the kind of high spirits in the latter part of the world are all purified, just need to know the purification technology." Brewing master defined, now need to find workers, and workers. Sheng Huayan also have candidates, brought back the 400 or 500 women, is very good workers so that they have a job, make money on their own, they will not be rambling, thinking of light. Sheng Huayan immediately went to the west side of the city again. "General! General!" Sheng Huayan came, those women have gathered up to greet, changed a new environment, these women's faces, but also more than a few smiles, no longer numb, full of dead air. "How's it going, are you doing well?" Sheng Huayan smiled and spoke. "The sisters are doing well." Shaho, who was in her early 30s with a bit of sass, smiled and nodded. "That's good. I came over to ask you guys if you're willing to work at the brewery and earn your own money?" Sheng Huayan spoke. When the women heard this, there was an instant God in their eyes. Although they wanted to live, they weren't willing to be kept like this, unable to find their own value. "Really? General, are you telling the truth?" the girl called Little Grass asked happily. "That's certainly true, when have I ever lied to you guys?" Sheng Huayan laughed. "Yes, we're willing, General, we're willing to suffer even more." Xia He wept with joy. To be able to live on their own, that's their greatest wish. With these 400 or 500 women, there was no need to go looking for small laborers, and Sheng Huayan took them and moved to the wine shop. When the winery was built, it was built with accommodations for these women, no problem at all. The workers were available, the brewer was available, the grain was available, and the brewing utensils were simple to make, but Sheng Huayan bought a set directly. Then he left the army to Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and the others to lead the army in training, while Sheng Huayan dove headfirst into the wine workshop and started working on brewing wine with a group of people. During the period, Chen Magistrate also came to find Sheng Huayan, but Sheng Huayan heart of business in the brewing, not much to pay attention to Chen Magistrate. Exactly 10 days later, shouts of delight came from the brewery. "General, we did it, we did it. Ha, it finally worked." Well hey, it finally worked. The winemakers, the work girls, and the soldiers who followed Sheng Huayan to participate in the brewing, all cheered. Especially those girls who were rescued, they embraced one by one and cried tears of joy, celebrating the success of the moment. They proved and realized their worth. Sheng Huayan smelled the aroma of the wine and took a shallow taste, spicy, strong, warm, and at the end of the day a sweet aftertaste. "We did it!" Sheng Huayan also said happily to the crowd. After half a month of hard work and repeated attempts day and night, they finally brewed this spirit. "General, give this wine a name." Winemaker Dufay smiled with his eyebrows. "Let's call it Western Spirit. The wind in the northwest is very strong and cold, this wine is strong and warms the body." Sheng Huayan said. "Not bad, West Wind Spirit, good name. From now on, seize the time to brew wine. As long as our wine is launched, it will attract countless merchants." Sheng Huayan spoke. "Master Du, Miss Shaha, the future will be hard for you. General discounts us, this is what we should do. General has provided us bitter women with a place to live in peace, we deserve to repay General's great favor." Xia He spoke. "Exactly, that's what we should do." That one girl nodded her head and said. The leading brewer Dufay is also full of sympathy after knowing what happened to these women, and these women do the work, not worse than the men, and also win the respect of these brewers of theirs. With the introduction of the Westwind, all that's left is to start mass production. Sheng Huayan also directly arranged 200 soldiers to guard the wine shop and ensure its safety. The families of the brewers, such as Dufay, were also brought to settle in the city. Sheng Huayan had arranged everything, and all that was left was to wait for the wine to come out in bulk and then make a name for itself and start selling it. After completing the matter of brewing wine, Sheng Huayan was physically and mentally relieved, and the chicken that laid the golden egg was about to lay the egg. Smiling so happily, "What's good?" Magistrate Chen came to the wine shop and couldn't help but ask when he saw Sheng Huayan's sunny smile. "Hey, old Chen, I've made it." Sheng Huayan laughed. "It's done?"
What's accomplished? You've become a grandmaster? Magistrate Chen asked 3 question marks in a row. The wine I brewed was successful.
Sheng Huayan rolled his eyes.
Really? Fake. Give me a taste. Magistrate Chen said expectantly. He wanted to see if the wine brewed by Sheng Huayan was good or bad. If it was worse, he would have to laugh Sheng Huayan to death. Sheng Huayan opened the wine jar and instantly a strong aroma of wine hit his face. It smells good.
Magistrate Chen's eyes lit up. This wine smelled so good. After beating a spoon out, Magistrate Chen couldn't wait to grab it and drink it all in one gulp.
Ah!
Good wine, strong, spicy, exciting, very warm, sweet aftertaste.
Good wine, absolutely good wine. Magistrate Chen swore that even the imperial wine inside the palace was not as good as this wine.
Then, with Sheng Huayan unable to stop him in time, Magistrate Chen hit another spoonful and drank it all in one go.
Hey, you drink less, this wine is easy to get drunk.
Sheng Huayan said hurriedly. This is at least 56 degrees or more of strong wine. Drinking like this, I'm afraid it won't take a while for Magistrate Chen to get drunk.
What are you afraid of? I have a good capacity for wine, aren't you just too shy to give it to me?
The first time Chen Magistrate drank such a good wine, he couldn't help but want to drink more.
Drink, I'll see how much you can drink. Sheng Huayan stopped persuading. Some people can't be persuaded.
When the 5th spoon went down, Magistrate Chen felt a little flour in front of his eyes.
General Shang, how come you still have the split technique? Magistrate Chen shook and said.
Sheng Huayan looked at Magistrate Chen speechlessly. This guy's feet had already started to go out of control, and his person had also started to stagger.
It's not like he's a ninja and can shadow split. General, what is this for the magistrate? Xia he watched as Magistrate Chen jumped into space and couldn't help but worry. It's okay, I've had too much to drink.
Just as Sheng Huayan finished speaking, Magistrate Chen stumbled and fell to the ground, unconscious.
Hey, see if you still say that I'm petty, get up and keep drinking little steak dish. Sheng Huayan couldn't help but laugh.